The warriors fought with monsters, and the plot told us that on March 4th, 1424 on the Nars calendar, the continent of Nars became the place where the Great War, Samna, broke out. A huge horde of undead stood on the battlefield, while we were told that this land was drowned in a stream of furious flames, turning all living things into ashes. No one could leave the army of the Demon King. There was nothing left there but despair. A bright stream of light illuminated the people on the cliff, and we were told that a warrior appeared in this darkness, ready to fight back. This game was depicted on the monitor screen. The main character introduced the knight, and noted that in this role-playing game, the hero confronts the Demon King, becomes a king and leads his state of paradise forward. Sitting with a helmet on his head, the protagonist emphasized the fact that every evening after work and all his free time he devoted to what brought genuine joy to the game, paradise. On his face was a helmet, and he added that the development of the hero, kingdom management, game bugs, attacking dungeons, finding items and more, he is a person who knew the game inside and out. Looking at his page on the internet, the protagonist said that his blog about the game Paradise was in first place for 10 years, but he could not, and just rotted. Sitting at the computer, the guy noted that he really rotted, because he died due to overwork at work and in games. The dumbfounded protagonist woke up and wondered if he really died, noting that at 34 years old he had never even met anyone. He woke up on a bed. The surprised girl asked if he had a nightmare. The dumbfounded protagonist looked around his room. He turned his gaze to another part of the room. The confused protagonist asked who she was and what kind of place this was. The guys looked at each other and did not understand what was happening. Sunlight enveloped the estate. A window with characteristics appeared in front of Jared while he looked at himself in the mirror. The dumbfounded protagonist asked how fat he had to get to shorten his life by 20 years, adding that with such experience indicators he was no better than trash. Sitting down on a chair, he said that he needed to calm down first. Sitting in front of the mirror, the protagonist reasoned that he died from overwork and was reborn in the body of a fat king named Jared. Looking at the projections, Jared thought that judging by the graphics and the presence of the continent of Nars, he entered the game Paradise. But this is no longer a game, but reality. The dumbfounded protagonist came to the conclusion that if this is so, then this life will soon come to an end. He presented a mountain of monsters and emphasized the fact that it was from 1414 to 1424 that the Great War of San was, and 5 years later in 1419 there would be a great drought and famine, a volcanic eruption and an earthquake, an epidemic, etc., a catastrophe, and the Great War of Narsa would begin due to food shortages. Jared began to try to strangle himself and noted that if a war were to break out on Narsa, all states would be involved in it, including this kingdom, after which he clarified what would happen to such a fat king of this land like him. The enraged protagonist cried out that this was an insignificant character, if even he, a walking encyclopedia on paradise, did not know what to do. In reincarnation novels they always write that the hero is reborn as a nice guy who lives a beautiful life. The leg of his chair broke when he asked why he was fat. Jared fell to the floor. He was lying on the floor. The protagonist introduced his character as a child and emphasized the fact that it was clear that he would grow up to be handsome. He began to stand up and said that there was still hope. Jared, dumbfounded, reasoned that weight could be lost. It was fast, but this time he had memories from his past life, too many hallucinations. Since he was alone in this world, he would be able to be content with all the wealth. The protagonist, with a serious look, said that he had an advantage in the form of knowledge. With the help of knowledge he would ensure a great future for himself, get what others did not even know about. Looking to the side, Jared said that this way he would become the strongest warrior on the continent, and a famous king who united the whole world. This was his goal. The girl was dusting the bookshelves and singing along the way. Smiling, she said that today she needed to clean up thoroughly so that their king could use the office in comfort and cleanliness, although he had not looked in there for a long time. She was suddenly taken aback. Jared held out his hand and called the girl with the dust broom. The delighted maid turned to him. The protagonist began to search for something throughout the library. Looking back, the protagonist said that he was looking for something that his father left him after his death, and then asked why he simply put such an important thing in an unknown place. The maid took the medallion in her hands and said that if this is what he meant, then it was there. Jared took the girl by the hands and thanked her for finding it. The delighted maid cried out that she was glad to help him, and then asked if there was anything else she could do for him. Smiling, the protagonist asked her to leave the room for a while. Jared kicked her out and slammed the door. She stood still. The concerned maid pointed out the fact that the protagonist was somehow different from usual. Smiling, she noted that he was too energetic. The girl ran down the hallway and said that she should follow his example and work harder. Jared sighed with a serious expression. Looking at the medallion, he thought that it was his father's relic, which Barrett made, an artifact that promoted the growth of magic. Looking at it, the protagonist said that he was going to break it now. The medallion cracked. Streams of energy began to flow from the stone, while the protagonist reasoned that his only virtue was the title of a fourth-class mage. Standing in front of a bright flash, Jared noted that he was unable to summon it with his magic. Looking at the thick smoke, the protagonist came to the conclusion that sacrificing this artifact now was the only way to achieve success. Closing one eye, the protagonist said that in any case, in order to become stronger, he is ready to use everything possible. He believes that his father will understand him. Jared covered his face with his hand. A monster appeared in front of him. It began to grow. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that something appeared that can only be summoned once in a lifetime. The monster stood in front of him and asked if Jared summoned it. The protagonist with a smile on his face heard the question, what does he want to possess so much that he summoned her, while he thought that Isabella would make him the best of the best. Standing in front of her, Jared thought that there is no need to be afraid. Isabella quickly loses interest in those who are afraid and there is no need to worry, she loves free individuals. Frowning, the protagonist noted that if he sends Isabella back now, there will be no second chance. He seriously stated that he wants a spiritual eye. Isabella started laughing and said that he had a very selfish desire, then asked if he wanted to see through other people. Smiling, Jared replied that it was true, then noted that in paradise, only one person can master the skill, spiritual eye. He introduced people who glowed red and said that it allows you to scan the indicators and character of another person. Depending on the level and abilities of the user, you can see more detailed information. He needed this skill to manage the kingdom and find promising players. Pointing her finger, Isabella asked what is most important to him. She looked closely at the protagonist. A scroll appeared in front of him. Opening the scroll, Isabella said that she will give him the spiritual eye, but in exchange for this he will give her what he considers most valuable. The demon grabbed the protagonist and noted that if it is wealth, then she will make him a beggar. If it is glory, then she will make a slave of him. If it is family, then she will feast on them. Jared, dumbfounded, thought that Isabella had seen his memories that had just come to his mind, the worst demon curse he had ever heard of. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. Isabella pursed her lips and asked what was wrong with him. Looking at her, the protagonist said that he had kept in mind what was dear to him all this time, but not particularly. It was easy, he had known about her conditions in advance. Pointing to his head, Jared said that it was difficult to keep thinking about the same thing. The smug protagonist said that he had been thinking about keeping his first kiss for 34 years. Isabella tried to fly away from him, and wondered what kind of fool would think about his first kiss. While the monster was reaching for him with her lips, Jared cried out that his first kiss would be with a demon. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that this was how an eternal contract with Isabella was concluded. The maids looked at each other and discussed how the king had become strange, since he had been in seclusion for several months. And now he seemed to be a completely different person. Energy was just gushing out of him. Usually he didn't care about anything and was lazy. The girl ran down the corridor. Moving further, she heard her colleagues discussing. She rushed between them and asked them to disperse. Looking after her, the girls asked if Hayes needed help. They said with a puzzled look that Hayes was too overzealous, and she herself was constantly crying because the king scolded and beat her. Entering the office, the maid said that she brought the documents for the kingdom and information about the family, as he asked. Stretching out his hand, Jared cried out for her to stop there. Examining Hayes, the protagonist studied her characteristics and thought that her loyalty was at level S, and she still had a lot of abilities. Jared frowned and came to the conclusion that it was a pity to leave her as a simple maid. He would definitely make Hayes a healer, and unrequited love at a level meant that she had been in love for at least 10 years. But he was too busy, so he had no plans to date her. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked her to give him the documents. Jared began to sort through the papers. Hayes watched him. The protagonist looked up and looked at her. Looking down, she said that every time this happened to him, she needed to work harder. Jared watched her closely. Hayes remembered how the king beat her in the past. Standing in front of her, the protagonist thought that Jared's memories were gradually emerging. He entrusted most of the things to Hayes, and if something did not work out, he took it out on her like a madman. Looking at her, the protagonist turned to her. He waved his hand, which scared the girl. Jared hugged her and loudly apologized. He hugged her and said that he always hurt her, although it was not easy for her, after which he thanked her for never complaining, but always trusting him. Continuing to hug the girl, the protagonist said that he would not be so pathetic anymore and everything would be different from now on. Smiling, Jared asked if she could trust him one last time, for the sake of becoming a powerful king. Hayes buried her face in his chest and asked for forgiveness. She began to sob, screaming that she was so touched that she could not hold back her tears. She hugged him, saying that she would always be by his side. A smile appeared on her face. Jared calmly thought that now he was a king, so he must answer for all the actions he had done. He sat down at the table. Folding her hands, Hayes said that this would not do. Watching him eat, she said that if she ate only vegetables and grass, she could collapse from exhaustion. Jared continued stuffing vegetables into his mouth, and said that for a pig like him, it was only good for him, and there was no other way. Sitting at the table, the protagonist emphasized the fact that in the game Paradise there's a herb that negatively affects the level of satiety. In a sense, this herb is favorable to the diet, but it tastes so disgusting that no one eats it. Jared winced in disgust and thought that it was like soybean paste was added to sour milk and like cheese was rubbed into his armpits, after which notifications popped up that the use of the Merlin herb promotes the breakdown of fat. The use of aspa leaves promotes an increase in metabolism. There is an additional expenditure of calories twice as much as usual. Intense stimulation is activated. He burned 450 grams of fat. His belly began to shrink. The protagonist vomited. Hayes put the dish on the table and said that she had prepared soy meat just in case. She smiled and noted that for his health, she learned from the chef how to cook it. He always threw it away before, but he could at least try it now. Jared began to cry, thinking that his character was trash, not a human, because he could mock such an angel. He imagined himself flying and emphasized the fact that it was delicious. No wonder her cooking was at level A. It felt like the rotten taste in her mouth had disappeared. He stabbed the meat with his fork. While eating, the protagonist thought that according to the documents, Krivia, where he was located in the northernmost part. He imagined a snowy area and added that it was very cold there, so it was impossible to grow anything, a desert land of Class F, where poisonous insects, wild animals and bandits lived. Hayes watched the king eat, and he thought that if we talk about the merits of this land, there were many useful things there. Jared looked at his empty plate, and noted that the problem was that he was too weak to use these advantages properly. Getting up from the table, the protagonist stated that he should start with himself first. Enraged, Isabella screamed for Jared to give her the spiritual eye. The protagonist was taken aback by what he saw. Looking at her, he asked why she was still there. Jared listened with a displeased look that she would follow him all her life and torment him until he died and returned the spiritual eye to her. He imagined his estate and assumed that this matter would not be resolved so easily. 10 years ago, the guy knocked on the door and asked Jared to open it for him. He seriously screamed that he was sad to hear about the death of the king, but now he must forget about the past and think only about the future. A voice came from the door that the guy would help get through this troubled time. Upset, Jared sat by the bed. He was talking about his father with a tearful look. It was cloudy outside. The drunk guy was laughing and asked if the main character wanted to have a New Year's party. He turned his gaze. The guy was looking at the girls. He hugged them and said hello to Hayes. The dumbfounded girl greeted him back. The guy thought with a crazy look that he couldn't understand why this beauty loved such a fat pig and why she would ever be his. The man with a serious look cried out that he was tired of telling Howard not to flirt with girls and that he was acting thoughtlessly. Hayes turned around and addressed Mr. Liam. Howard was scared by the sight of Liam. Frowning, he asked if he was trying to lecture him, the head of public order, noting that he was constantly whispering something to the king, but in the end he was left with nothing, and still hasn't come to his senses. Enraged, Liam asked again. They bumped their foreheads. The old man watched them and ordered them to stop, because the king would be coming soon. Liam looked at him and turned to Vincent. As he was leaving, Howard said that the toothless dog and the old pensioner were still hanging around like this and disgracing the kingdom. Vincent stood behind Liam and said that he understood his feelings, but that this could not be changed so easily. The guys sat down at the table. The guys sat and discussed how they did not believe that the king initiated the meeting. Jared sat and read the documents. Sipping alcohol, Howard said that he thought the rumors were true. Slamming the bottle on the table, he cried out that it did not really suit the main character to deal with all this routine. He, with a satisfied look, suggested that they quickly end this meeting and have a drink, adding that he hid one bottle of fine alcohol that he would surely like. The main character was taken aback by what he heard. Holding his chin, Jared asked again about alcohol. Howard, pleased, replied that they could also invite lovely ladies, after which he thought that this was his method, which he used to lure the king into every meeting and slow down everything. Clenching his hand into a fist, Liam came to the conclusion that this time he had to stop him, no matter what happened, for the sake of Krivia. Pointing his finger, Jared clarified why he showed up at the meeting so drunk and whether he was in his right mind. The guys were taken aback by what he heard. Howard, puzzled, asked if it was true that they had only recently had a drink together. A magic arrow broke the bottle. Howard held the broken bottle in his hands and listened, that if it were not for the importance of this meeting, he would not have been so lenient. Furious, Howard asked how the king could use magic in such a way. Putting the documents on the table, Jared began to talk about the next agenda. He asked with a calm face if Jared was happy with the fact that he used his power to take money from merchants and replenish his greed. Howard stood up from the table, dumbfounded, and listened to how his greed had caused the lives of the population to decline. Gathering energy in his hands, the protagonist said that they had stopped trusting their king, that all their hard-earned property had been taken away from them, illegal tax collection, human trafficking, and on top of that, illegal training of mercenaries on Rivia's territory. Jared created a fireball in his hand. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would cover up the way he had just behaved with a broken bottle, but that sin would carefully burn his face and they would be done with it. Howard was taken aback by what he heard. He suddenly jumped up from his chair. The guy tried to run away from the fireball. A magical attack flew at him. Looking at the wounded Howard, the protagonist said that he would have killed him on the spot, but he wanted to follow the law, and that was what saved him. Frowning, Jared cried out that he was removing him from his post from today. The frightened people heard the protagonist say that they would investigate all the corrupt operations carried out on the territory of the kingdom. They knelt down and cried out that they wanted to ask for forgiveness for their negligence, and that they could not be forgiven. Surprised, Liam thought that he had extinguished Howard in one fell swoop, who had eaten a dog in the military craft. This is the power of a fourth-class mage from the Yakalesh family with blue magical roots, and this dignity is exactly like his predecessor, Lord Barrett. Jared turned to Liam with a serious look and said that he was appointing him the new head of public order protection in Krivia. The man was taken aback by what he heard. He knelt down and said that he was ready to follow his instructions. The people stood in front of him and said that no one had any objections. Sighing, the protagonist thought that he had somehow saved the king's dignity, which was already below the baseboard. Looking at the positions of the people above their heads, Jared emphasized the fact that there was a problem with the placement of personnel, not a single person who was in the right place. They exchanged glances with Vincent. There was a smile on the old man's face. The joyful protagonist offered to fix everything there, because he had a spiritual eye. A month later, a scream was heard in the city. With his hands folded, the guy said that if he did not have money, he would no longer be able to trade. The bandit sat in front of him and ordered him to shut up while he spoke nicely and had to pay for the place. The man with a serious face said that Mr. Howard had not been coming for a bribe lately. Holding a bag of gold, they discussed that Howard said he would not come, so that he would not spend it and keep it with him. Hearing sounds from the street, they looked at each other and asked the guy to go and check. He looked out the door and asked who had come. A joyful Jared greeted him. The dumbfounded man asked who this fat cat was. The protagonist dealt him a powerful blow. Liam hit him in the face. The criminal flew up. Frowning, the man asked how they dared to insult the king. Were they really tired of wearing their heads on their shoulders? Jared smiled and said that what they shouted at him was nothing. Looking at the wounded man, the protagonist said that they had illegally received money for the place from merchants and residents of the kingdom. The protagonist frowned and ordered to seize everyone, without a trace. The man flexed his fists and replied that it would be done. The guys listened with a dumbfounded look as he began the trial right there in the name of the new head of public order. The criminal went outside. He carefully carried the bag. Opening the door, the king asked where he was going. The guy stretched out his hand and activated a magic arrow. The projectiles rushed at the thief. The people smiled happily and wished glory to the king and the head of security. The stranger watched as the knight led the prisoners and said that they had been waiting for these scoundrels to be caught, and now it had finally happened, this relief. Clenching his fist, Liam said that His Majesty honestly admitted his past actions, and said that he would try to put the lives of his citizens above all else. The beaten man walked discontentedly, listening to how the capture of the criminals was just the beginning. The seller gave the bread to the guy and said that this was all the generosity of the king, who ordered to share with the hungry. The crowd looked at the musician, listening to what they should be grateful to the king. The protagonist was happily riding a horse. Jared was sitting at the table with the workers, telling that the citizens began to treat the top of their kingdom a little better. Smiling, Liam said that this was a great success, because even his supporters appeared. The guy looked at the happy boss and asked how he liked his new position, if it was okay. The protagonist drank tea and listened to what he had appointed him to the position that suited him. He was very happy. Looking at the notice, the king replied that if he was happy, then he was happy, and hoped that he would continue to be responsible for protecting public peace. Jared was sitting at the table, thinking that over the past month, all the criminals in the kingdom had been caught, security and public opinion had improved significantly. Imagining Liam with the soldiers, he thought about how he was given skilled warriors that he had selected with the spiritual eye, all of these soldiers united under his name. The protagonist looked away at the demon and thought that she was still asking for the spiritual eye. Looking at the papers, Vincent said that having developed a new cultivation method, he was engaged in farming, but due to the long and cold winter and many harmful plants, it was difficult. Bill touched his cheek and said that he was promoting the magic stone of Krivia as a special product, but more time was needed for good results. Putting his hands on his stomach, the king thought that without talents, there was no special meaning in the spiritual eye, he should put in a little more effort. Liam smiled and said that of course he saw it all the time, but such a movement seemed to mean something. The protagonist looked at his stomach and replied that it was a well-known exercise in other countries for losing weight. The man gave us a thumbs up and said that as he lost weight, he was becoming more and more like a king. Sweating, the protagonist thought about how, to be honest, this move wasn't about dieting, it was a way to increase his killing magic. He imagined a diagram of a person and told us that you first need to direct magic to both hands, and then back to the body, And this is how the magic increase bug is caused. Imagining a happy man, Jared told us that although they say that paradise officially has no bugs, this is not true. He noticed the same effect as raising his level by 12 points in a month this way. The protagonist looked at the mana in his hand and thought that with this, he could use 4th class magic once or twice more. The guy pushed off the ground. Frowning, he shouted that he was in a hurry to report the information to His Majesty. The boys turned around in surprise when they heard that the search party he had sent had finally found the gang of thieves hiding in the mine. The protagonist listened, dumbfounded, to hear that there were slaves there, too. The plot moves us back a year, when the swords clashed. The boys fought fiercely. The girl was watching the training on the street. Leaning on the fence, she said that he wielded the sword very well. The boys approached her and asked why she was always staring at their colleagues, and that something bad could happen. Smiling, Lena greeted them. Sheila looked at her happily and said that if she skipped school, she would be punished. Picking up the barrel, the girl replied that it was okay, she was faster than the others anyway. The clouds were moving towards the sun. Looking at the water in the barrel, the girl said that she was already 14 years old, asking if it was true that she would become a servant in a rich house. Lena looked at the butterfly and answered that it was true. She happily stood by the fence and said that the director had found this house for her, an orphan, so she thought it would be a wonderful place. The girl looked into the distance and said that she was sorry, she wanted to hire her into their army. The girl smiled. The guys looked at each other in confusion and asked what was going on. Lena stood behind them and asked if she could ever become a powerful warrior, even if not now, but if she tried really hard. She watched the flying butterfly and said that she did not want to be a servant. Nick laughed until he cried. Taking out his sword, he asked if she knew why there were so few female warriors in the world. The guy waved the weapon. Frowning, Nick said that because the world was too dangerous, diligence and courage were not enough. Lena clutched her skirt, listening to how most of them had given up after realizing the reality, or died. The guy took off his glove with his teeth and said that, to be honest, men were no exception. Looking at her hand, he said that its gender was not so important here, it was necessary to have abilities and talent, diligence, well that's all. Nick looked at the butterfly, saying that she was superior to them in abilities, so of course she could. Sheila put her hand on her head and said that if she had nowhere to go, she could come here at any time. Because she was the commander of the army, she would hire her right away. The girl smiled and agreed. After a while, she sat with a beaten look. Looking at the shackles on her hands, Lena called the guys. The girl brought her hands to her face. She remembered how the man with the children walked towards her. Lena imagined him smiling and saying that she was an angel sent by the Almighty to their shelter. The girl imagined how she joyfully responded with consent. The criminal smirked and asked if she didn't know that the director of the orphanage had sold her to them. Lena clenched her fists and screamed that it couldn't be. He had promised to send her to work as a maid in a rich family. The man held a beer and said that she was not a maid, but a slave. Taking a whip, he said that there was no difference between an orphan and a slave. The villain beat the girl on the back and screamed that only slaves should speak more politely. Lena sat on her knees. Clutching her head, she said that they were wrong, the director was not that kind of person. The girl sat behind bars, thinking about the fact that a month had passed since she was sold into slavery. Sometimes she was subjected to corporal punishment, and spent almost all the rest of her time in a prison cell. Turning her head, Molly asked if she really was from Mallorca. She sat next to the girl and said that it turned out that slavery was prescribed to her by fate. Having presented the teenager at the auction, the girl said that most orphans from Mallorca are sold into slavery, such is the order in this country. Molly smiled and said that the director who raised her was of the same opinion, so she should give up these thoughts. Frowning, Lena replied that she did not want to and would not give up, no matter what happened, she would get out of here. She watched as the girl scratched her nose and asked if she wanted to get out of there. Reaching out her hand, Molly said that she had not thought about it, they would live together in this hell until they died. The girl pulled away and said that her words made her mood worse. Lena carried the basket with the girl and thought about how another month had passed, they had quickly become friends with her. Looking at the bars with people, she thought that there were not so many child slaves in this place, there was no will of their own, most of the slaves were like soulless dolls. The girl walked past the cell, thinking that with a broken will there are much fewer problems with a slave. It was not difficult to sell him, she does not know whether it is luck or not, but she and Molly did not have to worry until they were 15, since they were the most expensive slaves. Frowning, Lena said that she would not give up. She looked at the pot of soup, thinking that half a year had passed, she had already gotten used to constant work and listened to how Krivia was a more backward country than Majorca. Molly peeled potatoes and told her friend that this was a deserted land, where a young king ruled, who did not have any special talents. Because of all this the country was gradually falling into decline. Lena looked at her surprised friend, thinking that when she asked how she knew all this, the girl answered the same way. Smiling, Molly said that she heard the conversations of those fools, she had good hearing. The girl stirred the soup and said that Krivia was full of monster hunters. But there was no work for hired soldiers, so her friends, whom she told about, would not come here. Looking at the shackles, Lena replied that she would not give up anyway. Her friend picked up the ladle and said that in her life she had never seen anyone more stubborn than her. She looked away and added that she liked it. The mine was covered with snow. The girl was sitting next to her friend on the floor, thinking that a year had passed. They were 15 years old. Molly was lying on the ground with a fever. Frowning, Lena thought about how her whole body was burning. If she was left like this, trouble would happen. The slave owner put his feet up on the table and asked if this Howard had shouted for them to trust only him, but he himself had fallen into the clutches of this fat king. He drank beer and said that because of him they could not sell these dirty slaves, and were hiding in some damp hole. Holding on to the bars, the girl said that her friend had a high temperature, and that he should give her just 1 cup of warm broth. She clasped her hands and said that in the future she promised to obey and not say anything against 1 cup of broth, at least half a cup. The man looked away. Molly was sitting at the table with soup and listening to what she had to eat. Hugging the girl, the slave owner told her to eat before it got cold. He led her away and said that she should eat herself, and that he had business with her. Lena turned around and said with a smile that it was okay, she was fine. The man grabbed the girl by the cheeks and said that the patient needed to rest. He looked at the splashes in surprise. Lena watched as he held his burn. Molly grabbed her friend by the hands and said that it was time to run. They rushed forward. The surprised girl ran and said that they only asked for soup. What was going on? Frowning, Molly shouted that she did not know about the others, but not them. She was not a slave. The man extended his hand, hearing that she had said that she would get out of here. He pulled the girl by the hair and asked where they were going. The slave owner waved his knife. Lena extended her hand in alarm. The wounded friend fell to the ground. The girl hit him in the face and asked him to let her go. She sat down next to the wounded Molly. Bursting into tears, Lena asked why she went under the knife instead of her. The girl lay on the ground and said that her life had been too lost. She grew up among bandits and saw only murders and robberies, so she was no good for anything else. Introducing her friend with the warriors, she said that she had a dream, even though she was an orphan. At first she was speechless. Molly smiled and said that now she even envied her. That's why she wanted to protect her. The girl covered her eyes and asked not to give up. Sitting in front of the man with a sword, Lena answered that she would not give up. No matter what happened, she would get out of here. She sat on the ground and said that even if she had to kill everyone here. The girl grinned through tears. The slave owner grabbed his face. Pressing the girl to the ground, he asked who she was staring at. The man writhed furiously and screamed that because of her friend he had a burn on half his face. His head was already hurting from them in the morning. Let him die. Turning around, he listened as the king asked if it could be called a burn. The criminal was taken aback. Flames engulfed his body. Holding out his hand, Jared said that this was a real burn. A little earlier, Liam stood in front of the mine and said that the Isla mine was indeed a hideout for Chad's gang. Frowning, the protagonist said that after Howard, who covered them, disappeared, they counted on the stupid king to riot for a couple of days and then calm down, and this was the only place to sit in peace. Putting on his helmet, the man asked if His Majesty had any more insightful thoughts. The protagonist drew his sword from its sheath and replied that he had gone too far. He turned around and ordered everyone to go inside. The king stood in front of the army and said that they came to destroy all who made slaves out of people. The warriors stood in the crowd, listening to how, in order to achieve justice, they must free all the oppressed. The boys frowned when they heard that they would have no mercy. Jared ran forward and shouted what kind of trivia it was. The knights fought furiously and shouted that everyone inside needed to be gathered. The criminal ran quickly and asked to call Chad right away. A sword flew at his back. Liam stretched out his hand and said that none of them would run away. He struck at the enemies. The warrior stubbornly fought back with his shield. The bloody sword lay on the floor. We see a pickaxe near the stones. Standing in front of the army, the king said that there were so many forks here, probably because this was a mine. The protagonist frowned and said that their level of weapon proficiency was no better than an ordinary person. Everyone needed to spread out and search everything. The slave owner held a knife and shouted that he had a burn and a headache because of the girl. He turned around at the voice of the guy asking if it was a burn. The man looked at the flames. The fire was consuming his body. Frowning, the protagonist said that this was a real burn. Jared walked along the ground and said that in games he often came across prisons for slaves, but in reality it was disgusting. The king sat down next to the girl and asked if she was okay. Lena was desperately crying and said that she was fine, but not her friend. She was sitting near Molly and said that the girl died saving her. Frowning, the protagonist thought that it was too late to use restoration magic. He hugged the girl and said that he should have come earlier. Looking at the crying Lena, the guy thought about the exhaustion of her body and the dry skin on her hands. She had been through a lot. Taken aback, drunk Chad asked what all the fuss was about. He looked at the guys and said that he was wondering who it was, and it was their fat king. The protagonist frowned when he heard that he would have been better off sitting at home and eating fatty meat. Why was he here? Jared raised a cluster of mana and said that it turned out that his life was worthless. Even the last dog knew the king as a stupid fatso. He would catch him and personally send him to hell. The man collected energy in his hands and said that a pig like him could not use magic. The guys looked at each other angrily. Stretching out his hand with a lightning bolt, Chad shouted that he would die. The protagonist dodged the attack. Raising an eyebrow, the rival asked which mage would use speed magic. The king ran around the criminal. The man frowned, thinking about how speed magic is a basic level magic that gives the body super speed, but is quite difficult to control, so many avoid it, and said that it would probably be difficult for him to change direction. Raising a ball of mana, he shouted that in this case, he would blow up everything around. The guy hit him in the jaw. He attacked him from different sides. Chad arched in pain. Extending his hand, Jared said that he used super powerful magic that requires a lot of control while drunk, which is why there were so many holes. The protagonist put his sword in its sheath and said that the opponent was too weak, he didn't even have the strength to get angry, let him just disappear into the abyss. Notifications popped up that he had completed 2 tasks and the level of loyalty of the kingdom's inhabitants had reached level 100. A small golden age was coming to Krivia. The carriages were driving along the snowy road and the king was telling us that Chad had died in the end and the mine case had been quickly resolved. Looking at Liam on the horse, he was telling us that all the accomplices who had been involved in the murders and kidnappings had been sentenced to death. The main character was looking at the guys in the carriage, thinking about the fact that the people who had been enslaved were planned to be delivered to their families accompanied by guards. Lena looked at him in surprise and asked if she could really go to his kingdom. Jared was sitting opposite her in the carriage and replied that of course, even if she returned to her orphanage in Mallorca, that director would still want to sell her again. Smiling, the guy said that he was always looking for young and talented people who could work with him. If she moved to their kingdom, he would be grateful to her. The girl smiled when she heard that he would take responsibility for her and make her a first-class knight, and thanked him. Lena happily raised her hands and said that she would definitely become a skilled warrior who lived up to his expectations. The king looked at her in surprise, thinking that he did not expect to see her here. Remembering the sword on the battlefield, he thought that Lena would actually stand at the forefront of the Demon King's army during the Great War of the Host 10 years later. Jared imagined the attacking people, thinking that she would easily repel the attacks of hundreds of players. This is the strongest tank that does not lose. The protagonist imagined how the girl fought with a smile, thinking that it was impossible to take the fortress she guarded. Lena was an excellent defender of the Demon King's army. Taking her hand, the protagonist thought that it was even for the best. Since this happened, it would be necessary to prevent the girl from falling into the hands of the Demon King. The guy was healing the surprised Lena, thinking that preparation for the Great War of the Host was a given, and it would also be possible to make her a rising star not of the devils, but of his army. Frowning, the king thought that the problem remained in their neighbors Mallorca. If illegal slave trade was allowed there, then all other violations were also allowed, which meant that they had a bad influence on their territories as well. The plot moves us to Mallorca, where a man's voice was heard from the house, saying that fool Horgus was going to spend all this money. He sat in the arms of the girls and said that lately he had been hearing more and more praise for Krivia, and this buzzing was spoiling his mood. Jake held the phone and said that he would prepare everything as needed. Grinning, the man said that he had to pay for his friend's offense. Night fell on the city. The guards patrolled the streets. The stranger jumped from the roof of one house to another. He had a bag hanging on his back. From there, he threw the bag straight into the alley between the houses. The bag fell, its contents spilling onto the ground. The stranger stood on the edge of the roof, watching this. His gaze was cold and impenetrable. Prince Jared was breathing heavily from running. Lena was running too, but she was breathing steadily and looked calm. The man watching the runners shouted to them that this was the last lap. Jared, exhausted, asked Lena how she found the run. The girl enthusiastically answered yes and added that the shaft was very narrow and the air there was terrible. Sweating, the guy said that for now they would train together. The man watching the training stood with a stone face. At breakfast, Jared asked if he had received a message from Lord Vincent and Bill. Hayes handed him an envelope and confirmed that a letter had arrived from them that morning. The prince read the contents and was glad that everything was resolved gloriously. The guy decided to explain briefly so that the girl would understand. Lord Vincent is engaged in the cultivation of agricultural crops called Retria and he has shown success in this. The prince also explained that their kingdom mainly imports products, so now they will be able to at least slightly reduce costs thanks to this. And Bill was able to attract 1.5 times more monster hunters than usual, so they began to sell crystals that are mined with the help of hunters and the income from this doubled. Lena, with a smile on her face, said that her friend told her that Krivia is on the decline, but this place is much better than she thought. Jared calmly replied that only now everything began to improve, but soon everyone on the mainland will know about Krivia. Suddenly, the head of public order entered the dining room and called out to Jared. The prince noticed Liam and asked what was going on. They headed to the same alley. Liam replied that it was found not only here, but in other places as well. The prince looked down, puzzled, and wondered. A bloody corpse of a monster appeared before his eyes. Liam was speechless. He only said guiltily that he should have paid more attention to protecting the kingdom. Jared asked him not to blame himself so much. None of the inhabitants were hurt, and explained that their kingdom was very small. There was not even a fortress, so it was not surprising that in such a situation they were quite vulnerable. The prince thought to himself that the level of satisfaction of the citizens was currently at the highest level. Therefore, this was the work of someone from the outside. What benefit would the criminal gain from this? Suddenly, someone screamed, asking for help for his mother. The prince heard the beggar say that he could even sell himself into slavery and give money for help. The man angrily replied that no matter how he asked, he did not have a cure. The prince approached them and asked the girl her name and what medicine she was looking for. The girl excitedly said that her name was Mia and that her mother had fallen ill with Ronella's disease. Jared asked again about the disease in horror. The male pharmacist fell to his knees, saying that this was nonsense, because the disease was almost incurable. Thoughtfully, His Majesty replied that he knew how this disease could only be cured by the blessing of the great priest, or by a precious cure-all made in the country of Idima. This disease is a lung disease similar to tuberculosis, often contracted in dungeons or from wild monsters in the kingdom of Ranala, hence the name. The prince knelt down and, smiling, asked Mia to take him to her mother. He said with a sparkle in his eyes that he knew how to cure this disease. The girl pointed to a dilapidated building. She ran up the stairs and said that her mother was on the second floor. He got up after the girl, who was already running into the room and calling her mother. Mia, with tears in her eyes, said that she had brought a man who would help them. Her mother was just sitting in bed and coughing blood into a handkerchief. The woman, exhausted by the disease, turned to the doctor, saying that she had no money for treatment and apologized, asking him to leave. The guy saw the warning and explained that he did not need payment, so let the woman be calm and trust him. Mia happily exclaimed that this man was not a doctor, but a king, and he had come to save Mary. Looking at the guy, the woman replied that they had not seen His Majesty for a long time. Mary explained that 8 years ago she was invited to work as a cook in the castle. The guy covered his face with his hand and said that back then he was very thoughtless, so he asked for forgiveness for all his actions in the past. He knelt down next to Mary, but she said that he should not come so close, because the disease was too dangerous. But the prince assured that everything was fine. The protagonist asked the girl to bring a wet towel. She immediately ran to fulfill the order. He turned around abruptly. He went to the window to open the shutters. The hero looked thoughtfully out the open window. Jared looked straight at the very alley with the animal's corpse. He asked the woman how long she had been seeing monsters here. Mary held a handkerchief to her lips and said that everything was correct. She had worked for a long time as a cook in a detachment that was engaged in the sale of crystals extracted from monsters. The prince, looking away, continued to explain that the disease is not transmitted between people, but everyone who has had contact with a monster becomes infected. But until the very end this disease has no symptoms, so most live in ignorance. Based on this, the woman held on. But after she found the corpse of the monster near the house, her condition sharply worsened. Mary asked who could have done this and whether she would die. Hayes and Lena entered the room, saying that they had brought all the medicines that His Majesty had asked for. The prince, meanwhile, consoled the woman, telling her to trust him, because he would not leave until her condition improved. Exhausted, Mary thanked the guy and with tears in her eyes asked how she could thank him for this. His Majesty, with a good-natured smile, replied that she first needed to recover, and then think about it. The same stranger who had thrown the corpse of the monster into the alley sat on the roof of the house. He mocked the prince, who wanted to prepare the medicine. At that very moment, Liam appeared behind him with a sword at the ready and threateningly noted that the king had never made a mistake. The criminal turned around, and the head of security continued to say that even now a stranger had appeared at the crime scene, as the king had predicted. Liam then furiously presented the accusations to the man that he was the very criminal who had thrown the body of the monster into their kingdom, where people were at risk of contracting Ronell's disease. The stranger asked Liam with a sly squint if this was really true. Jared was sitting at the table, sorting out herbs. Hayes was thinking out loud that finding these herbs was not difficult at all. It turned out that they could be used to make a cure for Ronell's disease. His Majesty, meanwhile, was heating up a solution of herbs in a glass flask. During the time of the game Paradise, players who were engaged in pharmacy developed a cure for Ronell's disease, and while they were arguing about the right to income, someone took and leaked the recipe on the site, and that's how Jared found out about it. With this knowledge, 10 years later the boy was able to prepare this medicine. He sat and ground herbs in a mortar and thought about it. Suddenly Mary called him. The prince immediately responded. The woman looked up and asked why a man like him was trying so hard for some poor commoner like her. Without turning around, he answered that anyone who had been sick before knew what it was like. Mary immediately asked if he himself had suffered from Ronell's disease. The boy explained that he grew up in a loving family. The girls looked at the boys with interest. He took Mary's hand and said that in addition to his mother's affection, there was something else. Jared immersed himself in memories of how in the past they lived poorly and did not have the means to examine his mother in the hospital. When they finally got to the hospital, it turned out that his mother had terminal cancer, which was incurable. At that time, the main character felt not so much sadness as anger. He blamed himself for not having the opportunity to prevent this problem. 15 years have passed, but the guy still blames himself for this. Being a king now, he understood what Mia might be experiencing. He sat and stirred the liquid in a jar. The red mixture filled the bottle, and he thought that he did not want Mia to feel the same as he did, because the girl should not lose her mother. Meanwhile, Liam was chasing the criminal on the roofs of houses. The stranger dodged the blows of the guard's sword. Liam's look expressed rage. The criminal defended himself. They crossed swords in a fight. But the stranger's nimble blow unexpectedly slipped. He almost hit Liam, but he managed to dodge. And the next moment, the guard parried another attack, which was aimed right at the head. Then Liam simply began to press on the opponent's sword with all his might. The thought flashed through the criminal's mind that the guard was simply using brute force. So the guy decided to use his speed and dodge the attack, and deal with it in one go. The man struck the guard with lightning speed, right in the jaw. For a moment, Liam was stunned. The stranger's eyes widened in amazement. He raised his sword to strike, drawing a line along the roof tiles. Liam swung and screamed that with such abilities, the stranger still dared to touch the kingdom. The criminal was shocked, panic reflected in his eyes. He was able to block such a powerful blow, thus flying to the side from the power of the attack. The stranger thought with regret that Liam was stronger than he seemed, and no one told him that the head of security would be so strong. The guy wondered where the guard got such terrifying strength from. The reason why Liam was much stronger than the hired killer was because of his abilities. During the fight with the villains, complete order and the embodiment of justice bring the physical abilities of the head of security to the maximum. Standing on the roof, the guy realized that the one who belonged to the villains was this stranger, who tried to kill the citizens of Krivia with Ronel's disease. They were not spared by the head of public order of the kingdom, so Liam could not be defeated. The stranger began to joke, saying that he was scared and that he had in his thoughts to kill Liam if he himself was caught. He also added that apparently he would have to abandon this idea. He turned around and said goodbye, that today was enough and he would go. Liam screamed in rage that he would not let the guy go. The stranger explained with a grin that they would meet again soon anyway. Strange smoke poured out of his mouth, and he added that then the battle would be until the very end, and not like now. Liam was perplexed by the strange smoke that appeared. When the smoke cleared, there was no one else on the roof except the security chief. He had missed the criminal. 2 days had passed, and by this time Mia was sitting quietly on her knees and watching the speaker. The speaker showed a scattered clot of mana, explaining that such a clot was formed by simple imagination. In his other hand was a clot formed by a complex method of strong concentration. The girl immediately asked if both methods were suitable for using magic, then it was only possible to develop one of them. She was told that everyone thought so until life pecked them in the ass. A man in a green robe with a hood hiding his face and a lush mustache explained that evil magicians burn all the mana that is nearby, in which case those who use only the first method turn into fools who are incapable of anything. Mia was very surprised that a magician cannot cast spells in such a case. In her opinion, it was just terrible. The mysterious man continued to explain that this is why it is necessary to train the method of strong concentration, even if it is difficult. Mia replied that she understood this point, but she had a question. She asked, pointing her finger at the man's robe, what kind of strange clothes he was wearing. The man suddenly took off his cape and false mustache. It was Jared. He said with a smile that he put it on to create an atmosphere, since he became her mentor in magic. The girl calmly replied that it did not really work. The guy noted that she was too straightforward. Suddenly, someone called His Majesty, saying that it was time for a meal. Mia happily ran to open the door, and Jared said after her that they had not finished their lesson yet. The person who entered asked if he had disturbed their lesson, to which Jared said that he himself would be interested in trying the cooking that this man had prepared. This person turned out to be Mary, who looked quite healthy already. She was dressed in a chef's uniform and smiled radiantly, saying that she hoped that His Highness would like what she had prepared. Jared said with concern that it would be better for her to rest a little more before starting work. The woman replied that thanks to his care she had already fully recovered and tried to make breakfast according to his diet, and the main dish was soy meat, which the guy really liked. Demon Isabella stuck her head out from behind the wall to see what was going on. She said mysteriously that Jared had actually changed. Clumps of mana were floating around the king's office. He was sitting in a meditative pose. The guy himself looked quite thin. Waves of mana were rising around him. He was thinking about how people try to find the shortest path in any matter. For example, a glitchy training method that allows you to raise your mana level by 2 or 3 points in one day. At that moment the mana around the guy seemed to suddenly fly in different directions. The guy opened his eyes. He knew that this method had a low level of mastery. Status windows appeared in front of him, stating that he had successfully mastered a new training method and he needed to choose an official name for this method. A method of managing magic that combines a training method with bugs and mana of the mage family. This allows you to increase the power of magic by 6 points. Jared hovered his finger over the status window to enter the name, and thought about it all. He started typing symbols into the box and thinking that this method would be his base, so wouldn't it be better to come up with a name that symbolized him? The guy typed the name of the method and it was a single-player bug user. Suddenly Isabella appeared and stuck out her long tongue and said that she had secretly watched many mages, but Jared's methods were different from others. She hovered in the air and the guy asked the demon if she could see his mana flows, to which she replied that ordinary people couldn't see it, but not her. Isabella continued to say that although the guy wasn't playing by the rules, his mana level was acceptable. She approached him from behind, grabbed the boy's face with her clawed hand and said mysteriously that Jared was not from this world. She grinned contentedly. The guy pretended not to understand anything and asked again what she was talking about. The demoness thought about it, saying that she thought that Jared was from another continent, because she heard that people from the Eastern Empire have a huge ability to absorb mana. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. He was not revealed. He decided to cheat a little and added with a smart look that according to the stories of his ancestors, there are such mystical rumors about his lineage. After that, he himself thought about the fact that the Eastern Empire is a project that the game development team had been working on for 5 years. He was so impatiently waiting for the release of this empire, but died before he could try it in the game. Isabella asked what the young man was thinking about. She hugged him again with her clawed hand and added that while she was next to him, something interesting always happened, so she even became curious. He calmly asked her again what she wanted. Then the demoness suggested a heart-to-heart talk, because anyway, he was the only one of the people who could see her. She opened his left eye wide with her fingers and it glowed red. The guy firmly told her that he would not give up the spiritual eye. Isabella said with embarrassment that she would consider the spiritual eye just a wedding gift to her future husband. Jared was shocked by what he heard. She continued to say that at first the guy was so fat, it was disgusting to look at, but now he has lost a little weight and has become quite nice. Jared said with a shudder that now he understood why she constantly stared at him from above when he was sleeping. Isabella thought that such a man would be just right for her, the ghost of a virgin. Besides, the young man gave her his first kiss. Jared did not even want to remember it. The guy jumped up, grumbling that he urgently needed to go to Ranella. But the demoness offered him to go together. She was already head over heels in love with Jared. In the carriage, Hayes read Jared a message in which Liam said that Lena was developing very quickly and it was amazing how the king had seen such abilities in this child at first glance. Because for this you need to have a truly monstrous sense of smell, and in about a month and a half the girl would no longer need the lessons of the head of security. Jared was surprised that in the message the strongest warrior of Krivia would only be able to teach Lena for another month. He considered her a talented child. He asked Hayes to tell her that he would find a good teacher for the girl in the future. While the young man was driving and looking out the carriage window, he was thinking that several good candidates for a teacher had just come to mind. Suddenly the carriage stopped. An arrow flew through the window from Hayes' side, which ran into a barrier of mana created by Jared. The girl called out to His Majesty questioningly. He looked at the servant with a stunned look and was ready. Someone was shouting outside about an ambush, and to protect His Majesty, Hayes picked up an arrow that almost pierced her skull and looked at it in horror. A huge number of arrows were flying, cutting through the air. Jared put up a shield of mana around and shouted that it looked like an attack by bandits. But they would not be able to get him with such an arrow. Arrows flew off one after another from the shield. Hayes called out to His Majesty in panic, and covered the guy with her body, saying that she would protect him. Jared panicked, saying that it could be dangerous. If they hit her, she could die. The girl selflessly said that it was her duty to protect him. The young man said in response that she was just a servant and should not use her loyalty like that. He told her to sit still inside and not go out, and if she went out, he would kill her himself. The girl had to obey the king's order. Arrows continued to fly. Jared jumped out of the carriage and stood behind his warriors with shields, shouting that these were pathetic attempts by bandits. The knights in response shouted that it was too dangerous for the king to go outside. The guy put a shield of mana in front of him. Isabella flew up to him in the form of a clot and asked if he needed help, but he immediately refused. The king held the magic shield in front of him and advanced forward like a battering ram. A group of attackers began to appear in front of him. The bandit told his boss that a mage was approaching them. The boss replied that he thought that a mage was riding in the carriage. The boss was a thief and killer named Thog. He said that meant their masked client had a reason. Jared heard about the masked guy and remembered what Liam told him about the criminal who threw monsters into the kingdom. Thog began to attack, shouting that his shield would not help Jared. The furious bandit boss wanted to show off his skills to the new guy in the gang and show him how it was done. He cut the air with his powerful axe, calling this attack a spinning massacre, and rushed towards the king. The metal part of the weapon spun, breaking away from the shaft and flying away. It instantly reached Jared's face, but he managed to dodge it in time, using speed magic. The guy immediately wanted to use a magic arrow, but Thog dispelled this attack and commented that these were all funny tricks. He had already gotten close to the guy and sharply hit him on the head with the shaft of the weapon. The bandit boss looked towards the guy. He did not move for a while. But the blow missed the target. It hit the magic shield protecting the young man's head, who noted with a smile that the mage killer is not just a beautiful name. The bandit's face at that moment expressed shock. He suddenly dealt many quick blows to the king's entire body. Thog's eyes were wild, thinking about how Jared was quickly throwing spells and had at least the 4th class of magic. The blows almost broke the mage's shield, because the bandit knew that if he stopped, he would come under counterattack, so he couldn't give Jared anything to do. The guards looked at this sight in horror, while the bandit mocked the young man, saying that he barely had time to parry the blows and would soon waste all his magic this way. The other bandits grinned maliciously. Jared abruptly grabbed the shaft of Thog's weapon. It dawned on him that this staff was an artifact for magicians, and he needed it. The bandit realized in bewilderment that his attack had just been caught. Jared used the magic of increasing physical strength and took the staff from the bandit. Thog thought that the mage was not supposed to be so strong in the first place. The young man continued to talk about how he had already blocked the bandit's vaunted abilities with paralysis magic. The bandit could not move, and Jared continued to ask him about the guy in the mask, to which Thog agreed to tell everything about his customer if he was left alive. In the other hand, the young man already had the same axe of the bandit, and he said with a smile that he would like to listen to Thog. But the guy will not believe the criminal, after which he sharply struck with the axe. In solitary confinement sat a guy named Lewis. He thought out loud that a merchant without money and luck cannot buy, because the old sayings have not yet been wrong and therefore he is also unlucky. He reproached himself for hiring cheap guards, who are already dead because of Thog. The boy silently listened to the conversation of 2 bandits who were discussing the need to attack a drug dealer who has a lot of soldiers in his guard. One of the speakers was Thog. He claimed that no one could resist his weapon. He was talking to a masked stranger who was now paying for the order. The masked criminal was thinking about King Krivia at that moment, who had cured everyone with his potions, which meant he could easily get the ingredients for it. And of course, Jared would go to Ranella to make a huge profit from selling medicine there. Thog looked at the road and asked the masked guy if the target would definitely show up there, to which the guy replied that the information was reliable. Lewis was thinking out loud that Thog had already killed 11 people in the last 7 days alone, and was there really no daredevil who could catch this monster? That's when Jared appeared and was able to defeat Thog. Lewis watched the fight with wide eyes, while the bandits could be heard shouting that their boss had lost. At that moment, the king rose into the air and summoned a huge fireball of magic. The bandits began to run away from danger and terror. Lewis was delighted to think that the daredevil had finally appeared. It was Jared, the warrior who would save Lewis. Lewis smiled and said words of gratitude for being saved. Jared knew that gratitude was good. But he also said that in this case it was possible to keep a distance, because the joyful Lewis hugged the boy without letting go. When Lewis realized his mistake, he apologized and said that he was overwhelmed with emotion and did not notice such behavior. Jared asked the boy if he came to make a deal about crystals and was attacked by Thog, stealing everything. The boy confirmed this and the king apologized that there was no proper security in this area. Lewis did not attach any importance to this, and said that he thought that he would die here until he saw His Highness. Jared saw the boy's status window, which said that he was the largest ruler who bought a kingdom in the east for an astronomical sum. With the help of excellent prediction skill and based on fashion analysis, he was able to determine trends in advance and replace popular products. Jared wondered why Lewis was near their kingdom at such a time and what brought him here, because he would become the greatest ruler in the east in the future. Then the king told the boy that it would be hard for him psychologically to lose his entire fortune, but Jared could make him an offer. He could give Louis 15% of the profit if he sold for it the product that the king was going to trade in Ronel. Jared thought that of all the outstanding people, Lewis was the most extraordinary and therefore, to begin with, it was necessary to make a deal with him, arouse the boy's interest and hire him, while Lewis thought about the offer. He told the king that instead of profit, he could fulfill 2 of his requests. And if the king trusted him, the boy would find a good place for him. Jared agreed, but said that depending on the situation, he could refuse, but Lewis was sure that His Majesty would listen to the requests. The first request was that the king call the boy simply Lewis, and he planned to tell the second one later. Isabella was indignant at such a request, and Jared was in a stupor, but still agreed. Finally, the company arrived in the kingdom of Ranella and Hayes said that it seemed to her as if this kingdom was dark and nondescript, but it turned out to be quite bright. Lewis replied that many people think so, but people cannot refuse the jewels mined here in the dungeons. And if only the problem with the disease is solved, then the potential of this kingdom will immediately open up. Jared noted that thanks to Lewis, they are opening their business in a good place. Lewis embarrassedly replied that this is compensation for his salvation, and this is not enough, as it seems to him. Looking at a large barrel near the king, Lewis asked if this is the very medicine they want to sell. Jared answered negatively. He brought a glass bottle to the neck of the barrel tap and poured the medicine. Several status windows appeared, notifying that the production of a rare healing herb was successful and the production skill increased to level 2. The bottle glowed red, because the highest growth rates for the day were reached. Jared thought that the restrictions would immediately turn on, because of which the process of making the medicine had previously taken him several months. So the guy gave the bottle to Louis and said that he needed to sell it. The first buyer was infected with Ranella disease. He doubtfully asked if they would sell him the medicine for only 1 gold. Louis answered with a smile that he saw that the buyer was a very good person, so such an offer was especially for him. The man began to suspect Louis of fraud, but the guy convinced him otherwise. The man agreed, because he was going to die anyway, so 1 gold was not a pity. Louis thanked him for the purchase and asked him to sign the contract. The man was surprised by this. He read the line that said that the right to the medicine was transferred to him. But he still decided to sign the contract with mixed feelings about it. The man immediately drank the contents of the bottle. Jared warned him that about half an hour should pass before the medicine takes effect. He will wait for the man here after he rests and comes again. The man said that he believed Louis, but still doubted about the fraud. In this case, Jared offered to compensate for the damage in the amount of 1,000 gold. After which the buyer calmly went to rest. Louis shouted that he would go and prepare something before the start of trading. Well, Jared decided to try again to make another bottle of medicine. Pop-up windows notified that over the next 24 hours an additional increase in skill is impossible. The guy was glad that the manufacturing right bug finally appeared. In paradise, the skill of making medicines is given depending on the product of manufacture. And the punishment limiting the level of skill is a day according to the criteria of a given potion. But what if you transfer the rights to make a potion to another user, then all of the data, except the skill level, will pass to him. That is, the penalty for a day went to their first customer, who signed the contract. 2 hours later, there was still no sign of Louis. Jared assumed that the boy should be back soon. Suddenly, a noise was heard that scared Jared and Hayes. The girl called out to the king, drawing his attention to the crowd that was rushing straight towards them. Hayes asked in panic if these people were running to them. Ahead of the crowd, a happy Louis was visible with their first customer. Everyone at once rushed to the shop with the medicine, begging to sell it to them too. People argued about who would be the first to buy a jar of potion. Hayes watched the squabble with fear. Someone from the crowd asked how such a medicine was developed in Krivia, because only if God himself blessed this kingdom. Someone also added that according to rumors, there is a terrible government there, but recently the king has come to his senses and now everything is fine there. Jared heard this and gradually boiled with anger. Louis decided to intervene and called everyone to him, saying that he would be selling, so if everyone wanted to buy the medicine another day, then let them come to Krivia. People bought the potion and drank it right away. Louis continued to inform them that the nightmare forest of Krivia was full of monsters and for hunters it would be a gold mine. The hunters listened and continued to drink the medicine. They were all sick, and Louis explained further that when buying the potion on the territory of Krivia, they would be able to save money and buy the medicine for only 39 gold. The guy enthusiastically calculated that even in the kingdom of Item it would be difficult to find such a potion for 100 gold, and this is not even half of their cost. Coins flew from all sides. There were a huge number of people wanting to buy the miracle medicine. Louis, happy with this outcome, said that everyone should line up for the medicine. It was already night outside and snowflakes were slowly falling to the ground. Hayes was already sleeping soundly. Jared sat at the table and tossed a coin in his hand, thinking that the income from sales for the day was as much as 12,250 gold. He caught the coin again. Then he tossed it, saying that monster hunters were rich people after all, since they were able to buy so much medicine. Louis caught the flying coin and asked if the king was happy with this income. Jared asked why the guy was still awake, if something could have happened. The guy replied that he came for the remaining reward. Jared remembered that the guy had 2 conditions, of which only one remained to be fulfilled. Louis tried to collect his thoughts to voice the request, and decisively said that he wanted to become Jared's servant and manage the union of merchants. The guy knelt down and added that he had little experience so far, but if the king trusted him, he would try to make the union of merchants the best in the northern part of the continent. Jared said that even though the boy had been robbed by bandits and had not a penny behind him, he was so brave. And seeing his abilities, Jared himself wanted to make Louis his servant, but the position of manager of the trade union could not be obtained so quickly. Louis replied that he knew about it. But the king agreed that a request was a request, and the young man beamed. Jared added that the insight, thanks to which the boy saw the potential for the development of Krivia and the desire to get a high post, as well as luck, because now the vacancy was free. All this suggests that Louis can become the head of the trade union. Louis showered himself with gratitude, but the king stopped him, saying that today was enough and tomorrow they would return to the kingdom. The king sighed. He was glad that they finally returned to their cold kingdom. After all, a warm spring breeze was blowing in Ranel now. This time, thanks to the herb mixing bug, The potion-making skill rose to level 35, and as a reward for passing level 30, Jared and the guys were able to get knowledge about the automation of the production process and the technology for producing medium concentration potions. Using 5,000 gold and 10 crystals per day, 24 vials of medicine are obtained. If you take 39 gold for each, then the net profit will be over 900 gold. The medicine could only be purchased in Krivia, so monster hunters can freely hunt in the Nightmare Forest. Thus, the kingdom increased the extraction of crystals, and the monsters became fewer. In addition, merchants from other kingdoms heard a lot about the medicine and crystals. They began to come to the kingdom for additional benefits. At the moment, only good events began to happen in Krivia, surpassing even Jared's plan 6 because the medicine became the starting point. Achievements began to accumulate, and the continent began to slowly learn about the kingdom of Krivia. The king's horse galloped. Isabella flew next to him and shouted where Jared was going alone, because he was going to a place where there was no one and only a cold wind. The demoness was already furious, because she thought that the guy decided to commit suicide in this way. She did not want him to become a ghost, because she thought that now the guy looked his best. Jared looked at her seriously and replied that he was going after the monster Delis to catch him. He also asked Isabella not to throw words so thoughtlessly anymore. But the demoness did not calm down and called him crazy, because the news about the monster scared her even more. She continued to be indignant, saying that the Lich is a strong dark magician who is cursed, and if Jared is captured, they will take away his soul, he will become undead. The guy doubted this, because he knows everything, starting with the method of attack. Delis is a Lich who lives in a shelter he created. In the game, he was chosen by the Demon King himself and released from the shelter during the Great War of the Host, so the Lich gained eternal life. So during the main story of the game, all users had to go to a special part called The Wrath of the Lich Deluca. Jared galloped along the snowy road and reasoned out loud that if the Lich becomes stronger, then neither the sword nor magic will work on him, and that is why it was impossible to delay with his destruction, although the monster can be killed with divine power. Isabella called the guy very strange. She said with suspicion that the young man knows too much, and that maybe he is a god who pretends to be a man or a monster from another world. The guy in a panic began to change the topic and deny everything. They arrived at the shelter of the Lich Deluca. It was a huge creepy castle made entirely of ice. Jared was trying to find something at the entrance to the cave. He felt around the wall with his hands and thought that there must be a small crack. It was hard to find, or it could have disappeared when all this became reality. Isabella, who was watching the guy, fondly noted that he looked like a puppy looking for a bone. Then she asked what he was doing. The guy explained that in order to get to the place where the Lich is, you first need to climb inside a high mountain. But there are many traps in it, even he cannot cope with it alone. Jared also noticed that there were many frozen corpses at the entrance. At that moment, one of the guy's hands went through the wall. He exclaimed happily and completely passed through this wall. Isabella was horrified by what she saw. The young man immediately emerged back and with a mischievous smile explained that this was a secret entrance. Of course, this secret entrance was a shortcut, and was another bug that the guy himself discovered in the game in the past. Most likely, an invisible passage has appeared on the castle map now, and thanks to this, a way to defeat the Lich has been found. Jared arrogantly told the demoness that he welcomes her to the Lich's secret room. She was surprised by what she saw there. There were so many treasures, so the guy explained that this was all a reward for defeating the Lich, designed for a large group of people, and there were also more than a dozen artifacts there. Jared went to the shelf and found something on it. It was a ring called the Greedy Prankster Melt. The guy put on the jewelry and said that it was an unusual ring. It depicted an open mouth with a tongue sticking out. Then Jared explained that this was a spatial bag that could expand without limitation. Meanwhile, the ring activated and began to absorb mountains of coins from the floor. Isabella condemningly told the guy that she did not know whether it was so easy to steal the Lich's things, and although she herself was an evil spirit, the undead could not win. The king calmly replied that it was not theft, since everything here was once taken from the people killed by the Lich. Therefore, they must punish the monster on behalf of all those people. As he spoke, the guy was beaming, because his spatial bag was filling up with every second. In the depths of the castle, there was a dark throne, in which someone was sitting, chained. This someone raised his bony hand. It was chained. On that very throne in chains sat an old man, who was talking to himself about how, because of some ant, he had lost the vessel of life force and now he could not free himself and get up from this throne. If only the Lich could free himself, he would make all the people on the continent undead and make them suffer forever. Suddenly, someone put a hand on the old man's head and said that the old man had better think about his behavior since he was sitting here, otherwise only mean thoughts were spinning in his head. The old man looked up in surprise and asked who the guy in front of him was. The guy moved his hand back a little and summoned the mana in it. Suddenly, the mana turned into a huge explosion that hit the Lich. Jared said that he was the one who would become the main character in this world. The old man continued to burn in a pillar of fire. From the fire, he turned into a skeleton. The Lich asked where such a burr came from and how he managed to bypass his magic and traps. The guy instantly jumped away from the lich. Undead and a cursed mage who received monstrous powers, breaking any laws of this world, in exchange for his humanity. Such mages are able to create their own image and fill it with powerful magic. This image is controlled by the thoughts of the wizard and can act remotely from his real body. The lich lost this vessel of life force because of one sacred maiden. His soul was locked in the body and now he is very weak, and if he dies, he will no longer be able to rise again. The guy knew this and just wanted to keep his distance so that the lich couldn't use dark magic that sucked out the life force of the victim. Meanwhile, the dark mage had already started to weave his spell. The blows were aimed at the king, but he skillfully dodged, because it was not the first time he fought Diluc after he was freed. Jared called for lightning arrows. He instantly fired them towards the lich. But he covered himself with a shield and said that such magic was low level for him. A new stream of arrows hit the lich, and finally broke through his defense, hitting him right on the skull. The dark mage was surprised that the attack was continuous, because for this the guy would need a lot of magic, which was similar to third-class magic. In addition, the lich felt the divine power of eternal fire in his body. He realized that Jared had an artifact of the sacred maiden, possessing this divine power. The lich was perplexed, because he knew that the artifact should have been in his storage. The dark mage thought that this was all strange and that there was no time to waste, so he began to summon a cloud of black mana. The lich's barrier was finally shattered into pieces by his highness. The young man said with enthusiasm that he had come to visit the dark mage, so he should be looked after as a guest, and with one blow he dispelled the lich's magic. The mage's throne thundered again in an explosion created by Jared. The boy noted with satisfaction that the continuous attack to block the lich's magic works. And despite the fact that he could not finish him off with one blow, if he continued at this pace, he could defeat Diluc. The lich was confused, as he suspected that the guy knew him and seemed to see right through him. However, this was his territory. Suddenly, the lich called his knights, and the undead immediately rose. The dark mage shouted to them that an invader had broken into the territory of their kingdom, and they needed to neutralize him. Isabella called out to Jared in a panic and warned him about the evil spirits. The guy thought that the evil spirits should be where the traps were, but it seemed that the scheme had changed. The lich shouted in anger that he thanked the pair for reminding him of the sufferings that he had already forgotten, and since he had extinguished the divine fire, now he needed to fight properly. The guy abruptly pushed himself off. He broke through the army of the raised undead with lightning speed and thought about blocking the lich no matter what, until he started using high-level magic. Isabella shouted at the guy to entrust the rest of the undead to her. She possessed one of the Knights of Darkness. He stood and did not move for some time, then suddenly turned to his kin, which scared them very much. Isabella and the body of the undead struck the surrounding people and said that the appearance of this knight is SOSO, but the flesh is strong enough. In this way, it was possible to get to the lich himself. The dark mage in a rage asked where this small demon was going, meaning Isabella. He sent a powerful cloud of mana at the risen knight, and he screamed. This was a chance for Jared, while the lich was distracted by the demoness. The guy quickly cast a spell called a Spear of Lightning. It pierced the chest of the lich. He screamed in pain. Jared then took the staff and prepared another spell. The lich shouted that he would not lose a second time, so he put up a protective wall in front of himself. But even through it, the young man's spell broke through. It again reached its target and hit the dark magician right in the chest. He was perplexed that the guy used two spells at once. The king replied that this was his trick double magic. The ring on Jared's finger lit up. He noted that when he played against the lich, he also won with lightning, and at that moment he released lightning from the staff, putting the property of holiness into it. The magic pierced the lich, and he screamed furiously in pain. The monster's arms went limp. He sat motionless, chained in his throne. Isabella exclaimed that they defeated the lich. She also added that it was all thanks to her, and the guy meanwhile approached the throne. He looked down at the motionless lich. There was a sudden movement in the air. The lich suddenly woke up and threw his hand forward with a spell, which was aimed straight at Jared. But the young man managed to react and with one quick movement cut off the hand reaching for him, while also hitting the monster's skull. Diluc's head fell limply. The guy noted with a smile that he knew that the lich could not kick the bucket from this, so he used the spiritual eye. Then the guy used healing and put the property of holiness into it. This only made the lich worse. He screamed in agony and thought about death. For the first time, the dark mage feels the fear of death after becoming a lich, and his instinct screamed at him to avoid Jared. Suddenly, the monster became enraged by these thoughts. He began to gather energy around himself and madly screamed that he is a dark mage spreading plague and dominating death. He himself is the lich Diluc. The monster offered to fight again. Jared's face was serious at that moment. Explosions passed over the stone floor. The lich's eyes were glowing with a furious purple light. He attacked Jared, who covered himself with a shield. The guy held the shield around himself and thought about the flow of magic gushing out like a bucket, although it was difficult to call it magic. Suddenly the shield collapsed. This did not go unnoticed by the mad and dark magician. He instantly released a deadly spell at the young man. The spell almost reached the guy's face and he looked discouraged. But Isabella in the body of the Lich warrior covered it in time with her sword. The monster noted with hostility that he was interrupted again. And at the same moment he struck Isabella with a spell. She flew out of the body of the Lich Knight and apologized to the king, asking if they could kill the monster. Jared said with a smile that Diluc would never defeat him. At first, the guy was a little confused by the appearance and method of attack of the Lich, but his basic techniques did not change. In Paradise, this boss appeared more often than others, so the young man knows everything about him. He confidently rushed at the Lich. The Lich called the guy a fast-footed bug. And then he tried to grab Jared with his spell. But he missed, and for the guy, this was the right moment. The Lich was surprised that the guy stopped at such a moment. Jared said with a smile that if you have confidence, then challenging is easy. The Lich noticed that the young man only does what he dodges, and is he really so sure that he can win? Jared was already close to the Lich and answered positively with a smile. The Lich noticed in horror that this was 4th-class magic, and the guy had only used low-level magic on purpose before. Meanwhile, Jared had already thrust his staff into the Lich and said that he was confident in himself. And even 100% when he grabbed the Lich's chains. He used the Holy Seal chain magic enhancement on them. He explained that this is why it is more convenient to capture shapeless targets, since it is enough to simply seal them with a sacred object. The Lich should have felt the divine blessing with his whole body. Jared grabbed the place where the monster's heart should have been with his hand and used the property of holy light. The Lich began to dissolve in the golden light of spells. Everything around was blinded by this glow. Then smoke came from the place of the attack. The guy said that the Demon King, whom the Lich was waiting for, will not come, so he must surrender. The monster was completely destroyed. Only a piece of his skull lay on the stone and continued to say that he would not surrender. He began to threaten the guy. The Lich said that in the future he would not cope. The guy calmly replied that this was still far away, because only the 9th class of magic skills can be called the end, and he is only in the 4th. The Lich responded that he was sitting quietly and dying, so why did Jared need all this? The guy replied that he wanted to become the strongest monarch on the continent. The monster's skull was silent. After that, he laughed and said that the guy wanted to get a cup filled with blood and that none of the outstanding kings beloved by the deities, nor even the cruel demon king could achieve this. The monster's magic dissipated and a bracelet appeared behind his skull. The Lich promised that he would watch the guy from hell itself. He wanted to know what the end of such an arrogant person like Jared would be. Isabella thought to herself that the guy frightened her at such moments. After all, the world is full of those who are stronger than him. But the young man does not care about this, as if he knows that he will be able to rise high someday. Jared took the bracelet in his hands and explained that he came here precisely for it. It was an artifact of growth. There is nothing better for him now. He thought that he did the right thing when he came here. Isabella called out to the guy and said that she had found another strange book here. She noticed that it had also been left by the Lich after his death. The guy had never picked up anything like Diluca's books before. He read the title, which spoke of resurrection spells. Isabella read the contents of the book out loud, which said that the object of resurrection could not refuse the caster's wishes and became his subordinate. If he refused, he would disappear forever. She slapped the page with her hand in displeasure, and added that this looked more like some kind of slavery. Isabella threw the book away in rage and shouted that this was not the kind of relationship she wanted and that the guy was going to order her around. The guy calmly said that he would ask her to tie him up first. The demoness had already begun to imagine this and was embarrassed. Then he said that she would have to use a curse against him, and he would endure it. At this point Isabella became even more embarrassed. But Jared explained that when repeating the spell, his resistance and stability would increase, and in general, for this you would need to hire a strong spellcaster, but it was too expensive, so Isabella would do it for free. The demoness made a very serious face and thought that for the first time she had found a flaw in the guy. She asked if that was all, but the guy answered with a smile that he would think about something else. The girl agreed to such conditions, because she was tired of living the life of an evil spirit anyway. The couple moved away from the remains of the Lich, discussing Isabella's resurrection. Jared was breathing heavily and reproaching Isabella for something. It turned out that the girl had already undergone a resurrection ritual and now the guy was carrying her on his back, because it was difficult for her to get used to a new body. The girl screamed that she was cold and for the guy to go faster. She added that Jared had no taste in clothes, because he gave her things to wear that she did not like. The guy thought hopelessly that the advantage was that Isabella had the same stats, but her character had not changed at all and she had become more emotional. The girl looked around, noticing that there were a lot of corpses everywhere in the Lich's castle. The guy calmed her down, saying that he had disarmed everything in this trap zone. Isabella silently pressed herself against Jared's back. When they were looking for a suitable body for the demoness, they came across the corpse of a girl in a huge flask. Then Isabella thought that she would not want that girl to become an evil spirit. After all, such a life makes you very tired, there are no feelings, it is cold and lonely. Now Isabella exclaimed that maybe that girl would be grateful to her if the demoness lived a decent life in her body. Will eat goodies, put on makeup and wear beautiful clothes, live an interesting life. She leaned towards the guy's ear and asked if she would be interested in him. He calmly replied that sometimes it would be dangerous. Isabella lay down on his back serenely and said that it was good. He responded in the same way, adding that he was glad to have such a good partner. The girl smiled, she was calmer than ever. Byron was angry and said that the number of monster hunters had decreased again. The servant answered him that it was because of the cure for Ronell's disease, which was sold only in Krivia. All the hunters were leaving there. The man shouted again that this was why he gave a lot of money to hire specialists and make a similar cure. The servant immediately explained that in Krivia they were very strict about not leaking information and they barely got a copy, but that was not enough. Byron shouted in rage that the servant was just chatting now and not doing anything. He threw the boy out of the office in hysterics. The man threw everything on his desk out of anger and said that Jared was a brat who was not afraid of anything and was acting impudently. Byron's face was bulging with indignation, but he had his own method for this situation. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Majorca, the powerful Bob sat on the throne. A girl was also sitting on his knee, hugging the man. He began to reason that if a war were to break out now, they should have people on the side who could tear the enemy to shreds. His servant replied that they had a little more than 1,000 warriors ready to sacrifice themselves for Bob. The man thought that this would be too little and they would not have enough strength for a decisive blow. He heard that Jared had 4th level magic. And the guy was no longer that stupid pig, but if Bob knew about it, he would have ordered Howard to immediately kill the king of Krivia. The servant immediately noted that Howard had already been destroyed. Suddenly, someone greeted the ruler of Majorca. It was the ruler's magician Akron. He brought the magicians, whom he paid a lot of money and brought here at the behest of the master, who replied that Akron could spend as much as he wanted for such a thing. Bob approached one of the magicians and asked what class he was. The magician replied that he was 3rd. Akron noted that if they attacked Krivia now, it would disappear from the map in one day. The ruler of Majorca liked this proposal. Voices were heard on the forest path, located in the northernmost part of Krivia. Someone was asking Jared if he was going to establish diplomatic relations with his neighbors. The guy answered that he wanted to establish communication with Majorca and Ronella, since they had conflicts over profit. He was going to negotiate not with the kingdom itself, but with the tribe. Bill immediately thought of the elven tribes. But the king mysteriously answered that Bill would soon find out everything. The tops of the monsters' heads were visible from behind the mountain. Bill noticed this and became wary. When the monsters jumped out of hiding, it became clear that they were red goblins. Count Vincent noticed that there was no one else in the northernmost part of the continent except them, but it turned out that there were red goblins there too. The people were surrounded by monsters on all sides. One of the knights told the soldiers not to hesitate and protect his majesty. Liam shouted that they should be ready for defense, but they could not attack first. The soldiers looked at each other strangely. They went into deep defense against the monsters. One of the goblins came forward and welcomed the people to his kingdom. He introduced himself as the leader of all the red goblins of Banaba. Vincent was surprised that the goblins could speak their language. Jared came out to meet them and introduced himself, also saying that he was pleased to meet the Lord and that he was looking forward to this meeting. The goblin immediately asked what business they had come to him for. The boy got down to business, saying that he wanted to establish diplomatic relations and exchange the kingdom's resources for goblin gold and iron. Ibanaba laughed and said that he was the first person who suggested such a thing. The goblin added whether Jared was able to accept their soul and property, to which the boy ordered one of the soldiers to bring something. Bill was surprised when he saw a cart with a stone. It was the Nightmare Stone, which Jared decided to exchange. These stones were full in the Nightmare Forest, and Bill turned to the king in bewilderment, saying that they had no value. Liam also thought that the stones were beautiful in themselves and hunters often collected them as souvenirs, but using it as a commodity for a deal could entail serious consequences. The Goblin Lord took one stone and, having examined it, thoughtfully said that there were many of these stones in the Nightmare Forest. Usually no one needed it, but here Jared brought it with him and offered it to the goblins. After these words of the Lord, Bill and the others panicked, thinking that they had problems. But the goblin beamed with joy and thoughtfully told the boy that it must have been hard for him to carry them. He was sincerely grateful to the king for this stone, which turned out to be very dear to the goblins. The Lord signed a treaty with the kingdom. He hugged the boy and added that now they had become one family of the north. Jared told him in response that he wished their friendship to only grow stronger in the future. The goblin shared these feelings. He shouted to his servants to quickly carry gold and iron. A bunch of goblins ran out with sacks of ore on their backs. The sacks contained a huge amount of gold and iron. Jared's subordinates stood in shock in front of such a quantity of precious ore, and the Lord enjoyed his nightmare stones, examining them. One of the warriors thought that it turns out that the goblins have many mines to collect such a quantity. His thought was that it might be better to drive them away and simply take possession of the land. Suddenly, the Goblin Lord said loudly that since the deal had been made, they could not simply send the guests from Krivia back, so there would be a party tonight. He also shouted to someone on the mountain that they should not hide and spy on them anymore. Suddenly, someone appeared from hiding. They were trained warriors in armor and with weapons. Dark elves are another warlike tribe. The king knew about this too. Red goblins, who live in the northern part of the continent above Krivia, they do not just appear in front of people, but this does not mean that they are closed. They have a close enough relationship with the dark elves on the neighboring island that they even made a defense treaty with them. Abanaba has high intelligence and wisdom, thanks to which he was able to make a treaty with other tribes. There were dark elves and werewolves behind him, so if Jared had attacked without knowing anything about this, there would have been no bones left of his soldiers. The fire was burning brightly. Bill asked the king with a smile how he knew that the Nightmare Stone was so dear to the goblins. Everyone around was having fun and drinking. The dark elves even had an arm wrestling match with the kingdom's soldiers. Jared called Liam over. He asked his subordinate if the kingdom's forges and workshops were working properly. Liam replied that due to a lack of raw materials, work on making weapons had been suspended, so they were currently improving the equipment they had. Jared ordered that all the iron received from the goblins today be used to make swords, arrows, and spears. Liam obeyed the will of His Highness. The king also said that he would start investing half of this gold in the army, so Liam should start calling up the military. The Goblin Lord casually asked if Jared was going to war with Majorca. After all, there was only one reason why he needed so many resources, and that was war. The Goblin also added that it was smart, because Majorca had become a den of fallen criminals and if left as is, it would spread its evil influence even more. Jared apologized if the Lord was offended by his preparation for war using his resources, but the Goblin reassured him. He said that for them, such a large amount of gold and iron meant nothing, and he himself did not like Bob, so he supported Jared. Suddenly, the Goblin suggested that they all drink to King Jared. The others supported him in chorus, raising their glasses. Jared was even a little embarrassed by this. But for a second, while he was taking a sip of wine, his look became very serious. The weather was calm on the continent of Nars. At that time 4 weeks had passed since Isabella's revival. Jared introduced the girl as his classmate, with whom he studied together at the Desmond Academy. Isabella got used to life in the kingdom faster than the guy expected, so they began to practice the magic of the second level of illusions on Jared, with the help of which one can instill hallucinations in the enemy in the form of his fears. The king shouted that the spider that the girl instilled in him was very big. She was only surprised that the king was afraid of spiders at all. The guy handed the girl some candies. She asked in surprise if he wanted her to eat them and get fat. To which the young man replied that today was a special day when men give women candy. Isabella did not understand what kind of special day it was, and Jared thought to himself that in fact it was an analog of March 8th. He simply explained that on February 14th a woman should give a man chocolate, but today it was the opposite. Isabella smiled and said that if you listened to the guy, he seemed very romantic. She thought that he finally liked her. But the guy calmly replied that he gave candies to all the girls in the palace. Isabella opened one candy and called the guy funny. When she put the candy in her mouth, she also added that he uses it for training, and does not want to give his heart. She pounced on the guy, reminding him that they are connected by a spiritual eye and a kiss of an eternal contract. But the guy replied that this is not a marriage contract. He told the girl that jokes should be put aside now. And since he increased the defense, now she needs to increase the magic twice. Isabella immediately agreed. And the next moment she maliciously said that she would press him with all her strength with the magic of lust. Jared shouted at her to stop. But the girl had already cast the spell, and the boy was under attack. A lone groan was heard, and a status window popped up, telling him that the boy had successfully completed the minimum requirements to advance to the 5th grade magic level. Jared had a project to cultivate students, a plan to use the spiritual eye to find talented people of the future and be the first to lure them to his side. Besides training talents, there were other reasons for Jared's bold investment in this project. Namely, to benefit from a mutual reward system in which a teacher received bonus statistics according to the progress of his student. Isabella showed results faster than anyone else. Lena faithfully completed her tasks and tried her best. For Mia, this was more of a game than a workout. When Jared saw how diligently the students progressed thanks to the tricks he taught them, his whole plan began to go smoothly, or so he thought. However, something was wrong. Hayes doubted whether she, being a servant, could call His Majesty a teacher, and this became an unforeseen circumstance on Jared's path. The girl wanted to become the best healer, but her progress rate was 0%. It was a special profession that specialized in healing. There were no more than 5 representatives of this profession on the entire continent. The guy thought about something, and then indignantly said that Hayes did not value himself at all and drove him into the framework of a servant. He reasoned that everything should be in its place. In order to become a healer, Hayes must feel it with her whole body and soul. Vincent drank tea with His Majesty and replied that the girl had been a servant since birth for 23 years, so it would not be easy. The king understood that something inside the girl was holding her back. It was like a defense mechanism in the subconscious. Or she was very pessimistic. Jared needed to choose the right direction in Hayes' training, but he did not know how to do it. Vincent saw the boy's problem. He turned to His Majesty, attracting attention, and said that Jared offered them new and different ways to solve problems, and everyone was grateful to him for this. But the boy did not have to answer for everything, he just needed to believe in Hayes, who was trying so hard for him. Vincent asked if she was not His Highness's person. Jared understood this in his own way and came up with something. He thanked Vincent and was already slamming the door. The boy was in a hurry. Jared thought that Hayes needed some honest way, and not the tricks that the other students fell for. Suddenly, someone crept up on the king from behind. The attacker had swords, and it seemed that the king did not notice him. Hayes ran down the corridor in search of His Majesty. Suddenly she saw Jared covered in blood and screamed. The girl was in shock. The guard said that the king was attacked by a killer. They called a doctor, but the situation was emergency. Hayes' face was blank. She thought about how to immediately help the guy. But the wounds were terrible, and by the time the doctor arrived, it might be too late. The girl had already started to cry, but she convinced herself that she was a healer and had to save the king. She knelt down next to him and told him to be patient a little. Then Hayes wiped away her tears. She directed her palms at the king and a greenish light of mana began to appear between them. The girl cried again and begged the power to help. But the crumbs of her mana evaporated. Then Hayes thought that she couldn't just let the guy go. She had decided to help him all her life. The maid's eyes shone and cleared up. A bright green glow of magic flowed from her hands, which covered the king's entire body. Half an hour later, the girl was already scolding the trio, which included the king himself, a guard, and a fake assassin. She was crying and saying that even if they did all this for her sake, how could Jared pretend to be wounded and scare the girl so much? The guy tried to justify himself, saying that it was animal blood, and in the end everything worked out for the girl. He also asked how she felt about the role of a healer. She screamed with tears in her eyes that this role was terrible. She scolded the soldiers, that they were also good, because you can't do this, even though the king himself gave the order. The girl ran away hysterically, shouting at the end that she did not want to see the blood and wounds of His Highness anymore. Jared tried to stop her, then Vincent suddenly came up, who was watching this, and said that he did not mean this at all. It was night in the forest, and the snow was falling in flakes. Liam was making his way somewhere through the blizzard and fog. Suddenly he heard someone's voice. A figure with a lantern appeared in front of the head of security. It was a gray-haired old man with a scar on his left eye, who immediately recognized the guy, calling him Little Liam. A warm drink was steaming in a mug on the table. The old man offered the guy tea and said that he had grown a lot. Liam said that he was already 40 this year. Olsen threw in one log. He threw it into the fireplace and asked what business the guy had in the nightmare forest. Liam said that he had been thinking about the old man a lot lately, and even took a gift with him. The guy put a bottle of red liquid on the table, saying that it was a cure for Ranela, because for those who lived in this forest, such a medicine was a necessary thing. The old man asked if this was the medicine from the rumors. He heard what people were saying and he wondered if it was all thanks to that stupid king. Liam explained that His Majesty had repented of his past, and had therefore sent him to the old man to persuade him to return. Olsen laughed and said that he had been abandoned so easily and that they wanted to bring him back just as easily. Liam did not give up and decisively added that experienced veterans like the old man were needed right now. He also added that if Olsen saw how Krivia had changed, he would change his mind. Until now, there had not been so many wars of conquest on the continent of Nars. Countless lives had disappeared on the territory of the continent, and a huge number of rulers' heads had been cut off. Be it blood relations or human connections, no one could escape death. Even if you mount the horse of death and rush to the northern edge of the continent, where Krivia was located. The mug slammed loudly on the table. Jared said with a smile that the cold beer in Krivia was excellent after all. And it was precisely because of the proximity to the sea that expensive seafood was so cheap. Isabella, who was sitting with the king in the tavern, added that it was freezing cold here and nothing was growing. The guy confirmed this with regret, and hoped that at least this time his pesticides would be useful. Hayes tried to support the king, saying that he had made them himself, so they would definitely be useful. Someone at another table said that he had noticed how everything had been tidied up in the kingdom, starting with the road. Another answered that the merchant Lewis had told them that he would set an example and keep everything clean and tidy. Another man reasoned that if the cure for Ranela continued to be produced, it would be a good idea to start expanding the kingdom now. Someone even suggested moving the headquarters of the Hunters Guild to Krivia. Isabella heard this and added that their foray into the village had been fruitful. She also noticed that the king was looking away. Following his gaze, the girl came across the chest of a woman who exclaimed that they served great beer here. She raised her mug and asked for more. The woman had bright red hair and green eyes, and she asked her companion if she wanted more beer. Jared remembered that it was the strange sword warrior Ella, a famous character who, for money, constantly helped the main character in difficult moments. The dark elf next to her replied that she did not want beer, because alcohol blocked the mind and caused a storm of emotions, but Ella answered her that she must be able to skip a mug of such a drink. Ella's flaw was that she was ready to help even the devil himself for money. Jared used his spiritual eye to examine the elf. It was the Queen of Silence, Chloe. Chloe's character, 5 years after the Great War, at the age of 38, played the role of the Queen of the Dark Elves, whose history the developers hid for the purposes of a large-scale patch. The guy thought that he did not remember Ella appearing in the north, and nothing should be known about Chloe now. Jared trembled with anticipation, so he wanted to get these characters for himself. The guy confidently ran to the goal, leaving his companions to wait at the table. Ella noticed the young man, and told him that she was not interested in youngsters, so he could fuck off. Jared went out with such an answer. Hayes noticed this and ran to the king. She turned to the women with the words that Jared was the ruler of Krivia, so they should have been more polite. Everyone in the tavern turned around at this statement. People were shocked by this news and began to make a noise. Ella stood up and began to threaten Hayes. She said that she also occupied a significant position. The mercenary was angry and looked scary. Jared came to his senses and turned to Ella, saying that all this was a bit unexpected for a first meeting. But he wanted to ask for one favor, for which he would pay well. Ella calmed down and agreed with the guy. She apologized and said that she thought that he was just an annoying visitor. The guy said that first they should go to a more suitable place for conversation. The girls were already in Jared's office and discussed the issue of paying 5,000 gold a year and a personal house for Ella to teach the child. The guy agreed with this and said that he would even pay in advance. Chloe addressed Ella as a teacher and said that she would do as Ella told her. The red-haired girl asked the guy if he trusted her, because Chloe had just become her student and they were in the north for a short time, and he did not even know them. Jared calmly replied that now he did not have an ounce of trust in the girls. But he trusts the one he pays. He thought to himself that Ella helps in any matter for money, she will not be able to refuse the sum of 5,000 gold. However, due to her character in the future, she could not gain recognition among influential heroes. The girl replied that she liked such an explanation from Jared. After all, this was the most tempting offer in recent times, and she accepts the terms. Ella exclaimed that she wanted to see a child who is worthy of an investment of 5,000 gold. It was already night outside and Jared thought that the problem with the teacher for Lena was solved, but earlier he would have already slept at this time. But thanks to the necklace of Gorzas, he did not feel tired at all. The guy forgot a lot of all that countless information about paradise. And today he even remembered Chloe with difficulty. Perhaps, given the development of the kingdom, it will be difficult to write anything about it now. Therefore, he would like to leave the notes in Korean so that no one could read them. The guy closed the book containing knowledge about the world. These were notes about paradise. A large building. 2 girls were dragging a log, gritting their teeth. The main character was watching them from the side, thinking that this was a hellish training session. With a smile on his face, the guy hoped that Lena would not become a pumped-up monster if she continued in this spirit. His gaze looked away with interest. Chloe was carrying the ropes with a calm face, not sweating a bit. Ella, with a smile on her face, began to say that this world was huge and Lena was the only talented child in it. Turning away, the girl realized that she had a bad teacher. With a smile on her face, Jared heard Ella tell him that she could kill him even with one hand. Watching the girl from the side, the heroine realized that even without a teacher, Lena had a high learning speed thanks to the magical equipment. The girl waved in different directions. A bright light was burning on one of the guns. The fire was directed at the girl at great speed. Defending herself with a sword, Lena understood that all this was quite suitable for training. Starting to laugh, Jared replied that such training was in the east-west. Seeing how the heroine turned away, the guy understood that if he used the same training method, then over time the experience gain will decrease. Standing in a stance, Lena understood that the system recognizes 4 different elements separately. Watching all this, the main character understood that this was a bug. Looking askance at Ella, Jared replied that he was surprised, since the girl knew Lena's condition even without using the spiritual eye. Watching Lena, the guy understood that he had nothing to worry about, since he knew the effectiveness of the training. People slowly walked forward. With a smile on his face, the hero began to call someone. Looking at the guys, Vincent said that he was here only for a routine check of the crops. Voices were heard from the street that they were able to exterminate all the pests. The guy laughingly replied that their neighbors wanted to learn a new secret of growing. With a smile on his face, Vincent rejoiced as each farmer praised their lord. The people began to laugh loudly with joy. A loud ringing sound rang out across the territory. The system windows showed the farmers' voices chanting in their name. It was snowing outside. The system window said that the territory had entered a golden age. The boys were shouting loudly and praising their lord. The girl with a smile on her face said to put the papers in one place. Gritting her teeth, the heroes began to do push-ups. With a smile on her face, the guy was happy about the golden age. From one place, voices were heard saying that he had heard little about the city's welfare lately. Raising his hand, the man said that this view was definitely worth dying for, even though they both lived in this region. The man began to bow to the Lord. Akron, narrowing his eyes, said that he had come here to deliver a personal message. The system windows began to say that the Wedge with Wedge quest had been activated. The hero looked closely at the system window. With a smile on his face, the guy said that he welcomed Akron to his home. With joy in his eyes, the man replied that the Lord's decision was definitely worthy of praise. Jared closed his eyes and began to think that they were above him because they paid tribute. The dissatisfied hero looked away. The knights listened with a smile on their faces to the hero, who asked if it was possible to listen to the message. Handing over the letter, Akron began to say that it had already been written personally by the Lord. Holding the letter, the protagonist began to read it. The letter said that the Lord, having looked at their relationship, realized how badly he had treated them and his territory in the past. The Lord suggested that the protagonist begin to build further mutually beneficial relations, since great friendship begins with small steps. Starting to laugh, Jared said that he, more than anyone else, dreams of peace between countries. Looking at Akron, the guy replied that soon he would send the best and purest magic crystals in all of Kribia. With a smile on his face, Akron began to say that his lord would definitely be happy. Laughing, the protagonist said that they were welcome in Kribia at any time. A fawn stood in the forest. A man stood with a bow in his hands. A sharp arrow hit the deer's body. The knight began to shout loudly that it was a real hit. The guys with a smile on their faces praised the Lord, saying that he was a very multifaceted person. Raising his hand, Jared smiled from ear to ear. Approaching the main character, Liam began to ask him why he communicated with them so submissively if he wanted to distance himself from their influence. With a smile on his face, the main character answered that someone would have to draw a sword when meeting an enemy on the battlefield, and then in the political arena the best solution would be to put on a smile. Starting to shout, Liam asked the guy about what he thought, that Uranus would become careless and lose concentration. Continuing to smile, Jared pointed a finger near his mouth. Walking forward, the main character said that the best blow is always the last one, and you just need to not put too much effort into humiliation or flattery during the entire process. Raising his hands up, the main character suggested celebrating the rapid development of their provinces. All the guys started laughing. Night was falling. The heroes greedily ate the chicken. Jared, with a smile on his face, asked his guards if he would be worried about war in the near future. With a smile on his face, Liam hoped that this really was a golden age. One of the heroes sat in the distance. The guy with a smile on his face told the Lord that he was careless. Slowly walking away, the hero replied that they could enjoy themselves while they could. Grinning, the hero understood that their next glass would be filled with their blood. Jared, looking after the guy, thought about his thoughts. Continuing to walk away, the hero understood that there would always be spies on their territory who could get into character very well. Starting to laugh, the guy understood that one day the spy would get his information and they would immediately go to war against them. Night was falling. Holding the belching Jared, Liam apologized for having to look after the Lord. A month passed, April 29th, 1414, morning. The horses ran forward. The knight shouted loudly to run to Kribia to destroy the enemy. With a smile on his face, the man rushed forward, answering that Kribia would soon be his. A room in the castle. A long corridor. A huge kitchen table with chairs. Lena looked ahead with her mouth slightly open. Standing during training, the girl was surprised that the castle was very quiet today. Looking at Chloe, the girl asked where everyone had gone. Slowly approaching the heroine, Ella began to ask her if she was allowed to speak during training. Looking after the girl, the heroine told her to run 20 laps around the site. Calmly watching, Ella understood that Jared should have said a long time ago that they would soon start a war. Pulling herself up, the heroine thought about whether she should intervene. Something fiery was flying forward. An explosion went through the building, from which the guy flew off. The knights began to scream in fear that this was a sudden attack and they needed to run. One of the heroes answered that the watchtower had been destroyed and that a huge number of guards were now heading there. The man began to laugh and shouted loudly that there was no need to waste time on all this. Sitting on a horse, the guy said that if he had known that it would be so easy, he would have captured these territories a long time ago. The knight held in his hands a huge supply of alcohol that the soldiers kept in the barns. Sharp swords were raised up. The knights shouted that they must take what they could. The workers went forward. Mothers with children looked sadly at the ground. One of the heroes began to say that only yesterday everything was calm. Someone in the crowd shouted to Jared that the enemy troops had broken through the fourth line of defense. Looking down, the knight said that given their speed of advance, they would very soon be with the heroes. Turning his head, the main character realized that they would have to speed up. Lias confidently looked forward. The man heard Jared telling him that they had to do everything they could to hold this place. Someone was running towards the guy. Clutching his chest, the girl asked him not to leave her. Confidently looking forward, the guy still refused haze. Standing with the hero, the girl answered that she had healing magic and that it could be useful to them. Holding her hand, the guy answered the heroine that her ability was very unique, but despite this, it was still very hard to work. Confidently looking forward, the guy said that he could not take her to a place where he could lose him because of using his abilities. With tears in her eyes, the maid answered that she just wanted to make an effort for the future. With tenderness in his eyes, the guy answered her that he did not want to lose her. Thinking about the girls, the hero realized that he did not want to separate them. Remembering little Haze, the hero understood that he had to protect those he loved. The hand reached out to the heroine. With a smile on her face, the girl extended her hand forward. Smiling, Haze looked at the one who gave her hands. Without taking her eyes off the guy, the girl told Jared that he understood him. Lena looked at all this with displeasure. Anger and rage were visible in her eyes. The girl looked ahead with incomprehension. Carrying the heroine behind her, Lena ordered to heal and be in the rear. The hero, waving his hands, looked after her. His hands were holding on to something. Putting on his helmet, the knight said that everything was ready. Looking confidently ahead, the hero decided to start. Going forward, the guys realized that they had a very good position due to the geographical advantage. The guys confidently went forward. There were only 300 of them. In such a military troop, there are a lot of talents. Looking ahead, the guy began to think about something. 100 farmers were looking at the knight, who were not at all adapted to combat. The knight's head drooped. Standing in front of the guys, the man thanked everyone for responding as soon as they heard the news of the war and the need to help. The hero opened his mouth wide and said that he was very ashamed to put them through this. Continuing to stand near the workers, the knight replied that their lord only wanted peace, but despite all his efforts, the heroes still wanted to capture them. Thinking about the war, the guy replied that more than 1,200 soldiers were approaching them. Opening his mouth wide, the hero replied that this would be the greatest battle. Liam looked away in surprise. One of the soldiers told the hero to go with them, since Jared was too stupid to fix anything. There were logs on the ground. Turning away from everyone, Liam said that he would stay here. The disgruntled soldier did not understand how he could talk such nonsense after being thrown out. Without turning around, Liam said that he would only die with her. Gritting his teeth, the hero said to do what he wanted. Quickly leaving, the guy replied that Liam should not get in his face anymore, since he was already fed up with all this. The guy stood alone in the corner. The knight did not understand how one could say such things. Some people began to shout in discontent that Cribia had always been theirs and they would not allow it to be taken away so easily. The people rebelled, saying that it was thanks to their lord that Cribia had become the place they deserved. Raising their hands, the guys continued to shout and rebel. The knight looked at all this with incomprehension. Letting off steam, the hero thought that this winter would be the coldest. Opening his mouth, the guy began to shout loudly that he had never been so hot. Raising his hands up, the commander-in-chief answered all the soldiers to give them new weapons and armor. Someone tiredly ran up to the warriors. The commander-in-chief looked away, wondering what to do. The horse quickly galloped along the ground. Its eyes looked forward in fear. Flags appeared. People confidently rushed forward. The man with a smile on his face told his warriors to run to Cribia to crush it. A month passed, voices could be heard on the street that he had indeed been arguing between them for some time. Sitting at the table, the heroes told each other that they were completely indifferent about this. The hero calmly asked about the fact that he had recently received tribute from the Cribia. The defendant said that he had received it in large enough quantities, so they sent a lot of provisions in order to maintain friendly relations. The fist hit the table with all its might. The dissatisfied man said to start thinking more carefully. Everyone began to think about why Jared suddenly wagged his tail and became friendly after such a long silence. Thinking about the hero, the guys realized that he was trying to affect their territories too. Laughing, the hero understood that Jared was simply scared, since he was not yet ready to expand his territory. Thinking, the man began to think about something. Showing his fingers, the hero said that he had studied the Cribia and they were recruiting 300 soldiers. The surprised guy decided that this was too little. There was a coin in his hand. Holding it, the hero replied that he tried to buy a truce with money. Folding the money in half, the guy realized that if Jared offered a good amount, they would be satisfied. Thinking about what happened, the guy realized that he sent Akron as a scout, because now their lands were allied. The hero looked ahead in surprise. With a smile on his face, Bob replied that they would prepare for war against the Cribia. Pointing his fingers, the hero said that a month for preparation should be enough, and then they would strike suddenly. Laughing, Bob suggested creating a united front, since they should not invade, so all that remained was to crush Jared and his people. The hero happily agreed with this idea. Bob and the Horgus formed their alliance and shook hands. This was the birth of an allied force with over 3,000 soldiers. Smiling at each other, the guys realized that they had nothing in common. Jumping forward, the guys thought about how angry Jared would be when he saw this. Walking slowly, everyone understood that these decisions could have a bad effect on their lives. The warriors heard the man say that their attempts to stop would be in vain. Laughing, Horgus replied that he had already captured the lands. Galloping quickly, everyone thought that it was stupid to distribute their army on the main front, leaving the bypass road unattended. Loudly laughing, the guy told Jared to say goodbye to everyone. On one side were knights. One of them stopped. His hands were holding his helmet, slowly removing it. Surprised, Horgus looked ahead. In front of them stood a guy who did not look like a lord at all. The hero wondered with incomprehension where Lord Jared was. The guy quickly flew to the side. Running forward, the hero began to think about something. Gritting his teeth, the guy realized that it was a trap. The wind swept across the territory. One of the warriors hit the hero hard in the face. The whole body flew to the side. The sword was incredibly sharp. The guy, smiling, answered that he really was a spy. Near the body was a knight who asked what to do with this body. Gritting his teeth, the hero was surprised that someone knew his identity. Seeing the knight directing his fist, the hero understood that all this information was false. Two guys stood apart, thinking about the fact that two lands sent a common army to attack. Looking ahead, the heroes realized that most likely, they would choose the main road. The standing man decided that they had two options to choose from. Looking to the side, the guy said that it was easy to set up an ambush near the main road. Showing the map, Bob said that he had a high chance of losing soldiers while the enemy occupied the hill. Looking at the ground, Jared agreed with this, answering that it was true and anyone would notice their geographical superiority. The man began to think about what their last option was. The silhouette stood calmly at the cliff. Looking down in fear, the hero understood that if the spy was truly talented, they would find a bypass. Looking at his hand, the hero answered that he wanted to place a trap in a nook. Liam looked at it in surprise, answering that he had never seen one like that. Looking to the side, Jared told his partner to stand behind him. The hands held the magic thread. The force slowly penetrated. The flow of energy was immediately directed to the crystal. Suddenly, a bright explosion passed across the entire territory. All the bullets quickly flew out in different directions. Everything broke in its path. Putting his hands forward, Jared placed himself and Liam in a shield. The hero answered in surprise that this was incredible. Looking at the place of the explosion, Liam answered that this was an exceptional weapon. Slowly, silently, the hero began to speak about how this way their lands would not turn into a battlefield, because the forest would become a grave for the attackers. Thinking about the horses, the guy talked about a detour. Sitting in the bushes, the hero understood that this would be their one-way ticket. The ruler of Majorca galloped swiftly on his horse. Akron followed right behind him. Bob began to call his soldiers. He ordered them to dismember all who resisted, and those who surrendered to chain up. He exclaimed that with the beginning of this war, an era of their wealth and glory would begin. With a smile on his face, he told everyone to raise their weapons. Bob was delighted and shouted that the massacre was about to begin. Suddenly, Jared's voice was heard and Bob responded to it. Jared said that Bob was wrong about one thing. Looking at the warriors, the main character said that his soldiers should raise not their weapons, but their shields. After all, the guy had set his traps almost everywhere. He really tried to do this. Bob and his men were about to fall into the traps. Akron suspected something. He realized with fear that the mana flowing beneath them was shaking the ground. He shouted to his subordinates to start using defensive magic. They were already scared and did not know what to do. Because none of them had time to do anything, the explosion thundered along the entire road. The trap was activated. Marika's soldiers began to be fired upon. Someone was already burning alive. Akron managed to erect a shield around himself and Bob. The fire raged around. Smoke covered the sky. Byron watched everything from afar. He realized with surprise that a huge explosion had occurred from the side of the bypass road. Byron thought in a panic that they were the ones who did not have an advantage now. He laughed and mounted his horse. Raising his weapon, the hero shouted that even without the support of Majorca, he had 1,800 soldiers. Byron loudly ordered the soldiers to advance and wipe out the enemy. The soldiers rushed forward with shouts. The tanks of the Krivia kingdom were to advance and hold their positions. The smoke from the explosion slowly cleared. Bob was wounded in the shoulder, but he walked on foot. Akron worriedly asked his ruler if he was okay. The magician hesitated. Looking around, the hero said that everyone was dead. There were 500 soldiers left who were following them from behind. Marika's flag was lying on the ground and slowly burning. Bob asked in fear what had happened to those two magicians. But they were also dead, according to Akron. Bob thought in despair that this was a catastrophic situation, because all the soldiers with whom he was supposed to fight against Jared were dead. The man, gritting his teeth, would never have thought that Jared had such a terrifying weapon and now he could only rely on Akron. But while Bob was thinking, someone had already attacked Akron. The man noticed this and screamed loudly. But the mage had already been thrown to the ground and was being strangled. The attacker soared into the sky with Akron in his arms. Looking at Akron, he began to ask why he was so nervous. Akron screamed, asking if his appearance before was just a performance. The knight replied that it was, and it was a pity that Akron had only just realized it. The mage resisted and asked how high they would fly. Suddenly, the knight let go of the mage. Looking at the mage, the knight said that this was just enough. Akron was in shock. He began to fall very quickly. The knight just calmly watched the mage's flight. Then he abruptly flew after him. While moving, he created a spell. He thought about giving Akron a choice. The mage could activate flight to prevent the fall, or create a shield to respond to the ice storm. The knight released the spell and waited to see what choice Akron would make. The mage screamed and put his hand forward, calling the spell. He guessed that the knight was Jared and called him crazy. After all, usually in a duel of mages, the opponents keep their distance. Exchanging attacks, they reveal the level of the opponent's strength. After a long mutual study and reading of the movements, the mages bombard each other with chains of furious attacks. Usually duels go like this. However, Jared decided otherwise, slowly flying up to the hero. Hands were clasped. He instantly reduced the distance after his attack. The guy pressed close to Akron in free fall. Akron did not understand what was happening and whether Jared wanted to kill them both in this way. He followed his gaze with something. His attention was drawn to the magic circle that Jared created. Suddenly Akron smiled nastily. He understood the guy's intentions. After a general inspection of all classes of mages, the fourth class is definitely not considered the last. Even Bob, who forcibly filled the ranks of Majorca with criminals. He spent a quarter of his fortune hiring third-class mages to do their job thoroughly. However, Jared had two reasons why he screamed in horror at the sight of himself. In the past, his strength was enough to subdue a reincarnated lich several times. In comparison, a sack like Jared could only use fourth-class magic once. But Akron's skills were well-balanced, making him an ideal fourth-class mage. Although his combat skills were lacking, he was equal to Jared in magic. He confidently shouted that he would not lose to the guy. And then he punched, but ran into Jared's shield. The shield could easily break in close combat. And so it happened. Akron broke through it and dealt a strong blow to Jared. The knight's helmet shattered into pieces from the attack. Jared winced in pain. Akron, with a smile on his face, shouted that he had seen the guy's magic before. Jared decided to use teleportation magic. Taking advantage of the fact that Akron couldn't use flight magic to counter the attacks that were falling on him, Jared was going to use this advantage and go through the portal while Akron was falling to the ground. Akron screamed like crazy, thinking that Jared couldn't use such a strong spell. However, the mad mage, gritting his teeth, recognized the tricks of the king of Krivia. Due to the impact of Jared's previous attack, the person who would go through the portal would be Akron. Jared stretched out his hand forward, trying to grab the enemy mage. But he summoned a fireball so that the guy couldn't grab it. The protagonist, looking at the fire, heard the guy telling his face to stop the attack or attack. With a smile on his face, the mage said that his flames instantly kill. Looking up, the hero said that death awaits him anyway. His hands touched the shield. The fire force quickly rushed towards the fallen hero. Akron understood with a smile that Jared would not be able to use the portal after him anyway. Flying into another world, the magician replied that even if the main character jumped at him, he would still be killed. His gaze looked ahead with displeasure. The hero's body was stuck on the tip. Akron did not understand what had happened. Descending to the guy, Jared asked him if he had recognized his tricks. Looking at the magician with displeasure, the main character replied that he had come down to tell him this. Akron continued to look at the tree with incomprehension. Shaking his head, the guy replied that he was God knows who without magic. Pointing his finger at the magician, Jared replied that thanks to his attack, he had softened his fall. Thinking about the battles, the guy realized that his ice storm had accelerated his fall. Thinking about the events, the guy said that he had deliberately rushed into the attack, making him the first to pass through the portal trap. Different thoughts and voices arose in his head. Looking at the hero with displeasure, Jared replied that if something looked too perfect, then it was most likely not true or a good opportunity. Sickly Akron asked the guy to stop, but he said that he had always danced on the palm of his hand from the very beginning. Creating fire, the main character replied that he would now know justice from it, and not from his victims. A strong explosion swept through. The surprised guy looked at the system window, which contained the task neck and neck. Stepping on the glasses, Jared realized that he had not even touched his robe. Warriors. The heroes all began to fight. Some of the warriors held shields in defense. Hayes shouted at them to push everyone out. Byron began to shout loudly that their defense would soon pass. Swords hit the guy's forehead. Warriors shouted loudly to hold the line. One of the warriors heard with displeasure how he was told that they needed more people in the center. The center of warriors was broken. The gaze looked into the distance. Warriors with smiles on their faces ran forward. Some people began to shout that after the battle they would fill their pockets with gold and become damn rich. Warriors quickly ran into the house. Hayes looked into the distance in fear. One of the men loudly shouted for everyone to die. Something big hit the hero in the face. The body immediately bounced back. The guys began to look at each other. One of the leaders realized that he did not think that they would be evicted so quickly. The hero, standing with his back, answered that after the army left, the Cribia became helpless. The animal began to say that this is why the Lord was looking for them when they were retired. One of the warriors did not understand why the leader came only now. The man closed his eyes and replied that they had kicked Majorca's ass before coming here. The warriors continued to stand. There was a whole army. The hero looked away. Jared understood that he was the current leader. There were 100 elite soldiers and 900 soldiers of Jared's army on the battlefield. Confidently looking forward, the man replied that they would fight side by side now. The news of his dismissal took the leader by surprise. Jared, the son of his previous master, calmly told the man that he was retiring. The hero had served the previous lord for a long time, swearing allegiance. But now he was gone. And his son Jared sought to get rid of the people he didn't like. The new lord dismissed most of the soldiers. And the reason for this was a lack of funds. Jared spent most of the budget on personal needs and a luxurious life. Also, taking advantage of the situation, many shady types with selfish intentions arrived in Cribia. All the loyal men were removed from their positions, and the soldiers faced constant pay cuts and demotions, even dismissal. The hero did not want to watch the disintegration of Cribia, which had served for so long. So he and the other soldiers decided to disperse. This led the man to the current situation. There was a heavy snowfall in the forest, but the leader still went hunting. He had been wandering through the forest for a long time, but he still did not find anything. Suddenly, the man saw a strange silhouette in front of him. It was a group of creatures pushing a cart. Upon closer inspection, the group turned out to be goblins carrying iron ingots. It was strange to see goblins who had gone so deep into the forest, and the man prepared to attack them. The monsters also noticed the leader, especially the spear pointed in their direction. The silhouette of a man with a weapon made the goblins worried, especially the stern look of the man. But upon closer inspection, the goblins realized that he did not express anger or aggression. Therefore, the monsters decided to ignore the man and continue on their way. This greatly surprised the hero. It was unexpected that the monsters did not attack him, but simply walked past. Although the feeling that even the goblins ignored him was unpleasant. Returning to the settlement, the hero told a blacksmith he knew about what happened. He assumed that they must have been deliverers who were supposed to bring their order for ingredients. According to the blacksmith, the Lord ordered a lot of weapons, thanks to which they were now busy around the clock. Working without a break was very tiring. But thanks to this, they felt like real blacksmiths. They were able to feel their importance as professionals again. Also, the blacksmith he knew asked the hero not to spread this information, since the order was secret. Recently, the man began to notice that the city began to change for the better. The drought problem was solved, the roads and attitude towards soldiers improved, new positions also appeared and a recruitment of talents began. This led to the soldiers who had left returning to military service, giving Jared another chance. They stood by the young lord, helping to deal with the invasion of monsters. These soldiers were the best of the best. They were members of the Majorcan army, and Ronel's army simply could not compare to them, since the former had incomparable experience and skills. The leader belonged to such warriors. The warriors from the enemy army surrendered unquestioningly as soon as the soldiers of Majorcan entered the battlefield. Or they fled in fear, saving their lives. Even the generals of the enemy armies were no exception. As soon as they saw the fall of their army, they sought to retreat before Jared had time to appear, and it was too late. Just one of these retreating cavalry groups was led by Bob. The soldiers followed their leader in panic, fearing that the mage would overtake them. And this was indeed the case. Bob was most afraid of meeting Jared, and therefore tried to gallop as far away as possible. Suddenly, a pleasant voice was heard behind him, asking if everything was okay. In fear, Bob swung his sword, but hit nothing. A male voice from somewhere above regretfully noted that Bob was weaker than expected. Jared was hanging in the air above Bob's head. This greatly angered the leader of the enemy squad, and he demanded that the magician come down to the ground to fight there. Jared agreed to his demands, but on the condition that he would get off his horse to the ground first, and even decided to help him with magic. Bob saw a fireball flying at him. The magical flame fell on him and his horse with great force. There were some soldiers who rushed to help their lord, but at that moment they were struck by magical arrows. Jared demanded that they retreat, while the guy's look was terrible. This made many freeze in place, and the sight of the fallen men lying on the ground, pierced by magical arrows, was even more frightening. When the flames died down, Bob, although injured, was alive. Standing on the ground, Jared walked towards the man, saying that he had known from the beginning that peace between them was impossible. Bob was so angry that they had failed to defeat some boy. At that moment, a blow of pure magical power struck him in the head. The blow was so strong that the helmet protecting his head shattered into pieces. Several more blows followed. Attacking again and again, Jared was outraged at the invaders for coming to take everything from his land, which meant he had to make sure that they did not do it again. He did not want to see anyone else suffer from their atrocities. Therefore, the boy attacked with such force, as if he wanted to cleanse his lands of such people in the literal sense. But hearing his words, Bob only laughed. He laughed at the naivety of the magician's desires. But the guy only shrugged, saying that he, too, sometimes makes mistakes, but he is sure of one thing. Even Jared was better than the man kneeling before him. This remark greatly enraged Bob, and he began to shout something. But at that moment his knee was pierced by a blade. Jared, in order to calm the man down, stuck a dagger into his leg. But Bob did not calm down. With malicious glee, he told the young man that the general of the Knights of the Empire would definitely find out about this situation. And then he would bring his knights here to avenge him. But at that moment Jared took out some book from under his cloak, asking Bob if he knew what this thing was. Blood flowed from Bob's mouth, and he said that nothing would end with his death. If the general of the Knights of the Empire found out about this, then he would bring his knights here and avenge the ruler of Majorca. Jared pulled out his notes on paradise and asked Bob if he knew what they were. The boy flipped through a few pages and offered to look at something. He stopped at one of the notes and said that the Count Byrock that Bob had spoken of would not come. The wounded man screamed in panic, asking how Jared knew the name of this man. The young man sighed and said that he had spent countless nights making the usual notes on people and events. And that was how he had learned that Bob was related to the Count. The king of Krivia shook with laughter, saying that this was the Count who was supposed to kill him. Suddenly the boy closed his notebook and glared at the man, asking if he really thought that a general of the knightly order from the Empire of Idima would come to save his nephew. Bob shuddered, and Jared pressed him further, explaining that a journey of 5,000 kilometers and crossing 4 kingdoms was simply impossible. But did that mean that the Count would mourn the death of his nephew and do everything possible to avenge him? The answer was no, because for a power-hungry man like Byrock, such a nephew was just an eyesore. Jared asked if anyone would mourn Bob at all. Again the boy gave a negative answer, because everyone would simply be relieved by the death of the ruler of Majorca. The king of Krivia smiled calmly and added that it was true, because the man's life was so worthless. The boy began to call upon spells and said that he had prepared much more thoroughly. Magic symbols flared around them and a whirlpool of mana appeared. Bob was silent, his head down. Jared condescendingly decided to let him say his last words before he died. The desperate man suddenly opened his undamaged eye, his gaze burning with rage. He made a quick lunge towards the king, pulling a knife out of the wound and pointing it at the guy. But Jared was ready for this, so he called on a mana swirl and counterattacked his opponent. Bob's hand with the dagger did not move. His shoulder was also immobilized. And his face, expressing suffering, froze in a grimace of pain. The man seemed to have turned into an ice statue. Jared looked at the statue calmly, saying that the last wish for death to the king from the mouth of the enemy was truly evil. The guy touched Bob's nose with the tip of his finger, and added that he would listen to his wish in the next world. The statue began to crumble into small crumbs. The young man was focused. Immediately, pop-up status windows appeared, notifying him that the task had been successfully completed. He received 50 points of charm as a reward, and the value of his territory had increased. The guy breathed a sigh of relief and wearily sank to the ground. Bob's soldiers looked at him with their mouths open. He looked back at them with displeasure. They immediately raised their hands and shouted in chorus that they were surrendering. The armor was removed from the rest of the Major soldiers and they finally surrendered. It was an easy victory. Jared was not carried away by his victory, but disguised himself as a Majorcan and moved on. He quietly fell in behind his soldiers, who were led by Liam. From the very beginning, the guy had only one goal: to take Majorca and Ronelia into his own hands. In the end, Majorca fell. Then the leader of Majorca changed in one day. The status windows told Jared what level of development was in the territory. The boy was thinking about how Krivia was no longer a subject country, even though they called it weak. His thoughts were interrupted by Liam, who asked what the king intended to do next. The subordinate explained that Ronelia had no fortresses left, their troops were destroyed, so they would not be able to defend themselves. Jared agreed and added that, to begin with, the battle between the armies would come down to who had more soldiers. The king resolutely declared that they would go to Ronelia directly. However, Jared's ambitious plan was dashed. An unexpected character appeared in Ronel's reception room. General Arnold of Miseria kept his word, telling that now the genius of this war, Bob, was killed by Jared, who also captured Majorca, and thus, they got rid of the cause of the war and had good results. Jared replied that he thought differently. He did not think that only one person was responsible for the attack. Byron realized that it was directed at him. The man cleared his throat and turned to Lord Arnold. But the general also understood everything at once and said that if this was the case, then Lord Byron should agree to pay compensation, and he would not like to see his neighbor's territory consumed by the horror of war. Jared used the spiritual eye on the general. He realized that he was definitely looking for an opportunity to attack Ronel's territory, putting on a show of peacefulness. General Arnold watched Byron with a condescending smile. Jared imagined how he called on magic and hit the general with an ice storm, then using fire arrows. Along with them, thunder arrows. And finally, a fireball. The explosion would be incredible. And when only smoke remained from it, General Arnold, unharmed, would emerge from the smoke and counterattack. In an instant, cutting Jared in half. In the head of the King of Krivia, everything unfolded exactly like this. Because Arnold was a rank B tank, magic would not harm him in any way. He is the leader of the Central Territories, with an army twice as large as the army of Krivia. There was no point in starting a fight with him, so the guy agreed with the general about the usual compensation. In addition, if Jared wanted to advance from the north to the central continent, he would have to go through Miseria. The guy thought to himself that he would definitely destroy General Arnold. It was night in Krivia. Lena was fast asleep, drooling. But not everyone was asleep. Someone poured a glass of wine. Ella was enjoying the night in the company of an alcoholic drink. Suddenly, someone approached her. The girl was surprised by the late guest. It was Chloe, who wanted to get some fresh air. Ella noticed that the girl was kind of absent-minded all day. She assumed that it could be because of the war. The elf replied that this was not so, and she was just thinking about why Jared did not ask Ella for help. The red-haired girl explained that the guy simply did not want guests to protect his house, because he invited her only to train Lena. But Chloe insisted that Krivia was about to be captured by enemies. Ella reassured the girl that if you look at the results, it seems that Jared had been preparing for this for a long time. Chloe explained that she felt like he was looking into the future at their first meeting. During her rest, she had many chances to talk to the king, and then he asked if she was okay, explaining that most Grey Elves were better off in their safe territories. He asked why the girl was working in this dirty world, as if he knew something. He knew about the terrible end that her father met at the hands of the Black Orcs. Ella asked if only Grey Elves knew about this, and she herself learned about it, only from Chloe. The elf replied that Jared even gave her advice not to seek only revenge. But she also looked at the big picture. Ella noted that the guy was quite an interesting person. Chloe agreed with her. The red-haired girl advised Chloe, if she wanted, to try to follow the king, because they would still be in Krivia for a long time. She also added that Chloe should warn her when she started to feel something for the guy. The elf blushed with embarrassment. Ella began to justify herself by saying that she only wanted to ask if the guy would drink a glass of wine with her, to which she received a reproach from the student. Chloe thought that it was precisely because of this behavior that there were so many dirty rumors about her teacher. A dead-end alley in Night Majorca. Someone smashed a bottle against the wall and shouted that Bob was an idiot. It was the enraged drug dealer Jake, who was shouting that the dead ruler of Majorca had taken many soldiers and suffered a defeat. He could not believe that he had spent so much money on him. Jake's people were counting their losses and the amount of their drugs at that moment. The man ordered his servants to collect all the money and important things now. They were leaving Majorca. Their trade routes are guarded, so they will just have to prepare for the future when they come to Ronelia. Suddenly, one of his servants shouted, warning of danger to the left. The man seemed to be prepared for an uninvited guest. It was Jared and his soldiers. Jared used his spiritual eye when he asked the interlocutor where he was going in such a hurry. Jake answered that he was moving due to a new job. The status windows showed Jared that he owned artifacts and was going to escape. The drug dealer just took out one of them and said that he did not have time for jokes. Jared immediately called spells and said that he was also busy killing Jake and his guys right now. The spells of the king of Krivia flew towards the drug dealer, but he was calm. He even called the guy a thorn and activated the artifact, which was a clock that warped space. A dome formed around the man. Jared's spell lost speed. A moment later it became slower, and then it turned from lines into stop dots. Liam shouted that the magic had stopped and apparently Jake was also a magician, but the king answered negatively. He explained that it was the effect of the artifact that Jake possessed. He could stop magic 20 meters away from himself. But the artifact did not work on 5th-class magic. Jake seemed surprised at this moment. Because Jared began to approach the dome of the artifact, the guy thought that he needed to deliver a strong blow. And for this he must be within these 20 meters. Jared passed through the dome, and Jake immediately asked him if the guy would fight him up close. The king calmly said that Jake was finished. But the drug dealer did not give up, answering that Jared was trying to catch him right after the war ended. He offered him a deal. The owner of the drug cartel promised to give the king 3 times more money than he gave Bob, so that he would simply turn a blind eye to their dealings. He did not want to joke about war with the new owner on his territory. Liam was furious at Jake's speech. The soldiers behind him were ready. Jared thought that if he let the man go now, the northern region of the continent would be under the control of Detricare. After all, in the future, Lena will be known as an impenetrable wall. And Jake is the right hand of that tyrant, the advisor of the Demon King. Then Jared said that he must kill people like Jake to maintain the nobility of Majorca as a new territory. Jake took out his sword and realized that negotiations were apparently impossible. The drug dealer added in a rage that beating Bob had gone to Jared's head, because his childhood time was over and now he would put the king to bed. Jared calmly pulled down his sleeve, under which the Deluca Lich bracelet was hidden. Immediately, status windows popped up, warning that if his level was lower than the enemy's, his strength was doubled and the fifth option of the bracelet was activated. According to this fifth option, Jared's strength and wisdom were doubled. The Lich artifact was activated. Jared's body was enveloped in the dark energy of death. It was a nightmare spell, and the guy asked his opponent if he was ready for a sweet sleep. There was no one on the streets of Majorca. Only fog shrouded the night houses. Liam and his soldiers fought the enemy. Jared attacked with magic. Jake tried to break through the king's attacks. He used the skill of his sword, which was called the Fugitive and was level 1. The skill gave the sword a terrifying speed, with which the guy repelled Jared's spells. The drug dealer pushed off the ground sharply and jumped towards the guy, stretching his hand forward. But then one of Jared's knights rushed to protect him, saying that he would not allow his lord to be wounded. Jared, in a panic, warned the servant that Jake was dangerous and it would be better for the knight not to approach him. But it was too late and Jake attacked the knight. He could not move, so he stood rooted to the spot. At the same moment, Jake jumped over him and pushed off. He was inexorably approaching Jared. Suddenly, a very bright flash of light enveloped the king. This immediately blinded the enemy, thus distracting him from another attack with spells. Jake's men continued to fight, but they were already being pressed by Jared's soldiers. Jake sank to the ground. He thought about what kind of magician this Jared was. Although he is a magician, he knows how to react to hand-to-hand combat, and his magical power is ridiculously fast. Jake thought with fear that Jared was probably a 5th-class magician, not a 4th. It was like fighting 4 Akrons at the same time. Jared clapped his hands and said that he had managed to see the drug dealer's abilities when he was able to cut through the defense. And it was obvious that Jake was a master of the sword. But the strangest thing was that the king did not feel his artifacts. After all, Jake had a black sword in his hands, which was created to fight magic. Jared sank to the ground. He continued to say that he suspected why Jake carried this sword with him, apparently because it was too weak. Jake was furious about this and accused the guy of using the same weapon before. The king calmly pretended that this did not happen. In addition, Jared saw that the Watch of Spatial Distortion was just a decoration. Jake activated the 2nd-level fugitive skill in a rage, and rushed at the king. But he easily dodged, and continued to retreat calmly. Jared called upon fire magic and directed it towards the enemy, but he dispersed the attack with his sword of speed. Suddenly, the king disappeared from the guy around the corner of one of the houses. Jake immediately rushed after him. Jared attacked the walls of the houses on the sides with magic. Stones from them began to fly straight at Jake, but he managed to dodge them. He slipped through the flying boulders like a bird of prey, thereby catching up with the king of Krivia. Jared turned around, feeling the proximity of the pursuer. And at that moment, Jake struck a lightning strike. He cut off part of Jared's cloak. Jake did not understand how the young man avoided his blows. Jared was already standing on the roof of the house and said that Jake's speed was really scary. He even had to use a spell. But now it was the king of Krivia's turn to attack. He was already preparing a dark magic spell. Jake saw a bright purple glow. It was a lightning and night awakening spell that hit him like a pillar from the sky. There was smoke from the attack all around. The drug dealer was battered. Small sparks of lightning were spreading across his body. Jared told him to give up, because if they fought only with swords, then Jake would definitely be a tough opponent. Because he is much faster than any ordinary swordsman, and at the same time, each of his blows is powerful. But despite this, Jared did not enter his attack zone. Jake barely stood up, leaning on his sword, and said that the king is good at analyzing. And at that moment, the drug dealer straightened up, straightening his chest. He activated his 3rd-level escape skill. Jake shouted that if Jared is so good at analyzing, then let him try to guess who will win this battle. Jared calmly replied that he was 100% sure that he would win. The enemy was furious and shouted that Jared should not die before that moment, because he would shut him up. Jake immediately used the 4th-level escape skill and prepared to jump. The ground shattered under his feet when he pushed off from it. Jared recoiled in panic from such an unexpected attack. And Jake was already flying at him with his sword at the ready. Suddenly, the sword found its target and pierced it. A shrill cry of pain filled the area. The target was Jake himself. His sword pierced the drug dealer's chest, and Jared stood unharmed nearby. The king's face showed confusion and fear. But a moment later, his expression changed to a sly smile, and the guy said that he absolutely did not care about Jake's attacks. Diluc and Jake, although they were both strong enemies, could not be more different. With partially closed magic, weak bodies slowly decaying, Diluc became weaker with time. While Jake had success in all skills, advantage and artifact, he was in the midst of growing his power. Although Jared could easily dodge the already familiar attack pattern of the Lich and slowly reduce his health with magic. But the rest could kill the king with just one blow if he lost his guard for a second, so the strategy like with the Lich was not very suitable for the fight with Jake and Arnold. But the moment Jared used the spiritual eye on Jake, he noticed something. It was another ability of Jake's recklessness. Like stepping on an accelerator, one could increase his physical capabilities with this ability. It was a perfect find for Jared, whose combat capabilities are not very good. Therefore, Jared deliberately taunted Jake during the fight so that he would hurry up to use his recklessness. As Jake was about to deliver his final blow, Jared continued to egg him on, saying that he was taking too long with the mage who was pushing him away in close combat. This made the drug dealer completely lose his mind and thoughtlessly attacked him directly. And after Jake used the skill of recklessness, Jared used the magic of the cosmos to hit Jake with his own blade. Jake made a fatal mistake that he would not have made in a normal, ordinary situation. While his blade was in his chest, Jared calmly said that he needed to stay cool and not forget about his kind heart. The king took out a bag of drugs and accused the man of many having died because of them, and those who did not have more money for them, tied up. The guy cut the bag and shoved it into the enemy's mouth, saying that this was his parting gift, because he knew that Jake would like it. Jared was adamant, saying that after all, Jake was proud of what he sold and had said himself that anyone would die for that high. The drug dealer fell to his knees and threw his head back limply, drugs foaming from his mouth. Jared declared that Jake would be beheaded for attempting to disrupt the peaceful future of the nation. Notification windows reported that the quest had been completed and that harmony and public order in the city would now increase by 100%. However, if the causes of the deaths of the rest of the people were not determined, deaths would continue. The Knights of Krivia had already defeated Jake's people. Liam informed Jared that they had suppressed all the others. The king replied that even if Jake led the most notorious squad, it did not mean that other criminal organizations had ceased to operate in the country. Jared was firm in the order he gave, saying that they must clear the place before dawn. If any of the criminals spoke out against it, they could not be left alive. Their heads had to be taken off first, for lawlessness would never rule this land again. Dawn broke in Mallorca. Liam looked rather battered. He straightened up and looked towards his king. Jared was hovering in the air, still giving orders, and Liam thought about how he had overcome insurmountable obstacles with a mysterious wisdom. But this time, instead of showing wisdom, the king showed a frisky, decisive and spontaneous nature. He left a lasting impression on the awakened people of the city. This impression of an emperor in the making. Liam looked at Jared with admiration. The status window showed that Liam's devotion had increased dramatically, and when his devotion reached 200, he himself would achieve the first awakening. The Lord of Education of Mallorca's office was filled with papers. Jared said exhaustively that this place was a complete mess and chaos. And he did not have time to mess around with these papers. There were two things he definitely had to do. The first was to run around the ancient tombs of Mallorca to accumulate more strength. And the second was to find a highly skilled specialist who could mine caldium, an underground resource. Caldium was a very difficult ore to mine, which would be found only in 13 years. It was stronger than iron. If Jared got to it first, he would be able to make a great breakthrough in weaponry. But now the guy was drowning in paperwork. Suddenly he remembered that when he came to Krivia, someone helped him. It was Hayes. She helped Jared with everything back then. The guy thought that he would like to see her again. So today he would start looking for special talents who could help in running the city. The guy imagined himself sitting in a movie theater and chewing popcorn like during a movie. In front of him was the first candidate, Tonio, a man capable of handling any case, and with him Mallorca would definitely be reformed like Krivia. Jared was not against such a candidate. But here's the problem, this guy was executed when he was Bob's advisor. The second candidate is Katie. This girl has a sixth sense in business. Jared was no longer so enthusiastic about this candidate, but he was still for it. But here's the problem, because the girl was expelled after asking Bob for a budget. The last candidate was Marklon. He is one of those who plays well with other people and he is quite smart. Here Jared has already agreed to work with what he had. Unfortunately, the day Bob died, Marklon left his post and fled that same night. He was afraid that he would also be arrested. Jared no longer hoped for anything. He wondered what could be wrong with this godforsaken country. There was no talent in her. This was the first time his wisdom and sharp mind had failed him. Should he bring Vincent or Bill here? But he couldn't bother them. They were busy with Krivia. The notification windows were hitting the king where it hurt, informing him that people were leaving their posts due to complaints about non-payment of labor. Suddenly, Liam called out to the king. The head of security was reporting that there was a problem in the village of Devani, which was in the southwest of Mallorca. The leader of that village had been appointed to the position not long ago, but they had received reports that he was doing nothing, absolutely not working. The villagers came to Liam, crying and begging them to help return their village to normal. Not only that, they had heard that the village leader drank every day and drew obscene pictures. It seemed he had learned nothing, except that he managed to get a position in the territory. Jared was seething with anger, and said that he would go and teach him discipline himself. He would take the initiative into his own hands. The skill of recklessness was activated to the 4th level. The village of Dewani was ordinary and unremarkable. The old man pointed the travelers to the door of one of the houses in the village. It was immediately knocked down without knocking or warning. At the head of those who entered was an angry Jared. Behind him was Liam, who announced that the head of the village should show himself immediately. Two guys are standing and looking around, and Julian is asked to leave. Clutching his head, the guy begins to scratch and admire. On the board are various papers, which were called Spring Bloom. Opening his mouth, Liam asked them to be silent. On the floor are bottles and sheets of paper. A man with a mug in his hands asks who is there. Seriously and menacingly, Liam asks his name. Jared's eyes turn red, because he has seen many talents before. He remembers different people with abilities, because they were gifted with unique talents, and made sure that they developed them as soon as possible. Water is poured from a jug into a mug. The guy's eyes widened and became redder. Julian is sitting on the floor. He was level 65. Closing his eyes, the guy asks what happened, and the protagonist sees his characteristics. He had many special skills. Raising his hand, Jared asks Lim to stop talking. The guy's face is calm. He is trying to understand what he is thinking. Taking his chin, they ask him why he did nothing for the village. Raising his hand, he says that this is too trivial a job. Having started drinking, Julian does not think that it is worth dealing with this and was not one of those who should be in such a peaceful village. Grinning his teeth, he begins to take out his sword for his statements. The protagonist sits on the floor. Opening his mouth, he asks if the job is not right for him. They answer him affirmatively. Smiling, he asks to tell the truth. Julian holds the mug and says nothing. He looks serious and says he doesn't want to. He closes his eyes and asks if he can prove his words. The guy smiles and asks if he minds watching him from the sidelines. Liam looks at their smiles and wonders. A guy appears near the door. Opening his mouth, he says that he checked the old documents and let them bring them. He goes to the sheets and touches them. Pointing his finger, Julian asks if they want to help take down the pictures, because he just drew them and hung them here, but over time there were too many. 3 guys start taking pictures. A woman comes to them and is told to make sure that she is feeding the calf properly or just not weaning. 2 guys are standing, one is happy, the second is sad because her salary will be reduced by 16%. People stand in hoods and are told that if the population in the hive is decreasing, then something may have happened to the queen, and if they destroy the hive, they will fly to another. Approaching Liam, he says that someone is wasting the money earned from the harvest. Jared opens his mouth, thinking that he has done a month's work in half a day. The guy looks and says that all the work is done. Looking back, he says that they can go too. The 2 sit at the table. Folding his hands, the protagonist says that now it is clear why he was so confident. Placing his hand on his chest, Julian says that he did not even try to manage the village, and all the work will not take much time if you put your soul into it. Opening his mouth, he says that he did a great job. The guy says that he managed to figure it out. Looking at his hand, he says that there is a business. Holding it out, the guy asks what his dream is. The man's face is not visible, but he asks why such a person asks. Raising his hand, he says that he recognizes his skill, but the guy is quite arrogant for a commoner, and each person has his own destiny. Putting his hand to his chin, he says that he brought him here because he passed the test for ruling an empire with flying colors, but he is driven by vanity. Julian's face is serious because he felt infinitely small. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that he wants to become a hero of the continent. His eyes were blue, and he says that instead of being a nameless lord of a small territory, he wants to become a world hero. The guy looks at him in surprise. Opening his mouth, Julian asks if he is lying. Folding his hands, he asks if he sees anyone here who could lie. The guy opens his mouth and is surprised by the question. They open it with their hand. Then they pour into mugs, because for a long time he wanted to look up to someone. Taking the cups in his hands, he says that if there is a vassal who looks up to his lord, then if he makes a mistake, it will be the lord's mistake. Julian hands him a cup and says that he should become an earl by the end of the year, or head a conglomerate of territories, to make sure of his dream. The protagonist takes the cup and wants to prove to him what he is capable of. He closes his eyes and allows him to watch him. Julian tilts his head and starts laughing. Opening his eyes, he says that he will never betray the trust of the lord who has earned his full respect. Liam stands near the wall and listens to the conversation. The 2 clink glasses and one of them says that they will stick together for eternity and will take him as the executive head who manages all internal affairs. The girl Mia is sitting on the guy's back. We can see the buildings because we are in Caribbean. Hayes is running with a pippedaster and wondering when Milord will return to the mansion. 2 guys are walking near him, who are talking about what Milord wants. Bill opens his mouth and listens, and he was told that if Milord installs one vassal as an executive head, he will rule the whole territory. Vincent is standing nearby, and the guy shouts that they must go immediately to the major. The man with the mustache asks the girl if she wants to go and greet the lord. Her face is surprised and she opens her mouth. Smiling, she answers in the affirmative. We are near a white building in Majorica. Two guys are writing and reading documents. There is a knock on the door, and the guys have been living in the office all last week. Hayes holds a tray and says that she made tea from the Carlacasa flour. Approaching the guy, she says that the tea is good for losing weight, and that is why she made it. Julian looks at her because they offer to massage his shoulders. Closing his eyes, he asks my lord to take a break from work and rest. Smiling, Jared is told that exhausting himself will negatively affect his ability to concentrate. They leaned over him and said that they would go to a meeting with the rest of the vassals and then return. Three guys are standing. They were from Caribbean, who heard rumors, came here to see everything with their own eyes and make sure, and were also worried that such an official could create problems in governing the territory. Bill looks at the documents and admires, and they themselves have passed the stage of accepting Julian's skill. There are cups on the table, and they ask him if he wants to drink together. Waving his arms, Hayes says that how dare he talk to my lord like that. Smiling, the protagonist says that he repeated several times, when they are alone, there is no need to worry about such nonsense. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl says that she will drink carefully. They begin to pour tea into the cup. The protagonist begins to drink, and she watches. Then she starts drinking, and the guy calls her name. After that, she spills tea because she was asked if she wanted to quit her job as a maid. A stain formed on her chest. The girl herself was shaking. Tears came to her eyes, and Hayes asks if he means that she is a bad maid. Jared opens his mouth and denies it. She stands in the hallway because he cleaned well and he had no skills. Extending his hand to her, he says that he cleaned in order to master cleaning magic. Something starts to glow near his hand, and he says that the time will come when magic will be needed. Standing next to the girl, he says that since she is now a healer, they can be promoted to a higher position and may no longer work as a maid. Folding her hand, Hayes says that she does not want to, but wants to look after him. Closing his eyes, he calls her by name. Taking her by the hair, Jared asks her to listen to him. Not far from them lies a pendant, the guy asks. Does not she follow orders? The pendant starts to glow, and she says that if she has to quit her job as a maid, she will stop being a healer. The protagonist notices that something is glowing behind him and talking about death. Turning to the pendant, they see that it has flown up and is saying different words. Jared frowns and listens to the words. The ball in the pendant glows green. Then it falls on the table. Hayes looks at the guy. He says that this is an artifact that previously belonged to a criminal. Taking the pendant by the chain, the guy thinks that this is an ordinary artifact that increases his basic skills to 25. Standing in complete darkness, he realizes that its true purpose is the key to the ancient catacombs under Majorica. Turning to the girl, he asks if he wants to go for a walk. Hayes answers affirmatively with his mouth open. We are in a small town in the kingdom of Lentis Morolas and see orange roofs. The guy knocks on the door and says that a letter has arrived. Beltan takes the envelope of his hand and did not know the person who sent it. The postman came down the stairs and wished him a good day. The guy sits down on a chair and begins to read. Opening his mouth, he guesses who sent it. In the letter, Jared greeted him and writes about his skills. Holding a coin in his hands, he understands that he will be given money for coming to him. We see his hand, because something begins to happen. He turns into an old man and asks to give an account of his actions. Scratching his beard, Beltan thinks that he has reached level 5. Making a sad face, he understands that even geniuses sometimes have no idea what needs to be done to move on to the next class. Holding the letter in his hands, he says the name Jared. When suddenly, his eyes widen and he begins to understand something. The main character appears near him and understands that everything written is a lie. A blue aura appears in his hand and Beltan decides to go there to find out. Looking at the burnt document, he realizes that he must have some kind of sense. Two people are walking down the road. Hayes looks back because it's creepy. The protagonist doesn't smile, but the atmosphere was creepy. We see a forum, and during the development of the game, no one had the slightest idea where the catacombs were. The guy is sitting and drinking coffee because everyone was ready to give up, and the location of the ancient catacombs was shown on the developer's personal social network. We see a tree because what was on the monitor was found in the mirror. Approaching the tree, Jared asks if it's here. Standing near the sand, he says that except for the green trees, everything looks normal. Hayes takes the guy's shoulder because he sees sand. Looking seriously, the protagonist asks him to take 5 steps back. The tree turns into a man's face and asks who dares to break into his catacombs. Looking at him, he says his name. The tree's eyes widen. Opening his mouth, he says that how dare a man who does not belong to this world stand up. The protagonist's face has changed. Standing near the tree, he is told to disperse, and at that moment, when their curses touch and the whole world will come to an end. Closing his mouth, he understands that Mahart knows who he is. It became dark everywhere, and Jared understands that he is talking to the him that exists inside his body. Opening his mouth, the guy asks for what purpose he is talking. Mahart looks at him and says that they should not talk anymore and interrupts his sleep. Circles began to appear and the protagonist says that this is no different from the game. Straightening his hand, he says that since he does not know anything about him, we must meet again. Opening his mouth, Mahart says that he chose death. Then the tree begins to attack him. Half of his face is gone. A hole in the cave appears below. Hayes points there with his hand and says that there is an entrance. The two begin to go in there. We are near a white building. This is the residence of Lord Majorica. The protagonist folds his hands and thinks. Hayes opens his mouth and asks if she missed something. Tilting his head, he is told that she drew all the places she saw. Smiling, Jared says that there is no doubt that she drew everything perfectly. Looking at her, he says that she has a talent for drawing maps. The girl replies that when she was little, she watched how her father drew. Still looking at her, he says that this is a useful skill. Closing her eyes, Hayes says that she is very pleased. The cooks carried food and wrote down, and Mary herself will arrive in about 2 days. Squeezing her hands, she is asked to cook something. Running to the door, she asks to wait a second. Closing his eyes, Jared understands that her excessive assertiveness is sometimes frightening. We see 2 guys walking along the tunnel, because they explored about half of the catacombs. The map shows the path only through safe areas where there were no enemies. We see green eyes, and the ancient tomb of Mahart was known as the Mirror Dungeon. There is a pendant on his hands, and if Jake had killed him, the Mirror Dungeon quest would have opened. The guy's face is smiling and also his eyes were looking in one direction. He was a seller of fun. Next, he is in a golden mask and has become a tycoon. With 2 guys, they are looking at the chest, because thanks to the artifacts that he stole from the Mirror Dungeon. People are standing in different clothes, because she barely found the dungeon due to a developer error. They go into the cave, because as a result of the bad reputation, so that it was impossible to find, many guilds gathered for a chance to earn fame and decided to cleanse. The guy shows us 2 fingers, and thanks to cooperation during the raid in the dungeon, they could be instantly dispersed. His face becomes sad about devastated, because everyone thought about it. There is a monster near him. His eyes are red and he holds a weapon because they were unable to approach Mahart, and were destroyed. People run to Mahart alone because after such a defeat many united and created a guild union to challenge the dungeon once again. The monster starts killing them. Looking into the distance, Jared thinks that the fact was that instead of a small guild cleared the dungeon. On the table lies a map and a necklace, and what he did before caused laughter, compared to Mahart. Leaning on the table, the protagonist reflects that every mistake can turn into death, and therefore must prepare wisely. Several days have passed, we see closed doors. Hayes looks from behind the wall, because Milord has been acting suspiciously lately. Jared stands near the jug, because he was practicing cleaning. Holding a sword in her hands, she thinks that she accumulates weapon artifacts that she does not use. Stands near the easel with Julian, and the girl peeks. Putting her hand to her chin, she begins to think. Closing her eyes, she understands that there must be a reason. Leslie opens his mouth and asks if he recently started learning to draw. Smiling, the guy says since he is here, let him find those who agree to buy a few paintings. Taking the sheets in his hands, he is told to sell Julian's obscene. Smiling, Leslie decides to try to find a buyer. Coughing into his hand, he says that he had free time at night. Turning to him, the protagonist thinks about his free time, although he did not have a necklace that eliminated human needs. A guard comes and bends down, because a carriage from Cribia has arrived at the estate. Hayes runs up to the guy, because he was called. Julian puts his hand on the table, and they tie his belts. The girl opens her mouth and asks if he is going to the ruins. Looking down, he says that in the place where he is going this time, it is better to explore with fewer people. Bowing her head, she tells him not to go, because it is dangerous. The protagonist closes his eyes. He had a green cloak and he himself believed that this place is reality, so he cannot restore it. Walking up the stairs, he thinks that he needs the reward of the Mirror Dungeon and therefore will take the best fighters he knows. The girl opens her mouth and says that he is late. They were dressed differently and everyone said that it is indecent when ladies wait. Jared holds a bundle in his hands because he has studied the entire dungeon and you need to follow the map. Chloe looks at him and calls. 2 girls begin to go there. Chloe points to herself and asks why her. Turning to her, he says that he is an important person. Looking at him, she decides to remain silent. We see a concrete floor. The 4 of them are walking near the lantern and one of the girls despised the kingdom of demons and the blood of the Church of Darkness. A girl was walking behind Jared and asked that he came here, to this tomb, not because he was interested in the power of darkness. Looking at her, the protagonist replies that he is interested in the artifact and is absolutely not curious about the power of darkness. Opening her mouth, she says that if it weren't so, then maybe they would end up in a fight. Smiling, the guy says that it's a relief, because it won't happen. Looking at her, he realizes that she is quite sensitive to light, and maybe because of the injury. Isabel turned to him and points her finger into the distance, because the path is getting stronger. Remembering the labyrinth, the protagonist says that after the labyrinth there will be one path, and you need to go past each chamber in order to get to the end. She is near the doors. The clay soldiers are holding weapons in their hands. Crouching down, Isabel is told that you need to use the tactics that were explained earlier. Black smoke begins to appear from her hand. She kneels and calls for a black body. The soldier notices a black liquid on the floor. Then they both begin to be attacked. Their armor was slightly destroyed. Then the three of them run towards their opponents. Jared looks back, because he is not attacked. All the clay soldiers run towards Isabel. The guy turns and straightens his hand to cast a spell. Then the soldiers begin to collapse. Their heads are broken, as are their bodies. Chloe hits them with her hand. The head of one of the monsters falls. We see precious stones on the floor. Approaching them, she says that they were aiming at her. Bending down, Jared says that these guys first attack dark magicians and sorcerers. Taking the stones in his hands, the guy says that they need to change clothes and let the two girls take them. We see a door that was painted. They begin to open. 4 of them are dressed in soldier hats. The girl with fur on her shoulder makes something. Other clay soldiers are walking along the corridor. Opening her mouth, she thinks that there are at least 2,000 of them. Pointing to herself, she asks if the disguise will work. She has answered that the longer the face is similar to them, the longer it will be fine. Then the 4 begin to walk near them. Jared has a serious face because there are at least 2,500 clay soldiers, and since they were added to compensate for the missing guardians, there are 4 more monsters. The man fights the soldier, and they get rid of 500 monsters. One of the soldiers wonders, looking at the people. Then he turns away because Chloe put an effect, making masks for them, and they can easily deal with it without a fight. Turning to the girl, he says that nothing happened. Chloe opens her mouth and says that her masks were useful. Pointing to the mask, he says that the vision is weak, since they just have holes for the eyes, but if you do not disguise, they will immediately notice. Taking her face, she says that underground raids are fun. Chloe is silent. They are told that they will have to fight together. Then she knocks on another person. Putting her hand on the shoulder, the girl says that she helped too. Jared makes a sad face and says that there is no way to fix it. Putting her hands on her hips, she is told that it is a good job. The other girls stand and just listen to their conversation. Near them is a massive clay figure. They walk. Chloe says that these guys are quite similar to the undead, but they are different. He remembers the skeleton and the soldiers, because they were born from curses that do not belong to the types of dark magic. The man with green eyes stretches out his hands, and Mahart, when he fell asleep, he cursed his subjects to take a form that would not age. The man's face is eaten away. Then they become soldiers, because they lost their form and it was difficult for them to take their true form. We see Ella's chest and she asks, are these his subjects? Passing a huge monster, Jared says that some of the clay soldiers managed to keep parts of their real body, so they need to be careful. The monster turned its head to them. Its eyes were black. If you look closer, you can see that there are real human eyes. There was no longer a monster behind them. A huge monster jumps on them. Then it lands on the floor. The protagonist pulls one of the girls out of there. Ella starts to get her weapon, and at that moment they ask if she's okay, to which she answers yes. Jared looks down at the monster, although this shouldn't have happened. His mask had slipped and an eye was visible, and perhaps the dungeon had changed. The monster jumps and tries to grab onto them. The guys land on the floor. Looking at the clay soldier, who is on the ceiling, the guy shouts for everyone to run. Ella picks up a sword to make a strike. Her eyes start to turn green. A green aura appears from the sword, which pierces the monster. Then the clay soldier falls to the ground. Dust from the fall appears. We see a monster with red eyes. Jared's eyes widen in surprise. Ella in glasses thinks that if he is not resistant to electricity, then why did he not even flinch? The clay soldier swings his fist. Ella smiles and asks how about they see how cool he is. There is a girl with a sword near the protagonist. She raises her hand, which had a ring on it, and calls for Mahart. The monster wants to hit, but stops. The protagonist looks at him. The clay soldier approaches him with his face. Then he gets up while people are watching. He turns and starts to leave. Jared grimaces because the combat doll retreated because of one phrase. We see a clay soldier, and the words were a password, and this is some other doll. A bright aura emanates from him because he was invincible, and there is a small chance why he became like this. The protagonist opens his mouth because this can happen with a small chance. Starting to take off his mask, the guy says that they are made with a curse, so the side effects are scary. The man holds the clay soldier, because they cannot leave a certain area, or their creator is dead, or maybe there is no mind. Looking at the mask, Jared says that they probably can't tell the difference between enemies and allies and just attacked everyone, so they stood up and shut up. Near Ella is a girl who also takes off her mask, and for such situations, the caster could have created some kind of password. Smiling, the guy says that he would appreciate it if she just thought of this situation as something emphasized from her experiments, and we need to move on. The guys walk down the corridor. Suddenly, they stop because someone shouts that they are trespassers. Holding a tray with something, they say that this is the shrine of Mahart. We see a monster in masks. His name is Nate and asks to make themselves at home, and also with each trespasser his wisdom increases. Opening his mouth, Jared says for the two girls to distract him. The monsters begin to rise, and Nate asks to give each other a warm memory. The monsters begin to run at them, and the other side of Nate asks to kill them all. Ella takes a sword in her hands, but sees that they are not running towards her. Isabel opens her mouth and widens her eyes. She begins to run away from them, because they are attacking her again. Chloe holds swords in her hands and runs. Nate spreads his arms and a monster appears, because they came to attack them. A girl climbs on the monster and runs along it. Chloe jumps up and makes a hit on Nate. Then she lands on the ground. A large hand appears behind her. Chloe is at the bottom of the hand that is trying to grab her. Nate's sides say different things. One was in pain, and the other complained about his slaves because they are incompetent. The monsters grab their heads. They are told that they do not evolve over time. Ella opens her mouth and says that those who use the power of darkness can be so catastrophic. Holding a mask in her hands, they ask him if those guys he scolds are not his subjects. Pointing at him, he says that a slave can never reach the status of a subject. They are just tools used for purposes. Ella defends herself from the blows and says that Mahart is using him for his own purposes. Good Nate was shocked, and the other asks not to give in to demonic lies. Then they begin to tear apart. The monster approaches Ella, saying that he will not forgive her for all the blasphemous words. Chloe jumps and wants to make a blow. The other girl holds a sword in her hands. There is a monster near her. Chloe stabs the monster. The sword is in its back. Ella holds the sword and asks if it is normal for loyal servants to break their composure with a few words. Nate is cut again by Ella. Looking down, the girl realizes that he is not an easy enemy to deal with, but he still turned out to be one. Opening her mouth, she asks if Jared is finished. Nate is stepped on. The protagonist hugs Isabel and she asks him how about leaving this rotting king and becoming her slave. He replies that he wishes. There are bodies on the ground and 3 hours and 29 cameras left in the raid. Nate was standing in a crowd of people and now there are 2 cameras left. Ella stood seriously and thought that this is very interesting. She looked at the guy and thought that he has some incredibly accurate knowledge about this tomb. Jared was saying something seriously to Chloe, and someone was thinking that the hero even took into account the blonde's lack of experience, and put the responsibility on her, and left the red-haired girl with nothing. The lady with glasses was humming a song contentedly, and said that thanks to the protagonist she was making easy money and her discipline was growing in strength, and she thought it was cool. The girl held out a bag in front of her, and seriously said that even there she was as a guard, then turned to someone and asked if it was too much of someone to treat her badly. The blonde was seriously pointing his finger at the door. He said that there was only one armed soldier behind it, and their attack plan was very simple. To begin with, they were aiming at the side behind the enemies and the warriors would be fine if they dealt enough damage. Isabella hesitantly asked if that was all, to which the blonde said that they didn't have many options. There was a sign on the gate, and someone thought that even in the game, that monster pushed away the raid of allied guilds on its own and cheap tricks would not work. There was a brightening light behind them. A group of people entered the room and a large creature stood in front of them. Gray sat on the stones, deep in thought. He calmly said that the warriors should not interrupt his master. The blonde looked ahead with concentration and intense energy was used. The soldier looked at her carefully, and someone thought that it seemed as if his presence was completely absorbing them. The man looked at those who came with disdain, and someone said that the high priest, seeing that someone could not keep those uninvited guests at a distance, but instead sent them here, and someone asked about whether he could consider someone a traitor. Nate grinned and watched carefully. The guys prepared their weapons and concentrated, and then the masked man said that there was a reason for this. Suddenly his head exploded and drops of blood flew to the sides. The body fell to the floor with a crash, and Chloe looked at it in fear. She looked at her friend with horror in her eyes. Gray put his hand forward with a spear, and someone seriously said that no matter what the reason was, betrayal should not be forgiven, and the soldier confidently said that they should put their lives on the line to save the Lord. The evil protagonist used magic and a fire sphere appeared, and behind him stood an enraged Isabella, and at that moment the guy said that he meant that they attracted his attention at least for a second, and they attacked from the back. Jared directed the force towards the enemy. A loud and large explosion occurred. Dust rose in the room, and a light burned inside it. The armed soldier confidently said that all intruders who do not need his warning should face death. The hero shouted for everyone to be careful because that guy was strong. He used magic called Magic Missile and Nightmare. Beams of magic flew towards the enemy. He stood motionless, taking the damage. The protagonist stood in front of Gray and used power. The man pointed the gun at the enemy and confidently moved towards him. Having fired magic, an explosion formed in the room. MC managed to dodge and went to the side. The opponent flew towards him to attack. The enemy landed on the floor and swung his spear. Jared was kneeling and confidently using a spell called Flicker. He was nervous and thought that as planned, his proximity to one blow increases his strength by 1 whole level. 2 large pits appeared in the field, and someone said that someone has an ability that instantly increases attack power by 1000%. The character was scared and imagined a torn toy and thought that even if the enemy touched him a little, something would happen. The man confidently walked towards the guy, twirling his weapon, and someone thought that he was stronger than everyone, but this time he was not alone. The angry opponent stared ahead. Suddenly, a strong blow flew into his neck, which made him wince. Behind him was a focused Chloe, who plunged swords into him, and Gray said that someone was dirty and cowardly. Someone screamed with rage that someone was a pest, who had long posed a threat to the throne and he should not exist. The white-haired girl jumped away from her rival. The soldier stood in fear, looking down. Isabella put her hand forward and used magic, and then said that how dare he get rid of her slave. The man put his hand to his face and thought that his vision was fading, and he thought in surprise that there was a sorcerer with them. The protagonist stood behind the enemy, and someone thought that they had started to carry out a frontal attack on the mages. He had lost his vigilance, and despite his youth the guy is incredibly skilled. We are transferred to the moment when Jared used the first fire spell, and then the enemy thought that he had blocked his line of sight. The guys surrounded the soldier from 3 sides in order to start a continuous attack, and this tactic is amazing and is only subject to a limited number of people. A dark liquid was moving along the floor and was heading somewhere. Gray stood in surprise in the middle of the crowd that was attacking him. The blonde jumped on his back and thrust her sword. The enemy reached out with his hand to hit the girl, but she managed to dodge. He swung his spear towards the portal into which the heroine jumped. Suddenly, someone used magic and the creature's body exploded. He screamed out of surprise about something. The soldier looked in surprise and thought in panic that it was dangerous, because at this speed, his decaying body would not last long. But suddenly he tensed up and thought that if he killed at least one, they would not be able to continue to maintain a continuous stream of attacks and their tactics would weaken. Someone quickly moved into the room and mentally screamed about what was happening now. The enemy confidently ran towards the protagonist and thought that he had to defeat the magician and kill him. But the hero uses magic and manages to escape from the attack. The man used the ability to detect the opponent. He swung his weapon and hit the character, causing him to scream in pain. Jared's face was horrified by what happened. Gray was surprised when he heard someone say that he knew the enemy was going to attack him. The MC copies stood there smiling happily and saying that it was a good move, but that blonde guy was prepared for it, so it was pointless. The soldier stood scared, surrounded by a crowd, and someone said that Ella had retreated and was quietly watching the match. The redhead watched silently, and someone said that if they had fought together, they would have won, but the girl's instincts failed her. Chloe was focused, and behind her stood a woman, and someone said that whether it was done out of jealousy from watching how Jared showed his attitude as a teacher, or because it was done because she believed in him. But the thing is that she did not know exactly why she did it, but at the same time she had no doubt. Pieces of the enemy's body fell off, and someone said that the heroine knew about something. The boys attacked and used abilities against the enemy, and someone said that the lady knew that the result of her decision would affect whether she would live or die in this battle, and all 3 grew at an unprecedented speed. The man looked at his hands in frustration and said that he should continue fighting in his true body, but this is an insignificant desire, and someone said that it seems his body could not withstand. The enemy calmly looked at the rivals and said that out of respect for them, who surpassed him, he would give them one piece of advice that they leave. The protagonist looked ahead warily and listened to Gray say that in such a state as now, none of them will even be able to breathe in the presence of the Emperor. The soldier disappeared and said that if they decide to continue, then he will be sure that they will meet again. Isabella held the armor in surprise and said that some strange piece of fabric came out of his body. The girls reasoned and talked tensely about how weapons from the grave will bring misfortune and that they can be cursed. The hero ran to the flying clothes and shouted no to the suggestion that they should throw them away. The blonde asked the character in surprise about what he knew about this equipment, to which he shouted that this was the only piece of armor in the NAS. The man confidently stands in a magic ball and arrows fly past him, and the guy said that if you wear this t-shirt, then the soul of the blacksmith who created it will erect a force field around you, turning weapons against useless. Jared held the armor in his hand, and the ladies looked in surprise and listened to the fact that this fabric is thinner than cotton, so they can wear it over other armor. People looked awkwardly and said that it seemed like they had found the owner, and that it was all his. The protagonist smiled and hugged it to his body and thought that he had always dreamed of getting it with his own hands. Then he seriously thought that if he thought about these clothes, when everything was a game, didn't the user who owned it say that he made it himself? The man looked at his muscles with satisfaction and said that he made it himself, and someone thought about giving him a ton of metal, raw material for creation, and thought that wasn't everything a lie. The hero stood confidently and thought that it was funny, but it seemed that he couldn't apply anything from his past life. A group of people stood in front of a huge door. Isabella confidently said that they had finally come to the end, and she offered to deal with someone with the same strategy, to which she received an answer from the character that he should go from here alone, and those 3 would be waiting for him at the place. The girl was surprised and screamed, and Jared said that there was a man who spread curses where it didn't hit, and even if it reached the girl, it would completely destroy her mind, so it was too dangerous. The guy stretched out his hand forward, and the blonde asked him about what was wrong with him, and he replied that he had the holy ring of Gracia, which he received from Del Luc. MC leaned down and calmly said that he was not telling the guys to just mess around. He looked into the hole that was in the door and said that he wanted them to absorb all the demonic energy that Mahart would emit during their battle from this hole. Isabella looked in surprise when the character said that the power was like a toxin, it could cause a little pain. The girl smiled and said that she understood and would deal with her magic. The blonde turned to Chloe and told her to guard the entrance so that no clay soldier could interfere with the fight. Ella approached the protagonist quite happily and asked if there was any work for her, and the guy quite happily said that there was. The red-haired girl sat on the bag discontentedly and thought about why he was mocking her like that because she was the guard of the magic stones. The hero used magic and the gates began to open. He walked into a dark room. At the end of the room there was a sarcophagus and MC said that it was very difficult to get there, and then he asked if anyone knew how many times he could die. Smiling evilly, the protagonist took out a staff and asked someone if it was okay if he took a little revenge. The stone box opened and glowed with a bright green light. A man with muscles appeared from it. The emperor of the fallen empire stood discontentedly and said that the one who invaded his resting place did well if he got here. The enemy stood and spoke seriously about his subjects, and then thought. The character was nervous and looked away. The enemy asked in surprise what the guy was doing there. He tensed up and was surprised by something. There were some pictures drawn on the walls. The stone structures were covered in many drawings. The floor was also covered in writing, and Mahart screamed about how the fair-haired man dared to draw on his grave. Jared confidently said that this was the last appearance of the emperor, and he had come to end his life full of cruelty and murder, to which he received an angry answer that it was pointless to set the mood at this moment. The man seriously said that he had erected this land for the peace of his subjects and soldiers, whom he loved, and asked why the guy was interrupting his sleep. The protagonist grinned and said that he was simply planning to revive himself and conquer the continent, and then said that he had forced his people to work like slaves and led them to death. A large number of dead people were lying on the ground, and someone asked about burying and leaving to rot. This is love. The man tensed up and said that give their whole lives for me in blessing. Jared laughed and said that this is a lie, and that he laughed, and said that this is a lie, and that Mahart is afraid of death, so he imitated his immortality. The enemy was scared and angrily screamed about how such a person can pronounce his name. The hero looked at him with fury. The ring on his finger activated and removed the curse. The character fell to the floor and grabbed his head. The man stood, and behind him there was something dark, and he said that he would grant the painful stigma of a sinner. The creature flew a ladder at the guy. He tensed up and concentrated, and thought about how this creature flew a ladder at the guy. He tensed up and concentrated, and thought about the fact that it was a stigma that ate until a person died, and even if he dodged, it would pursue him, so trying to avoid it was pointless. The entity looked at the blonde man with anger. An explosion appeared, and the protagonist thought that he could avoid the collision the moment it reached him with a blink. The hero rose into the air, and there was black smoke under him, and he thought that he could seal it in the drawing he drew, and everything would be fine. The man smiled, and someone said that not getting a curse and even avoiding a painful stigma is amazing. The character was near the ceiling, and there was a green fire under him, and someone said that a simple fence was enough for such a fast person. The emperor was heading towards the green light and said that if one of them dies, he will not be able to leave this place. MC listened to him say that if he decided to become a loyal subject, then his sins could be forgiven, and even promised immortality and amazing power. The hero laughed and asked him with a smile what he meant by immortality, and suggested that it was becoming a bald skeleton that couldn't just rot or die. The man got angry and shouted at him for insulting him. He tensed up and shouted at him to see what the real power of the great emperor was. The enemy stood confidently, and green spheres appeared behind him. The hero got scared and started running away from them. He used magic to protect himself. Fire magic flew towards the enemy. Something strange started to happen to his body. The man lowered his head down and wondered if it was his turn now. The guy smiled contentedly and thought that thank God his body needed to regenerate, just like in that game, and he could win. The blonde man charged at the enemy with fury and shouted that they would see which one would be exhausted first. Mahart stood in the middle of the spear and asked about what he thought, that an ordinary soldier surpassed the best king. MC used force against the enemy. The emperor extended his hand forward when a beam of magic flew into his face, and said that the protagonist had a rather interesting artifact. He stood on the floor, and plants appeared around him. Green roots were directed in some direction. The hero moved towards the opponent, hiding under a magic shield. He approached the enemy with activated abilities. The fight continued, and Jared felt like he was in hell. The blonde flew past the attacks that were made on him and were much more powerful than his powers, and even with full concentration, the guy's body and mind were at their limit. The character was serious and thought that he did not even know how many times he was on the verge of death, and his mana and physical strength were almost exhausted. The enemy's body exploded from explosions, and someone thought that he should hold out a little longer, and then he would be able to defeat the enemy. The man looked at the protagonist with anger. He calmly thought that he was fighting with his last strength, but trying to keep him under control, and the opponent called it a desperate fight. The enemy was in a dark space, and someone thought that it worked. Mahart looked at the character, and thought that for some reason it seemed to him that the fight was feigned, and then he wondered if he was the one who fills the lack of sufficient strength with skill. Jared dodged the attacks, and someone thought that in action he behaved simply, and thought that the guy was trying to hide something. The Emperor's eyes darkened and he tensed up. He knelt down, and said that his level of life force suddenly decreased. The man became nervous and wondered where it came from. He heard some sound and screamed. The enemy was in a magic circle and realized that this was not a simple drawing. He got angry when he realized that this was what the hero was trying to hide. The creature used magic and magic formed around it. He looked at the guy angrily and screamed that he sealed the power in the circle, which allows you to return the entire attack to your opponent, and Jared was scared when he realized that he was seen through. The opponent extended his hand to the side and used the ability, and at that moment he said that he used dirty methods. The character looked at the Emperor and asked him how he had the nerve to say such things to other people. The man suddenly appeared next to MC and said that it was disgusting, and the blonde tensed up. He flew up into the air, but they managed to grab him by the leg with magical chains. Mahart rose to the ceiling and forcefully hit the hero on the floor. The blonde was lying on the ground and looked away with hatred, and then said that a hook suddenly appeared. He saw an entity approaching him and got scared. The guy furiously used his shield to repel the attack. An explosion occurred in the room, which threw the protagonist back. The clothes on his body were burned, and his hand was burnt, and Jared held on to it because of the pain. The Emperor stood and looked down at his opponent. He picked up the blonde and angrily kicked him in the stomach. The young man coughed from the pain and listened to how they had just played with him at first, and he dared to treat him so meanly. Mahart hit MC in the face and said that he shouldn't have done that. There were drops of blood on the floor, and someone said that the guy shouldn't have come here in the first place. The blonde winced in pain and listened to how he could have enjoyed life for a while then. The hero used magic when the man was choking him, and a notification appeared that the protagonist had less than 10% of health left. The man held Jared by the throat and told him to stop bothering him. He held the guy above himself and menacingly said that he would no longer be able to use his weak magic or mean methods, and that this was the end. The protagonist clenched his hand and it shook. Suddenly, a fist flew into the face of the opponent, who did not expect it. The man seriously reported that the blonde did not even have strength left in his hands and called him names. He used magic and angrily shouted that now it was time for the character to die. Suddenly, someone smiled. The enemy was surprised when a dagger appeared in front of him, and someone said that it was good that he managed to put the ring on his other hand. The Emperor looked in surprise and listened to someone say that he still had enough ways and the enemy's body was too soft, like sand. Swords pierced his body, and MC said that they did it easily. He smiled contentedly, and said that all those weapons had divine power. He looked at the blades smiling and added that the purification magic was penetrating the body. Mahart screamed in horror and pain when the guy screamed that it was starting to spread throughout his entire body. The creature furiously reported that the hero had low-level magic, to which he asked what he could be talking about his demonic energy. The protagonist tensed up and said that the ability was also subject to purification magic, and no matter how much a person lost his power, he would still die in the end. The enemy's body began to crumble, and he felt horror, and someone screamed that his magic would reach any part of the body. The enemy was scared, and someone thought about what needed to be taken back. The stone people were heading somewhere when they were shouted at to guard. Suddenly, Chloe jumped on them. The evil spirits looked surprised when magic appeared between them. The enraged girl was heading somewhere. She stopped and calmly said that it would be difficult to pass here if they were ordered to guard. The man thought with rage and surprise that all his soldiers were destroyed. Jared smiled contentedly and held the sword that plunged into the enemy's head, and he wondered if this was his ally. Mahart conjured something from above and shouted furiously that he didn't even try to stop him. A huge portal appeared, and the man shouted about the immortal army and the soldiers who escaped death. He shouted that all he needed was to leave this world, but out of nowhere the protagonist appeared and tried to block him. The enemy shouted that his task was to conquer the continent. The character held the sword with both hands, and someone said that this was his destiny. The guy was next to the enemy and said something uncertainly. He seriously shouted that he would unite the entire continent. There was a big explosion in the room and someone screamed loudly. There were guys behind the doors and they were surprised by what happened. Isabella called Jared in fear. There was a body lying on the rocks and someone standing next to him. The protagonist was immobilized and there was smoke around him. The man laughed and said with a smile that he was the Emperor of Immortality. Then he closed his eyes in disappointment and said that he had been one until that moment. His body fell apart and he said something. The enemy's gray sand appeared on the floor and the hero was standing next to him. Stones began to fall rapidly from the ceiling and someone said that MC was the owner of the weakest and smallest lands of Krivia in the north. The blonde ran to the character and shouted his name, and someone said that he was able to destroy the tyrant and the great emperor. The blonde in armor lay beaten after a fight. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and someone said that the man had once led the continent and kept everyone in fear. The guy raised his hand up with all his might and shouted that he had won. The protagonist made some sounds, and his raid was successful because he was able to destroy the head of the Maharda Empire. Isabella cried and screamed about how he couldn't die and leave her, and Ella stood behind her and calmly said that he wasn't dying. MC turned on his side and called the girl, and when she heard his words, she screamed. She moved closer and put her hand to her ear and asked what was bothering the hero. The blonde quietly said that she should take care of the artifact instead of him. He raised his trembling hand and, pointing somewhere, said that the lady should make sure that she took the ancient magic book from the cache, and the dissatisfied heroine called the protagonist mercantile. The guys stood and looked at the character, and at that moment the red-haired one said that he looked good. That day, all the trophies were returned to the lands of Majorca. We are transferred to July 1st, 1414. 23 days have passed since the day of the attack on the tomb, and life has returned to normal. Jared was scared when he realized that he forgot to ask Mahart about his existence. The hero looked at the guy puzzled and asked why they did this, and he put his hand on his face and told him to continue. Julian, with a smile on his face, read that the outcome of the event set on the lamps in which the mana stones were installed in the lands of Krivia and Majorca. A great effect, and it is reported that the crime rate will decrease by 90%. MC took off his jacket and calmly listened to the fact that there were a small number of blind spots left, but given the pace of deliveries, during this week the lamps will be installed in other places, except for forests and the territory outside. The man looked at the lamps smiling, and someone said that all the residents were very grateful to them, and from now on people of all ages and any gender can safely move at night, and if they achieve wider distribution, then illegal logging will be reduced. The guy smiled contentedly and said that it was all thanks to the trophy he had received, and he noted that it was usually very problematic to extract magic from particularly hard stones. The fair-haired man paid attention to the hero's hand and said that the wound had still not healed. Jared looked closely at the shoulder and said that it was an unusual burn, so it would not be possible to completely heal it, and they would consider it a small price to pay for victory. The guys looked away in surprise, and the protagonist asked about Leslie's clothes, and he said that he had been waiting for this question. The young girl was happy and said that it was fashionable now because one of the nobles said that it was popular, and she bought this outfit to explore fashion, and then asked with admiration that it was beautiful. The lady smiled happily and asked the lord's opinion, and he hesitantly said that everyone has different beauty standards. The dark-haired girl was surprised by the words that these clothes are not his style. The protagonist looked at the crying man and asked about the collection that he asked him to know about. The character was surprised when he found out that everything was sold and then asked who the buyer was. It was some Mr., and MC was surprised. The man looked at the discount on the purchase and ended up buying everything that was there. The fair-haired man stood hesitantly and thought about why the king of the Red Goblins, who seemed noble and graceful, might want to make a return of some items, and does he really not take the man seriously? Leslie said, upset, that an official request had been received from soldiers of the Cinder's kingdom the previous evening. Someone in armor was thinking about jewelry, and someone said that they wanted to sign a long-term contract for the exclusive supply of unearthly mines. The protagonist got angry and crossed his arms, then said that they did not provide such supplies, because he would not sign any other contracts besides the usual monthly supply. The dark-haired man was surprised and said that interest in the lord had grown greatly among the nobles, and he asked again. Flasks with substances were flying in space, and someone asked about his possession of the most sought-after goods. The hero was surprised and said that in fact, his territory was located very close to the kingdom, and that was why they had become interested in him. Then he calmly said that something was coming up. The character put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he understood and would keep it in mind. He frowned and thought about the king who would soon die. There were 4 shadows in the space, and someone was thinking that after Colin's death, 4 princes would claim the throne and then a battle for the throne would begin. Ted's image was serious, and by law, he should become the new king of the state. There was some kind of sign on the cloth, and someone was saying that the problem was that the prince was a follower of the warlock religion. People were standing with a headdress, and someone was thinking that this could be the reason for the decline of Cinders, because it was because of the followers of this faith that the holy war once began. The dark creature was casting a spell, and someone believes that at the moment when the war broke out, all states fell under the influence of Umbrism, and judging by how the demon lord is seizing power, he can become the main enemy of the world. The protagonist decided that he would observe the situation and act as problems arose. Then he said that he was not a subject and therefore could not interfere in politics, but for this he needed to receive an invitation. The maid suddenly burst into the office and called the lord. He nervously asked what had happened, and she screamed that something bad had happened. She tried to catch her breath and then said that the king had sent a personal letter. Jared became worried when she heard that the 4th prince would deliver him personally because he had literally just crossed the border. A carriage was driving along the ground. Soldiers were galloping on horses nearby. Julian calmly suggested that the news would be unpleasant, and the character became wary and agreed with him. The man in armor approached the gentleman and said that they had arrived, and someone was saying that when he learned that the fourth prince had decided to visit him personally, he could feel something, and thus, he received an invitation to a banquet that would not go very smoothly. Harvey smiled contentedly and, having greeted him, introduced himself. Jared bowed and said that he was glad to welcome him. The red-haired man handed over a letter saying that his father had sent him to him so that he would personally invite the protagonists to a celebration in honor of the king, and asked him to honor them and accept the request, because his dad would really like to see the character at the celebration. MC held the piece of paper in his hands and asked if he could read it, to which he received the answer that he had been brought for this purpose. The guy carefully examined the note. He thought in surprise that most of the letter was formalities and that it was too early for him to attend such ceremonies. The man smiled and boasted that it was he who asked to deliver the envelope personally. He happily said that he wanted to see the man in person, who had aroused great interest in him. Jared became embarrassed and started touching his hair with his hand, then said that he did not believe that the prince was telling him this, and that he was flattered. Harvey raised his palm up and said that he definitely came because he really wanted to have a glass with him and talk, but suddenly someone called the hero. The young man scratched his head and said that he was not a subject of their kingdom, but was very grateful for the invitation. The red-haired man looked in surprise and listened to the guy say that it would be uncomfortable for him to talk about such things. The man got angry and looked intently. He turned around in displeasure and said that he should not have come there. The protagonist closed his eyes in disappointment when someone said his name. The prince turned around angrily and said that if something happened to the lord, he hoped that he would not disturb the king. The character smiled and said that he would not ignore the letter and wished the guest all the best. The soldiers and Harvey were heading for the exit. Jared stood and smiled as he saw them off. The hero mentally exhaled due to the accumulated stress. He sat down on a chair and said tiredly that the red-haired man was much smarter than he thought. MC imagined the image of the man and said that he had the aura of the royal family and, in addition, he had incredible knowledge that could serve as the basis of a sacred state, the opposite of the concept of motto. The prince was going somewhere, and someone was saying that he should be careful, and someone would not trust the people around him, and it is impossible to show that they can have a good relationship. The fair-haired man smiled contentedly and said that he would show him the power of the northern lands. We are transported to the kingdom of cinders, to a dark room. A man sits on the floor and asks Ted in surprise about what he could need someone like him for. The man sat on the throne and calmly said that he heard that he had worked for the Lord for a long time. The old man sat upset and said that he had worked, but last year he left and moved in with them. The prince said contentedly that it was just wonderful and asked the man to tell him everything he knew about Krivia, about the protagonist and his family. They run after the girl along the corridor. Lena closes her eyes because she was not allowed to run along the corridor and use magic. Mia straightens her arms because she is running to the Lord. Julian sits at the table and holds a pen in his hands. Opening his mouth, Mia asks where the Lord is. Smiling, the guy says that the Lord is away. The girl looks surprised because Jared left for Cinders 2 days ago, and the trip will take about 4 days. We see a white carriage. Hayes clasps his hands and says that the trip reminds him of old times. The protagonist folds his hands and says that Leslie was trapped at the time. Opening his mouth, he remembers himself behind bars and asks to forget. Turning his head towards him, he says that thanks to this he met such a wonderful person and is grateful for always supporting him. Putting his hand behind his head, he says that thanks to him he stayed alive. Hayes looks out the window and there you can see the kingdom. There are people standing in the building and drinking wine. The waiter carries drinks on a tray. The man bowed to the king, who is sitting on the throne. The waiter whispers something to Brock. Then he brings his hand to his mouth and says that Jared has arrived. All the people turned around because there were rumors about him. The door opens and the protagonist enters in a green suit. The girl closes her mouth and is embarrassed because they heard that he looks like a pig. The guys watch as the guy passes by them, and now his army exceeds 5,000 people. The brown-haired guy tells the other guy that maybe he is rich and can afford a huge army. We see money pouring out because Jared makes a lot of money. The protagonist approaches the king and bends down to greet him. Raising his hand, he says that he has come a long way and that he should enjoy the evening. The guy turns around and in any case, he had nothing to talk about with him. His eyes look at someone because he was called. 2 men approach him and close their eyes. Jared looks at them in confusion. A crowd appears around him, wanting to meet him. His eyes turn red, and he thinks that he does not see the princes. Carlos covers his mouth with a handkerchief. Sweat appears on his face because he has an old disease, and he is the first prince. Looking at the crowd, the protagonist thinks that old doctors or family members are constantly circling around the prince, and rare diseases are pushing him out of the throne. Jess laughs, and is the third prince and is surrounded by aristocrats who have been displaced from the leading factions. The boys laugh, and Jared thinks that although Jess is less popular than his brother, he cannot help but take into account the aristocratic subjects. We see a picture of others running to a man and crawling on him, because the princes are in competition. The yellow man stands aside, because Harvey is weak in this regard and he has no soldiers who would want to go to him. The protagonist widens his eyes, because someone came up to him from behind. Turning his head, they begin to greet him. It was the red-haired Ted, who is the second prince. Jared's gaze sharpened on him. The guy closes his eyes and opens his mouth. Squinting, the protagonist thinks that they met again and apparently, he is on the side of the second prince. Smiling, he says to call him whatever is convenient. Standing near the protagonist, he says that he came by invitation, but was also eager to meet. They are being watched from the balcony. Harvey squeezes his hand because his brother wants to recruit Jared. Smiling, the boy says that he is flattered and grateful that such an unknown and worthless lord is interested. Opening his mouth, he is told that he should not be modest, because he himself knows that he is a sought-after man among the kingdoms. Looking at him, the boy says that Jared somehow annexed the lands of Majorca. Holding the wine in his hands, he begins to laugh and says that he was just lucky and still remains weak in the north. Approaching him, Ted feels that they will find a common language. His eyes were green and he continues to say that Jared is an ambitious man and came to this conclusion himself. Smiling, he says that it was a desperate fight for survival during the invasion of neighboring lands. Taking him by the shoulders, he says that he will say as he says. Ted looks at him and says that he will need to meet and has a lot to tell. Then they go in different directions. The protagonist's face is calm. Raising his finger up, Jess asks how the conversation with him went. Looking at him, they tell him that he is an influential person and everyone is trying to establish contact. Jared starts looking the other way. Hitting him with his elbow, he says that no matter how hard his brother tries to impress, it still doesn't work out well. Pointing his finger at himself, Jess says that he has many connections among the soldiers and if he wants, he can order ammunition for him, which he can resell in his lands for much more. Smiling, the protagonist says that he would not like to sell under pressure from someone else, even if the price is agreed upon with the person in charge. Putting his hands on his hips, he asks why he is being embarrassed. Closing his eyes, Jess says that he wanted to show him in this way that he is interested in cooperation. Putting his hand on his chest, Jared says that he should be embarrassed here. The men look in different directions because they are overdoing it with interest. Grinning his teeth, he asks if he wants to get in touch with him. A flame of anger appears around him. The protagonist understands that he has the most problems with complexes. Waving his arms, he says that he can get more benefit. Grinning his teeth again, they tell him that Ted is more useful. Taking him by the clothes, he begins to ask again. The guys look from the balcony and are surprised. Jess widens her eyes and still holds him by the clothes. Jared looks and is simply silent. Night begins, people are sitting at the table. Harvey opens his mouth and apologizes to the protagonist for Jess. Holding a cup in his hands, he says that everything is fine and the atmosphere of the banquet began to liven up because of this. The guy closes his eyes and is silent. Sarah has her hands on her knees. Opening her mouth, she says that she heard about him, and it would be good if such a lord ruled their kingdom. He puts the cup down, and they tell him that many agree. Looking seriously, Jared says that he is still a resident of the Soenju area. She had green eyes and she says that her brother is needed in his strength. The girl turned to her brother because they asked to be silent. Sarah closes her eyes and asks for forgiveness, it's just that the subjects turned away from her brother. The protagonist turns around and looks at the guards. He holds a spear in his hands, and Jared watches him. Having made a circle on the table, he says that if they disturb him, he will do so that they can talk in peace for a while. Harvey opens his mouth slightly, because it was sound-blocking magic. The protagonist opens his mouth and asks about the princes. The guy had a green stone on his hair, and he says that he does not follow his brother's every step, but he knows what is necessary. A picture of lions is created near him and asks if Tom knows that the two princes believe in Umbreism. The brother and sister are surprised and say that these are rumors. Sarah opens her mouth and says that Cinders is a country that honors the divine nature of the radius. Taking sugar, he replies that it is surprising, because they did not know such a thing about the prince. Holding sugar in his hands, Jared says that maybe he doesn't care about the kingdom or lacks faith in nature. We see red hair. Harvey opens his mouth and says that no one knew about it. Smiling, the guy thinks that he finally took off his mask. On his hand is a ring from which the object appeared, and if he knew about everything from the beginning, the conversation would have gone faster, and from now on they must secretly collect information. Harvey looks at the object and is told that using it, they will be able to record a video of a meeting or a secret ceremony, and then they will be able to collect evidence that will be impossible to refute. Opening his mouth, he asks if they are helping them. Smiling, Jared says that he is not a subject of the kingdom, but just wants to help people. Sugar is thrown into a glass and should not worry about being influenced. Sugar floats in coffee, because sometimes even the strongest relationships between people begin to collapse. Sarah looks back and says that if they continue to use sound-blocking magic, they will begin to arouse suspicion and is waiting for them at the next meeting. Jared is sitting alone at the table. Holding a cup in his hands, he noticed something. Opening his mouth, he says that he will leave it to them. Leaves were falling from the trees, it was dark. Men in black appear on the ground. Standing behind Jared, they are told to observe what is happening in the kingdom and report further. The hooded man listens and is told that they can do better than the other spy. There was no one else behind him. After drinking Cove, the protagonist realizes that he knew everything. We see the moon and he realizes that he should not have put sugar. Morning has come and Jared is walking with a girl. Hayes stands with an object in his hands and says that Leslie always has to wait. The protagonist looks at the girl and she says that he is the only lord who waits for guests to arrive outside. Opening his mouth, he asks if she wants to buy clothes. Putting his hand on her chest, Hayes begins to embarrass herself and says that what she is wearing does not cause discomfort. Taking her hand, he says that he wants to do it. Then Jared runs, holding the girl's hand. Hayes changes into a red dress and asks how he likes the outfit. Jared smiles and says that it suits her. Squeezing her hands, she says that she will take something else, because it is a pity to stop at the first outfit. Closing his eyes, he understands that the girl is delighted with this and made the right decision. A screen appears near him. The screen itself says about an emergency, because at this time there is a large-scale invasion of evil spirits on the territory of Krivia. Jared looks at the notification and understands that there are 3 weeks left and thought about how to answer, but worries, because the day of the invasion will come soon. We see a monster with large fangs, because in Paradise they call it an outbreak. Other allies are standing near the man, because so far the invasion of monsters has been prevented by numerous tribes led by the guy. Then we see another people, one of them had a crown on his head. Smiling, Jared thinks that if you fight monsters without proper preparation, it can lead to a disaster, and if you go prepared, you can get tremendous experience. We see a dark dress. Hayes comes out in it and is embarrassed, but she chose it. The seller begins to clap, and the protagonist says that she looks like an angel. The girl puts her hand to her chin and begins to think. Then she puts her other hand and an idea comes to her. A ball begins to appear in her hands, because she wants to use healing magic. Raising her hands, she begins to scatter it. Feathers appear in the air. Opening her mouth, the protagonist is surprised. Putting her hands on her chest, she asks if she looks like an angel. Jared begins to smile. A blush appears on her face, because she always looks like this. The seller clenches his hands and gets angry. Tears appear in his eyes, because he is with such an angel. We are near the red building. The protagonist closes his eyes. Isabel raises her finger and asks that even with such magic, it is difficult for him to resist. Crossing her hands, she says that she has spent almost all her time on lust magic, and it seems that this magic can lead to the most fatal mistakes. Smiling, he understands that she has the power of Mahart, and since he has finished checking her abilities, it is time to get rid of her. Someone begins to appear in the portal. Hayes appears near them. The girl is embarrassed, and they tell her that this is a misunderstanding. Isabel comes up to her and laughs, and they tell him that he has disappointed her. She begins to whisper in Hayes' ear, because it is better to immediately refuse such a lustful guy, and you need to leave him to meet another, more docile one. Squeezing her hands, she says that there is no reason why she can wear such clothes. Covering her mouth with her hand, she asks what the girl is talking about. The protagonist points his finger, and says that Isabel has passed the stage of magical training, but lacks power. The girl kicks him because she is a pervert. We are in the forest of nightmares. It was dark. The man folds his arms and is told that despite all the discomfort, there is no other place to stay, and some have even stayed outside because the hastily built hotels are overcrowded. Smiling, he says that the dungeon is almost destroyed and they must have had a hard time. The man gets angry and asks who he is. Jared is walking in front of them and he often visits the nightmare forest and even enters the forbidden zone. The protagonist walks through the wasteland. He is holding a knife in his hands, and the main reason that Krivia is not developing is the invasion of monsters. He begins to carve something on the stone with a knife, and one of the men was the salvation of those who lived on the barren land. The two are near the destroyed home, because his labors and efforts were trampled by demons. There is a torn cloth on the ground, because while Krivia suffers from them, Ranella and Majorca calmly enjoy all the benefits. Kneeling and holding the cloth, Jared says that the man dreamed all his life of gathering a powerful army capable of resisting the demons. Jared looks down because the man failed to gather a powerful army. He reaches out to the stone because Krivia has found safety. All the stones around him catch fire. They form a dome. A drum is beaten with a stick. A monster stands on an elephant, and the others just walk next to him. Opening his mouth, he says that today is a day of full blessings. Sitting in a building with a roof, he says that people they meet on the road can eat, and give away food and jewelry. A red portal appears near them. Mike in golden armor tells his warriors to go in. Then the monsters run to the portal. When we go in, we see their bodies. When they come out, the monsters are glad that they came out. Jared is near them and he was unlucky enough to pass by the portal. Raising his hand to him, the monster decides to make a chop out of him. Jared is silent until a blow flies past him. Then an elephant comes out of the portal. The monster looks at the captain and says that the warriors should have already put the area in order. He opens his mouth and asks to stop and look around. The monster looks out and asks if this is the human world. There was a dome near them and they were not where people live. Jared stands next to him and says that this is a distorted dimension that was created and used by the mana crystal as a door to another dimension. We see a dome in which a man runs and returns back. The monsters could not overcome this. The monster opens his mouth and understands that this is his doing. Smiling, Jared says that he came out as a representative of the people and would like to greet them. Mike opens his mouth and says that he has not heard of people being able to use such magic. A man is standing on a rock and lines are forming near him, and Jared says that if people owned such a thing, a war would start. Standing next to his ally, he says that he does not know what he is talking about, but he got the gist. Grinning his teeth, he says that no matter what super crystal he uses, such complex magic requires a lot of strength. Opening his mouth, they ask Jared if the barrier itself will disappear over time, to which he answers yes. Ron jumps off the carriage because they asked him to check everything. The monsters smile because Ron is gone, and it will not be tasty. The enemy stands next to him and holds a weapon in his hands, and also says that he will entertain him until the barrier disappears and it will not hurt when he kills. Jared puts a bracelet on his hand and says that he will do everything in his power. The monster's eyes suddenly widen. Mike looks down and realizes that the guy was hiding his strength. Fangs were visible from his mouth, and he decides to look at the first warriors who arrived. Dead monsters are lying on the ground. Mike straightens his hand and asks to stop. Ron opens his mouth and runs. Suddenly, he is engulfed in flames. Mike looks at the explosion and shouts the name of an ally. His horn jumps on the heads of monsters. Pointing his finger there, he asks to catch the magician. Raising his hand up, the main character thinks, did the former ruler experience the same feelings? Fireballs begin to fly out of the created circle. They hit the dome, and then fell down. Mike looks at them, because they were flying at him. Opening his mouth, everything began to dawn. We see a white bridge and the guy is called Worthless. Folding his hands in a cross, the man says that he promised to protect him, and he himself went to the Central Lands, and if this continues, then Jared may come here. Byron leans on his hands and says that it is necessary to find some other solution by any means. A guy runs up to him and says that enemy troops are attacking now. There is a book on his head and he says that Jared has arrived, to which he is told that only 100 people have approached. They throw a book at him and he says that the enemy has penetrated the territory of Ranella. Byron picks up another book and says that this is the best fortress to block evil spirits, and someone has captured it. The man bares his teeth and is told that apparently traitors have let the enemy in. Putting on armor and taking a sword in his hands, he asks to deal with them. His eyes widened. He said that they were not Krivia and how dare they. There was a guy standing near them, as well as other people. Byron bares his teeth and remembers him, because they dared to betray him. He opens his mouth and says that this is all for the sake of peace in Ranella and his greed has endangered the inhabitants. Straightening his hand, Byron asks to seize them. A man comes up to him and asks him to run to a safe place, because they can handle it themselves. Veins appear on Byron's face from anger, and he thinks that he did not have to bother looking. In his hands is a sword and he says that he wanted to say the same. Smiling, he asks not to pay attention to trifles, because in his plans to take Ranella from him. We see how monsters run from attacks. Then one of them is killed by fire. Near Jared's hand there is a circle that gives fire. A sharp arrow flies somewhere. It flies right into the face of the protagonist. Jared's artifact is activated mirror armor, and a mask appears on his face. The monster holds a bow in his hands and is surprised. Then he starts jumping on the rocks and running away. Looking back, he sees fire approaching. The guy still makes a circle and something flies to him. It was a notification that says that he receives the title of Incarnation of Hellfire, and magical destruction from flames increases by 100%. Opening his mouth, he says that he suspected this and the burning flame is cool. Mike points his finger and asks what he is doing there. Then everything starts shaking and the monster is shocked. The fire is near the elephant and Mike. The monsters below open their mouths because they can crush them. The elephant falls and the cart breaks. Holding his hand near himself, Jared says that he is impatient and could have gone down himself. Something falls near the elephant. Mike, with a weapon in his hands, jumps and tries to attack. Jared jumps up because he was hit on the ground. Mike grabs him by the clothes. His face shows anger. The protagonist grabs him by the horns and uses the strength skill. The horns start to glow, and he says that his servants are weak, and he is bored. The monster turns red from the fire. He stretches out his hand and opens his mouth. The guy creates a circle and blows fire into it. The monster's eye floated, and he still holds his hand. The protagonist straightens his hand and uses the fire wall skill. The monster's eye was covered in blood, and he uses accelerated action. A circle appears on the ground and the guy says that he will cool it down. Mike is in the water because they used an ice storm. Trying to protect himself with his hand, he creates an accelerated action. Raising his hand, the protagonist creates a fire snake. Mike looks at it and realizes that he is getting stronger. The snake opens its mouth and attacks him. They begin to eat him, and we see only a silhouette. His allies open their mouths and say that the guy quickly dealt with their commander, and they need to run. Jared also straightens his hand and asks where they are going. Then he opens his mouth because everything turns into a different color. We see monsters running away from him. And also a monster with arrows lying on the floor. The protagonist stands and makes a circle on the monsters. After that, the portal begins to retract. Jared is still standing, but there is no portal anymore. After that, he falls to the ground because of the wind. Opening his mouth, he realizes that the portal is closed. There was a hole nearby and he thinks that this is impossible without the level of the Demon King. The stone was broken because they want to break the connection with it, but thanks to it, everything ended before the blockage disappeared. The other stones are still lying and the wall is retracted. Closing his eyes, he says that he is not that fool anymore. A man stands behind the tree and says that his son protected Krivia. Byron trembles and makes his eyes widen because several dozen people defeated the army. Smiling, he says that they are warriors of Krivia and this is the strongest army of Agrizio, which the king created. The man is grabbed by the hair and asked to stop talking. Dragging him by the hair, he says that the Majesty ordered to bring him, and so Ranella became the possession of Krivia. 3 months later, the protagonist was standing near a tree. Opening his mouth, he says that they have arrived. Sarah comes to him and says his name. We see a man with a cloth on his head because he died. Taking his hand, she says that it happened unexpectedly. The protagonist looks at her hand because he is trembling. Opening his mouth, he asks to tell in detail. Sarah remembers the king and the prince, because his father died, and his brother is feeling worse and worse and the eminence believes that he will not last until the end of the month. Jared stands without a smile and understands that history has changed and Prince Carlos was supposed to live another 10 years. Pointing 3 fingers, he says that people will come to him and does not know about Prince Jess, but Ted will definitely come. Opening her mouth, they tell her that under no circumstances should Prince Harvey be allowed to interfere in the civil war. While they are trying to reconcile the 2 princes, let her try to get closer to Prince Carlos's people and ask them to leave. We see 2 men and Jaren says that Carlos is connected with the royal family, and they are against the civil war. Next we see 3 people, or rather supporters, because if the war is postponed naturally, then we must use any means to collect everything that concerns the princes. Not far from them is an elk. Jared says that they are like herbivores that are in the same cage with these predators and for a decisive blow they need only 1 attack, but for now we must wait. Looking down, she asks for forgiveness. The protagonist stands near her and says that now is not the time for thanks and apologies. A notification arrives, where information about Krivia is written. Smiling and looking at the screen, he thinks that the numbers are adjusted depending on the lowest indicators and if at first glance this territory seems to be the most lagging behind, then in fact it is average. Sitting on a stone, Jared says that after the unification of the territories, the distribution of roles was not so difficult, but more people are needed. Remembering Julian, he understands that if he gets sick, he will need rest, and there will be problems in managing the kingdom. Sitting on a stone, he says that it is difficult to live. Jared shudders, because someone is shouting behind him. Turning around, he thinks who it is. Behind is Beltan, who asks why he is silent. Opening his mouth, he says that he greets guests well and when the difference in levels exceeds 10 times, then even the all-seeing eye cannot see the information. Standing next to him, he did not think that he would just come. Adjusting his beard, the man says that he called him himself and could not leave just like that, so he watched him for a while. Smiling, he says that Jared has a new way of governing the kingdom and has smashed the neighboring territories to smithereens and was a little different from his father, who was a supporter of peace. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asks if he knew his father. Sitting on a stone, Beltan does not think that it is worth telling him what kind of character his father has and will only give advice on the 5th grade. Quickly sitting on a stone, the protagonist thanks him and needed his advice. Making a sweet face, he says that his words were necessary. Waving his hand, Beltan asks not to think about offering him to stay in this kingdom or to become a teacher, because he was not one of those who can be kept in captivity. We see that Jared is very pleased and did not think to ask him about such a thing. Near them there is a field and he asks to listen carefully. We see a field of daisies, because Jared was originally an employee of the company. People are gathering grass and he opened his eyes for the first time in Krivia. The guards are coming, one of them had green hair, and the protagonist just wanted to survive and began to develop the state. The cook feeds the child and with the development of the state, Jared himself began to change. Beltan is standing next to the guy who is lying, and he himself realized one thing. Byron is in captivity and Jared is now the king. 3 girls are standing because they dressed one up, and Jared realized that the inhabitants of the kingdom are not some characters in the game, they are living people. The man is holding a glass of wine because he used to fight, because he did not want to die, and then he realized that he was fighting to protect people. A girl is sitting on a chair. Jared did not rely only on abilities. There are people near Ted, the protagonist tortures himself, because the enemy is strong. Leslie is standing next to Julian, and together they write something on a piece of paper. The girls are standing and smiling, because he has gathered loyal people around him whom he can trust. Smiling, the protagonist understands that while they are there, he is there too. Belten is surprised, because the guy begins to glow. Suddenly, a light appears near him. Pointing at it, he asks what it is. Looking at his hands, Jared says that he has reached the 5th class. Opening his mouth, Belten says that he only said a few words and corrected him, and then received the 5th class of magic. The protagonist begins to become invisible. The man is surprised. Opening his mouth wide, Belten thinks that he gave him some instructions and even he himself could not receive so quickly. Smiling, he understands that he has unusual abilities and his father clearly saw the boundaries, but the son surpassed. Creating a circle in his hand, he thinks that it is not a sin to be a teacher of such a student and perhaps envy will appear. Belten gets up and thinks that the main character himself can learn everything somehow, and it is enough to just watch him from the side. Waving his hand, Jared asks if he is leaving. Turning his head, he says that they have reached the goal and have given enough advice. Putting his hand to his head, the guy says that he will see him off. Belten descends from the stone and says that it is not necessary. We see a field and how the main character asks his direction. Then we see the sky, and the guy just wanted to know. The cloud was white, and Belten goes to the eastern continent. End of the season. The beginning of the season. We are near the red building. It was the 1st of January, 1415 according to the Nars calendar, and the new year has come. On the sheet there is a circle drawn, which someone is holding. We see Jared, who was still in real life and was dying from overwork. Then we see him, but when he reincarnated as the king of the continent of Nars and exactly a year has passed. Having fixed the sheet to the wall, he says that time flies quickly. Looking at the potion, he decides to drink it. The experience potion was green, obtained in the tomb of Mahart. Water is poured from the bottle, because if you pour clean water into the vial, then every year on the 1st of January it will turn into a potion, and this is such a bug. Having started drinking it, he increases his level and all the characteristics that he receives, he will invest in magic. A screen appears near his finger. Looking in the mirror, he laughs and says that you can raise your level in one sit. The screen says that he is level 63. Looking at him, Jared understands that he has a low level. We see a bracelet and he postponed the improvement, and if the wearer's level is higher than the enemy's, then the characteristics of physical strength and wisdom are doubled. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist says that as soon as he finishes working in the Cinder's kingdom, he will need to take the students with him and walk through the dungeons. He begins to smile, because the screen says that the student deeply studies control of mysterious objects and receives insight, due to which the mentor receives 10 characteristic points as a reward that can be distributed. We see the silhouette of a person, because the paradise system has a feature. When the class level increases, there is a reward for this, and depending on this, you can choose from several rewards at once. Jared is standing because he has already decided which reward he will choose when he reaches the 5th level of the class, and he came to this decision at the moment, when he was thinking about how to get the greatest benefit. Folding his hands, we understand that he took the reward to strengthen the training project. Opening his mouth, he rejoices because he will still take care of them, so he is quite worthy of taking the fruits of this care. We see 4 girls, because they were his students and will be able to strengthen the ability, then the number of his students will increase from 4 to 8. Putting his hand to his chin, he says a proverb. Julian smiles and he managed to master not only standard control, but also higher skills. Leslie clasps her hands because she is embarrassed by the student contract. Liam puts his hand to his chest and he has overcome the barrier called age, so he is developing successfully. Putting his hand to his chin, he looks at the students who are developing and thought that everything is smooth. Opening his mouth, he is surprised. Chloe tilts her head and she was not offered to conclude a contract just like that, because it will be like an oath between them and will pass on combat knowledge to her. We see her yellow eyes. Holding a piece of paper in his hands, Jared thinks that a wall of insensibility has grown between them. Sweat is coming on his face when they called. Her leg went a little further. Standing next to him, she asks if she can make her stronger. Grinning his teeth, he says that he is ready to answer any question honestly. Taking out her sword, she says that this means being a mentor. Opening his mouth, Jared asks what is wrong with her. Chloe stands silently in front of him. Then we see blood. The girl begins to write on the paper with blood. Wiping her hand with a cloth, she says that she was taught to sign contracts with blood. Opening his mouth and crying, he understands that this needs to be said in advance. The girl bends over and asks to teach what Ella does not know and to give her knowledge, experience that will make her stronger. The protagonist looks down. The girl looks up and says that all this time she did not give herself away in any way, but she wanted to learn from the very beginning. We see his hands and the guy screams. Holding his finger in his mouth, he says that he was a little distracted and it is hard to do the alteration. The main character is sitting and remaking something, because in paradise there is an ability that can only be used by a small number of artisans. We see jewelry, because if you disassemble several artifacts, you can combine them and assemble them into one new one, due to the limitation on the number of artifacts and body parts used. There were decorations on his hand and foot. Holding a ring in his hands, Jared says that a craft that cannot be tried by just anyone, and if the system has a weak point, then this must be used to the fullest. Men are standing, because in this world it is believed that if a craftsman is frivolous about disassembling artifacts, then he incurs the wrath of the gods. We see an object and its end was with a purple stone. Jared uses special tools for the craft. He begins to pull himself up on a chair and says that a man's strength is contained in the back, and it is impossible for his back to fail in the prime of life. Then he looks at the screen. It says that the student has mastered the art of swordsmanship, and the mentor receives 10 attribute points as a reward. Liam holds a sword in his hands, because he was diligent. Making a ring, he thinks that the loyalty of subjects is always at its best. Looking at his work, Jared smiles. We see people, because only good ones gather around him, so he wants good results. We see a city, and the guy wants to become the main character in this world. There is a chair near the windows, and Jared has finished. Notifications appear that the connection process is complete, and can invest 3,000 units of magic, and then complete the process. Something begins to appear from his hand, because he has enough magic. We see the Bara ring and it became possible to separate the core of an artifact above the 7th level on the classification scale. Putting it on his hand, Jared says that he received 2 skills and spent 2 months on leveling up. Looking back and remembering Mahart, he says that now the artifacts obtained from his grave can be remade. He turns his head away, when suddenly he is called to training. Hayes is standing near the door because a girl has come to see him. Smiling, they tell her that he will be down soon and that she should wait on the training field. Closing his eyes, the protagonist understands that he is late for training and needs to go. Chloe looks out the window with bright eyes. The girl holds on to her clothes. Night falls, we see a large building. The guy with red eyes looks at the paper. He takes it and lights it near the candle. Harvey holds the sheet of paper and understands what Jared wants. The hand reaches out and they say that they need to move forward. The protagonist creates a fireball. Chloe falls near the explosion. Opening his mouth, the guy asks to try to dodge and will not be gentle with her. Smiling, she says that she will not give in to him. Then we see a huge explosion. Chloe holds a sword in her hands and understands that he is experienced and his movements are honed. Smiling, she thinks that she would like to fight him 24 hours a day. A hand touches her neck. The girl holds the sword and begins to feel embarrassed. The protagonist removes his hand and asks what she is thinking about. Standing next to her, he says that Chloe was staring at him, and that is why he is worried. She starts looking away and denying. Holding an object in his hands, the protagonist suggests that they take a break and that she is not in shape today. Opening his mouth, Jared says that this is training and if it were a real fight, the enemy would not miss her weakness. Opening the flask, he says that they would just slit her throat. Looking down, Chloe says that if something happens, she will just buy clothes and her hair will grow back. After drinking from the flask, he says that next time he will not just set them on fire, but will remain bald. Liam is behind the fence, waving. Holding his hand high, Jared says that he will talk to him, and let her catch her breath. The girl sits down on the bench. She starts looking at something. There is a flask on the bench. Then she looks away. The girl remembers being told that if she is interested, she should look at him, and in any case, there will be plenty of time at the estate. Chloe opens her mouth and is told that if she feels something, she should speak. She puts her hand on her head and thinks. We see the sky and Liam asks if he interrupted their date. Jared folds his hands and says that they are not on a date, but training. Turning his head towards him, he asks to get down to business. Liam looks at him and agrees. Evening falls and they say that the civil war has intensified, although recently it looked more like small skirmishes between nobles. 2 brothers stand with different armies, because after the division into south and north, there was total hostility between them. Jared opens his mouth and asks how the training is going. We see the army, because they are training with increased intensity, and the recruits are gaining experience quite quickly. The man closes his eye. The guy with red hair stands next to another person and does an excellent job of training, maintaining overall preparation. Liam puts his hands behind his back. Taking the sword in his hands, he says that it was made for Jared. Putting his hand to his chin, he asks, "Do you like it?" A guard passes by them and Liam says that he broke the strongest swords with his sword. Looking down, the protagonist says that let this sword be the price for diligence. Dangling the sword in his hands, he thanks him for the gift, and because with its help he will wipe all enemies off the face of the earth. Looking at the guards, he says that he needs to tell something. Magic begins to happen near his hand. A dome is created, which characterizes the sound blocking. Smiling, he allows him to speak. Holding an object in his hands, Liam says that thanks to wiretapping, they can come to excellent results. 2 people are standing in hoods and reviewing the material. They were able to record attempts to transmit secret information. 3 people go tied up, and after they raided and captured all the accomplices, they interrogated, confirming that they were members of the sect. Smiling, the protagonist rejoices. His hand begins to clench, because they were caught. We see people in a hood and with drawn symbols, and the destruction of the dark sect was a good reason to start a war. We see the building, and excluding the official church of the Kingdom of Sanders, the main priority of the kingdom is the extermination of sects using dark magic. Ted and Jess are on different sides. The protagonist beats the sectarian. Because such a church is on the neutral side, then the kingdom is also unable to protect it, so Krivia can subjugate this territory. Liam looks strange. Jared asks for forgiveness. The protagonist looks at him and is told that first you can list the following territories. A map of different kingdoms is drawn. Putting his hand on his head, he realizes that this is somehow too fast, and suddenly the time has come that Umbra began to do something. Looking the other way, Jared thinks that it was worth thinking about the church much earlier. Liam opens his mouth and asks what they should do now. We see the object, which was yellow, and first we need to make sure that the recording will be safe, and it is necessary to make it public. Putting his hand to his chin, he says that next we need to focus on invading those territories, and for this he was preparing an army. We see the army because Agrizio will be involved. The protagonist eye was blue because it was time to move. Jared goes with Liam and asks to take care of the recording. Approaching Chloe and waving his hand, he says that the training is over. The two look at each other and are silent. Evening falls and the protagonist wonders if he made her wait long. The protagonist presented the map when it was explained that this happened 3 months after Krivia declared war on the nearby territories. Flags fluttered in the wind when it was told that as a result, they won all the battles. The boy introduced silhouettes with banners when he explained that Acra, Mudlan, and Letica were annexed to Krivian territory without any resistance. Warriors with helmets were shown when it was explained that the guards of Agrizio and Olsen's group were in the center of it all. The boy introduced a man with a scar. The protagonist put his foot on a stone when it was explained that the main reason for the enemy's fear was the commander-in-chief of the Krivian army, Jared, who turned 26 this year and was too young to be a level 5 class, so no one expected good results from him. People crowded around the screen, talking about how Princess Ted and Jess were with Umbra. The red-haired boy watched the crowd when someone called him brother. A girl stood behind him, asking what he was thinking about. Harvey turned around and looked back when he called Sarah by name, and replied that he was just thinking about what might happen if Mr. Jared lost, adding that to be honest, it seemed like he was even more worried about it than the boy himself. The girl smiled widely and asked him not to worry, because according to the reports, they had won a series of crushing victories, adding that the protagonist showed a video that contained evidence of the Umbra sect's involvement, which was the key to his victory. They stood opposite each other when Harvey said that this was true, because with the video, they were able to make it so that the other side could not get away. Then Sarah answered in the affirmative, saying that this is why the nearby territories, despite their good relations, did not resist. The girl looked warmly at her brother, who reminded her that, as she herself knows, their country sacredly follows the Radius Church, after which she expressed her consent. Ted was shown in profile as the prince added that this was why the case was a stern warning to the two brothers who had gone down the wrong path. Jess looked ahead, smirking. The night sky was above the palace. Harvey was sitting in a chair. A letter was shown, telling of the progress of the war. The parchment was held to the candle flame. Sweat broke out on the prince's face as he thought about what would happen if he were to take his father's place. Harvey gritted his teeth, realizing that the man's heart was truly cunning. There was smoke near the buildings in the 4th territory in Fazagite, where Jared was called a scoundrel. A warrior in a helmet looked up and asked if the boy thought he would live happily ever after if he killed him. The blade of the blade was shown as the soldier exclaimed that even if he died, hundreds of other followers of the church would not leave him alone. Blood splattered in front of the protagonist as he turned to Liam and said that this sword was really good. Then the warrior asked what he was telling him. Jared looked away carefully as he was addressed and informed that a report had arrived on the state of the fortress. The warrior opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that all the soldiers had opened the gates and raised white flags, and that they had never contacted Umbra and were asking to be saved. The infantrymen stood in front of the prince, who ordered that their weapons be taken away first, and then sent to the dungeons, adding that they would deal with them according to the law. Then the warrior replied that it would be done. Liam looked at the blonde with admiration, turned to His Majesty and said that they had finally taken possession of the 4th territory, and that he was truly invincible, adding that no one could stop him and the Krivian army. The soldier clenched his fists, trembling. Jared looked ahead carefully. The warrior was sitting in front of him when he addressed him and told him that he had done a great job. The soldier looked forward, raising his head as he replied that he had not, and that every day had been filled with happiness since the protagonist entrusted him with this task, summing up that he could fight the enemy shoulder to shoulder next to him, and that for him, as a soldier, this was the meaning of life and the opportunity to breathe deeply. The protagonist looked down with a smile and addressed the warrior, offering him to use the feeling of inspiration from this moment, and explaining that now they had a great opportunity to fight Cinders, as there was a civil war going on there. Liam smiled widely and accepted the order, asking to be trusted with the advance guard, and then calling Jared king. The protagonist looked forward in surprise, thinking that he could not believe his ears since he had never heard this address from his subjects, and that it felt like this address was forbidden. The green flag fluttered in the wind as it was told that this was the best arena illuminated by the sky, and that their battles to annex the territory to Krivia continued. Clouds floated above the palace 3 months later. The blonde had a map in front of him as he realized that in 3 months their territory had increased 5-fold. The small country of Myzeria was shown as a system alert appeared that further unification of the territory was impossible, and that he had reached the maximum size of territorial expansion. There was a bookcase behind the king when he thought about how if they continued to conquer the lands now, they would no longer be annexed to Krivia but would become new kingdoms. Then system notifications appeared that he had received the title of Great Feudal Lord, which increased his attractiveness by 100, and that thanks to this title, his territories would receive the blessing of God, that is, for the next 2 years. The risk of natural disasters such as floods, droughts, storms, etc., would be reduced by 90%. Jared smiled, lowering his head, and exclaimed that he had received a new title. Then a system notification appeared that the invention of magical devices and the creation of a large recording device had been completed. The blonde stared ahead. He smirked when he thought about how if it was completed, then the time had come. There was a bookcase near the door when someone addressed the protagonist. A girl appeared in front of him and continued calling him, so he called Hayes by name and asked her to calm down and then speak, asking what the rush was. The maid opened her mouth wide and exclaimed what she wanted to say. The girl smiled, clenching her fists when she said that she was finally able to use divine power, and that her efforts over the past 6 months had paid off. Jared looked surprised when he asked her again, to which she replied in the affirmative. The maid stood next to the master when she thanked him after he congratulated her, adding that it was simply the best thing he had heard in a long time. He imagined a man lying in front of Hayes when it was explained that there was a huge difference between healers who had divine power and those who did not. The injured man began to smile at the maid when it was explained that if a normal healer at the beginning level was able to restore about 10 points of health, then a healer of the same level with divine power could restore 20 points. The boy imagined a scale of increasing strength when he summed up that this was only at the beginning level, and that the difference became greater with each step. Hayes looked at the blonde with a smile as she said that it was all thanks to the artifact he gave her, and that she was talking about the cursed bracelet. The girl had an ornament on her wrist as she explained that after wearing it, she would suddenly feel very sick. However, she has a ring that covers the bracelet's effects. The maid had a blue ornament on her finger, as she exclaimed that if she wore them together, she could continue her training without stopping. Hayes raised her hands up and asked how the protagonist even came up with all this, to which he replied that they would think it was an Eastern way of training. Jared's eyes widened and asked the maid if this meant that she could handle an average Divine 3. The girl blushed, looking ahead as she replied that there was no problem. The guy handed her a dagger as he said that this was the best way to test her abilities, to which Hayes exclaimed that she couldn't torture him. The maid took the protagonist's hands and added that there were many ways to test them without resorting to this, and that she wanted to relieve him of this burn on his hand. The girl looked down in embarrassment as she said that every time she saw him, she felt pain, which was why she trained so hard. Jared looked forward with admiration and turned to Hayes. His face turned red as he said that then she should hurry up and make him feel it on herself. Then the maid turned to the master and asked if he realized how strange his words sounded. Green light was visible through the windows as the protagonist exclaimed that he meant her feeling of healing. Then the girl asked him to just give her his hand. Someone clenched their fist and cursed at the protagonist. Ted gritted his teeth in anger as Arnold asked him what happened. The body was covered with a white cloth as the prince answered that his brother Carlos and father were poisoned. The man tilted his head forward when Ted added that Jess had almost been killed during the Civil War. Sarah was drinking tea with her brother when he summed up that he had no interest in the throne, so he was sure it was only a matter of time before he won. The prince's eyes were bright green when he said that success was within his grasp, and that little liar Harvey had released that video behind his back. The second prince leaned to the side and said that everything was on the verge of falling apart, and that it was all because of that recording system. Ted glared. An old man was standing next to Arnold when the prince called out to him, adding that he was from Krivia. The old man looked ahead in fear when he was asked why he didn't know about those recording devices. There was no way they could have installed them everywhere in just a year. Moonlight was streaming through the windows when the old man began to answer, then he was told to be quiet. Ted stood with his sword in front of the body when he addressed Arnold. The earl looked horrified as the prince began to speak. Ted looked straight ahead as he ordered him to raise his troops at once, explaining that Harvey had to be gotten rid of. Riders rode up the forest road, urging their animals forward. Arnold turned to the prince and politely asked him to come to his senses, adding that his brother could not have set all this up on his own, and Ted told him to be quiet, wondering how he could remain calm when everything he had worked for was falling apart. The earl opened his mouth and exclaimed that Jared had created the recording devices, and that he meant that Prince Harvey must be working for him. The writers moved forward as Arnold added that the fourth prince's military was nothing compared to theirs, and that they could deal with them at any moment. Ted opened his mouth wide and shouted for him to get to the point. Sweat poured down the Earl's face as he said that they should focus not on the prince, but on Jared, since he was the one behind all of this. Ted glared ahead and said that he had no reason to interfere in the affairs of their kingdom. Arnold frowned, thinking about how mad he was with rage, and how useless it was. He pictured Harvey, realizing that this was not at all what he had sent in the intelligence report to the fourth prince. The Earl imagined smiling figures calling them fools, telling them that it was all just a game, and that they were only now realizing that they were one step ahead. Ted raised his hand and ordered them to speed up, to get to the capital faster, calling for them to destroy the enemy before they had a chance to prepare for them. The riders galloped forward, shouting that they would destroy the traitor Harvey. A horse stepped on an object, and then a distinctive sound was heard. The second prince's pupils narrowed as he began to scream. There was a huge explosion. The metal plating glittered in the light as a system announcement appeared, stating that it was a large recording device. Dark shapes were seen in the street, exclaiming that it was terrible. People looked shocked, saying that Princess Jess and Ted were using black magic, and that it couldn't be. The girl stood half-turned as she suggested that this meant that the second and third princes had contacted the Dark Church, to which she was told that they were pretending to be heroes, but they were connected to the Umbra, adding that it was disgusting, and that with this situation, the only one who could take the throne was Prince Harvey. People looked in one direction as someone addressed the citizens of the Cinders Kingdom. The horse reared when the future sovereign announced that they would take control of all entrances to the capital, and that Princess Jess and Ted, as the main traitors to their state and the shame of the royal family, would be killed as soon as they noticed them. Then the subjects began to turn to Harvey, asking him to save them from all the horrors of the dark faith. The fourth prince smiled widely and replied that they should not be afraid, because he would protect them, and later they could continue their peaceful life. Then Sarah said that even though they were their kin, they could not put them above their people. The people raised their hands up, wishing health to Harvey and the princess, and the well-being of the kingdom of Cinders. There was smoke everywhere. Arnold brought his hand to his mouth and asked the second prince if he was okay. The Earl clenched his teeth. He held his sword in front of him when he asked the warrior who he was, to which he replied that Arnold would fight him. Liam was wearing a helmet when he added that if he failed, he would never see Prince Ted again. The blonde held his hand in front of him. There was a lot of smoke around him when he said that it seemed like the second prince had walked right into his minds. Jared's eyes were red when he used the skill-enhanced spiritual eye and added that Ted had lost his mind and made a terrible mistake. A dark silhouette appeared in the smoke. The second prince leaned forward, cursing and wondering if they were all dead. Then the protagonist realized that he had found him, and then a window appeared with Ted's characteristics. The red-haired man looked back when he was greeted. The protagonist appeared in front of him and addressed him, then the prince called him a scumbag. Ted looked away creepily and said that he dared to interfere in the affairs of their kingdom, and then wondered if he really thought he could leave with his head on his shoulders. Jared looked away thoughtfully and replied that he was certainly not a fortune-teller, but he thought that he was not destined to die today. They were opposite each other when he added that it seemed that from today onwards the prince would have no more business in the kingdom, and he asked him again. Ted held his sword in front of him when he exclaimed that he would tear him to pieces and then deal with this traitor Harvey. Fire appeared on either side of the protagonist when he said that this was great, and then asked about how about dealing with him first, and the prince cursed. Ted approached the blonde and wished him death. Flames appeared in front of Jared. The prince stopped the flames with his sword. The flames almost touched his head. Ted swung the blade in front of him, using the secret sword technique magic dispersion. The man in armor took a step. The second prince performed a series of strikes, using the skill Swift Sword. Part of the robe was cut off. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. Ted was in front of the protagonist when he addressed him, exclaiming that he had ruined his robe. The blonde brought his hand to his mouth and suggested that perhaps he should call him Umbra's dog. The prince clenched his weapon in his hands. He held the sword out in front of him and ordered Jared to shut up. The blade slammed into the shield in front of the guy. The protagonist smiled, looking forward as he said that it was his turn now. Fire appeared between his palms. A stream of flames rushed towards the enemy. The protagonist hovered in the air in front of Ted, who exclaimed that the blonde's magic was nothing compared to his technique. Jared looked ahead with a smile, assuming that he was talking about his armor that was resistant to magic, or his sword technique. An ornament appeared on the boy's wrist as he thought that if he didn't have Delic's bracelet, it might have caused him trouble. Ted appeared in front of the protagonist and advised him not to open up. The protagonist dodged the attack. The second prince looked ahead, thinking about what was happening. All he could do was defend himself, and that he was only a fourth-class mage, so he should have an advantage. A dark spot appeared on the ground. A magic circle appeared in front of the blonde as he wondered if something was wrong and if Ted was tired yet. Streams of fire rushed towards the prince, who called the enemy a fool and advised him to come up with something else, and then asked about the fact that didn't he say that his sword technique specialized in blocking magic, but he continued to use the same techniques on him, concluding that he would simply destroy them. Ted's eyes glowed green. He was standing with his back turned when he screamed loudly, after using the fire burst skill. The second prince bent his arms in front of him, assuming that these were fiery features. The man swung the blade several times, realizing the secret technique of fast sword. The flames were cut in half. A grimace could be seen in the fire, then Ted realized that he had recovered. The second prince opened his mouth wide and screamed shrilly. He held the sword in front of him, ordering the fiery features to disappear. The blonde was behind him when he used the power projectile skill. Streams of white energy rushed forward. Ted looked away in fear. There was a bright flash as he cursed. A stream of flames headed towards the enemy as Jared performed the fire arrows technique. The prince's eyes reflected the approaching fire. A clot of red energy appeared. Ted looked forward in horror and cursed. He had his back turned as he was attacked. Streams of light energy hit him. The second prince put his hands on the ground. There were stains of blood on it as he said that this could not be. Jared stood in front of him. The blonde looked down with a serious look and explained that he was able to fight off his arrows, but he took advantage of his opening to launch a power projectile. The protagonist stood in front of Ted as he summed up that it was all because he paid too much attention to things that were not worth it, to which the prince replied that he meant that he left the Radius Church and went to Umbra. Blood was pouring out of the red-haired man's mouth. He clenched his fist and cursed several times. Ted reached forward and asked where Arnold was, to which he was told that he would not come. Jared was in front of the prince as he wondered if everything he had worked for would just disappear, to which the protagonist replied that it was the result of him taking the easy way out by wielding the power of Umbra. The man's face was covered by his hair as he said that he was destined to make this kingdom the greatest, and that unlike the outdated doctrine of Radius, he thought that the doctrine of Umbra was better. Then the protagonist said that he would be reading his essays in the library. He kicked Ted in the shoulder. A pendant fell near the man's body. The blonde looked closely at his hand as a system notification appeared that this was an artifact, which was Kyle's red medallion. A red stone lay on the guy's palm as he thought about the owner of the artifact. Jared introduced the masked man when it was revealed that in parody he was the head of the Umbra and an absolute psychopath who was obsessed with pushing the boundaries of magic, and that he was a real talent for trickery, plotting, and converting others to the wrong faith, and that he was someone who would sacrifice his own blood and flesh if he deemed it necessary. The protagonist's face was shown half-turned as he thought about how he couldn't scan the artifact, but if Kyle was involved, then the purpose was clear to him, and that it was being used to control the prince's mind. The protagonist clenched his fist. Arnold gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and commanded the enemy to stay out of his way. Liam put his hands forward and exclaimed that he would not allow him to take a step towards his king. They crossed blades. The Earl gritted his teeth, looking ahead and wondering how the warrior could withstand his red moon sword. A stream of light energy rushed forward. Arnold was attacked from behind. The Count fell to the ground, then someone asked if he was dead. Jared carried the prince's body on his shoulder when he apologized to Liam for seeming to be late. The soldiers in helmets turned to one side and began talking about how they were late, and how they killed Count Arnold and Prince Ted, adding that it was unbelievable. Sweat appeared on the warriors' faces as they decided to not retreat, and show them what they were capable of. Light energy appeared in front of the blade. Knights of the Royal Guard of Agrizio appeared and apologized, adding that this would not happen. The cloaked warriors from Olsen's group brandished their swords when they said that their master ordered them to get rid of all who followed the dark path. Blood appeared on the ground when someone called for help. The bare-chested soldiers marched in a line as it was revealed that the battle was over and that Prince Ted's men were completely surrounded, after which they were stripped of their weapons and sent to prison, summing up how the second prince's army had completely collapsed. The red-haired man sat behind bars as it was explained that despite the prince escaping the death penalty, he would spend the rest of his days in prison. A dark symbol was drawn in front of the man as it was revealed that after this was revealed, Prince Jess had left the kingdom and was never seen again, and that it was only rumored that he had fled to where the Umbra leader was hiding. Harvey held a staff in his hand as it was explained that, after listening to Jared's advice, the fourth prince had appeared at the last moment and was given full honors, and then inherited the throne from Deckard IX. The blonde bowed before the sovereign. The protagonist's eyes were closed when he introduced himself, and said that he was glad to greet the king. Knights were standing near Harvey when he greeted the protagonist, saying that he had been expecting him. The red-haired guy opened his mouth and said that Jared's contribution to ending the Civil War and the fact that he was able to take this very place was invaluable. The blonde looked down and replied that he was overpraising him. The protagonist was in front of the throne when Harvey asked him if he would agree if, as payment for good work, he appointed him a vassal of this kingdom. The protagonist looked down when he said that he had only drawn conclusions about what is good and what is evil and offered him his help, adding that he did not do this to become a vassal of his majesty. The cleric extended his hand forward and began to object. The king stopped the old man, opening his palm. Jared knelt before Harvey. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. The king stood before the protagonist as he said that from now on, Jared's lands would be proclaimed a principality, and that he himself would become a prince, adding that they would not be bound by any binding ties, and that, in other words, he would not demand service or any gifts from him. The red stone of the staff flashed as Harvey concluded that disagreement would be considered a challenge to the king, so there would be no further discussion about it. Sarah stood behind the ruler as he said that in addition to everything, he would hand over the lands of Maziria to Prince Jared, and then turned to him, reminding him that he had prevented the fall of their kingdom. The dark-haired man smiled and exclaimed that they would never forget the virtue of the protagonist, and that they would like to take a moment to thank him. The knight and the cleric bowed as they shouted for Harvey and the protagonist to be safe. The blonde waved as he thought that even though it seemed like he would never escape his role as the lord of a small land, suddenly his future seemed bright and promising. There was a full moon in the sky behind the forest in the kingdom of cinders. Liam's face turned red as he turned to the lord and said that such armor was an incredible gift for him. Then a system notification appeared that the artifact was the Red Moon sword and the Judith armor. Jared stood in front of the warrior as he replied that he simply stole them from Lord Arnold, then asked how he liked them. Then the warrior asked him again, retorting that the winner has the right to everything that belonged to the loser. The man gripped the hilt of the blade and said that it felt very reliable, as if he could feel the echoes of magic in the sword. Liam looked at his hand carefully. He looked straight ahead and addressed the gentleman. The man stood in front of the blonde man when he asked if he could ask him a question, and the protagonist allowed him to speak. He introduced the warriors in helmets when he said that he had never felt such unity among the soldiers. The flag fluttered in the wind when Liam explained that every warrior respected Jared and was ready to give his life for him at any moment, and that each of them dreamed of even greater achievements under his command. The man knelt before the protagonist when he concluded that maybe someone was ready to worship the god above them, but the god he was ready to worship was standing right in front of him now. The protagonist looked down in surprise. Tears appeared in Liam's eyes, and then system notifications appeared that his loyalty had been sharply increased to 360, and that the loyalty level had reached 800, therefore the protagonist had reached the third awakening. The guy extended his hand forward. The blonde was sitting next to the warrior when he replied that he understood, and that the man's words touched his heart. Jared pushed Liam away from him when he addressed him and began to sob. A luxurious chandelier hung in the king's chambers when someone addressed him. Harvey looked ahead carefully when he said that everything was fine and that she could call him brother, and then offered to try. Sarah was in front of him when she addressed him by name. Then the king said that it was better this way, and that it seemed that she wanted to tell him something since the meeting with Master Jared. She had a mug in her hands when she answered in the affirmative. Then her brother asked her to start talking, adding that he wanted to listen. The girl lowered her eyes and said that the rapid development of Krivia was incredible, affecting agriculture, printing, commerce, dungeons and more, and summed up that in order to quickly stabilize the kingdom, they would need the help of the protagonist. They were sitting opposite each other when Harvey said that what others could not do in 10 years, he does in a year. Then the princess agreed with him. The king held a mug in front of him when he turned to his sister, explaining that she herself had seen earlier that no matter how much they wanted, he did not want to enter into close relations with their kingdom. The girl held a mug in her hands when she answered her brother that she was thinking about what she could do for him and the country. Harvey looked at his sister with concern and called her by name when she said that she decided that she could be used to strengthen their kingdom. Sarah put her hand on her chest and concluded that they needed a political marriage. They were sitting opposite the blonde when the king said that he would tell the truth, that he himself almost succumbed to the devil's temptation, miraculously not to appropriate all the awards and honors for himself. Then Jared answered that he understood the sovereign, because there was a risk that he would turn away from him. Harvey smiled widely and said that even if they became enemies, he still believed that he should repay him for everything he did for him, and the protagonist thanked him. Sarah was shown in profile as she said that thanks to him, their kingdom could prosper, and then expressed her immense gratitude, saying that they would continue to work to erase all traces of Umbra from their state. The brother and sister sat next to each other when the girl began to stutter, and Jared asked her to finish. The king looked away seriously and turned to the protagonist. The blonde looked confused when asked how he felt about becoming his younger sister's husband, and the guy thought about an unexpected political marriage. An elegant chandelier hung from the ceiling when Harvey said that he would like to establish a friendly relationship with the protagonist, adding that he admired him for a long time. The brother and sister looked ahead intently. The girl's face began to sweat as a system window appeared, saying that she had an ordinary personality, and that she was determined and self-sacrificing. The boy placed his mug on the saucer as he addressed the king and princess. Jared was shown in profile as he replied that he could not accept their offer. The siblings looked forward in shock. The blonde imagined the castle, thinking that even if he agreed, the northern part of their kingdom was weakened and in a very precarious state, and that he understood what was troubling them right now. The protagonist continued drinking tea as he explained that he was always ready to help them with anything to completely get rid of the traces of Umbra, but he did not want to tie himself down to anything. He imagined a mustachioed blonde man as he added that, besides, this was the will of his late father. The boy imagined his parent in front of him as he thought that, of course, he had never said such a thing in his life, but he hoped that his father would understand him. Across from the protagonist sat the princess and the king, who assumed that this meant that the prince intended to build a strategic relationship with them, but refused anything big, to which Jared replied that this was true. Then Harvey said that nothing could be done about it, since this was the will of his late father. A sad Sarah sat in front of the blonde. The protagonist opened his mouth, looking down, when he said that he did not consider himself good enough for this, and that he thought that the princess was just a wonderful person, summing up that he did not think he was worthy of such an honor. The girl opened her mouth wide and turned to the prince, answering that she had not thought about such a thing for a second. Then he interrupted her. The protagonist looked at them sternly and explained that he did not need a political marriage, and that if they did not turn their backs on him, even considering his refusal to marry, then the future they so feared would never come. The siblings looked ahead as Jared warned them that if they pointed their blades at him, he would use the full force of his warriors. There was a sideboard by the wall. When the king replied that he understood, the boy said that it was good. It was raining heavily. Liam stood next to the blonde, who said that there was a downpour, and suggested using the teleporter. The lights were on in the palace, when the protagonist replied that he would walk and look around, adding that he could return first, to which the man agreed. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him, and said that it seemed like the rainy season had begun. He presented a map when it was said that every year in the northern part of the continent of Nas, around July, there is a rainy season, and that last year they did not affect the lands of the north in any way, but this year they caused floods in the river area. Jared was walking down the street in a cloak when he thought that their territory should be fine, but the problem was that they were not the only ones bordering the river. Then he remembered the system alert. The blonde looked ahead carefully when someone said that it was the Optatio River and that he should not go too close to it. A man was holding a child's hand when he told him that there was a huge flood last year. Then the boy replied that it was very scary and asked if this meant that an epidemic could happen. Then he was told that it was true, but King Harvey would protect them. The protagonist lowered his head thinking about the neighboring kingdoms, and that if the rains intensified this year, it would affect even more territories. The protagonist covered his head with his hand and said that he needed to take shelter from the rain first. There were lanterns burning near the entrance to the building. The guy in the trench coat sat down at the table when someone asked his friend if he had heard about the man who helped bring down that devil's head. The blonde man sat across from his friend, who assumed he was talking about the Viscount, now Prince Jared. The protagonist raised his hand to his face and said that meant he didn't know he was now a muscular hunk when the stranger exclaimed that just a couple of months ago he was some ugly fat man from the village, and then suddenly became successful. The protagonist turned to the girl who asked if he was ready to order. Then the guy politely asked for a glass of beer, to which she replied that she would do it right away. The door opened when someone cursed, exclaiming that the weather was terrible. The customers were sitting at the tables when the man asked about the fact that there was no seat. 3 men were sitting together when he said that he would take a look now. In front of him sat a guy in a cloak when he apologized. Jared adjusted his hood and asked what was wrong. The blonde's pupils narrowed greatly. A system window appeared above the smiling young man, which said that he had the blessing of the deity Lenaticus, and that scanning special characteristics was impossible. Then the visitor apologized, explaining that he did not know anyone there at all, and asked if he could sit down. The protagonist looked away in disbelief, thinking that Lenaticus was one of the gods of parody, and that if he had the blessing of the deity, then he was the real protagonist, but he had no idea who he was. The blonde boy smiled and apologized. Then Jared realized that he did not feel any hostility from him. Lloyd stood in front of the protagonist, who said that he could sit down, but first he wanted them to introduce themselves. Then the visitor told him his name. The blonde opened his palm in front of him, introduced himself, and asked the boy to sit down. Then the visitor asked him again. Shocked, Lloyd stood in front of the protagonist when he started talking about him. Then he replied that he was right and asked him to be quiet. They sat opposite each other, when the boy wondered who would have thought that he would meet someone so famous there, adding that it was an honor, and asked the girl for a glass of beer. Lloyd looked ahead sheepishly and said he would introduce himself properly, then repeated his name, adding that he was of the Charlotte family, and that he had in fact been kicked out of the house because he did not have the best of backgrounds. Jared looked ahead and asked if he was talking about Earl Edward, who had a huge territory in the south, to which the boy replied that he was right. The boy pictured a man surrounded by women, thinking that if he meant Earl Edward, he owned most of the jobs in the kingdom, and that he had many children, so it was no wonder he had never heard of Lloyd. The blonde man's mouth dropped open and he wondered why the boy had decided to leave the south and move so far, and they were brought beer. The visitor put a coin on the table and explained that it was for him and his companion. There was a girl standing next to the boys who thanked them when the boy exclaimed that the change was hers. There were pints of beer on the table when the protagonist said that it was not necessary, but he would drink it with gratitude since he decided to treat him. Lloyd looked forward with admiration and said that the protagonist looked very young, adding that he would be 26 this year. Then Jared informed him that they were the same age. They were opposite each other when the boy asked about whether they were the same age, adding that he must be blind. Then the interlocutor laughed. Lloyd smiled, closing his eyes when he said that it was not a joke, and that now he was embarrassed, adding that perhaps because he gave his whole life to wandering with a sword at the ready, but he even envied him a little, because the protagonist can rule such a huge territory. The protagonist looked ahead seriously, thinking that for someone who had the blessing of a deity, he was very unsure of himself. The blonde looked up attentively. Lloyd was shown in profile as the protagonist thought about how this guy could actually become a protagonist, and how he would like to see what the path of someone with a blessing would be. The boys raised their pints of beer when Jared asked where he was going, to which the boy replied that he was joining the mercenaries of Arachne. Candles burned near the wall, when Lloyd added that he heard that they were gathering a group to attack a destroyed underground cave, and that, besides, dungeons are best for earning easy money. Then he was asked if he really meant a group of talented people who go on raids, only in the most difficult dungeons. The boy imagined a spider web when he answered that it was true, and that it was said that if you got injured during a raid with them, they would just throw you away. But despite all the terrible rumors about them, he thought that was why they were called the best mercenaries. The entrance to a dungeon was shown when Jared explained that the collapsed underground cave was a place that looked like a cave in the north of the kingdom, and that from what he remembered, it was one of the 3 most hated dungeons in Parody. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully, realizing that these names were familiar to him. The protagonist imagined a creepy place when he thought about how the collapsed underground cave and the demon army's haven in Miseria were dungeons he really wanted to go to. Lloyd was sitting in front of him when he spoke. They clinked pints of beer when Jared said that he would pray for his safe return, to which the boy replied that he would pray for the well-being of the princely lands. Lloyd stood up from the table and said that he was glad that they were able to talk, and that he had always dreamed of sitting and drinking with him like this. So he was happy that his dream had come true. Then he was asked about whether he was already going to leave. The boy looked at his hand and explained that he still had a lot to prepare, because he was going to cross the river. The protagonist looked forward attentively and offered the boy later, if he had time, to come to Krivia, adding that he would like to repay him for this time with a mug of Krivian beer. Lloyd, standing with his back, looked back and thanked him, saying that he traveled a lot, so he would try to stay with him someday, and then said goodbye. The young man headed for the exit, wishing him well. The blonde was shown half-turned, as he mentally said goodbye to Lloyd. Blue eyes stared ahead. Jared grabbed his head, wondering what it was, and that his head suddenly hurt. It was raining heavily outside. Grabbing his head, the hero thought what it was, his head suddenly hurt. He looked to the side. The men were sitting at the table. The thought came from where? The protagonist turned his attention to the side and added that it came from where? The girl's eyes lit up brightly. She looked to the side. The thought came that it was her. Frowning, Jared thought that another divine blessing, he must find the hidden protagonist. Grabbing his head, he added that this piercing headache, it is unusual. It seems that she used a mental debuff or some kind of curse on him. There were rings on his fingers. The thought occurred that an ordinary person would have already fallen from this. But he was still holding on thanks to the ring. The girl exclaimed in surprise. She looked around. Then the girl put her hands to her face. Drinking, the hero thought that shouldn't one of the gods have already offered him help, despite the fact that he was coping on his own, paving his way, could they at least contact him? He spat out the drink, hearing that they would go, to which he thought that she was leaving. Looking away, the man said that it was time, to which he was answered that fine, they would go. The girl smirked. The thought occurred that it seemed that these men were some kind of escorts or subjects of the Red Queen. It did not seem that they had any special characteristics, only the skill of the sword, which they had honed for years. The protagonist looked away. She looked at him. The thought occurred, who are they? Jared watched her carefully. The girl grinned and said how interesting. As she left, she added that they would meet later. A blow flew at the goblin. Standing still, the hero said that the year had started off kind of boringly. Last year there had been a huge influx, so he hoped that this year there would be even more. It seemed that there were half as many. How bold. A notification appeared about the escape on the 1st of July. Holding a stone in his hands, the protagonist said that it was time to use the spatial door bug. It seemed like a movement. It was heard that the bug, which would never be fixed, should be used as often as possible. Looking straight ahead, Jared added that he was worried that there were fewer of them. Their leader began to fear something. He frowned and said that well, be that as it may. The hero sat down and said that they would balance his data in order to celebrate the 70th level. He smirked and added that with the extra magic points for the students, and the magic defense points for training with Isabella, his stats showed. Looking around, the protagonist asked if this magic defense was even real. A glow appeared on the man. It was said that magical defense, if you divide the ranks and compare them according to the parity system, then the picture will be as follows. A notification about skills appeared. Looking at him, Jared said that apparently, he is at the level when you can ignore the effect of magic below the 3rd level. His physical defense is a little low, but he can just use an artifact or something like that. He looked away, hearing a roar. The monster was lying on the ground and said that he must take revenge. The hero looked surprised and asked what he just said. People in cloaks appeared. It was heard that he is associated with the dark faith of the Keiko church, isn't it? Umbra is not the only church, so he understood that they will have to meet, but... Looking at the monster, the protagonist said that he did not think that the ogre would mumble his name, asked that there was really some connection between this and Keiko. Frowning, he added that it looked like he would have to deal with not only Umbra, but also Keiko. A view of the building opened up, and a question was heard: what did he want to see so much? The process of making magic potions appeared. A view of Jared's production opened up. The last stage of the production of magic stones appeared. Machines were carving parts. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that it was incredible. She looked down and said that no matter what he was planning, he always knows how to jump above his head. Looking at the potions, the hero replied that he could not argue with that, like her training. She looked at the books and said that she had mastered third-level spells and was now in the process of mastering the fourth. They were so difficult to learn. The protagonist smiled and said that he should not rush himself, even the third level was enough, even with it she could easily earn a living. Isabella frowned and replied that she did not study spells to make money on them. Jared froze, hearing that something like fate was haunting her from her past life. Looking at her, he asked why she didn't tell him. The girl looked down. People pointed at her and shouted that she was a witch. She was a witch, she was cursed, let her leave their kingdom. The man held a torch in his hands. Isabella shouted loudly. The flame flared up. It was heard that long live the kingdom of Tansilia, destroy the demons and protect the honor of the kingdom. Gritting her teeth, Isabella said that he shouldn't know this. It's true, she doesn't say this to warm up his interest. Looking at her, the hero thought that she was talented in magic and usually cheerful, but perhaps because of the practice of witchcraft she was becoming more and more gloomy. The girl looked straight, and he added that it made him feel guilty, even if a little, but what can he do to please her? Raising his finger up, the protagonist said, "Okay, forget it, are there any problems with controlling magic?" Looking at him, the girl replied that she can't use it at random, but if she concentrates, she can last longer, to which he asked what, something is wrong. Isabella froze, hearing that he was going on a small raid soon. A monster appeared. It was heard that it required focus, comparable to a tomb. Lowering her head, the girl asked where it was. Smirking, Jared answered that it was the demon army's hideout, to which she said that she had heard of this place. A dungeon appeared. It was heard that she would study hard. She had heard this name so often that it was stuck in his head. She would definitely prepare. Raising her hand up, Isabella said that she was going. She needed to study. She was not in a very good mood. Thank you for bringing her here. Grinning, the hero said that he seemed to have managed to raise her spirits a little. Taking a step forward, he added that and now. Looking at the test tubes, the protagonist said that they would look. He put his hand to his face. Suddenly, Jared looked surprised. He smiled and said that he had an idea. A view of the building opened up. The device appeared. It was said that its territory was cultivated by less than 2%, and in order to somehow compensate for this, people were walking down the street. The thought arose that he was thinking about scrolling a film through a display device. It was heard that a military visualizer used for cultural purposes. Sitting on the couch, the hero said that he already liked the idea of it. The man grinned. It was said that speeches that win the hearts of viewers and evoke emotions from the depths of the soul, if he promises him 500 gold a month. A hand appeared. It was said that considering the fandom and the number of viewers he had gathered, he needed him to promise him a position no lower than the head administrator. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the film, for the first time he heard such nonsense, it was devoid of any meaning. Nothing could compare with the heartfelt speeches of the speaker. Looking up, the protagonist said that it was a pity that there was no one who could do this. They only needed money. He gritted his teeth and added that they had reached the last candidate. He believed that he had no choice but to meet him. The Arkan's pub appeared. It was heard that so. Raising his hand up, Luis said that today, at the very peak time, they invited a wonderful speaker. They would welcome Valdez. Standing on the stage, the man said that thank you to them. The guy looked surprised. It was heard that he was here today. The hero stood in the crowd, and Luis asked what his lord was. He smirked and repeated the phrase. The protagonist closed his eyes. It was heard that in the place where it belongs. Clenching his fist, the man said that where the great territories of Krivia are constantly expanding. Raising his hands up, he added that they will talk about it. The protagonist smirked when he heard this. The man closed his eyes and said that it was an amazing speech, to which the girl replied that he proposed to expand their power at the expense of the sea, not the land. She thought it was necessary to deal with real estate in Krivia. Jared looked away, hearing that they would wait and see if they were on the path of prosperity or decline, and then thought that as expected, he possessed the magic of capturing the heart of the public. The image of a man appeared. It was said that Valdez, in parody he was known as a propagandist representing the army of demons, a villain with a criminal past who deceived countless people. Looking at the crowd, The hero thought that many were influenced by his magic and sided with the Demon King. He heard that he should give an autograph. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he had suddenly started saying that the Allied sacred forces were corrupt demons. Unlike Lena, he had voluntarily become a propagandist for the demon army, which is why he did not want to see him. Smirking, the guy asked what brought him here. Jared turned around and replied that he was here to see someone. Luis looked at him in surprise and asked what someone. He meant Valdez. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that then he would show him where he was. Valdez was an important speaker at their pub, so he had a separate VIP room, to which the hero responded approvingly. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he should wait a minute, to which Luis responded. The guy smiled when he heard that he remembered the island he had recently told him about, Tatar Island, to which he replied that of course. He said that dark elves live there. He also said that this place was good for maintaining relations with the red goblins. Grinning, the hero replied that yes, that was right. The next business expansion would be the dark elves from Tatar Island. The elves showed up. It was heard that if he asked the elf to act as a mediator, he would make room for him. Great. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that this would serve as a good experience in his growth, to which the guy thanked him. Jared hit him on the head, and he said that it hurt. A view of the room opened up. It was heard that good evening. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that they knew that he was coming. Smiling, Valdez said that he was the only brilliant person in the room. He couldn't help but recognize him. Thank you for listening to his speech. The guy said with wide eyes that he would bring him some Caracas petal tea, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. Standing still, the man said that he was asking for forgiveness. He didn't want to use the privilege that he had. They took care of him. Lowering his head, Jared said that he didn't need to apologize. He gave him freedom for everything that was happening here. Looking straight ahead, Valdez thought that here it was, the talent he was looking for. The hero's eyes lit up and he thought that he was still very suspicious. But he couldn't take on all the tasks related to the territory. It was true that there was no one who could replace Valdez. The girl smiled. A thought appeared that he was worried about the course of the story with parody. But he sincerely believed that he, like Lena, could change the future. A room appeared and a man was addressed. Smiling, the hero asked that he would like to serve him as the Minister of Public Affairs of the Great Krivia. Said that of course, not only would he be his spokesman, he also wanted to entrust him with the development and promotion of the cultural industry. The man looked surprised and asked what the Minister of Public Affairs was. What was he talking about? An image of a man appeared. It was said that the rulers Valdez served forced him to talk about good deeds that he had never done before, deliberately hiding news of disasters in their territory. They were pathetic people who misled others. Gold coins appeared. The eyes of the creatures lit up. The thought appeared that they were all greedy despots who cared only about their own interests. Valdez clenched his fist and thought that people who did disgusting things without hesitation and remorse. Looking away, he added that but Jared was not the kind of ruler who cared about the welfare of his land first. The man frowned and thought that the man was trustworthy. Standing in front of the hero, Valdez said that there was one condition, to which he asked what the condition was. Let him continue. Raising his hand, the man said that he did not want to be responsible for advertising a leader who would end up being a despot, because the rule of propaganda was that there must be perfect unity with the cause he served. Smirking, the protagonist said that he spoke well. Frowning, Valdez shouted that he was not lying, but telling him only the truth. The leader must have chastity, and only then would he sign the agreement. Looking straight at him, he added that he could promise him that he would become a conscientious leader. Looking at him, the hero asked what was all that. Let him tell him what payment he wanted. He looked at him in surprise when he heard that he was not greedy. He just wanted to raise the man he served to the highest place in the world. He just had ambition. Such a great value could not be exchanged for a few pennies. The man's eyes widened. The thought appeared that Valdez's true feelings, which were not heard in parody, he was a kingmaker. Standing in front of him, Jared thought that in parody, he was the only one who spat blood and constantly shouted at the audience from the stands. He thinks that this is why he wanted to raise the demon king he served. Smiling, the hero said that he promised him to make sure that he would become the leader he wanted, and if he suddenly lost motivation, he could leave him without any obligations. Valdez closed his eyes and replied that he thanked him. He lacked the ability, but he would do everything to fulfill the ruler's wishes. Shaking his hand, the protagonist said that he hoped he could trust his words, to which the man replied that he thanked him. The door opened slightly, and it was heard that he had brought him tea with Caracas petals. Looking straight ahead, the guy exclaimed in surprise. Smiling, he said that great, another talent had found its place next to the Lord. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that let him know that he was not familiar with the concept of the film. The development of the film industry would be a new stage in the development of the territories. I agree, unlike the play, there is nothing more pleasant than enjoying the video from afar. Wide-eyed, Valdez said that they would start with the favorable life of the Krivia army, and military prosperity that other territories could not compare with. Asked what about starting with a film about his achievements. Looking down, the hero said that this was an advertising film. To which the man replied that he was not going to use the film for propaganda purposes. He thought they should start with an easily accessible advertising film and promote it in various ways. Raising his finger, Valdez said that besides, a couple of his acquaintances were discussing the development of new cultural content, to which the protagonist replied that it was nice to hear, they would help them create the film. Holding a cup in his hands, the man addressed. Looking straight ahead, he said that he had one proposal that he wanted to implement. He had been thinking about it for a long time, but no one wanted to take it on. Smiling, Jared said that he should tell, as he had already said, his ears were open to everything. He looked surprised to hear that the life story of a lord, why not write an autobiography, competently laying out all his thoughts and beliefs about the development of the territory. Smiling, the hero said that an autobiography, and he liked it. So where do we begin? Yes, the introductory part of the autobiography. The blue sky appeared. It was said that he thought that their conversation would never end. They sat all night exchanging stories that they could not share with other people, even having spent their whole lives with them. The protagonist wrote on paper and thought that he was a talented and nice person. He added with a grin that at that moment he had found a good friend. The man closed his eyes and said that Valdez was the perfect speaker for their area, and the guy added that he could trust him. The thought came that Valdez's story had long been known to the people. The man grinned. It was said that thanks to him they had no problems during the appointment process. He was accepted quite easily. Valdez, who took the post of Minister of Public Affairs, immediately began working on 2 projects. The device appeared. The thought came that firstly, it was necessary to make an advertising film. Jared smiled and thought that, and secondly, to release his autobiography. A view of the building opened up. It was said that the project was moving smoothly, like a boat sailing in the wind. The protagonist looked at the map of the dungeon. Putting his hand to his face, he said that, and this is more difficult than he thought. Standing next to him, the elf said that it was definitely not easy. Looking at her in surprise, the protagonist said that she was scared. How did she get here? No, more importantly, shouldn't she knock before entering? Looking down, the girl replied that the door was open. Looking at her, Jared said that it was true, he knew. Putting his hand on the map, he added that okay, he would instruct her later. She really needed to see it now. There was nothing wrong with seeing it beforehand. Well, that was also true. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that the demon's hideout was a kind of underground tomb created by the demon's followers. It was much darker and gloomier here than the tomb they were in. Standing in front of him, the elf responded approvingly. Running away, the protagonist thought that no, she couldn't just take and ruin such an atmosphere. They would continue at their own pace. A dungeon appeared. It was heard that initially it was not a dungeon, but some kind of shelter for the fallen. But as they began to build numerous altars and perform sacrificial rites in it, people were tied with ropes. It was said that people called it a dungeon. Looking to the side, Jared said that yes, that's right. He settled in there comfortably. Now it has become a dungeon that regularly releases monsters. Looking down, the girl replied that she heard that the monsters here are extremely strong. Standing in front of her, the hero said that yes, but they are weak. Just a slight swing of the sword, she can cut them like tofu, but they have a hefty attack power. Scales appeared. It was heard that, and most importantly, they are afraid of death. Looking straight ahead, the elf said that since these are monsters tainted by evil, she thinks that white magic will work against them. Frowning, the protagonist replied that no, she should not use white magic against them under any circumstances. With wide eyes, the girl asked what she could find out. Why? Jared smirked, looking at her. Sitting on a chair, he said that there was no need to worry. He had a way to deal with them. She should worry about how to use her powers to the fullest. The hero smiled, hearing that this was all she had to do, to which he asked what she wanted to add. The elf lowered her head. A thought appeared, that her face was red. Looking at her, the protagonist wondered where this confusion came from. Chloe stood still. A thought appeared, that the confusion, did the anxiety in her mind cause feelings for someone, he guessed. But who it was? In the guard of Egrisio there are a couple of handsome men, so perhaps she has feelings for one of them. Masked men appeared. Boots appeared. The thought arose that, by the way, he had never seen such an artifact before. Putting his hand to his face, Jared thought that he remembered that he was Chloe's brother, and she said that his training would begin soon, to which he said that right, let her go first, see you after the meeting. The view of the eastern part of the mansion opened up. It was heard that well, that's all as far as instructions. Looking straight ahead, people heard what he thought. The girls frowned, hearing that all the people gathered here could raid the demon's hideout without any problems. Raising his hand up, the hero said that anyone who had questions could ask them now. They wouldn't have time to answer them in the dungeon. The girl waved her hand and turned to him. Frowning, she said that she heard that even 40 A-rank hunters couldn't attack the demon's hideout, asked if the 7 of them could do it, to which he answered approvingly. Smiling widely, the protagonist said that they would change tactics, let him never go down the path that others had already taken. A mountainous region appeared, and it was heard that they were there. The fire was blazing, and someone said that this was the last stop before their raid into the dungeon, so let them not forget to get a good rest. The tents were pitched in the middle of the forest. The girls were fast asleep. Looking at them, Jared said that it seemed like they were fast asleep. He looked surprised, hearing that she couldn't sleep. Walking along the path, the hero said that her skills have improved a lot. When he first saved her from the underground mine of Ilami, she was like a little chicken, to which Lena replied that a whole year has passed since then. She smiled and added that she was able to grow so much only thanks to the Lord, to which the hero asked that she was already satisfied with herself. Looking at him, the girl replied that no, not really, she has room to grow. After so much time, she is really pleased to see the Lord like this. She wanted to show him a completely different side of herself. Grinning, the protagonist replied that she tried hard. He is proud that she was able to exceed all his expectations. He is very happy. Looking at him, the girl turned. Standing on the path, she added that not only she, but also others respect and admire him. Since the good reign of the Lord began, the territory has improved dramatically. Everyone says so. Raising her head up, Lena said that everyone praised the Lord for his kindness, to which he thanked her. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that they would try to do their best in the raids so that everyone could survive and become stronger. Bowing, the girl said that yes, she would do everything possible for him and for the team. A notification about the growth of devotion appeared. Looking at the girl, the protagonist turned. The forest appeared. The thought arose that Lena, who opened her feelings and exceeded the level of devotion, entered the first phase of awakening. It was because of her sincerity. It seemed that the future of Krivia would become brighter. Closing her eyes, the girl exclaimed. People cowered and added that there was such a stench. Lowering his head, the guy said that there was a rather strange smell at the entrance. They walked through the dungeon. Looking down, the hero said that using cleansing magic should weaken the smell. The girl smirked and asked if maybe her white magic would help, to which he replied that it wouldn't. The man was fighting a monster. It was heard that he had already said at the meeting that if he used white magic when attacking, the damage to monsters would double, but the damage that caused damage would also double. Looking away, the protagonist said that so she better not use white magic and not worry about anything. They would fight in the same conditions. The girls looked away. It was heard that there was wind. Mia extended her hand forward and said that if they did this, the stench would disappear and it would be easier for them to enter. Smirking, Jared thought that she was still a first-level mage, but she was able to use wind magic, which is only available to second level. He was proud of her, and then said that well then. Raising his hand up, he added that they would move forward. The presence of hunters was felt on the first floor, so there were no monsters around, to which he was answered approvingly. Water was dripping from the ceiling. Walking forward, the hero asked that everyone understood. Looking to the side, he said that Lena should help defend their rear, and no one should get ahead of him until he said otherwise. Frowning, she answered approvingly. The protagonist took a step forward. Looking down, he asked what it was. Jared was holding the ring in his hands. Its description appeared. Surprised, his eyes widened. The hero thought that in order to avoid this, it was necessary to put this ring on 4 people within 60 seconds, and then asked what the hell that meant. The ring appeared. It was said that it was a luck ring. In fact, it is not so. These evil creators of parody cannot believe that they created such an artifact, so that's why there are so many corpses at the entrance. The protagonist clutched his head and exclaimed, to which Hayes asked what was wrong, and he replied that everything was fine, just a headache. A curse notification appeared. Looking straight ahead, he thought that thanks to the ring of Saint Gracia, he was immune to the curse of the ring, otherwise he would have been dead too. The ring appeared. It was said that the curse ring had turned back into a ring with a blessing. Jared smirked and thought that now he really was a lucky ring. This was a very good start, thanks to the dead hunters. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would do everything in his power to ensure that their deaths were not in vain, and clear this dungeon. The hero put his ear to the wall. Looking at him, Liam asked that wasn't this amazing. The protagonist crawled along the walls. It was heard that other hunters usually died on the way to this stone room, but they entered here easily. Grinning, the girl said that it was truly wonderful. Monsters appeared. It was heard that Milord, using magic and vision, lured those exploding red demons here. Jared ran away from the demons. It was heard that these demons flocked like bees to honey. A bright glow appeared in front of him. An explosion appeared. A question was heard that he made them explode each other themselves, right? Smiling, Hayes said that he fought against almost 20 demons. Lowering her head, Chloe asked that it was a fascinating sight, how he dealt with monsters with a high level of difficulty, using vision. The girl looked away, hearing that she heard that it was theoretically possible, but was still surprised, since she was seeing it live for the first time. Looking straight ahead, Lena asked what by the way, and what is Milord looking for? Smiling, the hero shouted that he found it. Pressing his hand on the wall, he added that they should look here. The protagonist hit the wall and shouted. Smoke came out from his hand. People looked at him in confusion. Jared stretched out his hand and asked what was going on now. The path through the dungeon appeared. It was said that the road that leads directly from the 5th room of the 1st floor to the 8th room of the 4th floor, the creators of parody built shortcuts, but then stopped, and only paths remained from these passages. A large number with great advantages are the reasons for the suspension of the development of shortcuts. The squad walked through the dungeon. The thought appeared that since the road with only a small hole was useless, they left everything as it was, but the path remained untouched. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that by the way, using this shortcut, an idea came to him, but it would not work if he suddenly met other parody users. Raising his eyebrows, he added that he was also worried about the eastern continent that Belt 10 had mentioned earlier. Frowning, the girl said that the road from here was already blocked. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said, "Pay attention, from here you now need to dig a road yourself to move forward." Holding the device in his hands, he added that these were slightly modified Jared's anti-personnel mines. Unlike normal mines that explode if you step on them, these are like time bombs. The mines explode after a certain amount of time. Looking straight ahead, the girls heard that they should be careful with the passage leading to the 6th room. If this mine explodes, those red demons or other demons that react from the other side will be able to get here. Throwing the device forward, the hero said, "So, now?" Suddenly, an explosion thundered in front of them. The demons rushed forward. Grinning, the girl said that it was so funny. The monsters looked furiously. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he struck the demon. The girl stretched out her hand. The monster looked at her in confusion. Suddenly, it was torn in half. A bright glow appeared. Lowering her head, Chloe said that she would take care of the small ones in the front. Grinning, Hayes said that she would help her from the rear with healing magic. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought, "Good, great." He closed his eyes and added that organized teamwork, prepared with the right skill level for the game. The squad was standing on the 4th floor of the dungeon. Looking to the side, the man asked if this place was really the boss room he had talked about during the meeting, to which he was told that yes, that's right. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that many hunters die during the attack on this boss. Since this place is full of traps, it is very difficult to do without victims. Looking straight ahead, the girls heard that there was even a joke about taking a picture of a person about to die before he died. The monster held a weapon in his hands. Walking forward, Jared said that at first glance, he seemed to be a powerful monster that had strength but no ingenuity. It was a wizard-type monster that could use black magic, which meant that it would be difficult to attack given his defense and ability to use magic. Raising his finger, the hero said that but they would skip the boss using the shortest path. He started walking forward and added that it was not necessary to attack sequentially following the rules. Just because they did not kill this friend did not mean they could not move on to the next stone room. With wide eyes, the girl said that as expected, there was nothing that Milord did not know. The protagonist smirked and thought that this is her first attack in the dungeon, but she is doing well. What a relief that she did not receive any moral trauma. Looking down, Liam said that he heard that there are 8 stone rooms on each floor. If so, then they can only go to the 5th floor of the dungeon through the 8th room. Standing by the wall, Jared answered that that is correct. There should be a door leading from the 8th room of the 4th floor to the 1st room of the 5th floor, to which he was told that if he opens the door, then demons. The doors opened. It was heard that he should calm down. Smirking, the protagonist said that on each floor in the 8th room there are no demons. As they can see, there is a crystal in the middle that releases divine power, so demons cannot approach this room in any way, so the 8th room is used as a shelter. The party stood in front of the crystal. It was heard that however there was no sign of a shelter or camp, so they would be the first to attack the 5th floor of the dungeon. He was surprised that this was an untouched part of the dungeon. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was an opportunity given by the heavens. From the 5th floor, every monster would become a valuable prey. The crystal appeared. It was heard that they would get rid of them all, leaving no monster. Smiling, Jared said that they should stop. Before they entered, they should know that increased strength and fast speed are essential in the dungeon. The monster swung its weapon. It was heard that they should ignore the noisy, stupid boss. The party responded approvingly, hearing that everyone forward, to the 5th floor of the dungeon. The ring of luck appeared. Its characteristics were described. The black demons jumped up. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that these black demons, they can't handle them. The white demons looked at him in amazement. The demon shouted loudly. The girl clenched her fist and asked that yes, he knew how much she trained. Stretching her hands forward, she added that she should try this. The man swung his sword and said that Mia should step back. White demons are immune to magic. No matter how strong magic she uses, it is useless. Looking to the side, the hero said that he takes the red demons on himself, so they should not approach them, to which Isabella responded approvingly. Liam frowned and shouted that he should take those on the right. He will take the white demons on the left. Let him try to lure the red demons to Milord. Looking at him, Lena replied that yes, she understood. The elf brandished her weapon, and it was heard that he should destroy the white demons with the blood pouring out of their noses and mouths. If he took a position behind him, he could kill them right away, to which she responded approvingly. Mia frowned when she heard that he should stand further away. She only needed to push away those demons that were approaching her, to which she responded approvingly. Hayes raised her hands up when she heard that he should use his divine healing power, yes, on those black demons right in front of her, to which she responded that it was okay, I understand. The man frowned and shouted that it was okay, now it was only him, let him leave it to him to take care of the red ones. The demons rushed towards the hero. The protagonist smirked and said that as his deputy, he was superior to himself. He closed his eyes and shouted what kind of monsters were this. Explosions thundered in front of him. The demons were killed. Looking straight ahead, Jared said that if he had been hit by their self-destruct explosion, even his bones would have melted. Notifications about the titles he had received appeared. The hero closed his eyes and said that he should have come earlier, because the whole system would explode from the pop-up notifications. Sitting on the 5th floor, the squad was breathing heavily. They were very tired. The girls clenched their teeth. It sounded like it was really hard. Looking at his hand, the hero said that it seemed like everyone was very tired. They would have a good rest here and go to the next room. There was no one to follow them anyway, so there was no need to hurry. The girls lowered their heads. It sounded like they quickly fell asleep even in such conditions. Grinning, the protagonist said that because he wore a necklace, he did not need sleep, so he could use this free time to do something. The rings on his hands appeared. The bag fell to the floor. Looking at the crystals, Jared said that they had collected many magic crystals. They needed to prepare for the final battle. The stones appeared. The thought appeared that the greatest magic crystal, each one costs 1,000 gold. In his past life in Korea it would have cost 1 billion won. Holding the magic tool in his hands, the hero said that he did not care about money. He put it to the stone. It was said that although he was scratching a crystal worth 1 billion won, his soul was still calm, due to the fact that there were hundreds of such crystals in parody. It seems that he was just used to them. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist thought that if he were a salesman from a past life now, he would have fainted already. Even if he died in his current life, he wants to end it brilliantly and in prosperity. But for this he still has a long way to go. Gritting his teeth, Jared said that in this world he will be the main character, no matter what. The crystals fell to the ground. Bowing, the hero said that so, in front of the entrance, using 3 magic crystals, he created a field with buffs. He looked ahead. Standing in front of the squad, the protagonist asked who would try to enter first. Would Chloe try? To which the girl replied that yes. Stretching his hand forward, Jared said that good, let her stand here. The elf took a step forward, and he asked how she felt. Looking straight ahead, Chloe heard that this was a magic circle in which health, speed and strength would grow, to which she replied that, as he said, she felt the effects of the buffs. Grinning, Liam said that he wanted it too, and the girl asked that it worked. She couldn't believe it. The hero smiled, hearing that he was amazing, to which he replied that they should sit down and rest first. Standing still, he added that when the boss attack began, demons would start crawling out from the outside. 5 of them would have to split into 3 directions and take them on. Lena frowned when she heard that he should block the left side, and Mia would help her with this, to which she responded approvingly. Chloe nodded her head when she heard that she was on the middle part. The man frowned when he heard that he was on the right side. This is how the 3 of them would be distributed, to which he replied that he should rely on him. Isabella, looking straight ahead, heard that he should use his magic to help the 3, to which she replied that she understood. Raising her hands up, Hayes shouted that what about her? She had no role. It's not like he was going to ask him to sit it out after they had come all this way. The hero lowered his head and said that they would take on the main boss, to which she asked that this was what they had been working on with the Lord during the discussion. Suddenly they moved into the room. It was heard that yes, this was the key to victory. The main boss was sitting on the throne. The girl looked at him in fear. Grinning, the protagonist said that there was no need to be quiet. The boss was in a deep sleep. He would not wake up until the monster attacked. Standing in front of the beams, Jared said that they would wake him up if they touched at least one of the lasers that they had detected with glitter dust. He moved abruptly and added that she would reach the throne using her unique ability. She understood, to which the girl responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that if he were a 6th-level mage, they would be able to move together by multi-teleport. What a pity that this is the best way for them now, and then asked if she was ready. Hayes tied her hair and said that she would take a minute. She wanted to tie her hair carefully. The fabric appeared. It was heard that it would soon be near. The girl exclaimed with her eyes wide open. Isabella looked straight ahead. Hayes crawled between the beams. It was heard that she looked like some kind of mollusk, how her waist could bend at an angle of 180 degrees while she was passing under these beams. She opened her eyes wide and said that if she made a mistake, she would touch the laser. Looking at her, Lena asked that she put something under her clothes, to which the girl replied that of course not. She closed her eyes and screamed. Looking to the side, Hayes said that she was coming. Everyone looked at her in amazement. The girl crawled between the beams. It was heard that she was almost there. There was very little left. She was doing well. Lowering her head, she asked what that sound was. The laser touched her hair. Stretching his hand forward, the hero screamed for her to be careful. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. The hair was falling down. Catching it, Hayes asked that this was also a super sword. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he was so scared. Looking at the girl, he said that it was a good job. that now they would join forces and begin the attack on Harry, to which she responded approvingly. The drop fell down. It was said that there used to be such a proverb, the slower the ride. It talks about how a falling drop is able to make a hole in a rock. Looking away, Jared thought that this proverb was the key to their victory over Harry, and then asked how long the average divine healing lasts. The girl, wide-eyed, said that if she uses it without resting, then 30 seconds. Smiling, the hero answered that 30 seconds, saying that she has definitely improved. Just a couple of months ago she would have lasted only 10 seconds. Closing her eyes, Hayes said that it was all because of the training method he taught her. Taking her hand, the protagonist said okay, let her follow him. They were going to climb on Harry's head, to which she asked again. Raising the platform, Jared said what he was asking for, to which the girl replied that there was such a device on the throne. Looking at the monster, he said that here his magic and her healing would come into play, to which she asked that using magic in such a state, he felt that Harry would definitely wake up if they attacked him. Looking down, the hero said that this is why the perfect combination of attack and healing would be the key to this strategy. The girl looked at him in surprise. Beams flew around the people. It was heard that he was saying that the demons would start attacking as soon as they touched the boss, but they really have no end. However, thanks to the spiritual stones that the Lord installed for them, they can fight without worrying about anything. Extending the shield in front of him, the protagonist said that the blow is distributed evenly. The girl attacked the demons. The man swung his sword and exclaimed. Looking to the side, he said that all their small wounds were instantly healed by the buff balls, which made the battle much easier. The girl grinned and said that since they were in the continuous influence of the spiritual stones, it seemed like their combat power had doubled, to which she was told that she was right, but even if it was, they should not let their guard down. Looking to the side, Liam said that if these guys broke through their defense line, they would touch the signal lines and wake up Harry. They should continue to protect the Master and Hayes. Now they were risking their lives. The monster rushed forward. It was heard that they missed one demon. It was moving towards the signal line. The demon was approaching the exit. Looking to the side, Chloe said that Earth demons, her attacks are useless. Lena frowned and said that they would try to attack with magic. A pentagram appeared in the air. A fireball rushed forward. The girls exclaimed in surprise. The hero gritted his teeth and sighed. The girl lowered her head and said that this strategy was indeed abnormal. Looking down, the protagonist asked that she would rather fight him face to face. Hayes widened her eyes and said that yes, she really wanted to fight him, but he told her that Harry was an unusual opponent, right? Jared frowned and said that yes, that was right. A crowd of people appeared. It was said that the thing was that if they wanted to attack the demon's hideout in the best way, the number of people they had now would not be able to do anything. Firstly, they would need at least 30 or more B-rank hunters. The monster's eyes lit up. The thought appeared, what if Harry woke up? The demons rushed forward. The thought arose that not only would he summon all the monsters from the first underground floor to the boss room. The monster raised his weapon up. It was said that but also the force field surrounding the room would instantly disappear, allowing the crazy monster from the staff to rush forward to protect its master. Grinning, the hero thought that he should end this right now so that they could take advantage of the first attack. A glow appeared from his hand. It was said that the trick itself was quite simple. In order to wake Harry, 2 conditions must be met. Lasers appeared. The thought arose that the first was to touch the signal line, the second was to deal 3 or more damage to Harry. Looking at the monster, the protagonist thought that the problem was that the basic attack he uses takes away at least 5 points. However, if they add a skill that will restore 2.5 points per second. The boss fell asleep. It was said that it becomes possible to adjust the damage power to less than 3 points. Looking at the glow, Jared thought that this is why it is called the hit and heal trick, and then said that if they move a little further, they will see the part connecting to the brain, so he should not stop. Smirking, Hayes said yes, she is doing well, right? To which he said yes, she is doing great. Let him synchronize their breathing and continue. The girl's eyes lit up and she said that she can't believe it. Even if a whole pack of hunters came, they would not be able to knock him down. But it is so cool that they slowly kill this monster. That's the beauty of this trick. They will kill this monster and take all the laurels. An image of a monster appeared. A thought appeared that perfect physical recovery. For this you need a perfect sleep. What is this strange feeling that appeared in him just recently? Drops fell on the head. It was said that it was a little annoying, but it was just a dream. Bright rays appeared. The thought arose that a terrible headache. What kind of pain was this? It must be a dream. The monster's eyes lit up. It was said that no, this is reality. Smiling, the hero offered to end it right now, to which the girl responded approvingly, and the boss shouted that it was all pointless. He lowered his hand down. The hand hung, and he sighed. Looking at the smoke, the protagonist smiled. They looked at each other and laughed, and he asked what she saw. The monster's head appeared. It was heard that yes, it was the sad death of their king. Surprised, opening his eyes, the man said that the monster was destroyed. He smiled and added that he did it, that only he could not do. Raising his hands up, Jared said that after all, transcendental magic, enhanced attack magic is now in his hands. A branch appeared. The idea appeared that in parody, the first user who attacked Harry found that it was possible to obtain a unique bonus given by Harry's spirit. As a privilege, magicians receive the type of transcendental magic. Bright rays appeared. It was said that transcendental magic is a magic that allows you to exceed the limits. It is known for increasing the existing firepower by invoking the transcendental power inherent in magic itself. A matrix of numbers appeared. The idea appeared that it can be strengthened 10 times the maximum value. But with this overwhelming magic, there is one problem. For each subsequent excess, the mana consumption increases by 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 times and so on accordingly. An arrow appeared. The idea appeared that in other words, a rank A magic missile with double excess will consume 2,000 mana. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that his mana was about 6,000, so in theory he should be able to use at least a fireball with double excess. And the girl said that someone was coming for her. Looking at her, he exclaimed. Stretching his arms to the sides, the girl said that these boots, let them quickly try them on. She moves as fast as when the Lord used acceleration on them. They look like speed boots, to which she was told that he thought this was such a reward for everyone. Grinning, Jared exclaimed in surprise. A flame appeared on his hand. Notifications appeared that the fighting spirit had completely settled in his left hand. Stretching his arms to the sides, the hero laughed loudly. He directed the flame forward. Looking at him, the squad exclaimed in amazement. Smiling, the hero thought that it was incredible. This is the ultimate magic that only he can use. Cracks appeared, and he added that everything went perfectly. A happy ending for everyone. It was a plan that they successfully executed. The party walked through the dungeon. It was heard that there was even a shortcut that they could use to return. The girl smirked and said that she thought the next hunters who decided to attack the dungeon after them would be able to use this passage, to which the protagonist replied that yes, of course. Raising his hand up, he added that that's why they were blocking the path so that they couldn't do it. Hayes' eyes widened and said that it was true. It couldn't be a shortcut for just anyone, and the girl added that they would help block the passage. It was heard that, well, hunters with good eyesight would still be able to find it. A view of the building opened up. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist said that the feeling of using transcendental magic was still quite distinct. He stretched his hands up. It was heard that the fireball with double excess, which he used in the Demon Haven, then he could only double it. Holding the staff in his hands, the protagonist said that but with the help of prayer he will be able to cast a fireball with triple excess. Now he will have to use this guy often, since the amount of mana consumed will increase. Smirking, he said that he will take it. Looking at the staff, Jared said that this is the artifact that he received when saving Lewis. Now it seems like it was a long time ago. The cat pressed herself against him and meowed. A loud scream was heard in the building. The cat licked her paws. It was heard that this is how the cat who broke into the mansion a couple of days ago and began to wander around the area asked for forgiveness. She was going to tell him about it, but then he was in the dungeon. The girl opened her eyes in fear and said that when the rainy season began, he most likely came to the house looking for shelter, to which the hero replied that he seemed to like this place. Hayes smiled. It was heard that it would be nice to have a pet. Hayes would probably be delighted. Holding the spirit in his hands, the protagonist said that he would try out the reward he received in the dungeon. He began the process of implanting the spirit. A glow appeared around the cat. Many notifications appeared. He looked up. Looking at the hero, he said hello and said that he should give him a name. He does not like the nickname Kitten, to which the hero asked that he can talk because of the purified spirit of Harry. He speaks their language quite fluently, to which he replied that he thinks so. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that they will look, and then thought that a familiar name came to him. Looking at him, the cat heard that Terry, from now on he was Terry, to which he asked what that meant. The maid grinned and said what a cute name, to which Jared grinned and thought that Terry, he couldn't tell him that it was the name of a hamburger that he really liked in his past life. A view of the city opened up. The man suddenly stopped. Standing near the well, he asked what the last landmark was. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that they should throw it down, to which he was answered approvingly. The people threw the bag into the water. The guy grinned and said that they tied stones to the chopped up corpses, so that the bodies would sink deep into the well. Looking away, Kyle asked what the results of the previous tests were, and he was told that the test with the young subjects went perfectly. A well appeared. It was heard that it was really good at spreading diseases. Anyone who drank this water would become a carrier of all waterborne diseases within 24 hours. Smiling, Kyle said that it was very good, just what he had hoped for. People began to leave. It was heard that now they could only watch how the kingdoms of Malice, Bonus and Cinders would react to their hellish water. A view of a building in Krivia opened up. It was heard that it was definitely. Holding the necklace in his hands, the hero said that it was not a gift for nothing. Squeezing it, he added that the options were simply disgusting. The best option was to keep this thing away from the world. It would never see the light of day again. Standing by the window, the protagonist said that the rain did not stop. Their estate was well equipped with measuring devices, so it should not be a problem. The protagonist looked to the side and asked who was there at such an early hour. Standing in front of him, Valdez said that he greeted him, apologized for disturbing him at such an early hour, to which he replied that he should pass. Bookshelves appeared, and it was heard that he had mentioned this before. According to the order of the Radius, no disasters were expected in the territory of Krivia this year. The protagonist frowned, hearing that yes, he could dismiss it as superstition, but he was sure that they would be able to avoid disasters. He closed his eyes and thought that he could not really explain the system and the title of the Great Lord to him. This was a bad idea, and the man said that this is why he was talking about it. Gritting his teeth, Valdez asked how he liked the idea of making a video where the Lord prayed for the safety and well-being of the citizens. Sitting in front of the hero, he added that in fact, they had already discussed it with the temple. They had enough spiritual light stones, so they could start the presentation at dawn without any problem. How about starting filming right now, since he was with him? Jared grinned. He was catching on quickly. Of course, it was Valdez. He was already anticipating the approval and even prepared for it. He smiled widely and said that it was a good idea. They would do it. Standing at the door, the hero thought that one of the main virtues of a leader is to work with the strengths of his hardworking subordinates. He agreed to filming not only for advertising purposes, but also to support Valdez, who was devoted to this territory, because this land is far from a place where he can work alone. Looking straight ahead, the man asked if it was surprising, said that in other territories, floods and all sorts of diseases arrive with crazy force, but they are fine. The girl grinned and said that as expected, the master's prayers for them really came true. Watching the film, people said that they would not miss a second. This video is beautiful, it looks so good. A view of the city opened up, a notification appeared that loyalty had reached 1,000. The hero grinned, a message appeared that with the onset of the Golden Era, the general productive power of citizens increases by 100% within a month. A golden time has come for the great country of Krivia. Flooding began in other lands. People suffered from heavy rains, floods and diseases. The man looked away. It was said that therefore it is quite natural that the inhabitants of Krivia, who did not suffer damage from disasters. A rainbow appeared. The thought arose that they felt that the clear sky above their heads was only thanks to Jared's prayers. Flasks were moving along the conveyor. The girl looked in surprise and asked what it was. She had not seen them last week. Holding the potion in his hands, the protagonist said that this was the master's potion, prepared before the rainy season, to which she asked again. The ingredients were shown. It was heard that yes, according to the formula, 10 kinds of herbs were mixed here. It was a general medicine that should be added to water after purification with manna. Looking straight ahead, Isabella said that it was amazing, more than 10 kinds of herbs. She was surprised by the method of treatment, but how did he know about the master's potion? Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that well, this is certainly something new, but in any case, the reason why he called her today. Standing in front of him, the girl said that she had heard about it before, so she knew, but she still could not understand why he would put a curse on the medicine he made. Jared reached for the potion. Holding it in his hands, he said that it was because the potion's effect was extremely strong. It could be dangerous for the body. They needed to weaken the mixture in order to see if it was suitable for treating the disease. Gritting her teeth, Isabella asked that after using the potion he would not get a worse disease, to which the hero replied that in general, that was true, but he should not worry about it. Her work was very important. She gritted her teeth, hearing that by the way, how was the effect of this ring for her? The protagonist grinned, hearing that everything was fine, a lot of negative and dark feelings were gone, how to say, a feeling as if irritation and need for something had disappeared, to which he replied that it definitely worked. Looking down, the girl said that yes, she felt much better. Before, just seeing him, she began to get angry. Jared's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that Isabella must still like him, thinking that it would all go away with time, and then he blurted out that he had no desire to be in a relationship with anyone, and he didn't have the time or interest, and he wasn't as soft and fuzzy as she imagined him to be. Isabella shouted while waving her arms that whoever said anything, why does he care whether she likes him or not? She is an expert, so he should stop digging into her emotions, to which he responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, she said that she was done. Crossing her arms, the girl asked that there was really a reason to use so many potions. There were at least several thousand of them. Smiling widely, the hero replied that of course, everything will be. Looking at him, Isabella exclaimed. Suddenly, a scream was heard behind the door. Opening the door, Hayes said that they had a big problem. The ambassadors of the Benuso and Malice kingdoms arrived at the same time. A view of the VIP room opened up. Looking to the side, the ambassador said that he should just not tell him. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what he did too. They silently looked at each other. Turning his head, the guy thought that by the way, this room is too big to call it a living room. Joe, looking around the room, thought that if someone had told him that this place was adjacent to the royal or imperial palace, he would have believed it. They looked around, hearing that they were welcome. Grinning, the hero said that he had never dealt with 2 kingdoms before. What was going on? The guys looked in surprise. It was heard that he would start. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that they had plenty of time. First they would listen to what the bonus kingdom had to say. A map of the kingdoms appeared. The guys sat opposite each other, It was heard that this rainy season, heavy rains caused the Optatio River to overflow its banks. Compared to last year, the amount of precipitation had more than doubled, and massive floods had occurred not only around the Optatio River, but also throughout the kingdom. Looking straight ahead, Jared said that it seemed that they were not fully prepared for such a disaster. The boy's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and said that all of this had led to casualties. Sitting in front of the hero, Joe said that they were doing their best to recover, but the problem was the epidemic spreading in the affected areas. With wide eyes, he added that 3 days ago he received an official letter from the Arkney's mercenary corps. It said that the gentleman had recently created a certain remedy that could cure infectious diseases. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that Lewis, his speed was simply frightening. He leaked information about a magnificent potion to 2 kingdoms. Putting the cup on the table, he said that then the conversation would be short. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they were not asking for rescuers, but for a cure. Gritting his teeth, he added that he could assume that the Malice Kingdom came to offer the same thing, to which Ed replied that yes, that was right. Frowning, the guy shouted that the price does not matter, just let him sell him everything he wants to sell, and Joe added that the bonus kingdom is ready to give him any amount of gold coins. Grinning, Jared said that very well, they will prepare everything now, the promised amount will be promptly transferred abroad, depending on the severity of the symptoms. The potion can be given to 5 people, but the effectiveness will not decrease at all. Standing in front of them, he heard that let him supply them with supplies just once, His Majesty will be very pleased. The doors closed in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the hero sighed. Suddenly, someone turned to him from behind the door, to which he asked what happened. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that the envoy from the Cinder's kingdom had also arrived. It was the princess herself. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist thought that the princess herself had arrived. Her very presence speaks of how serious the situation was in the Cinder's kingdom. The girl was drinking tea. She looked forward and exclaimed. Looking at her reflection, the princess said that she did not think she could drink such exquisite tea. There must be an inordinate number of people suffering at the flood site right now. Sitting in front of her, Jared replied that he should not think that she was drinking only for her own pleasure, that she should refresh herself by tasting this tea and give her energy to others. His eyes widened and he thought that the princess, she was completely different from how she had been when they met in the Cinder's kingdom. The girl lowered her head, and he added that she probably fled the country, taking advantage of the situation. And she said that she thought she had prepared as much as she could, but the epidemic was spreading much faster than expected. Frowning, the hero asked if she could fill him in on the details. Looking down, the princess replied that the flood and the pandemic were like best friends, so they continued to prepare. They had enough medicine, and at first they thought they could handle it. Looking at her, the protagonist asked where exactly the problem had originated, to which she replied that all the people affected by the spill had been moved to remote areas, and they had also quarantined the citizens considered especially dangerous. A room appeared, and it was heard that, however, the infection rate was still rising. They could not prevent the outbreak, but they planned to stop it from spreading. This was far from a normal type of dispersion. Putting her hand to her face, the princess said that at the same time, the epidemic had appeared in other areas not affected by the flood, and in the well that the townspeople used as their main source of drinking water. A bag appeared, and it was heard that it looked like they had found corpses that could very well be the cause of the pandemic, to which she replied that it was true, as he had learned. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he had expected this, but he did not think that they would go so far with this disaster. Masked men appeared, and the thought occurred to him that it seemed to him that this was the work of the Umbra Church. The man raised his hand, and it was said that unlike the Lynx, the veiled priest, that is, Kyle, was famous for continuing to terrorize this world without a twinge of conscience. A view of the building opened up, and the thought occurred that when he intervened in the civil war of the Cinder's kingdom and completely destroyed all of Umbra's plans, it became obvious that they were planning to take revenge on him by any means necessary. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist said that this was the work of the Umbra Church. There were not many organizations in this world that were capable of such a thing, if she wanted to get acquainted with the internal affairs of the Cinder's kingdom. Looking at him, the princess said that since this was the Umbra Church, they had already collected a lot of information about the country, to which he replied that that was it. Firstly, let him tell her about the solution. Jared frowned and continued that he had a cure for this epidemic, a magnificent potion that could nullify all waterborne diseases. Sarah looked at him in surprise and asked what a magnificent potion. The Lord himself made it. It was the same as he invented the cure for the disease. He couldn't believe it, like he always did. Raising his finger up, the hero said that he had studied physiotherapy since he was a child, and now it was bearing fruit. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said that if that was the case, she asked him to sell the potion to their kingdom. She was ready to pay a fair price for his hard work. She didn't have time. People were dying every second. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist replied that for now he would give them 70% of the stock, since the production of the medicine was still in progress. Additional deliveries would be made from time to time, to which she asked again. The boys looked at him in surprise. It was heard that didn't he decide to sell it to the ambassadors who arrived earlier? The two kingdoms only bought 30% of the supplies. Jared closed his eyes and replied that they most likely weren't going to use the potion on everyone, meaning that countries would only be selective with the upper classes, such as nobles and aristocrats, to which the girl asked if that made any sense. Looking straight at her, he added that there were more unusual people in this world than she thought. She was too pure. Lowering her head, Sarah said that she knew, but she was ashamed that the Lord cared about her so much. The hero stood up and said that in any case, he would give her the elixir right now, let them thoroughly check the wells throughout the affected area and send an ambassador to transport the medicine, to which she replied that she understood. The guard stood at the door. It was heard that thank you very much, on behalf of the people of their kingdom of cinders, her and the king. Maybe then they will look at the gold. Of course, she prepared a lot of money. The coins fell down. It was said that after that he devoted all his free time to making great potions. At the moment, selling elixirs is not the best source of income. Laboratory installations appeared. The idea appeared that by producing it manually, he can create 5 times more potions than automatically. Switching to manual production was the best solution. Looking at the potion, the protagonist reflected on the fact that it was easy for him to concentrate on working around the clock, since he does not need food and sleep. He looked away and added that there was a problem, however. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked her if she was sleeping. Isabella closed her eyes and screamed that her mother should save her father, asking her what sins they had committed to deserve this. Jared turned to her, opening his eyes in surprise. He touched her. The girl was crying, and the protagonist said that in her dream she was driven into a dark and cold place. He covered her and added that it was a bit obvious, but, standing still, the protagonist thought that it seemed like there was only one way to warm her up. The girl opened her eyes. Looking away, she asked what he was doing, to which Jared replied that what was she talking about. He thought she was cold, so he covered her with a blanket, but it was not enough, so he did so. The girl began waving her arms, screaming that she should get away. He talked to her while she was sleeping. The hero smirked and said thank you for her hard work. He made her tired, she should forgive him. He took her hand and Isabella said no, it's okay. By the way, she must have fallen fast asleep without realizing it, and then he turned to her. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that since she was awake, they would focus on production. There were many orders coming. Their hard work making these potions would save countless lives, so they would focus on that. Raising her hands up, the girl said okay, she got it, pros should act like pros, to which Jared said that was true, that's why she was Isabella. Looking at the potion, the hero thought that he should definitely take advantage of the opportunity when she came to him, because this might be his best chance to strike it rich. The guy grinned and said that they had received an incredible number of orders for his potion. Everything had been sold out except for the last few for emergencies. Monsters appeared. It was heard that even the dark elves from the Tatar country and the red goblins from Ivaneva had ordered. Smiling, the protagonist said that thanks for the work. It seems that the budget of Krivia had increased 5-fold thanks to him, to which he replied that it was just his work. The liquid moved through the pipe. It was heard that, by the way, he really is amazing. He can't believe that he created this in just a month. Standing in front of the tank, the guy said that a person can create anything. The soul stone appeared. The thought arose that the reason he had been working on it for the whole month was because of the dark soul stone. The creator must be at the maximum level in order to use the stone to automate the process. Grinning, the hero thought that now he could not bother Isabella, and the guy said that well, he would go. Turning around, the protagonist said that the demand for the potion was growing. He thought they should raise the price for it. From now on he was responsible for it. After all, he was able to earn so much money only thanks to it. A view of the mountains opened up. A crowd of people moved forward. The man closed his eyes and said that the only way to survive was to go to Krivia. They would be patient a little longer. The water rose, and he added that just a little. Someone knocked behind the door. Looking to the side, the hero asked about Isabella, said that she should pass. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she came with a request, to which he asked what was so unexpected. What kind of request? Frowning, she said that he would give her 9% of the proceeds from the potion, but it was not necessary. Looking at her, the protagonist asked why, said that he had promised to repay for his help. He hadn't asked for a free favor, so she didn't have to do it. Isabella gritted her teeth and said that she knew, so she wanted to ask for a favor in return, instead of money. Leaning on the table, Jared asked that maybe they should discuss this in more detail. Frowning, the girl said that she wanted to create a wizards guild, a guild where wizards from all over the continent could gather. Looking at her, the hero said that it was a good idea, because wizards had different mechanisms. He put his hand to his face and thought about how wizards specialized in debuffs and were useful not only in dungeon raids but also in war, but there was a risk that they could become completely uncontrollable if they were not monitored properly. Looking straight at her, Isabella exclaimed. She raised her finger and said that at first she would not accept wizards with bad behavior. The protagonist crossed his arms. hearing that this meant that wizards who could not control themselves would not be able to enter the guild, to which he asked, that is, she plans to find disciplined wizards. Lowering her head, the girl said that it was true, she wanted to gather all the wizards who fled after the murder in Transilia, and with this power. Looking at the hero, she added that she wanted to help. Jared looked surprised, hearing that she was not joking. This was an idea that was born the moment she received a new body. Standing in front of her, he said that it was unexpected. Frowning, the girl said that she was ready to put her pride and past on the line, but she would be able to control these wizards, promising that she would not let this bother him. A chandelier appeared. He heard that she must be lonely. He remembered those wizards that she was surrounded by, to which Isabella replied that everything was fine, she just wanted to help their country, she wanted to be worthy of him. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that it was fine, he would give her full support in creating a guild. He opened his eyes wide and added that but she would have to be responsible, managing it properly if they touched the forbidden dark magic or got involved with the dark church and became evil. The girl lowered her head, hearing what she would do in that case. Gritting his teeth, he said that he would destroy them, no connections with the dark church. Isabella looked ahead silently. She smiled and said not to worry, she hated them more than her. The view of the building opened up, it was heard that great, then let him take off his pants, help her freshen up, to which the girl asked, what, take off what? Isabella stretched out her arms to the sides, the thought appeared that this is how the news that Isabella began to create a guild spread to other countries. The Book of the Kingdom appeared. It was said that other countries on the continent did not know the potential of wizards, especially considering the fact that their number had greatly decreased after the massacre. Monsters were attacking people. The thought appeared that, however, Jared, who paid special attention to improving the powers of wizards in parody, knew this. If they were trained properly, he would have a huge advantage in the war. People were standing in the canyon. It was heard that it seemed that what he was talking about had begun. Looking to the side, the man said that, but aren't there too many people, as if the entire country was evacuating. The hero gritted his teeth and replied that it was true. It was too suspicious. He had expected a certain number of refugees, but there were 3 times as many as he had expected. No, maybe even 4 times as many. His assumptions were inaccurate. The people lowered their heads. It was heard that, judging by their clothes, they were fleeing from Bonus and Malice. Why were they doing this to their people? What the hell were they doing? Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that both kings had gone mad. These stupid bastards, they can't help but swear, the kingdom of Bonus, the kingdom of Malice, and then said that something had to be done. Looking at the cat, he turned and said that he should identify the dark magic in the crowd. Holding the cat in his arms, Jared added that it was not necessary to say who exactly, let him just count how many there were, to which Terry replied that it was fine, then he would get a treat when he returned. The cat ran forward. Looking down, the man asked what they were continuing to do according to plan. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that they would first call this area Sanar and announced that it was a refugee area, to which he asked what he meant, that he was going to develop the remaining terrain and the mountains at the same time. A map appeared. It was heard that they were able to annex these lands in Krivia, but there was not enough strength for development. They would invest all their resources in developing Sanar. Liam looked surprised and asked what it meant. He sold the potion for exactly this. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that, by the way. Gritting his teeth, he added that if the population suddenly increased like this, they really should worry. They say that people are strength. The boss appeared. It was heard that, but there were no dungeons here, and no one who could process the bowels of the earth. A stone appeared. It was said that it was not profitable either from a commercial or resource extraction perspective. Jared lowered his head and thought that this was why the other owners had abandoned these lands, leaving them untouched. A building appeared, and he added that the only cheat he could think of was to make this place a shrine for pilgrims. The gate appeared. It was said that the Holy Land, none of the parishioners of the Radius will be able to refuse to visit this place. He will create his own shrine. The cat walked among the people. Terry looked around. Suddenly he looked at the people in black cloaks. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he was good. The cat's eyes suddenly lit up. A view of the camp opened up. A tent appeared. People were sitting at the table. It was heard that thank you all for participating in the project Holy Land of the Sanar district. They called them here in order to quickly stabilize internal affairs in connection with the resettlement of refugees. The man looked surprised, hearing that firstly, his role is the most important, leaves the line to him. There are only 2 things he wants to pay attention to. Raising his hand up, the hero said that the stick and the carrot means. He looked away and added that it was aid to the victims who were struggling to settle in this land and start a new life, while the whip was meant to punish those who committed crimes in such uncertain and confusing times. Gritting his teeth, Liam said that he understood. The protagonist's eyes widened and he said that if necessary, he would even allow everything to be decided at his discretion, because it was unacceptable to commit violence and persecute people in a new land while pretending to be a refugee. Lowering his head, the man said that he would remember, to which Jared said that for the other seniors as well. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that they should deal with the refugees through official aid policy, to which she responded approvingly. Houses appeared. It was heard that first, a full loan for the construction of residential buildings in the San'a region, long-term repayment of 20 years. Plants appeared from the ground. It was said that secondly, exports made from the cultivation of this land are exempt from tax by 100% for the next 4 years and 50% for the next 2 years. Columns appeared. It was heard that in the last, if in the future they will participate in the construction of a large-scale project for the San'ar district. A bag appeared. It was said that they will not be treated as a contractor, but as an employee. Sitting at the table, the hero said that that's it, these are the 3 main points of the policy. The guy lowered his head down. He stretched his hand to the side. It was heard that he should stand. Looking at him, the guard said that stealing is a serious act. The Lord ordered those who commit crimes to be severely punished. The guy widened his eyes, hearing that he must be prepared for the consequences, to which he replied that he was sorry, asking for forgiveness. The man stood on the mountain. It was heard that there was no end to the refugees from the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. Now the situation is such that the population of this territory has increased as much as twice. Lowering his head, the hero said that if the migrants take root and become part of their land, they will have enough power to endanger the neighboring kingdoms. He opened his eyes wide and thought that, but what will happen if they fail? From now on there is a high probability of the beginning of a living hell. Standing still, the protagonist said that Bonus and Malice, they will pay him back, and the cat turned to him. Terry raised his head and said that he was here because he noticed suspicious movements of the guy he was closely watching, to which he asked what happened to him. The guy clenched his teeth. It was heard that he crossed the mountain and headed for his shelter. That guy said that Jared is really good, he has white hair and a red mask covering his eyes, right? Terry closed his eyes and replied that he was right, he had escaped with his subordinates. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he was a bastard, he should have gone deeper into the camp, but he ended up sneaking away when they were watching him. Grinning, the cat said that the shelter asked that he take him to it. The protagonist turned around and looked in surprise. A monster appeared. It was said that during the Battle of Armageddon, Kyle was a powerful name that had no equal. The girl frowned. A thought appeared that the Wailing Wall, Lena, in front of Kyle, even she seemed insignificant. An image of a man appeared. It was said that but now he should be weaker, because there were still 9 years until that moment. Particles emitted from his hand. A thought appeared that on the other hand, he had recently learned transcendental magic, so his self-confidence had increased. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that they would search with all their might. Sitting on his shoulder, Terry said that this was that guy's temporary shelter. The protagonist suddenly stopped. He looked out from behind a rock and said that their lair was there. Gritting his teeth, Jared said that he would enter on the count of 3. He grabbed his weapon. The cat looked surprised. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The hero froze, looking at his image. He looked away and exclaimed. The protagonist, looking at the wall, said that he hated male stalkers anyway. Looking up, he added that it seemed like he had a completely lousy stalker who would follow him to the last. The camp appeared. It was heard that they feel how their energy returns after drinking this. Looking at the hero, the girl asked why he was so polite to a commoner like her, to which he replied that now was not the time to think about it. Let her just say, she was fine. The refugee looked down and said that she really felt her strength quickly returning to her body, but she was so dizzy that she might faint at any second. The protagonist frowned and said that it was because of her lack of stamina. Let him help him use low-level healing magic on her. They would mix their healing so that she could conserve her mana. They still had a long way to go, to which Hayes replied that she understood, but doesn't the master have problems with mana? A glow appeared above the camp, and it was heard that he shouldn't faint so suddenly. He can use healing magic 365 days a year, so everything is fine, don't worry. It was probably a stupid question. The hero looked surprised when he heard the address. The guy put his hand to his chest and said that they would help him, let him allow them to work in the quarantine department, and the girl added that she was begging him, let him give them a chance to repay the kindness they had received. Looking down, the protagonist said that they were the guys he had cured not long ago. He opened his eyes wide and thought that Maroon was good at medicine and pharmacy, and Bella at psychotherapy. Looking at them, Jared heard that he was the older brother and she was the younger sister, to which he thought that to become his seniors, they lacked something, but they were quite enough to operate the control tower in the field. Standing in front of them, the hero said that it was good if they were ready, then he allowed them, but they should not try to jump above their heads. This was the quarantine department. A magic circle appeared. It was heard that when they entered and left the ward, they must go through disinfection through the magic circle. They understood what he said. The boy smirked and replied that yes, thank you, he would do his best for the patient's recovery, to which Bella added that she would be their companion so that they would not feel lonely, and would be a comfort to their tired bodies and minds. The view of the sky opened up, and it was heard that it was not bad, they were full of motivation, let them take care of him, to which he was answered approvingly. Walking forward, the hero said that good work, her divine power was irreplaceable in helping to heal the victims. If not for her, it would have probably taken 3 times longer. Smirking, Hayes replied that she was happy that she was useful to him, and this also surprised her. For the first time she realized that her power was a blessing to people. Looking down, the protagonist said that from now on he wanted to watch her become a healer, and the part of her that constantly surpasses its limits. The girl closed her eyes and replied that he should leave it to her. She was willing to give everything if it was for him. Hayes smiled. It was said that 19 months ago she was just an ordinary maid, but now she had enough healing abilities to become a sought-after healer. Looking away, Jared thought that the only unfortunate thing was that Hayes had not even had her first awakening. The amount of time and effort she had spent should not be justified by the first awakening, and even the 10th would not be enough. Is there a defense mechanism in his heart that he does not know about? The girl turned with wide eyes. Putting a hand to her face, the hero said that having come here, without even time to rest, he kept thinking about how to express his gratitude to her. The blue sky appeared and he added that he did not know if this was a worthy reward or if he was just deceiving himself, to which Hayes replied that she had no idea what he was talking about, but it was definitely not true. Everything her master did was always right and his heart was incredibly beautiful. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that he would then try to thank her with all his heart. The girl looked at him in surprise. Jared kissed her and thanked her. Hayes' eyes widened. The hero looked at her attentively. They stood in front of each other in silence. Hayes was embarrassed. Jared looked at her. He stood in front of her and touched her hand. Hayes looked down and sighed, and then messages popped up that the girl had received the title of Kiss of the Prince on a White Horse. The defense psychological mechanism that restrains the mind is completely destroyed. Loyalty increased 3 times in a row from 100 to 200, from 200 to 400, from 400 to 800. Loyalty instantly increased to the limit. Hayes began to scream in embarrassment. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered what this was. Looking at the girl's face, Jared asked what kind of title this was and what kind of third awakening this was. Do kisses have titles? The puzzled protagonist came to the conclusion that in reality he was alone, so it was lucky that in paradise, he was able to kiss a girl. Hayes began to fall, saying that she suddenly wanted to sleep. Jared caught her and asked how something so great could happen after just one kiss. The girl was lying on the bed unconscious. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked Marie to take care of Hayes, noting that he did not think she needed healing, but simply to let her rest. Looking down, Jared thought that he wanted to stay by her side, but he needed to find something as soon as possible in order to turn the Sanar district into a holy place for the Church of Radius. The protagonist presented the cup and noted that it was the Platinum Holy Grail of Radius, one of the 5 holy relics of the Church of Radius, hidden far to the north. An image of a map appeared in his mind, and he noted that the Grail was located on Tatar Island, which was the territory of the Dark Elves. Pulling back the curtain, Jared stated that he had a long journey ahead of him. Looking up at the sky, the protagonist asked if this was his first time crossing the sea, noting that Tatar Island could only be reached via the sea. Jared clenched his fist and said that now that the Sanar district was in order, it was time to find the last piece of the puzzle. By pulling off this trick with the artifact, they would be able to give the Sanar district a divine blessing. He began to move at a great speed and thought that he was moving further north. We are transported to the main temple of Krivia, which stood under the night sky. The girl looked at the man and turned to him. Louise asked with a surprised face if everything was okay with him, noting that he had been worried about something all day, to which she received an answer that he was fine. Watching him, Louise asked if there was something that bothered Niad. Closing his eyes, Niad replied that it was not so. What he heard from Lord Jared was strange, no matter how much he thought about it. He remembered how the protagonist came to the temple 2 days ago. Placing a finger to his mouth, the protagonist asked for a lower voice, noting that they had been informed that the Platinum Holy Grail of Radius was located somewhere in the Sanar district, and asked if Niad would recognize the Sanar district as an official holy site if he were to find it. Surprised, Niad informed them that the Holy Grail was one of the 5 sought-after holy relics in the Church of Radius. Looking around the room, Jared stated that this was true. It was one of the artifacts lost in the past to war, looting, and pillaging, and he would find this relic. Adjusting his collar, Niad said that this had happened 2 days ago, and Louise clarified that it would not be a great blessing for their church if they found the holy relic. Frowning, Niad replied that this was an undeniable fact, but despite the fact that they had used the power of the church, he did not understand how a lord could find a holy artifact that even they could not find. Shaking his head, Niad asked how he could do without anyone's help even if he was a talented lord, wizard and duke, and the girl asked if it was true that the land where this relic was found would become holy. He introduced the settlement, and told her that the place where the artifact was would become a cathedral and the surrounding area would become a shrine. Then Louise asked if it was true that even if the ruler of the empire himself came and put a sword to his throat, the Holy Land would not be able to move to another place. Niad presented the artifact and said that it was absolutely true. When the holy relics were discovered, the church would unanimously declare this a holy place, a platinum grail with mysterious powers. He wanted to see it. With her hands folded, Louise said that she was excited and began to ask that if it was really found, Would she be able to see the relic that she had dreamed of all her life right in front of her? While in the temple, Niad said that he didn't think it was possible at all, but Jared left with such confidence that they should at least prepare. First, Louise should bring him all the archives on the Platinum Holy Grail. He should check them first. The protagonist ran on the water and said that jumping over the sea at dawn is really scary. The only light is the moon, and all that can be seen below is the black ocean. He said with a serious look that if the Holy Grail is found in the Sanar district, he is sure that they will unanimously agree to recognize this place as holy. That's how desperate the Church of Rotties wants the holy relics. Jared presented various items and thought that they have no holy relics to rely on. This is the main reason why the Church of Radius was attacked by the Dark Church. Various symbols appeared in his imagination, and he noticed that the Umbra and Keiko churches had a black shroud of umber and a wonderful artifact called the Keiko skull. The protagonist seriously noted that there was no need to rush at first, so the time to find the relic was delayed, because he was thinking about turning the Sanar area into a holy place. The trick with the artifacts is the best way out since he is in a hurry. He flew to the island and thought that he hoped that Radius would forgive him for his plans to change the Holy Land. Jared arrived at the Tatar Island. He stood on the ground and said that this was his first visit there. He said with an interested look that this place is also a headache. After the start of the Battle of Armageddon, the Dark Elves united with the Demon Army to attack humans. The protagonist introduced the elf and emphasized the fact that the Demon Army is considered the most powerful force and race, so it is natural that they are perceived as such. Jared remembered sitting at the computer and noted that, however, he, who researched the history of the Dark Elves and published it, thinks differently. The protagonist presented various weapons and noted that about 4 years later, the Dark Elves begin full-fledged trade with humans after issuing a 10-year territorial sea law. Walking through the forest, the protagonist said that thanks to this, the territories they traded with were able to acquire magical devices and weapons. The problem was the greed of foolish kings. Lowering his head, Jared stated that instead of paying a lump sum to buy the devices, they thought it would be better to subjugate the Dark Elves and steal their knowledge. Looking at the tree, the protagonist said that he remembered that because of this, they abandoned their trust in humanity and sided with the Demon Army in the Battle of Armageddon. However, he thinks he has already arrived at the place where the Holy Grail was. Touching the tree, Jared said that he had a special extract content. The artifact was buried right in front of him. Clouds were gathering in the sky. A shovel was lying on the ground, and the protagonist said that he finally found it. Examining the artifact, the protagonist noted that it was the Platinum Holy Grail of Radius. Rustling was heard behind him, while Jared was arguing that he wanted to check the name and parameters. He suddenly turned around. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered what it was. The protagonist hid behind a tree from the robot, and thought that it was a Tatra Nyx, a weapon that the Dark Elves used in the Battle of Armageddon. It is the pinnacle of magical engineering. Watching the robot, Jared said that the transcendental body of the Terra Nyx, nicknamed Tanex, he hid because he did not want to be caught by the Dark Elves. The protagonist imagined the Tanex next to a human and said that it was true that they were quite frightening, regardless of his physical abilities. The moment he puts on the Tanex, he gains great mobility and quick adaptation to various pressures. Watching the Tanex, Jared asked if this was a test flight, because it was strange. He saw a red light from under the robot's mask and stated that if everything was a game, it would need a pilot to maximize combat capabilities. But now there was no one in it. The protagonist smirked and wondered if it was possible. He stood behind a tree and thought about grabbing the opportunities of the past and never letting go of the future if he could take the Tanex and do his own research. Jared created a clone of himself and came to the conclusion that this was an incredible opportunity. The robot came across the clone of the protagonist. He began to say with glowing eyes that he would kill the clone. The protagonist watched this from behind a tree. His clone ran away from the robot. Jared watched this. They ran to the tree. Tanex pursued the man. Catching up with the clone of the protagonist, he continued to shout that he would kill him. Jared and the clone exchanged glances. Tanex caught up with him. Smiling, the protagonist thought that now was the time to act. There was a ring on his finger, and the protagonist mentally asked Tanex to enter this space ring. Jared began to absorb the robot. Leaves fell from the tree. The clone of the protagonist disappeared while he was saying that he had no problem getting Tanex, and he would also put the cub one there for safety. Looking at the ring, information about Tanex, which is in the ring, popped up. Jared read that it gives the effect of increasing the user's maneuverability up to 5 times, can detonate 7 magic bombs when the power is charged to 100%, receives absolute health in 1,000 units. It is possible to protect weak points with magic stones. However, if the core is damaged, a craftsman is required. You can use all the rider's skills without delay. Sealed state in order to remove the seal, you need the permission of the developer Sabio. Surprised, Jared said that this is great, and everything is exactly as he remembers. He introduced the elf and stated that Tanex was the creation of one of the terrifyingly famous Dark Elves, Sabio, and he would be very angry when he found out that his creation had disappeared. He stood quietly and said that he had also received the sacred cup, even this powerful thing. His goal was 200% complete. Turning around, Jared suggested that he should not meet with the Dark Elves, so it was time for him to move out. The protagonist flew away from there. Rustling was heard in the bushes. The elf climbed out of there. Sabio, with a smile on his face, said that this would be interesting. He licked his lips, saying that Jared saw the Tatra next and was not afraid, and even used its weak spot to take it for himself. He jumped down from the tree and noted that this was a special person, especially considering that he had reached their lands. The puzzled guy emphasized the fact that he had not managed to see what the protagonist had dug up there, but that was not particularly important. Looking around, he said that he was curious how Jared would show himself as a pilot. He held the device in his hands. A voice began to come from the device, saying that Tatra Next #1 from now on all information about the pilot and his templates are transmitted in real time. He saw the projection of the protagonist, and said that this is enough. Among the Dark Elves there was no one worthy, so maybe such a one appeared among the people. Joyful Sabio noted that, in addition, this is a mage above the 5th level. He has not seen such people alive for a long time. An interesting study is coming. Flying over the ocean, the protagonist said that he has already flown enough. Now he can safely check the messages. Projections appeared in front of him, which said that he received a sacred cup and a new status of divine power. Now a mark about divine power appeared in his window. He received the title of the one who first discovered the sacred cup. Thanks to this he received 100 points of divine power. Surprised Jared said that in one moment his divine power increased to as much as 100 units. It will certainly help against the Knights of the Dark Orders, and there are also a lot of evil monsters, so now it is imperative to pump up the divine power. The protagonist presented a cloud of energy, and noted that using divine power is simple. If the enemy has the characteristic of evil, then in magic attacks and sword attacks, the damage increases by a percentage equal to the number of divine energy. Jared presented a sword surrounded by mana and emphasized the fact that if you use 100 units, then it will be 100%, which means the damage will double. If you use 900 units, then the total damage will increase tenfold. He flew at great speed and said that he really pumped up very quickly, even got Tanex, so he is sure that he can resist even 7th level mages. The protagonist presented a map and said that if you think about the next goal, then you can go to the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice without worry. Jared closed his eyes and noted that he could therefore bet everything on the Wanderers and think about other things later. He was flying across the ocean. Louise's scream was heard in the temple. Niad turned around and asked what had happened. The girl was trying to catch her breath and said that Mr. Jared had finally arrived. She said with a smile on her face that he had found the sacred cup. Niad was taken aback and asked if it was true. Louise nodded with a smile on her face. The priest was in shock. He began to foam at the mouth. The night sky enveloped the mountainous area. The boys stood near Lake Margarita and said that even though they were seeing it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Without a doubt, Jared was the messenger of the Radius, because he couldn't find the sacred cup, even if it weren't so. The embarrassed girl said that it was a divine blessing, after which she asked if she could contemplate the radiance of the divine messenger. The boys stood before him in delight. The smug protagonist told them to just say that he found it. No need to call him a messenger or anything. Let them say that the cup was buried in Lake Margarita. Looking at the lake, Jared said that he had just pulled it out to make sure of its authenticity, but it would not be difficult to return it to its place. Placing his hand on his chest, Niad said that he hoped that he was the only one who knew this place, because it was impossible to allow anyone else, including himself, to know where the cup was. Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that he understood perfectly well what the high priest wanted to say. Jared listened in amazement as they received a message from the Radius, in Transilia during the night, that from now on Lake Margarita and the lands around it would become sacred. This was the perfect sacred object, the authenticity of which was beyond any doubt. Niad stretched out his hands to the grail, saying that it was definitely a great object, from which the light of the Radius itself emanated, and the high priest Niad himself recognized this sacred object. Niad held onto the cup. The girls began to cry with joy. They watched the boys. Closing his eyes, Niad said that they were all terribly happy and hoped that the blessing of the Lord would always accompany him. Joyful Jared replied that even from these words, he felt a blessing spreading throughout his body, after which messages popped up that through the priest Niad he received a sincere blessing from the religious leader. The divine power increased by 50 units. The puzzle protagonist thought that one can share divine power with one word. Divine power cannot be raised by distribution points, and here it increased by as much as 50 units, and this is wonderful. Looking at Jared, Niad said that the leader would visit this place in person soon, to which he received the answer that he would try to thoroughly prepare for his visit. They stood opposite each other, while Niad said that he was very grateful to him, and the protagonist said that he would make the sacred place of Sanar a place where divine grace spills endlessly. Night fell. Smug Jared said that since Sanar has already become a sacred land, he should see how the status has updated. The protagonist looked at the projections with information about the sacred land of Sanar. The surprised protagonist noted that this was a window of sacred territory. Dumbfounded Jared noted that the window of sacred territory is different only in that it includes sacred faith, but the name, Window of Sacred Territory, itself sounds so special that his heart began to beat faster. Standing near the lake, the protagonist emphasized the fact that there was still much to do on the sacred land and the stats were still very low, so there was a lot of work to be done, but the upside was that the gods were interested in it. Jared imagined the city and thought that there were many gods who were watching this world with interest. The protagonist remembered how he died and assumed that it was due to the influence of one of the gods. A divine being appeared in his imagination and the protagonist said that he had no way of knowing which of the 4 categories it was, the lowest, middle, highest, or most powerful god. Jared stuck out his tongue and said that the first sacred land of the most powerful order of the Radius in Nars, if it is properly developed, it will bring in immeasurable money, after which he clarified whether it is worth preparing an even larger project. Looking at the lake, the protagonist noted that they say that crisis gives new opportunities. So he got it, of course. Compared to the crisis he expected, the opportunity he received was much greater. He looked at the sky and added that there was something that was bothering him. Jared's face was serious. He imagined the mysterious guy and thought that someone was not going to give up so easily. We are transferred to a camp on the land of Sanar. The girl looked at the bottle of wine and said that late at night there were only the 2 of them. This is an unusual atmosphere. Holding a glass in her hand, she said that she sincerely congratulated on the discovery of the sacred cup, and the plot introduced us to the head of training for the government guard of Agrizio, the mercenary Ella. Jared smiled and replied that it might feel new to Ella, because her faith was stronger than anyone else's. Sitting opposite, the girl said that it was true for her. The Radius was both the beginning and the end of her life, and also one of the reasons why she hated the Dark Orders to the core. The protagonist listened to her silently. Jared extended his hand and offered to fill her glass with wine. He began pouring her alcohol. Closing his eyes, the protagonist clarified how she was going to develop their relationship with Chloe in the future. Ella thought while sipping her wine. She sat at the table and told him that September was coming soon and the official end date of the contract would be then. They had already finished talking about mutual agreements. Ella introduced Chloe and emphasized the fact that everyone would go their own way. Ella drank the wine to the bottom and said that Chloe was an excellent student. It even seemed that if you tell her one thing, she will understand several more. Even greed appeared. Putting the glass on the table, the girl noted that the student of the Grey Elves is something special, and she was quite capable. Looking at Jared, Ella said that their paths diverge, because Chloe has already achieved everything that she can teach her. Pouring alcohol, she told that Chloe has a mentor even better than her. The embarrassed protagonist clarified whether he would be this mentor, to which he received a positive answer. Ella imagined an explosion and said that after Chloe began to study with him personally, her abilities began to grow at an incredible speed, so much so that she even felt ashamed that in a year she taught her so little. Her abilities were so obvious. Ella closed her eyes and said that being a warrior was more important than money, so she decided that it was time to let Chloe go. Now she was free, so she could choose. The protagonist said with a serious expression that he even felt a pang in his chest. He felt how much Ella cared about the student, so he would not talk about her anymore. The girl emptied another glass and replied that she liked how calmly Jared treated such things. The past should remain in the past in the back of his mind. Putting a new bottle on the table, the protagonist said that in fact, today he called her for another reason. There is something that needs to be done secretly. Interested, Ella clarified why with her and not with someone else. Frowning, Jared assumed that they would soon be attacked by the Order of Umbra. He cannot guess what the exact scale will be, but he is 9 out of 10 sure that something will definitely happen. The protagonist introduced Kyle and thought that he was waiting for a moment of happiness and joy to slip him a dirty trick, so the protagonist is sure that he will not miss the moment of Sanera becoming a sacred land. Sitting opposite, Ella came to the conclusion that Jared needs her experience in fighting the Dark Orders, to which the protagonist replied that this is exactly so. The sacred land may have a crisis, but thanks to this chance they can defeat the minions of the Dark Order. Ella's hand trembled when she said about Kyle. The protagonist with a serious face said that he knows him very well. Kyle is the second person in the Umbra Order, a man with gray hair, covering his face with a mask. Surprised, Ella said that one can know about such a thing only if one penetrates the heart of the Umbra. Smiling, Jared said that he has had a great interest in the Dark Orders since childhood, and the girl asked if he thought that such an answer would satisfy her interest. Looking at the ceiling, she asked how she could help. The protagonist showed with his fingers that everything was fine and told them that the Umbra Order had a large army but little money, so they should use gold coins and gems as bait and lure Kyle and his gang. Holding a bag of money, the protagonist said that as always, he would guarantee a generous payment. Embarrassed, Ella asked if Jared was free tonight. The protagonist was taken aback by such a question. Looking around the camp, the girl said that she would like to discuss tactics, because an operation of such a scale needs to be worked out in detail, If even a small thing gets out, they will have no end of problems later. 2 days later, a caravan of supplies was traveling through the gorge. The wagons contained the master's potions, the purest magic stones, provisions, gold bars and coins. An enthusiastic Ella cried out that she was ready to make sure that their caravan arrived safe and sound. She noticed the bandage on her face and noticed that it still stung. Ella closed her eyes and said that Master Jared had managed to hit her during their training and that she had underestimated him too much. She smiled and thought that with such abilities, even Kyle. She imagined a hail of arrows and said that they were definitely not the level 1 missiles she thought of. If they were just magic missiles, there couldn't have been more than 5. But she counted at least 80. The girl remembered watching the attack from the air. She said with a satisfied look that it was a shameful past. Ella raised her hand and ordered everyone to speed up, noting that even if someone was hunting them, they would easily defeat them. Everyone needed to focus on the front line and not look around. The knights cried out with a serious expression that they understood her order. Ella turned her gaze. Looking at the warriors, the girl thought that this was a specially trained unit. They had excellent weapons and armor. Looking at the flag, Ella noted that the emblem of the Black Lion of Agrizio was on the flag. Her face was calm. Looking at the sky, she noted that she would watch the master finish this business. The protagonist flew over the caravan. Looking at the cloak, the protagonist noted that the invisibility magic was quite good. Looking at the upcoming battlefield, Jared said that as long as he did not attack and did not change the position, he was able to maintain this state, although it must be renewed every minute using magic. The puzzled protagonist said that in any case, whoever attacked, especially the Dark Orders, they must know that they will be thrown into the mud. Looking at the knights, Jared reasoned that to be more precise, they specifically want to anger them, they prepared so much, so if they fail to anger them, it will even be a little offensive. He said with a serious face that they have one difficult type, but it would be better if he appeared a little later. Jared introduced the monster and told that the Dark Demon belongs to the Umbra Order, but is covered from head to toe in a black veil, and even he does not know about his abilities. A human corpse appeared in his imagination, after which the protagonist noted that if we judge by history, then he is a brutal killer whom no one could defeat. After the players killed Kyle, after the update he became the new boss. Smiling, Jared said that after that he died of exhaustion, so his information ends there. The stunned warriors cried out that a large detachment was approaching from the right. Looking at the army, the guys said that the Umbra fighters were approaching at high speed. The stones fell to the ground and the knights noted that the passage was blocked by the explosion, so they could not advance. Jared, taken aback, assumed that the time had come. He said with an enraged look that the minions of the Dark Order, who sold their souls to the devil, had no future. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist said that he would not leave a single soul alive. Steam rose from the ground. Kyle hid behind the stones and came to the conclusion that this was planned. Smirking, he emphasized the fact that someone knew that he was coming and therefore prepared a trap and waited for him to fall into it. Looking at the battlefield, Kyle cried out that Jared was a real master. If he had not brought cannon fodder, everything would have been very sad, and such savvy guys did not exist before. Flying above the warriors, the protagonist said that it infuriated him. Holding the blade before him, Kyle announced that in memory of the 500 of his subordinates who were killed, he would show the protagonist what hell was. The Umbra warriors screamed that the filthy beasts of the Order of Radius must be killed. Jared frowned and asked why he called them dirty animals when he could have just called them enemies. He created a magic circle in front of his hand. The protagonist released lightning bolts. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was the only one who could use this magic in this world. It was his super powerful power. Looking at the sky, the warriors said that the magic missiles moved like raindrops, so it was hard to follow them, and they themselves were like gusts of wind. A purple stream of mana appeared from Jared's hand. His face was pleased. He directed double-penetrating light arrows at the enemies. People turned into skeletons in an instant. The stunned man said that Kyle offered to seize the lands where there was such a powerful magician. Standing in front of the corpses, Jared said that they did not even have time to join the battle. Kyle appeared behind him. Turning around, the protagonist noted that he had come. They looked at each other. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. Kyle started laughing with a satisfied look. After examining the enemy's equipment, Jared thought that he had a dagger with huge critical damage, as well as a ring that weakened the enemy's buffs and armor. Grinning, the protagonist thought that such an alliance could only be a dream, although it becomes fatal for the enemy. Standing opposite, Kyle asked if he had time to stare at him. Jared was surprised by this question. Kyle started laughing and said that he was pathetically and insignificantly retreating back. In this situation he could only fall to his knees and beg, but he was too late with this. The protagonist kicked sand at Kyle. Stunned, Kyle suggested that he needed to show all the bitterness of life. He began to move at great speed. Frowning, Jared noted that this was his separation technique. It is neither magical nor physical, but mixed, so it is difficult to resist. The protagonist looked at Kyle's ring and emphasized the fact that it would be best to kill him. But even if that didn't work, the ring definitely needed to be taken away. The smug guy asked where the protagonist was looking again. The clones surrounded Jared. The protagonist began to dodge attacks. They looked at each other. Grinning, the protagonist said about the teleport. It appeared behind Kyle. Jared stretched out his arms. He grabbed Kyle, who asked how the protagonist determined the real one. Smug Jared clarified whether he had noticed. He remembered how he kicked the sand and said that there was glitter dust in this sand, a kind of magic. Looking at the sand particles, the protagonist said that he already knew that he was an excellent severing technique, and that this technique had a weak point. If the original did not notice that something had changed, the changes were not reflected in the clones either. Jared closed his eyes and emphasized the fact that without him noticing, he was able to find the real one just by looking at the glitter dust on him. A purple aura enveloped them. The protagonist raised his hand. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said that this is a penetrating telekinesis magic. Thanks to the magical force of gravity, a huge momentum can be given. He looked at the clouds and noted that it is said that with one such blow, you can get a momentum of up to 8g. Even if the body is very trained, this momentum is just enough to knock out the enemy. Holding the ring in his hands, Jared noted that he took it before sending it flying. He put the ring on his finger and emphasized the fact that it is good to have a debuff. Such luck that he got the ring much easier than he thought. Kyle grabbed his shoulder. Smiling, the protagonist noted that he quickly returned and clarified if he wanted to say something. The dumbfounded guy said that he had already been exposed to this gravity, not just once or twice, but had never experienced anything like what he had exposed him to. Standing behind the protagonist, he asked what the source of his powers were. He stood quietly and asked if there was anyone in the Order of Radius who made a pact to share their powers. Jared pushed Kyle's hand away, saying that if they were so pathetic, then the rest were not the same. The dumbfounded guy asked again. Looking at the knights, the protagonist said that if he could kill him, then all these warriors would be his. He looked at Kyle's blade. The guy was enveloped in energy, after which he said that during all this time, no one wanted to see his hidden powers. He said with a mad look that over the past few decades, no one had ever seen him use a transformed body. Kyle's body grew. Jared watched him silently. Kyle gathered mana in his hand. A huge monster stood in front of the protagonist. He rushed into battle and wished death to the protagonist. Jared created a magical barrier in front of his hand. Magic circles surrounded the battlefield. Stunned, Kyle asked if this was the door to the 10th dimension. The protagonist said with a serious face that he would definitely destroy it to ruin the plans of the Dark Church. Bright energy surrounded him. Kyle looked at the streams of flame. He was surprised. Watching what was happening, he noted that this was a huge fire sphere, a magical technique that he had never seen. He looked at the huge number of portals. Crazed Kyle said that he could not understand which of the portals was connected to which. He noticed the outline of Jared and noted that he was only a 5th level mage. He would leave everything to his altered body and die while he was killing him. Kyle rushed into battle. The protagonist watched him. Jared fired light arrows at him. Fireballs flew out of the portals. The monster approached him and screamed that it would kill him. Gusts of purple mana hung in the air. Kyle dodged the attack. He teleported behind Kyle. Magic attacks continued to fly out of the portals. The projectiles hit the monster. He turned around. The guy's gaze fell on his leg. He couldn't move and asked what happened. Kyle stood behind him and said that it was a telekinesis spell. Smiling, the protagonist noted that to be precise, his body was now controlled by telekinesis. It made him stay in one position. A light arrow flew at Kyle. The magic projectile hit him. Blood dripped onto the ground. The dumbfounded monster said that this was incredible and simply impossible. His eyes began to glow, while Kyle thought that even after going through all this in his head 100 times and admitting that Jared could be a 6th level mage, he still could not be that strong. He remembered flying over the warriors and noticed that his magical abilities were on a completely different level compared to the time when he killed his minions. Most likely, his level was twice that, and he had no mana limit. Kyle examined the protagonist's equipment. Touching the monster, Jared used total destruction. The dumbfounded monster asked how the protagonist knew about the ring's ability. Kyle looked at his hands. The dumbfounded guy screamed about a defensive position. Jared, with a smile on his face, assumed that Kyle was stupider than he thought. A blue flash appeared in the darkness. He plunged the blade into the guy. Drops of blood flowed from the blade. Kyle was shocked. The protagonist, with a smirk on his face, began to laugh. Looking at the pool of blood, the guy asked if this was a fatal wound from the tool used on soulstones. Standing over him, Jared explained that if his body had been transformed like before, this tool would not have been able to hurt him too much, but since it used total destruction, he was now completely defenseless. The protagonist said with a serious face that any injury from such a magical tool would therefore be fatal. He raised the dagger, saying that he would take it. Jared attacked Kyle and stated that this was just in case, to make sure that he was finished. The protagonist said with a serious face that many innocent people had died because of his greed and unrighteous ways. He committed evil at every opportunity, so it was unlikely that he ever regretted his actions. Lying on the ground, Kyle asked how someone like him was still the lord of a small territory. Looking at Jared, he said that if he could have known in advance that he could not defeat him, he would not have even thought about engaging in a fight with him. The protagonist lowered his head and replied that he would not have created a trap if he knew in advance that he would not be able to defeat him. Looking at the sky, Jared stated that he was the only one who fully knew these rings, after which he emphasized that his body would be beheaded and his body would be sent across the earth so that people could vent their anger. Smiling, Kyle clarified what they would gain if they vented their anger on a corpse, adding that even if they did, it would not bring back those who died, because they died because they were not good enough. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he was right and nothing would happen to them. Jared squatted down. He began to heal Kyle. The protagonist with a mad grin said that he was going to die anyway, but he would not do so until he allowed him to. He would go through unimaginable pain, but he still would not be able to die. He continued to heal his body. Closing his eyes, the protagonist emphasized the fact that since Kyle was now okay, he could still beat him. Screams were heard in the gorge. Looking at the pool of blood, Jared noted that even if he wanted to die, he could not do it without permission. This is how hell begins. The protagonist looked at the sky and asked what the opponent wanted. Kyle was lying on the ground and said that he wanted him to kill him, stop torturing him. Releasing the camera from his hand, the king said that there was really no point in torturing him right before death, then let him repent of his sins in front of this recording instrument. The enemy rolled his eyes. Jared held him by the hair and asked what his last words were. Smiling, the guy replied that even if he died, Umbra would certainly avenge him. The protagonist smirked and said that it was better for him, because he hated fools to the bone. Pulling his hair, he said that these bastards decided to join the Dark Church. The recording device was in the air. Kyle laughed and said that he would be waiting for him on the other side. The king looked at him from above and answered that he did not even know. He somehow had no desire to go to hell after him. The rival looked at the blade at his neck and said that he cursed it. Birds flew into the sky. Looking at the system screens, Jared said that he would postpone checking the status window for now. The guy stood in front of the corpse and said that first he needed to get it out of here. The protagonist sighed with relief. Turning around, he said that it was time to return to the battlefield. The protagonist jumped onto the rock. Ella looked ahead in surprise. She watched the explosions, thinking that at some point she and the Order of Knights became just spectators. He did not need help, even if he was alone. The flames engulfed people. The man bared his teeth in pain. The knight smiled among the allies and asked if even Kyle had died at the hands of the king. If so, it would be a real sensation. Turning away, Jared replied that it was true. He looked down sadly, saying that Kyle was dead. The protagonist activated the ring. A corpse flew into the crowd of people. The dumbfounded warriors held their swords and called out to their master. Smiling, Ella said that it was incredible. Had he really killed him? The protagonist looked down seriously and said that even if the Umbra followers did not even think about running away, he would never spare them. Imagining how the guys threw the bag into the well, the king said that the crimes they committed against innocent people could not be atoned for by anything except death. The protagonist remembered the people behind bars. The masked warriors stood in fear. Raising their weapons, Jared joyfully ordered them to move forward. The flames consumed the people. The guy released mana from the staff, thinking about how the movements and magic did not allow even to touch him, in the very epicenter of daggers that were thrown in all directions as if in a dance. Watching how the flow enveloped the warriors, he thought about how the lives of the Umbra followers were destroyed in a split second. It was like a high-speed train to hell, from which it was impossible to escape. The protagonist looked at the messages that he received. The title of Executioner, a reward for receiving a new title, was issued, and the level of Spiritual Eye was increased to the 100th. Jared looked carefully, thinking about Devil's Game and Triple Spiritual Eye. Looking at his hand, the king asked how Devil's Game fell into his hands. He examined the ring and said that it was an artifact that is obtained after killing 1,000 people. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that it means that 10,000 executed are 8 stars, 100,000 are 9 stars, and 1,000,000 is 10. It seems that the calculation comes out like this. The worried girl ran with the soldiers and said that she did not believe it. Ella looked at him in shock and asked how he was able to kill Kyle. What did he do? Smiling, the guy answered that it was just skills. Taken aback, her friend thought that this was the only answer. The protagonist thought with a serious look that there was too much difference between him, who received the space spell, and Kyle. This situation would make a huge change in the future. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said that the Radius was incredibly grateful to him. Ella looked at the corpse of the enemy and said that he destroyed the one who had been ruining everyone's lives for a long time. Jared smiled and thanked her. Standing in front of the guys, the king said that being the executioner of Kyle, an old enemy of the Radius, was a great honor. We see an antique store. The girl went inside to the mistress. The woman sat with her legs crossed and asked to call her by name, because it was a personal meeting. The black mantis nodded and agreed. Lena touched her cheek and said that she had called her by name many times, asking why she could not call her by the same name. The girl stood in front of her and answered that this was her name. Smiling, the mistress asked how this could be a name. It was a pseudonym. Maybe they would choose another one for her. The mantis looked at the vases and answered that if this was in order, then she would agree. But if it was just advice, then she was against it. Looking at the woman, she said that Kyle was dead. There were many vases near the building. Lena sat in a chair and said that she knew. They gave her the news, asking if it was that fool Jared again. Remembering the crowd in front of the projection, the girl said that not only did he take away his artifacts, he also showed his corpse on the streets of the cities. The woman closed her eyes and said that she had told them to report to her all the protagonist's movements, otherwise, for them, not knowing about his stupid plans would end badly. Lowering her head, the black mantis asked what about the Oath of Allegiance, to which the lady replied that she had received it and Kyle's sect had capitulated. Lena sat in the antique store and said that in any case, they weren't thrilled with him either, so they had no other choice. Running her fingers through her hair, she said that this was life. After all, the church was also a place where people ruled. The girl calmly looked at her and said that she would refuse the position of deputy. Taken aback, the woman listened that she liked what she was doing now and asked if she really didn't plan to become deputy. Mantis took off her hood and said that she did not like such posts, especially since everyone was busy destroying the dark church. Imagining a female silhouette, she said that she trusted the current deputy, who was already known to everyone. The girl looked at him seriously and said that she would not go crazy and behave like Kyle. She would finish her business and focus on Jared, having learned everything about him. Mantis imagined the boy sitting by the bed and said that she would learn from birth to this day. The voice of the lady came from the store, saying that it seemed that the Radius Church had officially recognized Sanera as Holy Land. Now it would be given increased attention, so for now it was worth lying low. Lena looked sadly and said that they did not need Kyle from the very beginning, but she did not want to lose her, so let him not overdo it. Mantis asked with a serious look what her life was worth at all. The woman imagined the battle and said that she just sometimes thought about it. If there really was a god, too many people had died just because of the name of a dark church. The girl stood in front of her, telling her that it depended on whether she believed. She didn't know where the gods other people believed in were, but the god she believed in was right in front of her. Lena touched her chin in embarrassment and asked if she was pestering her. Looking down, Mantis said that this idea was quite old. It wasn't her style to praise people for nothing, and that he shouldn't look for her until she finished her investigation on Jared. She thought she would have a lot to do. The woman frowned and asked if she was pretending to be a hard worker, adding that tomorrow she would also be fighting in the dungeon. The girl looked at her in surprise. Imagining the palace, she asked if she was talking about the cave of the Spider Queen Morgina. Lena imagined the man dressing the lady and telling her that he was going to meet the Crimson Queen there. They were planning to attack the dungeon together. The mantis stood in front of her and told her to be careful. This girl and her subordinates were quite secretive people. She said with a serious expression that Lena was the head of the Umber Church, which meant that she was a pillar, so she shouldn't walk around carelessly. Frowning, the woman replied that her whining really didn't matter, so she should quickly go where she was going. She sighed heavily. The lady looked at him desperately and repeated the protagonist's name. Lena bit her lip and said that she would definitely kill him. The plot moves us to the 1st of September, to the building of the main estate of Krivia. Jared was sitting at the table in front of the screens and said that he was so busy with these deliveries and reading the messages line by line, asking how many notifications there were about the First Awakening. A notification popped up saying he had earned the title of the one who overcame the first crisis. Touching his chin, the guy said that this was the title of the message, a signal the system gives when an important change occurs in the player. A floating map appeared in front of him. Taking the sheet, he read that it was Trista's Island. The protagonist imagined the island on the map. The king remembered the beach near the ocean and thought that this was an island located to the west of the continent of Naz. There was a large continental dungeon called the Great Labyrinth of Naz. Sitting at the table in the office, the protagonist thought that he now had a map that could destroy part of this labyrinth. Jared imagined furious people, thinking that this was a place that attracted absolutely every player of Paradise, endlessly generating a spirit of challenge. Everyone would definitely choose Trista's Island. Imagining the building, he thought that the Great Labyrinth of Naz was an infamous dungeon. The guy remembered the spiral staircase, thinking that first of all, this is a structure that goes underground in order to match the tastes of the creator, how they like their underground dungeons. Imagining a glowing door, the king thought that there was a dimensional door at the underground entrance that changed color every minute. The protagonist imagined a portal to the forest, thinking that this meant that the labyrinth they entered a minute ago and the labyrinth they would enter in a minute were completely different places. Jared remembered the portal to the tower. He imagined many passages and thought that the starting point of the dungeon, connected to the dimensional door, also changed every minute. Imagining a guy with a dagger, the protagonist thought that the problem was that it was impossible to match the color and type of the dimensional door. Even if you prepare for an attack according to the Type A labyrinth, you can end up in a Type C labyrinth due to bad luck. The king remembered 2 portals, thinking that if yesterday the light dimensional door was Type A, then today this type could be a dark dimensional door. Looking at the instructions for the labyrinth, the protagonist thought that he had the answer in his hands. This is super secret information. The boy held a piece of paper and said that the Great Labyrinth of Naz belongs to all the people on the continent of Naz and does not obey any particular force or country. The forces and countries that violate this right and occupy the Great Labyrinth of Naz will be expelled by the united forces of the entire continent of Naz. Putting the paper on the table, Jared said that they will be called greedy and evil, so humans can pass merciless judgment on them without sacrificing their honor. He sat at the table in surprise and said that this must be very important information, but he cannot attack him right now, so he will have to wait for the right moment. Looking away, the protagonist asked if Chloe should have arrived already. Sighs were heard from the hallway. The girl walked anxiously and said that she was nervous. Clenching her fist, she heard her name being called. Hayes happily walked behind and asked when she returned. The girl raised her hand to her face and said that she should go to the Lord immediately. Why was she pacing around here? Smiling, she said that she should go quickly. The Lord had been waiting for her for a long time. Looking at the vase of flowers, Chloe asked what if the Lord ordered her to leave the estate. The girl looked down sadly and said that there were still many things she wanted to learn from him. Looking up, she listened as her friend answered that it was a stupid question, just let her tell him the same thing she was telling her now. The maid happily raised her hand and advised not to hide her true feelings inside, but to be sincere. There was no need to hide the truth. Hayes ran into the corridor and said that she would go, she needed to practice. The girl stood alone, confused. She clenched her fist. Looking at the clock above the fireplace, the guy called her. The main character was sitting at the table and asking how her personal training was going, whether she practiced stealth, disguise and deception. Jared sat opposite her and asked if there were any more questions, if she was interested in psychological warfare or strategy or something else. Smiling, he said that she was stupid, to which the girl agreed. Chloe looked down in embarrassment, listening to him think about calling her Didabot in the future and replied that then she would answer no to the last question. The Lord looked at her happily and suggested getting down to business and the reason why he called her today. Introducing the fighting girl, the protagonist said that in the future he would need her skills. Their estate needed talented people with potential like hers. He knew that she was a gray elf and that she could return to Earth at any time. Chloe looked down sadly and asked if he was really proposing even knowing about it. The protagonist sat at the table and said that she left her hometown to gain experience in the human world. From now on, everything that happens inside and outside the estate will greatly expand his knowledge. Frowning, Jared thought about the fact that the Great Labyrinth of Naz is a dungeon that he will clear before he dies. She will be of great help in this matter. He remembered how he sat in front of the girl and thought that he talked about this with Ella, and it seems that the elf will still accept his offer. Chloe looked at the happy guy and said that she never thought about it, so she thinks that she will not succeed. She wanted to leave tomorrow. The Lord looked at him in confusion and thought that this was strange. Remembering the happy girls, Jared wondered that judging by what he heard yesterday, did not Hayes, Isabella and Lena plan to attack the forest of the night Mara? The guy looked at the sad girl and thought that he hoped that she did not raise the price in order to hold on to herself. The protagonist smiled. Chloe looked at him seriously. The protagonist happily closed his eyes and said that she worried too much. Extending his hand, the Lord said that he really needed her. Let her stay with him as long as allowed. He wanted her to help him with the estate. The girl raised her hand and asked if he really needed her. She sadly lowered her head. Chloe looked down. Sitting in front of her, the guy thought that she worried too much and answered that he really needed her. Jared frowned and said that there was no one near him who specialized in stealth, assassination and disguise like her. Raising a finger, the king said that there was something else. The girl calmly clarified what exactly. The protagonist smiled and said that in addition to his advice, he would find someone who could become a better teacher for her, promising that he would find her within a year. He looked at her happily and said that he was not lying. Introducing Ella, the guy said that this person would be the one who would teach her even more than she did. Jared remembered Formido, thinking that he was now 70 years old, but he spent his whole life walking the path of an assassin in order to achieve his goal. The Lord imagined an army and a sheet with a corpse, thinking that unfortunately he was not present in 1424 at the Battle of Armageddon, and died at the age of 79 from an illness. Smiling, the protagonist said that no matter what, she should not worry about anything and stay. It will give her an irreplaceable experience. Let her think of it as a queen's class, specifying how she liked that. Chloe looked at him calmly, saying that she had 2 older brothers, and was sure that one of them would be crowned instead of her in the future. The guy looked at her seriously, and said that it was not so. Remembering the broken elf, he said that these people would eventually die. The dumbfounded girl jumped up from her chair. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist decided that he could not tell her this. Jared looked at the bookcase and offered to stay for 1 year, after which he would give her a choice. Chloe turned away and said that if he wanted it so much, she would stay. The protagonist clenched his fists joyfully and said that it was cool. His voice could be heard from the estate, shouting that they had to try. The Lord was sitting at the table and saying that he thought it was time for them to seriously engage in mineral extraction in Chaldea. Having presented the ore, he said that this metal was stronger than steel, they should increase extraction in Chaldea. The boy was holding a stack of papers and telling him that he needed to calculate everything well if he wanted to compete with the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. Ice-free ports were a must if they wanted to expand the size of the estate in the future. The king imagined ships in ice, saying that the sea in front of the port of Mate, connected to the Magnum Strait in the territory of Krivia, freezes in the middle of winter. The protagonist sat in a chair and said that it would be a surprise. You can get the best prize if you use your exclusive knowledge, and not just some tricks and bugs. Jared imagined a happy guy, thinking that even at this moment he was regaining his former determination, remembering the main characters. Imagining Morgana, the protagonist thought that they would grow and grow under the protection and support of the god himself, in order to create their own magnificent future somewhere. The Lord imagined the estate and said that for some, hard times can be a great opportunity, but he does not think so. The guy looked down and said he didn't know what most people wanted. They certainly didn't want to be heroes in troubled times. There wasn't a single saint around in years like these, and for that it was necessary to stabilize order on the continent. Valdez wrote it down on paper and said it was very good. Let him continue. The protagonist calmly said that people shouldn't be victims of war, of course. As leaders, they could instruct them to increase their workforce and power. The man smiled and repeated that it was very good. Jared sat opposite him and asked if he was just flattering him by repeating that it was good. Valdez smiled and asked if he had said it before, that he didn't know empty talk. He looked at his watch and said it wasn't a phrase inspired or copied from anywhere, it was just his thoughts. The man held a sheet of paper and a pen, saying that he felt it since he became a lord who governed the country like that. A message popped up saying that he was inspired by his faith and his devotion reached 200, entering the state of First Awakening. The protagonist smiled sweetly at him. The man held out his hand and said that according to the news he had recently heard, the rainy season had begun in the southern part of the Naz continent, and because of this, master potions were flying like crazy. The guy smiled and said that this was very good news. Valdez looked at him seriously, saying that he would like to give him some information that he had secretly obtained through his personal network. This was information about the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. The protagonist looked at him carefully and replied that he needed to listen to it. Handing over a stack of papers, the man said that this was news about the personnel of the Army and Navy, who governed the coastal cities, ports, and the general territory. Jared held the sheets and said that he would not ask about the source. The focus of this material was the history of the naval generals, who were treated as foreigners in both kingdoms and were mistreated. Valdez hung his head and said that it was true, the cost of maintaining the fleet was too high compared to its productivity. The protagonist pictured Carl and Raymond and said that it must have looked bad in the eyes of the two foolish rulers. Imagining a desert with a white flag, the man said that their loyalty was now as terrible as a sand castle on the verge of collapse. The guy sat at the table with him and said that what the fleet of these countries needed right now was an opportunity and a reason. He looked at the papers with displeasure and said that if only they could give them enough reasons to abdicate the state and choose a new leader, then they would move to a stronger and more durable ship without any bad thoughts. Smiling, Valdez said that everything was almost ready. After proofreading, they would ask celebrities to read it and leave recommendations. A dumbfounded Leslie stood in front of the guys and shouted that the blacksmith was now in the Plenus mine. He finally found him. The protagonist, taken aback, asked if he was sure, if he had checked everything well, if there was another person with the same name. The guy put his fists to his cheeks and said that he had come all this way on his own because it was true. Did he really not believe him? The protagonist sat in front of him and answered that he should be sure, thinking that there was one of the few blacksmiths who could handle this material as freely as with water and air. Jared smiled happily and said that they had finally found the man who was also called the father of metallurgy. The stars lit up the night sky. The guy was flying in the arms of the Lord. Leslie turned around and said that this was really cool, specifying that maybe he should call this object an artifact, a golem. In any case, how did he get something like that? The Lord smiled, answering that he just picked it up by chance. The guy blushed and said that it was strange. The gentleman was flying from above, looking at the same place as him. The protagonist cut through the night sky and said that there was no point in thinking about it. He was not a guy. He had no choice but to fly like that. The protagonist looked worried and asked if the guys in the Plenus mine were really begging for money. Introducing the knights in the cave, Leslie said that from the gatekeeper of the Nacta to the overseer, there was not a single clean guy. They said that if they gave them money, they would be able to manipulate the performance cards of the managers. He flew with the gentleman and said that this place was rotten, always using money to buy positions. Jared held him and said that of course, the king's greed has no limits, All these countries are close to their territory. To which the guy replied that both the kingdoms of Artania and Fafur have a very high level of corruption. The boys were flying fast forward, and Leslie suggested picking up the pace again, forward to the Plenus mine. Clouds were covering the night sky. The protagonist looked at his sleeping friend and said that sleep was good, of course, but he was snoring too loudly. Grabbing his helmet, he said that it was better to use the time to check Tanix. The Lord felt the chip and asked if it was a hole. Meanwhile, Sabio sat in front of the screens with cameras and said that the data was still being collected. He looked at him seriously. The elf watched the guy fly over the sea, thinking that in any case, he would be more than happy to receive any information that would provide feedback to the transcendental body. If he used it correctly, it would become even more curious and maybe even come for him. The protagonist looked down and told his friend that he was about to fall. He would pick him up. Leslie looked down in confusion. Jared flew quickly, saying that he seemed to have gained a lot of weight. Did he strain him too much? Cutting through the sky, the protagonist said that in the future, he would have to include a course of exercise. The boy imagined the Plenus mine. Imagining the blacksmiths, he thought about how in the center of many people, there was a talented person who had not yet blossomed. The Lord imagined Asuro holding a hammer and thinking that he was the father of metallurgy. Remembering how the man sat near the stones, the protagonist thought about how 3 years after the start of the Battle of Armageddon, while examining the ore, he discovered Keldia. Jared imagined various weapons, thinking that from that moment on, weapons made of Keldia began to be supplied to all the sacred allied forces, giving them a comparative advantage against the army of the Demon King, since they were armed only with iron weapons. The boy stepped on the ground, thinking that now it was 12 years ahead of the original story if his calculations were correct. He stood in front of his friend and reported that they were there. Frowning, the protagonist asked what he meant by already there. Leslie was taken aback when he heard that he needed to lose weight. He accidentally felt his fat and was quite surprised. The Lord looked at the shocked boy and told him to calm down and get ready. Looking at the guards at the entrance, the protagonist said that now it was time to feed them coins. He thought they should start with the gatekeepers. Alex was holding a hammer. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. A menacing man walked towards him and said that he was a puppy. Smirking, Barry asked if he had never told him to never use iron. Who was he to waste the kingdom's wealth like that? The blacksmith gritted his teeth in fear. A loud scream was heard from the mine. The overseer kicked him and said that if he counted the number of times he had warned him, it would be his mother's age. Barry, doubled over in rage, said that because they did not listen, ignored the managers, others were just waiting to take his place. He raised the whip and said that this morning he would be an example to everyone. The man stretched the rope. The overseer struck him many times. Alex coughed up blood. On all fours, he said that he did not use iron without permission, using impurities obtained from other blacksmiths. He was simply doing research after hours. Barry smirked and asked if he dared to ignore him, and even be insolent, he would kill him today. He glared at him and said that even if a blacksmith like him died, they could write up an accident and send it off. The overseer reached for his axe. Alex, beaten, covered himself with his hand, listening to the man say that he knew it. Barry swung his weapon in rage. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his hand. The dumbfounded man turned around and asked what was going on. He stood in front of the guy and asked what he was doing. Who was he to grab his hand? The overseer looked at the protagonist and said that he looked like a rookie, completely crazy, apparently, specifying what he was doing. Frowning, Jared replied that he was Alex's relative. He just wanted to talk to him for a while, so let him step aside. The Lord was standing inside the mine. Dumbfounded, Barry cried out that even if he was 100 times his relative, this was his territory, and Alex was his blacksmith. The beaten man held his stomach, listening to how even if his mother or father came, they would not be able to do whatever they wanted. The protagonist threw him a bag and said that here was a gift from him, so that he would let him talk in peace, let him open it. The warden reached for the bag and said that this fool decided to play with him. Looking at the many coins, he said that there was a lot of gold. This was 3 years of his salary. Looking away, the protagonist said that he had a couple more bags. Barry smiled and apologized, specifying who he was. Leslie held the rest of the money and replied that it was none of his business, but if he listened to this man, he would get 3 more bags. The man clasped his hands and asked what he should do. Jared approached him and said that it was necessary to draw up a document stating that Alex was fired from the Plenus mine. He whispered in his ear that he needed the seal of the headmaster, then he would give him another 9 years of his salary. From the mine, the overseer's shout came that everything would happen now. The protagonist was healing his back, listening to the blacksmith ask if he was a mage. Turning around, Alex said that he did not have any sorcerers in his family. The guy stretched out his hand and said that this was just his plan. The Lord was kneeling behind him and reported that it seemed that this overseer had already mocked him many times. This is not uncommon in the Plenus mine. The protagonist's eye began to glow. Looking at the man, information appeared that he was level 25 and had many skills. Jared looked at him in surprise, thinking that, As expected, future great people are very different from those who came before. Alex looked at the entrance to the mine and said that calling him Lord was a bit too much. Even at first glance he seemed to come from a noble family, but he still treated him with respect. Squatting, the Lord thought about the fact that few people would recognize him, because he was not such a famous person yet. Perhaps it was for the best. He smiled and said that everything was fine. It was not a burden for him to be polite to a simple craftsman. The protagonist stood in front of the man, saying that he would get straight to the point and asked if he would leave this mine and move to a new place with his new family. Taken aback, the blacksmith said that he had informed the overseer about it. The guy took off his hood and said that he had asked him to write a letter of resignation. He was the ruler of the great territory of Krivia. Smiling, the protagonist said that he wanted to invite him to his domain with all sincerity. Leslie held the bags with a smile. The man looked at him in surprise. He watched the happy boys and thought that the feudal lord of a larger domain was asking him, but why? Alex lowered his head and thought about how he was just an ordinary blacksmith that could be found anywhere near the mine. Jared raised his fingers with a smile and said that he would specifically make him 3 promises. Imagining a workshop, the guy said that the first was that he would make sure to create the best forge with the best equipment. He could not promise that it would be the best forge on the continent, but he guaranteed that it would be the best in the northern region. The man looked at him in shock. Imagining equipment and flasks, the protagonist said that if he needed it, he would also provide him with any magical devices, and if it was something he could make, he would definitely make sure to make it himself. The Lord remembered how he cut stone and said that he might not look proper, but he was a mage who was quite confident when it came to the fine details of making a magic stone. Touching his chin, the blacksmith said that the fine-grained details must be quite complex. It was truly impressive. The protagonist smiled and said that there was a third promise. Imagining a large house, Jared said that he would definitely provide an estate in which he and his family could stay. The dumbfounded man sadly turned away. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and said that he was not suggesting that he create everything out of thin air. He should think of it as a form of investment for him to research and produce a certain type of metal. Putting his hand under his clothes, he said that although he could not tell him in advance what he would be working with, he could confidently say that this material was much stronger than steel. The guy handed the man a sword and said that the amount of raw materials they had was enough to produce anything on a large scale, asking why not take a look. Alex examined the blade and asked if he could conduct a small test if everything suited him. The blacksmith walked through the mine and said that he would now take a look at what was wrong with him. Reaching out for the sword, he said that his friends had recently given him this magnificent blade in honor of his 10 years of work in this field. The man put the sword under the press. Alex swung the weapon. The blacksmith chopped off a piece of the blade. He clenched his teeth in surprise. The guys were smiling. The protagonist happily listened as he asked where he found such metal. Jared stood in front of the dumbfounded man and said that now they have as much of this metal as iron. Looking at the chopped sword, the protagonist said that the power is on a completely different level. Raising the blade, Alex said that this is a revolution. The guy put his hand to his chest and said that he will not be petty when it comes to support. Let him go with him, he is the one he needs. The man looked at him in surprise. He knelt down and replied that he accepts his offer, although he lacks strength, but if his abilities can be of some help to him, he will follow him anywhere. The Lord smiled and called him. Barry spread his arms wide and said that he was done, but he didn't understand why they were interested in a man like him. The warden stood happily in front of the boys and said that he hoped that everything would be fine with them. The protagonist calmly said that he would give him another bag of gold exactly the same as before, if he fulfilled one of his requests. The man was taken aback and asked what he should do. Jared happily raised his fist and said that he wanted to hit him once with his own hand, no more, no less. Barry stretched out his arms and said that he thought that life had tossed them around too, they must be under a lot of stress. He smiled, saying that he was resilient in terms of blows. Let him show his best blow, try to take it with dignity. The protagonist happily gathered mana in his fist. The guy hit him in the face with all his might. The man flew back. Looking at the smoking fist, the Lord thought about transcendental strengthening. The warden was lying on the ground in front of him and saying that violence was not the answer. The protagonist threw a bag on his face and said that he was warning him not to attack innocent people anymore. He looked at his friends happily and said that it was time to go. Leslie was leaving the man with the guys and telling them that he had already collected all the information about Barry, and since he had sent it to the authorities, it would soon be handed over to the court. The plot moves us to the Plenus bathhouse, where Jared said that he had come to the bathhouse to wait for Alex, but it seemed that there was no one there, because the entrance fee was quite high. Turning around, he asked his friend what he was doing there. Was he really going to enter so impolitely, adding that he should wash himself before entering here? Leslie smiled confusedly and replied that my lord should finish first, and he would look around the bathhouse for now. He never thought that he would be able to come to hot springs like these. The protagonist stood in front of him and asked what was wrong with this bathhouse, saying that he could take a look around as soon as he finished washing himself. The guy looked down, embarrassed. Looking down, the Lord said that it seemed like he was seeing the body of a royal person for the first time. Nothing unusual. He had everything he was supposed to have and nothing he was not supposed to. He waved his hand and said that everything was fine. He did not mean for him to show him his body too. We'll go first. Leslie blushed and agreed. The protagonist looked at the statue and said that everything was excellent. Leaning on the side, Jared said that if only they could build such a bathhouse next to the Nightmare Forest, or the Mott's grave, it would bring in a lot of profit. The protagonist lay in a mask and said that it would be necessary to significantly expand the industrial area, and not only for housing and selling alcohol, but also for people to enjoy nightlife and cultural life. He looked away in surprise. Looking at his friend sitting, the Lord asked what was the matter, why he didn't come in. Leslie looked at the fountain and answered that he really couldn't stand hot water. There was a lot of hair on his body. He didn't want to show him his fur, so he covered himself. Getting up from the water, the main character said that he didn't care, so he shouldn't worry. Jared turned away and said that he could do as he wanted. He would close his eyes while he was here. We see a bathhouse from which a guy's voice could be heard, saying that he was about to fall asleep. His body was very tired. The clouds were gathering in the night sky. The lights were on in the house. Leslie was sleeping in bed. The protagonist looked at him sadly and said that something seemed wrong. He imagined the cheerful guy and thought that whenever they attended official events, he always communicated with him informally. Remembering the embarrassed friend, the Lord reflected on how his reaction immediately changed when they were alone or when it came to tactile contact. The protagonist looked down in alarm and said that this child was strange. Watching Leslie sleep, Jared said that this could not be. The protagonist sat on the bed and said that this confused him. The city was illuminated by the sun's rays in the kingdom of Fafur. Next to the man, his family was when he turned to Milord and reported that everything was ready, and his wife said that she did not know how to express her gratitude. Sweat appeared on the blonde's face. The men had bags in their hands when he realized that was all they had brought with them. The protagonist stood in front of the man when he said that it seemed like they didn't have that many things. The man put his hand behind his head and explained that since they always traveled a lot, the less they took with them, the better. The protagonist stood in front of him and addressed Alex by name. Jared turned to Leslie and asked if he knew the Zamur estate. The boy looked ahead and said that of course. Then he was asked to make all the necessary arrangements to accommodate the blacksmith's family. The blonde looked ahead intently when he added that the boy should make sure that they received the best household items, adding that they should have everything they needed. The family stood in front of them when Leslie said that he understood. A magic circle appeared next to the boy as he asked the milord if he wasn't coming with them, explaining that he planned to use a large teleportation circle so he didn't think it would take long. The protagonist stood in front of him as he replied that he had something to take care of, adding that he would be back once he was done. The dark-haired boy looked ahead questioningly and inquired as to where he was going. The helmeted warrior held a sword in his hand as he politely asked him to stop and pay the entrance fee. He was handed a gold coin. A man in a cloak stood in front of him, thanking him for his work. An arched passage appeared. A man in armor appeared in front of him and asked him to wait. They stood opposite each other as a guard said that he had to search him. The protagonist smiled widely and guessed that he was probably very tired from work. He placed a gold coin in his hand. Jared looked at the guard who assumed he was a merchant here and apologized for not recognizing him, allowing him to pass. The guards blocked the poor man's path and told him to stay put, asking if he was trying to pass without paying the required tax. The protagonist then thought about how this was a breeding ground for corruption, insolvency, and debt. The blonde looked ahead seriously, thinking about how this was the true side of the Fafur kingdom, and how it was like all they wanted was money, and how this was a place where everything could be solved with coins. The guards stood in front of the gates near the fallen underground temple. The protagonist looked at the crowd, talking about the long line and thinking about how this was the dungeon he had been planning to conquer before he met Alex. Jared approached the guard and assumed he was hungry, then asked for something. The boy handed him the bread when he asked again. The warrior noticed the gold coin and shouted that he was a noble, asking the crowd to disperse. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking that if he couldn't change this country, then its absurdly corrupt structure would never fall. Clouds floated above the buildings as the boy thought about how he ultimately wanted to bring change to this kingdom with his own hands. 2 passages appeared. There were people around the cloaked guy who asked if he was going to Course-B, warning him that he would only die there, and asking if he didn't realize that the survival rates for courses A and B were completely different. The blonde winked at him and replied that he knew which was why he was going there, and the man exclaimed that the fact that he was going to Course-B alone only meant that he was just looking for a place to die. The protagonist turned around, looking back as he thanked him for his concern, adding that he would be okay. The man's face sweated as he cursed and said that they had lost another good hunter. 2 passages were shown as it was explained that the fallen underground mosque had 2 paths, Course A and Course B, which led in different directions, and most people tended to take the former. A monster appeared in front of the man as it was explained that since this path was less dangerous, and since people shared knowledge of it, They were well versed in it. Many human silhouettes appeared as it was explained that Path B was infamous for how dangerous it was, and that a minimum of 15 party members were needed to complete this course. The guy in the cloak stopped, thinking about how he came alone, because he was confident. Jared's mouth dropped open as he said that one of the reasons he came there was to defeat the boss and take all the drops for himself. He had a bracelet on his wrist. When he added that he needed to level it up, a system window with the item's stats appeared. The protagonist looked closely at his hand as he said that he would try to raise his stats while he was there, because he didn't know when he would run into someone stronger. He took a step forward and added that the continent was huge, and that there were many different monsters there. The guy stopped in front of a huge gate as he said that he was there, and that it was the entrance to Course B. Sweat appeared on the blonde's face. He clenched his fist as he said that since he would need Tanex to get through, he needed to get it right away. A spacesuit appeared in front of the protagonist as he added that he thought Sabio would be happy to see him. Jared smiled, looking forward when he said about the equipment. Something lit up in the helmet. The guy was in a spacesuit when it was reported that the magic power was at 100%, and that the current state was perfect, and that there were currently no malfunctions. The protagonist's eyes were closed when he thought that this is probably how a superhero from a movie should feel. The blonde opened his eyes and said that while he was in good shape, he should quickly figure this out. He rushed towards the dark passage. Someone was standing in front of the window when he wondered who this guy was and whether this was a fallen underground temple. Sabio looked ahead worriedly when he assumed that he must be trying to take advantage of the dungeon. The guy in the cloak had his back turned when he said that it was impossible and asked about how he would use something like that to slip past all the monsters. The protagonist in the spacesuit flew over the goblins as the boy wondered how he did it. Sabio opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he was pressing himself against the ceiling so the monsters on the floor couldn't reach him. Then he was asked how he felt about that. Jared looked away and asked if it was interesting enough and if he thought that with his skills he was more suited to be the best pilot of the Tetranix. Sabio looked ahead in fear and wondered what he was seeing. The protagonist appeared in front of him, telling him that since he couldn't observe freely, he should watch more closely, because he would make him see how good the Tetranix looked on him. The boy with white hair opened his mouth slightly. He was standing in front of the screens as he cursed and replied that if he had only known something like this would happen, he would have used the communication stone to talk to him. Light was falling on the stone wall when the boy objected, saying that he would just observe for now, and that there was no need to be proud of him, and also that there was no need to worry about it. A young man in a spacesuit flew over the monsters. From his height, they seemed small. Jared hung in the air near the ceiling. The blonde looked away with a smile. He landed carefully. There was a passage behind him when he exhaled. The protagonist looked satisfied, looking forward. Sabio looked at the screens when he said that it was unthinkable, because he went through 8 rooms and not a single monster noticed him. The boy looked down intently when he wondered how he did it in only 2 hours. The man stopped in front of the gate as Sabio realized he was standing in front of the room of the fallen. Stone cliffs were revealed as it was explained that it took 2 hours to explore the dungeon and arrive at the boss room. Smoke appeared near the rocks. Jared looked ahead carefully and wondered where the boss was. The boy's eyes widened as he noticed something. A rock outcropping appeared in the distance as he said that he had found them and that they were still sleeping. A red monster was lying on the ground as the system reported that it was a Valari fire lizard. Another monster was near a hill as it was explained that it was a Valero ice lizard. The blonde smiled as he said that it was time to take what he needed from them. His feet left the ground as he added that while they couldn't attack him, he could hit them as much as he wanted. The guy in the spacesuit flew forward as he said that he remembered there being a time when he was able to do that. The staff sat in front of their computers as it was explained that it was clear that Parody had a lot of people working to maintain this huge world. A white spiral was shown as it was explained that this resulted in a huge number of different winning outcomes. Someone was holding a vial as it was explained that this resulted in more patch notes being posted on the same day. The dark-haired guy sat in front of a monitor as it was explained that this was because Parody wasn't perfect, and that it was a game trying to be the best version of itself. The guy in the spacesuit flew past the monster, thinking that the point where he was reborn was in the main story from 10 years ago, meaning that most of the bugs hadn't been fixed at that point. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he was getting at the fact that he did not plan to fight Valari and Valero in a fair fight, adding that it was there. A rocky outcrop appeared in the corner, which he called a safe zone. The suited protagonist rushed forward as he said that he could not tell how many people had been sacrificed to find this one point that could be used as a trick. Another outcrop appeared as Jared explained that all the other areas nearby must be traps. A piece of surface appeared in front of him, which he called a fake. An oval outcrop appeared as the youth summed up that they were all fake. The monster's eyes widened as he explained that if he attacked them from there, he would be eaten in an instant by the reptilian brothers, who would use sudden leap. The lizard stuck out its long tongue. The blonde looked down with a worried expression as he said that he would either die being crushed by the force of their paws or be eaten alive, and while they would enjoy the taste of fresh human flesh, he would slowly die from unbearable pain, concluding that he would die if he was caught. The protagonist landed as he said that this was exactly what everyone was saying about them, and that it was true. The guy in the spacesuit stood on a ledge as he added that fortunately the walls of the dungeon could not be destroyed by fire and freezing skills. The protagonist looked ahead carefully as he decided to check. Rings were visible on his hand as a system window appeared with the artifact's characteristics. A smile appeared on the young man's face as he said that it was wonderful and that he could now use the perfect technique to win using attacks polished by divine power. A magic circle appeared above his palm as he suggested to begin. Lightning rushed towards the monsters as Jared used the magic projectile skill. The lizard stuck out its tongue and screamed loudly. The blue monster stood on its hind legs. The monster appeared in front of the boy. The lizard crashed into the barrier when the protagonist thought that, in addition, there was another problem that they both shared. The monster bared its teeth and laughed. It opened its yellow eyes wide. The guy in the spacesuit was near the monster when he used the attribute of Bestowal Holy. A transparent aura enveloped the lizard when it was explained that because their vision had degraded, they used their other senses to determine what and where is. The monster looked menacingly to the side and growled. The lizard headed towards his brother. The monsters began to fight, growling loudly. The red reptile lay on the ground. A stream of fire rushed forward. The lizards looked back worriedly. The blonde, smiling, looked to the side when he called them stupid and exclaimed that he was there. A powerful explosion occurred. Blood started to flow from the monster's mouth. The blue lizard opened its mouth wide. In front of them, on the ledge, there was a man. The monster stuck out its tongue, using the flame breath technique. Blue energy appeared from the monster's mouth when it used the ice breath skill. The protagonist put his hand forward, creating a shield. Thick smoke came out from the ledge. There was a small explosion. The lizards were engulfed in flames. Smoke began to come out from them. The monsters opened their eyes and growled. Jared looked ahead with a smile as he asked about how they wouldn't let him go so easily, and that it was quite straightforward. The lizard extended its paw towards him when he exclaimed that they couldn't reach him. Fire appeared in front of the monster. The monster suddenly closed its mouth. The lizards attacked the protagonist, who exclaimed that this was an advanced skill. The guy in the spacesuit stood still as he said that although he wouldn't be entering the safe zone directly, the flight skill was necessary to avoid the enhanced fire and frost skills. The blonde was shown in profile as he said that it would be quite dangerous if he missed the skill's preparation time, and that there was a reason why the trick took a while to reveal. A magic seal appeared in front of his hand as he assumed that it was his turn now. Lightning struck the reptiles as the guy used the magic projectile skill. The lizards closed their eyes. The protagonist smiled widely and said that it was quite fun to beat them up since they had some meat, and that it was when the target was too big to hit, so they always shot at the target. The boy chased after the monsters as he added that during the fight, he could even go and get between them to anger them even more by using a magic polishing spell that could be cast over a wide area on both sides. The guy spread his fingers. The monster in front of him stopped. Jared was between two lizards, who began to scream. The blonde looked straight ahead, smiling as he summed up that he knew from the start that their eyesight was lousy, and that they could use the divine power that hunters used to determine their location. There was blood on the wall after 30 minutes of fighting. The protagonist looked ahead with satisfaction as he said that, as expected, Tainex's participation did increase stability. The guy flexed his arm at the joint as he added that he could cast the flight spell and still get the advantages that the suit gave him in combat. The lizards were in front of him as the protagonist said that the fact that he didn't have to take it off was good, and that being able to use Transcendental Link was great. Valari opened his eyes slightly as the system reported that he had 00134/10,000. Valero opened his mouth as it was shown to have 00201/10,000. Suddenly, the lizard's eyes widened. A clawed paw shot forward. The monster jumped over the ledge, and the boy assumed that it was trying to climb the wall to get to the safe zone. The lizard looked at the broken rocks in shock. It fell to the ground, growling. Jared smiled, closing his eyes. The reptile looked forward angrily. The lizard closed its eyes and coughed. The monsters opened their mouths wide and screamed. Streams of energy approached the protagonist as they used flame and ice breathing techniques. The boy smiled slightly and said that it was time to end this. The energy streams reflected off the barrier as the boy exclaimed that in any case, he can fix the suit with just a couple of magic stones. Light energy appeared from his palm. A beam of light came out from his other hand as it was announced that the magic bullet was ready to be fired and that all the magic energy was being concentrated. Parts of his armor glowed as he was informed that the concentration of 13,466 mana was complete. The blonde held his hand out and explained that he would channel all of the remaining energy into the finishing blow. The lizard men stood on their hind legs as it was announced that the targets had been detected. A cloud of blue energy shot forward. It approached the monsters. A powerful explosion occurred, then the system notifications appeared that Valari and Valero from the fallen underground temple had been defeated, and that a 25 level increase had occurred, as well as the boy having earned the title of solo player's dignity. The protagonist had the bodies of monsters in front of him when the system announced that he had earned the title Song of Fire and Ice, and the boy exclaimed that that was what he was talking about. The protagonist looked at the system windows when he said that he thought that this title could only be earned by climbing about 10 floors of the Great Labyrinth of Nas. But now it seemed to him that these guys had also fulfilled the requirements. The boy imagined the flows of the two elements, and added that when it came to fire and ice, it was quite rare for humans to have good defense against both of them. Jared looked at the system window with a smile when he said that he seemed to have raised both elemental skills. He stood on a ledge when he summed up that this was really cool. The air around the monsters sparkled. They crumbled into small pieces. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and exclaimed that everything there was at least 5 stars. There was a necklace on the ground. There was a black ladle near the book. The protagonist was shown in profile. He held his hand out in front of him, his back turned, as he said he would first move it to the subspace. Beams of light appeared as the boy added that he would take a look at it later, and that there should be enough to share with everyone. Sweat began to form on the boy's hand as he said that this guy was crazy. Sabio stared ahead as he said that he knew he was special, but this was more than he had expected. He remembered how he had attacked monsters with lightning, as he added that Jared knew exactly where the safe place was in the dungeon, and had mostly just been playing with the 2 bosses. The guy in the spacesuit spread his arms out to the sides as Sabio said that on top of that, his total body damage was only 2% of his total health. The boy took a step forward as he summed up that he had fought against the famous monsters of the Fallen Dungeon, Valari and Valero. He stood in front of the table when he said that he was really starting to get nervous now, and that it was like he was looking at the greatest pilot with a gift from God. Sabio's face sweated. The protagonist looked straight ahead when he added that he would definitely visit him again. In the luxurious estate of the feudal lord of Krivia, on the morning of September 1st, the lord was asked if he had called them. The subordinates lined up, looking forward. The blonde looked ahead in amazement when he said that they must all be dressed up like that, because he did not explain why he had called them. Leslie grimaced when the protagonist said that this especially concerned him, and that it was a little too much, just a little, to which he replied that in their day, this was a trend among the nobility. The youth was wearing a skirt when he was politely asked to say what kind of men in their day wore things like that, wore earrings and even makeup. Leslie's eyes were lined with red. Jared stood in front of him as he replied that not everyone had such old-fashioned tastes as he did. The young man introduced Alex's family when he said that Alex had told him that he was very grateful for them providing him with a new life there. Mary looked ahead with a smile and added that it seemed that his wife Kerman also wanted to express her gratitude and that she had personally invited them to dinner. The blond man's mouth fell open and he replied that this was good news. They stood opposite each other when Julian turned to his lord and asked why he had called them today, adding that it made him nervous. The blond man looked ahead and assumed that the protagonist wanted to fire someone. The protagonist asked with a smile if this was possible, explaining that he intended to continue working with the people he had decided to accept for as long as possible. Julian looked ahead worriedly when he asked what the reason was, adding that, frankly, not only he, but everyone there was very worried about his call. The employees looked ahead tensely. There was a candlestick near the wall when Jared asked the young man to come to it, then he asked why so suddenly. Julian stood next to the others. He was handed a pendant when the protagonist asked him to accept the gift. The young man tied the object around his neck when he was asked why he did not try it on. Julian stood in front of the protagonist when he exclaimed that a feeling of refreshing freedom appeared in his head, as if he could do anything with it. The employees stood in front of my lord, who replied that everything seemed to be working, and asked him to be sure to wear this artifact when performing the tasks assigned to him. Then the young man thanked him, and Jared asked Leslie to come to him, adding that he was next. He handed him a book and told him to take it, explaining that it was the Diary of Fortune. Then he was asked again. The boy in the hat blushed and asked if it was really the diary of the great fortune merchant, adding that he had always wanted to read this book, but could not find a copy anywhere. He clutched the tome in his hands when he exclaimed that it was incredible. Then the protagonist said that he was now the owner of the original, and that he should carefully protect it, to which the boy agreed. Valdez stood in front of the blond man, who turned to him and asked him to take something. Then the man asked what it was, adding that at first glance it seemed like an ocarina. In the boy's hand was a blue object, when the protagonist replied that he was right and that it was an artifact called the Ocarina of Truth, and that it did not need to be played, explaining that in order to use its abilities, it was enough to just have this object with you. The protagonist looked at Valdez, who thanked him, exclaiming that it was the best artifact for announcers, when Jared added that the more he told the truth, the better his communication and negotiation skills would become. Mary looked ahead intently when the boy addressed her, informing that everyone except her should leave now, and that they should test the effects of their items for themselves. An elegant chandelier hung from the ceiling when the Lord was thanked, and when Valdez said that he would only tell the truth as long as he had the Ocarina of Truth at hand. The blond man stood in front of the girl. He raised his hand to his face and began to speak. A scream was heard from behind the large door, when Mia began to call for her mother, informing her that Liam was asking about her whereabouts. Mary looked at the protagonist in confusion when her daughter exclaimed that her boyfriend was looking for her, to which the woman replied that the Lord was there too. The protagonist's face began to sweat as he thought about Mia calling Liam Mary's boyfriend and what it all meant. There were flowers in the vase as the boy began to speak. He pictured warriors in armor as he said that ever since Liam had cancelled all of his training, he hadn't had a chance to meet new people. The woman was sitting next to the bed as he added that, as for her, while Mary was pregnant with Mia, her husband had passed away from an illness. The man handed the woman flowers as Jared summed up that although she had rejected his feelings several times, she had finally decided to open her heart to him after seeing his tenacity in trying to win her hand. They were sitting across from each other, as Mary responded in the affirmative and apologized. She looked down sadly as she said that she shouldn't have bothered him with something as personal as that. The blonde looked forward with warmth, and replied that it was nothing and that she didn't need to worry about him when it came to her personal life. Mia sat next to her mother when she said that she knew that people said that nothing could come between two lovers, but she still wanted to make sure that it didn't bother him. The protagonist brought his mug to his mouth when he asked if it was true that even though the Lord of Krivia had no interest in his own personal life, there were rumors that he had a great interest in others, especially the personal lives of the people around him. The woman closed her eyes, smiling as she laughed, and replied that she still wanted to apologize. Mia sat next to her when she asked the Lord if her mother had done something wrong, and if he would scold her or if she should do it. The protagonist smiled and laughed. He placed the mug on the table and turned to the head chef. The subordinates were sitting across from him when Jared asked her not to worry about him, adding that he hoped she would share wonderful memories with the man she loved, and as long as she disciplined herself to do her job better, he swears on his title as a lord that he will continue to support her. The woman's pupils narrowed. Mary looked ahead with satisfaction and apologized to my lord, then thanked him. The blonde man was sitting in front of her when he turned to Mia and asked her to better report the incident to him immediately if her mother and the guy ever had a falling out. The girl smiled widely and agreed with him, exclaiming that she would make sure he knew about what was going on even without her mother's knowledge. They were sitting across from each other when they burst into laughter. The protagonist looked at the object in his hand and asked Mary to take it with her, explaining that it was the healing ladle of Saint Ivnos. The long-handled artifact began to glow. The woman looked at the object in fascination as she repeated its name. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking ahead as he said that he hoped she would continue to work using it so that he and his subordinates could continue to enjoy her cooking. Mary looked ahead in gratitude and agreed with her lord. She looked at the ladle in admiration as she said that she felt warm and cozy inside her body, even though she was simply holding it in her hand. Jared was sitting in front of them when he addressed the woman, calling her head chef. Mary's mouth dropped open, looking ahead as he said that sooner or later there would come a time when her skills would be more important than ever, and that he would call on her to help, so she should be prepared. The woman patted her daughter on the head as she replied that she understood and that she would do her best no matter what he asked. The blonde looked serious as he thought about how if they could produce and supply her dishes in large quantities, it would be of great help to them no matter if they were on the battlefield or elsewhere. The food was boiling in the cauldron as he added that unlike the regular potions that they constantly used, she could make food that would enhance the healing and restorative powers of those who ate it. Dark shapes could be seen on the road. The protagonist turned to Mia and addressed her, asking if she was doing well in her training. The girl opened her mouth wide and replied that except for the time she spent with her mother and eating, she continued to work on her magic. The protagonist looked down attentively as he inquired if she still only practiced wind magic, to which he was answered in the affirmative. She froze with her feet together, as she exclaimed that elements like fire and ice were no fun at all. Clumps of energy appeared next to Mia as she explained that her dream right now was to become the best in wind magic so that she could meet the wind elements in the future. Jared's eyes turned red as he thought about how even after learning all the magic, she only wanted to practice wind. The girl brought her hands to her face as the system window with her stats appeared. The blonde's pupils narrowed as he thought about how crazy it was that she had reached rank S in wind songs in just a year and a half, and how it couldn't be called innate talent, and how wouldn't that kind of progress take at least 3 years even in parity. The boy imagined clumps of blue energy as he thought about how she wouldn't be able to last too long due to her mana stats. However, if they looked at her magic abilities from an objective standpoint, she was strong enough to defend herself from a tier 5 magic attack with wind magic. Sweat began to appear on the protagonist's face. Mia looked up with a keen gaze as she was addressed. There were dark silhouettes on the path as he suggested that the girl go on a trip to the Animos Plateau before next spring. Then she asked him again, exclaiming that she heard that there were cool and refreshing winds blowing there, as well as beautiful flowers swaying in the field. The protagonist crossed his arms and answered in the affirmative, adding that it was true and that he would teach her a way to maximize the effectiveness of her wind magic there. Then Mia said that it was amazing, then asked about when they would set off, to which she was told that it was closer to March. Clouds were floating in the sky when the girl exclaimed that it was still September, and that it was still half a year, and then asked the milord what he thought about January, since it was her birthday, so she suggested going there then, after which Jared said that she had convinced him. A light was on in the window of the estate. The blonde leaned over the table, talking about the magical unit of daimyos and their fleet, and how it would be problematic. He imagined warriors in helmets when he explained that they needed to recruit a personal army made up of mages, just like the Order of Agrizio, made up of swordsmen. The boy imagined ships on the water when he added that they needed to create a fleet large enough to protect their shores from attacks. The protagonist presented a map of the area, arguing that since the Kingdom of Cinders protected them from the south like a barrier, it should not be a problem for them to take advantage of the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. The protagonist held a pen in his hand. Then the map was shown in full. Jared looked down at his hand and exclaimed that he had chosen who would be the first target of their territory in 1416. The pen was stuck in the map. Opposite the blonde was a bearded old man as he explained that he had met with some vassals that same night. The man with glasses looked at the book in surprise. Alex and the protagonist were standing in front of the building. There was a blue sky above the city 4 months later on the continent of Nas on January 1st, 1416, New Year's Eve. The hand reached for the green bottle of rapier potion as the protagonist said that he was already experiencing the third new year after waking up in this world. Jared bent his hand, consuming the potion as he added that he would drink the wonderful rapier potion for now, then the system reported a level increase. The blonde looked in the mirror as he said that it was good that he could see his own stats and that he was very happy with the fact that he could level up infinitely. Then a system window with his stats appeared. The protagonist looked away as someone spoke to him. The door closed with a distinctive sound. A girl with glasses appeared, who announced that they were ready to go. Banners fluttered above the army as the protagonist addressed his loyal followers from all over Krivia. The blue flag of the Knights of Agrizio had white flowers on it as Jared exclaimed that only because they were there with him could he dream of a better future. The red banner of the daimyo's mage squad fluttered in the wind as the protagonist promised that he would give them the best supplies and the best weapons. The blonde raised his hand and asked them to bring pride and honor to their families. Ella stood near the knights when the protagonist asked them to allow him to take this chance to swear an oath to them. The warriors raised their hands. Valdez looked at Jared, who said that the day would come when their power would be used in the right direction. The girl with glasses looked up when the boy added that until that day came, they should train and hone their skills. The blonde, looking forward seriously, asked the warriors to refrain from actions that would dishonor his name and to be sure to keep their heads held high. There was a blue sky above the banners when the guy asked if they understood him, to which they answered in the affirmative, exclaiming that they would bring honor to his name and fight for Milord and for Krivia. The mages looked ahead and shouted daimyos. The warriors in helmets opened their mouths and shouted Agrizio. The protagonist sat on a chair when he exhaled. He imagined a man with a sword. The girls stared ahead when the protagonist said that although they had gathered the mages of daimyos, however, unlike Ella and Olsen, who were the only ones capable of leading the Knights of Agrizio, they lacked a true leader. Jared was shown in profile when he said that they would need to decide on a commander for them. Someone stopped in front of the blonde. He handed the flask to the girl and congratulated her on the new year, calling her by name. Isabella looked down at the bottle. The blonde looked ahead in disbelief and asked if the guy had accidentally put something strange in it. The protagonist closed his eyes when the girl suggested that maybe there was a potion in there that would make her tell the truth, or an aphrodisiac to suddenly put her into heat. Then the guy asked if she wanted him to take a sip first. Isabella winked at the protagonist and exclaimed that it was a joke and that she would tell him everything even without the truth serum. She stood in front of Jared, who asked if he thought she was in a good mood recently. Then the girl asked if he really thought so. The blonde remembered how people surrounded her when she explained that she thought it was because of the guild, because it was very nice to make new acquaintances in the place where she used to live. She imagined a girl with long hair when she added that although they were no longer the ones who lived in her area, they were the children or even grandchildren of those people. The protagonist stared ahead as he thought about why she was so eager to tell him about her past, and how she probably didn't realize she had told him about it before. He imagined the girl blushing, saying that the less he knew, the better, adding that it was the truth. Isabella stood in front of the protagonist, who thought that it was good that she had decided to be open about her past, and then addressed her by name. The blonde man sat in front of the girl as he asked her what she thought about the name of the shaman guild, Dirajed, and what was wrong with it. They were facing each other when Jared exclaimed that anyone could say that it was just his name backwards, and Isabella asked if he really thought that. The blonde pointed up and explained that she actually got her name from the ancient word Dirajed, which means honor. The girl spread her arms out to the side and asked if the guy really thought she would use his name backwards to name the guild, adding that she didn't want to attract too much attention. There were trees growing along the wall as she said that all the guild members thought the same way anyway and that they thanked him for giving them the opportunity to settle there. The blonde looked forward with a smile and said that he was glad to hear that. Isabella opened her mouth wide and said that she had recently found a new goal and that she wanted people to always remember the name Dirajed. They sat opposite each other as the protagonist said that it was cool and that she better make sure that she could create a foundation for her dream. Then the girl asked him not to worry and someone turned to Milord. A man approached them and asked the blonde if he was there. Isabella looked away intently. She walked away from them when she said that she would then go to rest and asked the protagonist not to overexert himself, adding that she would do her best. Liam was standing in front of Jared when he said that Milord was there. Then the guy called him the great lover of their main boss Mary and asked him to come to him. The man was in front of the protagonist when he asked him if he could stop with his jokes already, since 4 months had passed, to which he replied that he still found it funny. Liam covered his mouth with his hand and said that if the Lord liked it, then it was quite funny. He had a letter in his hand when he added that in addition to this, they received letters with the name Sabio written on the seals. The protagonist looked closely at the piece of paper when he was asked if he was familiar with it by any chance, explaining that it was a secret document that the Archons Guild sent them, so they hurried to deliver it to him. Jared's pupils narrowed as he replied that it was time, thinking about how it was after 4 months of using Tanix. In the boy's hands was a letter from Sabio. The protagonist crumpled the piece of paper, thinking about how arrogant this letter was. Liam looked at the protagonist in confusion, thinking that he knew that he valued his knowledge of magical skills very much, but he could not imagine that he would send such an insolent message. There was a blue sky above the city in the Port of Might, when someone approached the Milord. The men walked side by side when Liam asked if anything bad happened because they did not take any precautions towards that Sabio man. Jared imagined the smirking boy when he replied that everything was fine, and that he was an elf with whom they were on bad terms, but there was no need to worry. The blonde man looked at the man seriously and asked him to calm down and go check on the citizens who were currently working near the beaches while he waited, to which Liam responded affirmatively, adding that he understood. The protagonist remembered the pen being stuck in the map when he spoke about the chief of the Northeastern Navy of the Bonus Kingdom, explaining that it seemed like it would be difficult to get the admiral on their side. Liam introduced the bearded man when the protagonist said that as expected, it seemed like he was not the kind of person they could lure with money, to which the subordinate agreed with him, adding that he was a soldier from birth. However, that did not mean there was no hope. The blonde man looked away with a smile when he said that there must be some circumstances and reasons for him to betray his country, to which the comrade replied that it was as he said. Jared clenched his fist as he said that he thought it was simply impossible to avoid bloodshed, and that if that was the case, they would need to demonstrate the vast difference in power between them. Liam turned to the protagonist and informed them that over the past 2 years, they had been able to gather information that the two kingdoms' naval budgets had bottomed out. The man looked away with a searching gaze as he concluded that with Krivia's current strength, they should be able to take the coastal cities of the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. The blonde looked away sharply and asked him to stop. The protagonist imagined Alex working in the forge as he asked his companion to just wait a bit, explaining that he wanted to make sure they could control a steady supply of Chaldea to provide their forces with the equipment they needed. They were standing in the middle of the street when the man said that he understood my lord and that they were making sure that Master Alex was always safe, and then added that in that case he would go to follow his orders and check on their citizens, to which he was told that they would see each other soon. Clouds were floating above the towers when the guy said that this was interesting. Jared had rings on his fingers when he wondered if maybe he should show up in Tanex to show it to its original owner. The protagonist was flying over the coast when he said that Sabio was also an important being who, like Chloe, held the keys to the future. The protagonist imagined monsters in armor when he thought about how if the research data he had been collecting all this time was given to the Dark Church, then that would be the end for humanity. He imagined dark silhouettes over the forest as he explained that hundreds of soldiers with technology similar to Tanex would meet on the battlefield with defenseless people, and then the real massacre would begin. Jared imagined an elf lying in blood as he said that even if Sabio died, the research data would reappear, which would make his death in vain. The protagonist noticed someone walking along the coast. The blonde's pupils narrowed when he realized that he had found him. The elf had his back to him. Sabio looked back, smirking. The robot was flying towards the elf. Sabio watched this. He had a smile on his face. Jared, in a suit, landed on the ground. The guys looked at each other. The clouds in the sky thickened. Sabio began to clap. He stood in front of the protagonist with delight. Smiling, the elf said that it was nice to meet the Duke. The boy extended his hand and said that his name was Sabio and that he was 27 years old. The boys shook hands. Smiling, the protagonist introduced himself, noting that they were the same age and since the world he lived in and the world the elf lived in were different, he did not need to address him by his title. Jared looked up at the sky. Sabio happily told him that he had been closely watching him and how differently he used Tanex. He remembered being surprised and asked how the protagonist knew that he was being watched. The protagonist pointed at the helmet and said that it was because of the small hole there. He added with a serious expression that he noticed that there was a small device that transmitted an image to him. Looking at the Duke, Sabio stated that Jared was right, even though he tried to place it where no one would notice, he has a very sharp eye. Standing in front of the protagonist, Sabio said that he was truly something special. He knew he was special the first time the protagonist used Tatronix. The elf extended his hand. He took Jared by the shoulders and noted that it was as if he knew how to use the abilities of this golem from the very beginning. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, clarified how he coped with piloting. Enthusiastic Sabio emphasized that in all the years that he observed people, he had never seen a single person or elf control it as well as Jared. Looking into the eyes of the protagonist, the elf noted that it looked as if the protagonist knew about all of its capabilities even before the suit was created. There was delight on his face. Sabio remembered looking at the pink stone and said that he started doing research when he was 19, so it had been 8 years already. Although he had spent a lot of time developing it, the fact that he didn't know anything, including whether the path he had chosen was the right one, in truth, made him uneasy and curious. Sabio remembered sitting on the floor. He put on the suit in the memories and said that he had tried to use it so many times that he had lost count at some point, but unlike Jared. Holding the protagonist by the shoulders, the elf cried out that he had never had the opportunity to use the full potential of the Tatronix abilities. Then the protagonist assured him that he was not wrong. Sabio's face was serious, after which he stated that the last 8 years of his life had not been in vain. Jared was taken aback by what he heard. The protagonist looked at the clouds and asked if Sabio would take the suit, to which he received the answer that he would not. The elf folded his arms and said that he did not want to take him. If he was happy with Jared, he would like him to continue using Tatronix. The protagonist took off his suit and suggested that Sabio actually liked it when he used it. He looked at the elf and emphasized the fact that it was not surprising. Any inventor would be happy to see his invention used, especially as well as he did, so there was no point in pushing him away, even though he was human. Looking at Sabio, Jared stated that in that case he had a request. The protagonist showed 2 fingers and suggested that Tatronix had 2 closed possibilities, after which he asked Sabio to open them for him. Jared remembered the notice, which said that the 6th and 7th possibilities required the elf's permission. The dumbfounded Sabio clarified how the protagonist found out about this. Standing in front of the guy, the protagonist said that he would like to use all the abilities of the suit. If the elf can unlock them for him, then he is sure that he can use them in a way that will please him. Birds flew over the sea. Raising his hand, Sabio replied that it was not for free. He grabbed his chin. Confused, Jared asked what he wanted. Snapping his fingers, Sabio suggested doing the following. If he passes the test, he will unlock the abilities. The elf with a serious face asked to kill the guardian of the Island of Chaos. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he was talking about Nemesis. Taken aback, Sabio clarified whether Jared knew him. The elf presented a map of the islands and said that the Island of Chaos is located far to the north of the Island of Tatar. The protagonist laughed and asked if it was bad that he knew this. The protagonist approached the elf and said that he agreed in any case, accepted his conditions. If he passed this test, the elf promised him that he could unlock all the abilities for him so that he could use all the capabilities of the suit. Looking at Sabio, Jared said that he was confident in himself, after which he offered to sign a contract just in case. Looking at the suit, the protagonist clarified whether Sabio was satisfied with the offer that if he killed the Nemesis, he would recognize him as an official pilot. Touching on the Tatronix, Jared added that if he failed, he would immediately return the suit to him, and also pay any amount that he asked him for using the suit. The guys shook hands. Sabio calmly said that he would need time to go on a mission, after which he clarified how much time he needed, 2 or 4 days. Taken aback, Jared asked what 2 days the elf was talking about, noting that he was leaving right now. The protagonist arrived at Chaos Island. Standing next to him, Sabio asked him why he was so determined, adding that he set out immediately and had no doubts. Jared looked at him and replied that the reason was because he wanted to prove himself, and this was not a joke, and asked if the elf did not realize how much he enjoyed using Tatronix. The protagonist imagined the elves running away from the explosion and suggested that it was a big danger, to which he answered that this was true, although the Nemesis itself never attacked them, but every 3 months they were attacked by monsters that surrounded the island. Sabio imagined the various monsters and emphasized the fact that this happened 4 times a year. Shifting his gaze, the elf stated that if they were coming from the sea, they could try to build a fleet and erect a fort on their coastline. Jared imagined the magic circle and stated that the problem was that the Nemesis teleported the monsters straight to them. The dumbfounded elf cried out that it was true. The protagonist was very well aware that they were appearing when they least expected it, which was the reason why they couldn't do anything about it. Looking at him, Jared asked if he could defeat the Nemesis. Would their relationship with the Dark Elves improve? Sabio introduced the other elves and told him that there was a guy named Arkans above him, and even if Ivan Eva decided to help, it would be difficult to try to negotiate with the others. Sabio extended his hand to the side and noted that if Jared could do that, he didn't see any reason why the Lord wouldn't be interested in him. Although he couldn't say for sure, he could guarantee that the Dark Elves would be grateful to him. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that the monsters of Chaos Island were all the same to him. He imagined himself flying and noted that there was no monster that could reach him if he attacked from the sky. Raising his hand to his face, Sabio stated that he was telling him this because he was worried. They had already tried to deal with Nemesis, but it had failed. Smirking, the protagonist asked if he was still forcing him to deal with him. Confused, Sabio replied that he could offer him something else if he was not ready for that. Frowning, Jared asked him to forget about it and just wait a bit, noting that he was thinking about how to deal with him. The protagonist imagined Nemesis and thought of it as a monster described as a red rhinoceros that walked on its hind legs. He imagined a magical blast and noted that to kill Nemesis, one must not constantly attack, but rather land a single strong blow. The monster cannot be defeated if weak attacks are used. Due to its innate ability to absorb the base damage it receives, any attack weaker than a certain level will do almost no damage to it. The protagonist imagined a barrier in front of the monster. Nemesis was enveloped in blue energy, and Jared noted that he had very good regeneration. They would not be able to deal fatal damage to him with arrows or magic. He imagined the monster's body and emphasized the fact that due to his thick skin, he would not care about magical damage. He imagined a powerful flow of energy, and stated that the only weakness of Nemesis was sharp and powerful attacks. Sabio stood next to him. He asked with a puzzled look if he should remove the seal on the Tatronex before he started fighting him. Jared shook his head negatively. He seriously said that then their deal would lose its meaning. He was satisfied with their agreement. The elf just had to be ready to fulfill his part when he was done there. Frightened, Sabio clarified what would happen if the protagonist died. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he was not so easy to kill, so there was no need to worry. Looking at his comrade, he noted that there was something he wanted Sabio to do. Standing in front of him, Jared stated that he wanted the elf to increase his ability to focus energy projectiles even more. Extending his hand, the protagonist noted that he wanted it to be so that he could gather all the energy in one point. Surprised, Sabio asked if Jared was talking about magic bullets. He calmly stated that it sounded simple enough, but it could complicate his task, since it would prevent him from using the gun's other abilities. Smiling, the protagonist asked him to stop asking questions already and asked if it wouldn't be better to get the answers after he used it. Looking around the snowy area, Jared suggested that they hurry. Sabio touched the protagonist's hand. He thought with an interested look that despite the fact that he was very excited about all this, he was still trying his best to hide it. The protagonist noted that he was confident that he would prove himself right. Jared imagined himself in his past life and said that he was also glad. This time he was not watching the story from the side, just following him. While Sabio was working on the protagonist's hand, he thought that now he could become the protagonist of the elf story, thereby earning respect in his eyes. The elf cried out in delight that the modifications were complete. Inspecting the hand, Jared said that Sabio was truly a master. He never thought that modifications of such complexity could be done so quickly. Standing in front of him, the protagonist guessed that the elf had never been to a battlefield, but he would still warn him that he would use this suit to its maximum. Jared, with a serious face, emphasized the fact that if Sabio tried to come closer, he could die. Smiling, the elf asked him not to worry about it, and not to think that he was the only one who could fight. The guy suddenly began to fly. The protagonist watched the flying elf. Surprised, Jared looked at Sabio's shoes and thought that although they looked quite ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one could see that they were special shoes inlaid with magical stones. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was a relief. Jared flew up, saying that if he thought that things were really bad, he could run away, so Sabio should be ready to run if he saw him running away. It was getting dark outside. They had arrived at the northern edge of Chaos Island. Gusts of wind swirled around the area. The furious Nemesis began to make loud noises. The protagonist flew towards him and stated that although he looked like a fool, he knew how to use magic well. Examining the monster, Jared said that if he was going to waste time attacking from there, he would simply summon monsters to the island at the first opportunity. The protagonist imagined a huge number of monsters and assumed that if this happened, he would probably die. He imagined a surge of energy, and noted that this must be the second time he used this ability since the last time. Confused, Jared emphasized the fact that his lack of experience made him worry. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist noted that he had a maximum of 5 minutes. The protagonist rushed into battle and emphasized the fact that he would kill him with one blow. He moved at an incredible speed. Nemesis was shocked. Jared was serious, because he thought that if this helped him earn Sabio's trust, he would kill him 100 times. The protagonist flew up to Nemesis and added that the decision he was about to make would cause a big change in the near future. 3 minutes later, steam rose from the battlefield. Holding the book in front of him, the elf wondered how the protagonist could avoid all these close attacks. Looking at the notes, Sabio reported that his ability to use the suit deserved at least 200 points, but even so, he had enough chances to attack him. Watching the fight, the guy emphasized that the protagonist was simply flying around Nemesis, attacking him with magic just a little, as if mocking him. Sabio introduced the knight and suggested that he did not stand a chance against Nemesis, because even the Dark Elf Knight had suffered enough with him. The fact that he had Tatronex did not mean that he could easily deal with him. Stunned, Sabio stated that he was still worried about Jared. He introduced his kin and noted that the Dark Elves were not stupid, they had hundreds of soldiers. But even so they could not cope with him, he did not have a single chance to defeat Nemesis. Sabio suddenly began to move his ears. Looking around the area, the elf heard that Tatronex was using mana bullets. Nemesis was furious. He was preparing for a powerful attack. Jared's body was enveloped in pink energy, and the suit said that it was impossible to calculate the amount of mana for mana bullets. Sabio flew there, saying that he needed to get closer and check everything. The surprised guy asked if the main character was really going to use the same amount of mana again. Watching him, Sabio added that it was impossible for him to have such mana reserves. The elf screamed in shock that when the suit notified that the mana level was exceeded, even at that moment it was twice the maximum amount of mana that a person can have. Jared's body was covered in energy. Sabio was shocked by what he saw. Looking at the enraged monster, the elf said that Nemesis was using the ULT right now. The confused guy asked the protagonist to watch out. Sabio opened his mouth in fear and asked Jared to get out of there. The protagonist flew in front of the monster, while the elf screamed that he knew that he should not disturb him during the battle, but he thought that if he did not warn him. Frowning, Sabio screamed that the protagonist could actually die. He was too close to Nemesis. The protagonist stopped and listened to him say that if he was nearby when the monster swung, the Tatronex would be destroyed. Jared suddenly turned around. Sabio was shocked. There was a smile on the Duke's face. The elf looked at him silently. He frowned in fear and wondered if he had completely lost his mind. Screams could be heard on the battlefield. Nemesis was screaming in rage. He stomped on the ground. The monster raised his axe above his head. Jared dodged his attack. He managed to dodge all the swings of the axe. Stunned, Sabio thought that the protagonist seemed to be memorizing Nemesis's attacks while they were talking. Nemesis raised his head and began to squeal loudly. Watching him, Jared emphasized that this was Nemesis's rage. The monster threw the axe to the ground. He began to stretch his arms. A red aura enveloped Nemesis's body. The protagonist fired a magic bullet at him. Sabio covered his ears with his hands. Blood began to splatter on the battlefield. The elf suddenly turned his gaze. He was shocked by what he saw. Nemesis began to bleed. The monster's body was pierced through. A stream of blood flowed from Nemesis's mouth. He fell to the ground. Sighing, Jared said that if he hadn't thought of the final blow, he probably would have died. Turning his gaze, he asked if Sabio had seen it and how he felt. Smirking, he asked if it was enough to earn his respect and trust. The dumbfounded elf replied that the protagonist was very sick. He ran up to the Duke and asked why he didn't attack, even though he was so close. Standing in front of him, Sabio said that he was worried that Jared might die or something like that, to which he answered that it was to make him more angry. Taken aback, the elf asked again. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that he tried to make the monster become greedy, so that he would use his rage skill whenever he wanted. Looking at his comrade, Sabio apologized for underestimating his skills. He said with a serious expression that the protagonist really was the best pilot. Nemesis's body began to disintegrate. A piece of skin remained. Jared ran to it, saying that it would be very useful. The protagonist picked up Nemesis's rough skin. Holding the item in front of him, the protagonist thought that he could add it to Rohed's mirror armor. Since it was thin and light, and since it was flexible, it should not restrict his movements. Sabio said with a satisfied expression that at first he did not believe in him, but he really killed Nemesis. Examining the suit from different angles, the elf asked how it happened that neither the suit nor he received any damage at all. He thought it would be quite simple. Jared, with a satisfied expression, asked to now unlock the abilities, as the elf promised. A projection suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist. The elf was surprised. As he left, he said that there was no point in rushing things, he could do whatever he wanted, and he would look at the logs while he waited. Jared was surprised to read that he had received the blessing of the goddess Nephria, and that he was currently under the influence of Nephria's blessing. The protagonist stood quietly and assumed that she had seen him when she was checking Nemesis, and that he had entertained her. He imagined the gradation by levels and thought that since he did not know who she was, it meant that she was not a supreme deity. An image of Lloyd and the Red Queen, whom he had met earlier and finally received the blessing of the deity, appeared in his imagination. The puzzled protagonist noted that this was not so encouraging, and then asked if she was only interested in him because he had killed Nemesis, and not because he was primarily him. Jared imagined the goddess and emphasized the fact that he had a god known for her beauty on his side. The satisfied protagonist stated that even if he didn't like the reason why she chose him, it was still good. Confused, Jared saw the messages about the gods being interested in him, and asked if they wanted to bless him, but they were still interested in him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist emphasized the fact that someone was just watching him and someone was giving him their blessing. It was a nice feeling. Looking around the mountainous area, Sabio stated that as promised, he would unlock the suit's abilities. He was eager to see how much the protagonist could do with it. A happy Jared turned to him. Looking at him, the protagonist stated that if he didn't mind, he would like to build a lab for him in the northern part of his territory. And of course, he would make sure that they would arrange a secluded corner for him, make sure that no one could enter this area and provide him with constant protection. Looking at the bright light, the elf concluded that since the protagonist cannot visit Tatar Island, he asked him to come with him. Standing in front of the armor, Sabio replied that he would not mind traveling between the islands, and Jared noted that he would sponsor each of his experiments, provide the magical stones he needs, and personally help whenever he can. Extending his hand, the elf asked to build a lab for him, and when he does, he will talk to the Lord. He noted with a smile on his face that if he tells the Lord that Jared was the one who killed Nemesis, he will be delighted by this news. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he hoped that they would both be satisfied with the final result, and that they would eventually be able to make a fair deal. Joyfully, Sabio replied that he had unlocked his abilities, as Jared requested. A pink stone appeared on the chest of the suit. Holding his hands out in front of him, the protagonist noted that he was very excited. The voice of a girl called Ola came from the stone. Touching his chest, Jared thought that he was glad to meet her, and everything regarding paradise was loaded into the suit. He noted with satisfaction that this was a familiar voice. The protagonist imagined the outline of the girl and noted that this was an artificial intelligence living in Tatronix, Ola. He imagined flying suits and noted that even if there was no pilot, the intelligence was smart enough to pilot the suit. Looking at the magic circle, Jared added that it even studied the attack patterns and fighting techniques of the pilot, allowing him to copy maneuvers when necessary. Looking at the notification, the protagonist read that with the sixth option, the Tatra cannon is able to infinitely compress magical energy as long as its components are intact. However, the time it takes to compress the energy is proportional to the amount of energy. And the seventh option is Ola, and although it has enough mental power to make decisions, Ola's powers can be limited by the pilot. It will never take hostile action against targets marked as the pilot or his allies. While Tatronix is under Ola's control, the suit changes its shape to a female one if the pilot is not inside, after which the protagonist thought that this is great. He has another way to use the suit. When he needs to, he can use Ola to scout the area. Turning around, Jared noted that he will need the Tatra cannon in the near future. He thought with a serious face that if certain requirements are met, he can even use the Tatra cannon to kill key figures. He introduced the kings and gave the example of the dictators who ruled the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. The protagonist arrived at the port of Mate. Sabio stood in front of him and said that he would use the lab to make parts for the suit, and Jared asked him to just let him know if he needed anything. The elf calmly asked if he should contact Lord Hayes or Lord Arkneys if he couldn't contact him. Looking down, Jared replied that it was true and he would be able to contact him one way or another. Standing in front of him, Sabio asked if the protagonist knew that Ola would use magic stones when he activated her inside the suit. The boy presented pink stones. Smiling, Jared replied that he knew this and Sabio didn't have to worry, noting that he would show him what he could do with this monster and would definitely let him know if anything happened. The boy calmly agreed with him. Pointing his finger, Sabio said that he would study golems, and not just simple ones, but ones that could fight and be produced in huge quantities. Folding his fingers, the protagonist stated that he had good news. He would make sure he had more than enough materials. The elf calmly noted that his research was not for him, and Jared replied that he knew, but would help anyway. Sabio shook the protagonist's hand and asked to wait for good news, and since he was busy with it, he would see if he could get approval from the Lord. The protagonist replied with a satisfied look that he wanted to make sure that their relations with the Dark Elves would be good, and that this was his dream for this year. A smile appeared on the elf's face. Inspecting the port, they said that they would see each other soon. The protagonist returned to the estate in the territory of Krivia. He began to scratch Terry's belly. The protagonist looked at the cat's level and wondered if he was already at level 20. Watching him, Jared asked how many rats he ate and whether he was on a journey. Sitting down at the table, the protagonist replied that Terry seemed to have caught all the rats in the castle. He needed to look at all these reports that were piled up there. His gaze fell on the notice that said that envoys from the Lantis Empire would be arriving soon, representatives of Count Galadin and his guard, the Seven Rin. Jared was taken aback, wondering if this creature would ever set foot on their land, noting that he did not understand why Galadin would visit him, a small, independent territory that was not even a kingdom. The protagonist imagined the man. Looking at the map, the protagonist noted that he was known as Count Galadin, a renowned sword master and leader of the Knights of the Lantis Empire. Jared imagined a blade sticking out of the stone, and he noted that as a military man, Galadin was the main reason the Empire had so much power, and his influence was feared throughout the land. Holding the chess piece in his hands, the protagonist thought that the fact that Galadin was coming meant that the emperor wanted to convey a personal message. Holding his head, the protagonist noted that firstly, Galadin loves war, all he thinks about is war and conquest. Putting his hand on the table, Gerard said that it was sad, the number of their knights was growing, and everything was going well with Sabio. The protagonist remembered how he wrote a post about Galadin. The post said that no matter whether he starts his enemies or works with him, sooner or later he will become a bloodhound and die. Putting his hand on his forehead, the protagonist said that the 7 of Rin, 8 villains at once, he can't believe it. Looking at the chessboard, Gerard noted that the conversation would not be pleasant. He imagined how the chess was broken in half and added that Galadin was strong. If he was going to fight him, then he should put his life on the line, maybe even sacrifice Tartanex. His face was serious. The carriage was driving under the blue sky. The horses stomped their hooves loudly. The people were sitting inside the carriage. Looking around the settlement, Galadin said that they called it territory, but you can't feel any difference from the whole country. Their internal affairs are going well, and the number of soldiers is impressive. Galadin looked at the area intently. The girls sat opposite and said that they were almost there, and the plot introduced us to the first of the Rin 7, a two-handed fighter, Betty. Galadin looked at her and said that they got there quickly. Looking out the window, Betty said that it was all because of the well-paved roads throughout the territory. She was surprised. Galadin with a serious face said that he was surprised. This guy, Jared, you can't underestimate him. Looking down, Betty said that it was true. They rode on and discussed that they would go faster, because they wanted to meet him. The guys arrived at the estate. They saw a luxurious chandelier on the ceiling. The guests lined up. The protagonist, with shining eyes, said that he welcomed Count Galadin to Krivia. Looking at the man's face, Jared studied his characteristics. They poured tea into cups. Sitting opposite, the protagonist said that he was not sure what to talk about. Closing his eyes, he noted that the fact that their territory was far from the Lantis Empire did not help. Jared, with a serious expression, thought that he could say why Galadin decided to visit him, to make them fight for them. He introduced himself and the boys as chess and added that he wanted to use it for his own purposes, and most likely they would talk about the Kingdom of Cinders. Holding a cup of tea in his hands, Galadin suggested that he was curious about why he was there, so he would share his reasons. Looking at the ceiling, he clarified whether the protagonist was building up his strength to expand, to which he received a positive answer. Smiling, Galadin said that this was great. He, with a crazy look, proposed to work with their empire and attack the Kingdom of Cinders. The man smirked and noted that if Jared covered them, it wouldn't be that hard to defeat the weakened kingdom. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. Jared imagined an army of demons and thought that when the Great Holy War swept across the lands of Paradise, they served Radius as their god. The protagonist imagined a temple. Warriors stood over people while Jared told us that having gathered great armies, they walked with fire and sword through all the countries that had weakened during the war with the Demon King. The man held the corpses of animals, and the protagonist noted that the words, betrayal, and treachery, perfectly described everything that was happening then. Looking at the flag that was on the map, the protagonist noted that in order to capture one nation, they used the forces around it. The protagonist imagined the hand of a demon and emphasized the fact that with all sorts of lies and promises of a great future, of course. Looking at the dumbfounded people, Jared thought that as soon as they achieved their goal, they pointed their swords at those who helped them. The protagonist imagined Galadin's angry face and emphasized the fact that if he had to deal with him, then no matter how their relationship began, it ended horribly. The confused protagonist wondered if Galadin had lost his mind. Jared noticed with a frightened look that Galadin publicly announced the attack on the Kingdom of Cinders in front of him. Watching the man drink tea, Jared emphasized the fact that he spoke as if it did not matter whether he knew about it. It was a certainty. But Galadin was not a fool, he was playing games with him. He imagined the faces of the guys and thought that not much time had passed since the Civil War. Thanks to the damage from the flood, the strength of the nation was undermined, and besides, the northern regions are more difficult to defend, in principle. The girl lowered her head, and the protagonist noted that feeling the fate of the entire country on his shoulders, Ezel would forget about the northern front, and then he would take control of the northern regions. Jared closed his eyes and came to the conclusion that having captured Cinders, they would go to Krivia. The protagonist opened his eyes and noted that this was true. Galadin looked around the room and said that he understood that it was strange to expect an answer from him right away. There was a smile on his face. Sitting opposite, the protagonist said that he would think about it for now. Putting down the cup, Galadin clarified whether there was anything to think about, noting that he did not quite understand him. Looking at the guys, the man said that they needed to think logically. With a satisfied face, he asked if Jared really thought that the Kingdom of Cinders had a chance against their empire. The protagonist calmly answered that the chance was small, but there was an obvious difference in strength. Grinning, Galadin informed him that he gave him 100% guarantee that their empire would win, and he could not imagine that Jared was arguing about adding a drop to the ocean. Looking at him, The man emphasized the fact that it did not make any sense. Being tense, the protagonist noted that he just wanted to ask something. Jared released streams of energy, and asked that if their territory stood next to Cinder's, the man would say the same, that his chances of winning were 100%. Taken aback, Galadin asked again. Raising the cup to his mouth, the protagonist stated that they had not yet expressed their intentions, and he says this as he looks so confident that they will join him. But this is just stupidity. The man with a crazy look admitted that Jared has a good spirit. Looking at the boys, he said that the moment their empire made a move, even if he offered them his help, they would suspect something was wrong. Looking at his reflection in the tea, Galadin said that it would be too late to add a drop of it to the ocean, for now they could write it off as youthful frivolity. Looking away, Jared replied that he did not want to drink now and would let me know if he wanted to later, so there was no point in pouring water on him in vain. Closing his eyes, Galadin assumed that the protagonist did not intend to officially announce anything. Sitting opposite, the protagonist said that the man would not believe him even if he said no. Frowning, the man asked him to keep in mind that there would be no second chance. A joyful Jared wished him a pleasant journey back. Enraged, Galadin got up from the table. He began to walk away from the protagonist. Looking after the man, the protagonist thought that those who are confident in their own strength cannot stand it when they are refused. He watched the boys and noted that now he just needed to use the Cinder's kingdom and keep an eye on the empire, so he wouldn't have to use his power and he could balance between both countries. The man ran into the room and asked if Jared was okay. Looking away, he noted that it seemed to him that he was in trouble. The protagonist thought with a smile on his face that the dual transcendental magic, resist fear, master fear, helped. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that their territory had nothing to fear, on the contrary, now they had something to think about. The man was surprised by what he heard. The blue sky surrounded the estate. The carriage was driving back. Betty with a serious face asked why Galadin hadn't killed them all, noting that this upstart lord thought he was so important. Sitting opposite, the man replied that Jared maintained good relations with the Cinder's kingdom and was earning a reputation as a military leader of the north. Looking around the settlements, he added that the main character had even built a temple recently. If they killed him without a reason, they would become enemies of the other nations. Frowning, Galadin said that they especially couldn't ignore the sacred kingdom of Radius. For the time being, they couldn't stick their heads out. Betty had to give up her stubbornness. A lot of midges would fly to the bright lamp. He looked out the window and thought that it was time to talk. His expression suddenly changed, and it was strange. Betty put her hand on her chest and replied that she believed his words. The second girl asked with a serious look if the information from today's meeting would reach the Cinder's kingdom. Closing his eyes, Galadin replied that it would most likely reach, but it wasn't that it mattered. If it did, they could just consider Jared's lands as the territory of the Cinder's kingdom and eliminate them both in one fell swoop. Frowning, the girl asked if that was true, that it wouldn't come back to haunt them. They rode on and the man replied that even if it came back to haunt him, he was simply the leader of some loyal lands. They were no more than dirt under their fingernails, and one day no one would remember him. Looking at the girls, Galadin said that until then they should continue to gather information on him, whatever they could find. The girls sat opposite him and replied that they understood everything. Sitting in the carriage, the man thought that one day he would be crushed and he would pay for his insolence. We were transported to the kingdom of Cinders. The guy was examining the letter. Looking down, he said something about the Lantis Empire. Harvey turned around and addressed Sarah. She was taken aback by the request to order huge quantities from Jared's mines. Frowning, Harvey said that the Lantis Empire would go to war against them. The protagonist stood near the board and reported that they had all been preparing diligently. Pointing to the areas on the map, the boy said that the coastal city of the Malice Kingdom, Parasino, and the coastal city of the Bonus Kingdom, Liraka, would be the targets of their attack. Hayes sat at her desk, confused. Smiling, the protagonist said that they didn't have to worry. Introducing Alex working, he said that at that very moment they were actively preparing. Jared looked at the guys, saying that D-Day would come on February 1st, 1416. The building was illuminated by the sun. The plot moves us to January 1st, the day before Mia's birthday, where clouds covered the sky. The girl flew in the boy's arms and asked if this was the Anamua Plateau he had mentioned. Smiling, the Lord replied that it was, simply incredible. The protagonist looked at the cliff and said that if you climbed up, it might seem as if the mountain had been cut by hand. Looking at the plain, the protagonist said that from above, the land was flat and smooth. Mia looked at him happily and said that she couldn't even imagine how it was here. The guy flew over the boars and said that this is why, since ancient times, many students came to the Anamua Plateau to train, but now things are different, of course. The girl smiled enthusiastically. Jared looked at her happily. Pointing her finger at the animal, she said that there was a boar here. A glow appeared under its hoof. A bright light struck the beast. A powerful explosion occurred. The Lord held the child anxiously. Mia looked at her with fear and screamed that she was scared. Smiling, the main character said that she shouldn't worry, they won't step on the traps, let her just trust him. The girl looked up and asked who placed them here. The guy looked at the broken ground. Introducing the dragon, he said that somewhere 30 kilometers from this place is the lair of the blue dragon. It was he who placed the traps here. Mia looked ahead in fear and answered that dragons were bad. She thought that setting traps that could kill a person or an animal for no reason was bad. Smiling, the protagonist said that there was no point in trying to understand how a dragon thought. Jared imagined the stranger crushing an insect and said that sometimes they killed people for fun, just like they stepped on ants. The Lord quickly flew over the field and said that this was just the law of the jungle. If you want to put them in their place, you need to be stronger than dragons. The protagonist smiled and said that he thought so. He wanted to become a magician who would surpass dragons. Nothing excited him more than this thought. Looking at the girl, the guy said that he would speed up a little, block the winds of the plateau, so let her enjoy the view. The guys rushed forward. The protagonist flew over the field. Looking carefully, he thought that he saw everything. Jared looked at the many ears of grain and thought about how there were wide plains in the center of the Anamua Plateau, the best place for any wind mage to train, a golden place. The Lord watched as the girl rubbed her eyes and told her to wake up. Stepping on the ground, Mia asked if they would train here. The protagonist stood behind her and answered that they would. But before that, he needed to explain something. The guy imagined a happy company in a field and told her that the Anamua Plateau was a place blessed by the wind. Since ancient times the spirits of the wind lived here. The girl ran happily and said that for some reason she thought that training here would be very easy. Smiling, the protagonist thought that if they calmed the spirits and their queen, they would be able to achieve more in a short time. He stood in front of his happy companion, thinking that Wendy would definitely be interested in them, and asked how about relaxing a little. Mia ran ahead, agreeing with him. Jared opened the screen in front of him and decided it was time to look at the information window. A message with elemental magic levels appeared. Looking at the screen, he thought about how he was missing 2% in wind magic. What a pity. After all, he needed to raise all the stats to rank 8 to become a well-rounded mage. The Lord placed his hand on his chest and thought that he was burning with motivation. Breaking his limits and improving himself was very refreshing and exciting. Looking at the flow of mana, the protagonist said that it was necessary to improve the effectiveness of wind magic by controlling his breathing before, during and after its use. The guy released coils of energy and said that it was necessary to take into account the wind flows while trying to control them. Spinning a vortex, he said that it was necessary to use your surroundings. The protagonist raised a boulder with magic and said that it was necessary to have an advantage over opponents. Lowering the stone, Jared said that by now they will finish here. They have been practicing for an hour, asking if they should take a break. Mia happily clasped her hands and replied that she didn't want to, she could continue. Let him teach her more. The Lord looked at her with confusion and asked if she was tired. The girl stood in front of him and said that everything was fine. This was the first time they trained together like this. Looking at the sad child, he asked if they would continue until she passed out from fatigue. Mia looked at the clear sky and replied that even a small thing could be taught. If he taught her, then she liked everything. A rumble was heard from the night field. The boys were chewing food on the ground. We are moved forward for 4 days of intensive training, when the sunset came. Raising a finger with a whirlwind, the protagonist said that after 4 days, she seemed to have reached her limit, asking if she wanted to take a break. The girl happily fell into the ears of corn and answered that she seemed to be getting tired. Mia looked up in surprise and called out to her lord. She looked up in fear. Pointing her finger up, the child asked what was there. A bright flash lit up the sky. Dumbfounded, the guy answered that it was the Queen of Spirits. Wendy's silhouette rose before them. The girl and her subordinates were walking towards them. Smiling, the protagonist said that it meant she was here. Watching her smile, he thought that this was the beginning and end of the wind spirits, and the one who could help them reach the next level, the all-loving queen, who would serve as their guiding light. Wendy sank to the ground. The girl looked at her in confusion. She clenched her fist. Jared looked at her in surprise. Hugging Mia, the Lord said that everything was fine, she was good, she was the Queen of Spirits who looked after them. The girl burst into tears and asked if it was really Her Majesty. The protagonist examined the girl's face and said that she was also called the Queen of the Wind, because she was a beauty. Mia looked at her with admiration and replied that her beauty was dazzling. Smiling, the guy said that he could not worry, even if something happened, he was nearby, there was no need to be nervous. He stood next to the girl, thinking that when he called her the Queen of the Winds, he himself became nervous. Was it too impudent? Wendy stepped on the ground. The protagonist raised his head. Jared looked closely. The Lord was sitting on his knee in front of the Queen, and the system reported that due to the missing blessings, praise was impossible. The girl leaned over and said that she was glad to meet him and apologized for appearing in front of them so suddenly. She extended her hand and said that she was a noble spirit queen who controlled all the winds. Wendy smiled sweetly in front of her subjects. Mia crawled up to her on her knees. They shook hands. Smiling, the girl said that she was glad to meet the Queen, or rather, Her Majesty. She shyly closed her eyes and asked what she should call her. The Queen put her hand on her head. Wendy looked at her kindly and said that she could simply call her older sister. Raising her finger, she said that she might be a bit old, but she took care of her appearance. The girl smiled happily and replied that she agreed with her older sister. The girl touched her cheek and said that she asked to forgive her for being rude, but who is this guy? The main character answered with a serious look that his name is Jared. Wendy closed her eyes with a smile. Remembering how he lifted the boulder, she told them that she wanted to apologize to them first. She had watched them train from the very beginning. The queen imagined the boys eating in the clearing. Standing in front of them, the girl said that if you don't count the time when they ate and slept, then every minute was spent on the girl mastering the wind, try after try. The protagonist smiled and said that the Anamura Plateau is unique in how blessed the winds are here. Wendy looked at him in surprise and asked if he could really feel the blessing of the winds on this plateau. The boy looked at the ears of grain and said that of course he could. Putting his hand to his chest, Jared said that he felt the blessing of his all-loving majesty, and was very glad that the winds blew to help them during training. The queen looked in shock and asked if he could really feel that too. The lord smiled, replying that a mage should not ignore such things. Mia stood there, confused, listening to him say that even more so, if a mage can control the wind, focusing on the state of nature around him is natural. The girl, taken aback, said that she was amazed. She recalled how the guy created a flow of air and asked what kind of wind magic he showed. Presenting arrows from the wind, Jared said that transcendental magic is no joke, it does not come easy. Wendy stood in front of the guys and said that she was very surprised. She had been hiding in the winds for a long time, observing the magic of countless mages. The protagonist smiled, hearing that, however, she had never seen anyone control the power of the wind as flawlessly as he did. The queen said with a joyful look that Mia was different from him. She felt a connection with the wind in her, as if she communicated with it when she breathed. The girl looked at her in shock, listening to how she seemed to be born with it. The protagonist stood next to them in surprise. Taken aback, the guy thought that she would give her a blessing. Wendy looked at the walking girl and asked her to come a little closer. She wanted to add something to the beautiful melody of the wind that she possessed. Mia stood in front of her with admiration and asked if it was true. Smiling, the girl said that with pure hearts, like children, spirits do not want to harm anyone. Looking at the whirlwind, she asked if she wanted to feel the wind together. The girl flew up in her arms and shouted to my lord that she would return soon. Jared waved after her and replied that they would see each other again. Looking at the guys, he called out to them. The spirit looked at him confused and asked what was going on. The protagonist put his hand on his stomach and said that he wanted to master a certain way of using the winds, asking if they could help him. The guy smiled and said that he really seemed to like the wind. The protagonist stood in front of the crowd of spirits, thinking that simply saying yes would look pathetic, and laughing sheepishly would be too much. What should he do? He spread his hands and said that he had long believed that the wind was the basis of all characteristics, that was the whole truth. Harold looked at him with a smile, and said that he was well versed in the basics. Jared happily closed his eyes, thinking that even they were easy to praise. The spirit calmly said that he seemed smart. Leaning over, the guy asked his name. The girl raised her finger and said that his wind magic was beyond anything imaginable and inconceivable, asking if she would mind demonstrating it again. The lord stood before a multitude of spirits. He smiled happily and answered that of course not, thinking that the masters of the wind themselves were standing before him. The main character looked at the thick clouds. Looking up, the protagonist said that the queen and Mia were delayed for some reason. Jared waved his hand and said that this only meant one thing: when he wanted to teach the girl better. Everything was fine. Looking away, he listened as the spirit asked his name. Harold raised his hands and said that he would tell him something. If he tried to adjust the angle by force, the wind would not bend to his wishes. Having created a line of mana, the guy said that it would blow widely, in the form of an arch. All he would have to do was easily direct it. The lord looked at him carefully. The spirit twirled the whirlwind and said that this was training in the magical reaction of the wind. Patterns of mana floated in the air. The boys looked down in delight, and Harold said that he was teaching him one thing, and he surprised them with 3 new tricks at once. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thanked them. The spirit smiled and asked what about attacking this form. He raised his hand with mana and asked if he was ready. The protagonist happily stood in front of him and asked him not to worry and to show everything he had. Stretching out his hand with energy, the guy shouted that he asked for it himself. Harold sent a huge flow at the opponent. Jared held the blow with his palm. Lost in thought, he thought about the need to adapt, direct, master, and act in cold blood. The lord stretched out his hand, thinking that he was literally brainwashed by these instructions. The protagonist looked at the windy flow, thinking about the need to change the direction of the wind spear, carefully pave the way for the wind, let it adjust to the path, directing. Raising his hand, the boy thought that as if dancing with him, you can't use force to suppress nature, you have to adapt and work with it in a natural way. He spread his arms in the flow, thinking that as if he were one with the wind, he could barely direct it. Gusts of wind surrounded him. Standing in front of the flow, the protagonist thought that it was necessary to radically change the direction. Jared extended his hand with mana forward. The flow suddenly turned. Harold gritted his teeth in shock. Raising his palm, he said that the guy was amazing, to think that he had reached such a level of understanding so quickly. The Lord smiled and shouted that not even all 9th level mages knew this wind manipulation technique. A notification popped up saying that he had successfully completed the minimum requirements to become a 6th class mage. The spirits clapped their hands joyfully. Bowing, the boy said that it was all thanks to their kind instructions. He was very grateful. He smiled, thinking about what it meant that he finally broke through and was able to become a 6th class mage. The system reported that he had activated a rare quest. He needed to complete all the required quests to be reborn as a 6th class mage. Standing in front of the screen, the protagonist said that they need to find the king of the fire spirits Ignis, pass his test and understand the essence of fire. Having taught him, Ignis will show them the way to the second adventure. Jared introduced the man, and said that just think that the first test will be a meeting with him, who has become so arrogant that he has already forgotten about the existence of modesty. Mia flew in the sky with the queen and shouted that she liked it. She was simply delighted. Smiling, she thanked her older sister. Wendy happily closed her eyes. The girl stepped on the ground. Mia stood in front of my lord and said that it was very fun. She smiled with delight. Taken aback, the protagonist thought that she had changed slightly. His eye began to glow. The protagonist examined her pendant, and the system reported that she owned the artifact. Necklace of Middens. The guy stood in front of the happy ladies, wondering that he was seeing this for the first time. Had such an artifact really existed all this time? Clutching his head, he said that he could not remember, to which Mia replied that it was her father's necklace. Wendy stood in front of the girl, telling her that it was true. Although he left everything and met his end with people, he was a great man who loved his wife and daughter more than anything in the world. The dumbfounded protagonist stood next to him, thinking about what she wanted to say, that her father was a wind spirit. He left the life of a spirit, and chose a short life as a human. It seemed like some kind of love story. Imagining the girl as a child, and now, Jared thought that the apple did not fall far from the tree. If you remember how much she suffered from the feeling of mana just 2 years ago, then progress is obvious. Wendy put her hand to her chest and asked if he could spare her a minute. She extended her hand to him. The Lord took her hands and said that he could not refuse her. The guys flew up in the stream. The protagonist looked down in surprise. The queen smiled and asked him if he knew that even the spirit monarchs were very interested in the human world and wanted people to understand and enjoy the magic of their elements. The boy looked at her with confusion and said that he knew. Wendy floated in the sky, telling him that the mages underestimated the wind, thinking that it was easy to control. They did not know how to appreciate it, invisible to the eye, but penetrating everything around. The protagonist calmly said that this mistrust and contempt for the wind had existed for many years. The girl looked down sadly, saying that since that day 70 years ago on the Manhwa plateau, for the first time she saw how the disparate winds came together, and it made her happy. Jared looked at her happily and said that it was an honor to meet her. Wendy looked calmly, and said that she wanted to wish him nothing but good luck. Smiling, she asked if he would allow it. The Lord looked at him happily and responded with his consent. The queen extended her hand and said that she wanted to watch him grow and blessed him. Raising her hand, the protagonist responded that she accepted it with gratitude. He closed his eyes and a window with his characteristics appeared. The protagonist floated in front of her, saying that he could understand the flawless wall, the only certain form of wind. Stretching out her hand, Wendy happily said that he was a unique person. Even if it was explained clearly, many mages would not be able to understand this magic. She accumulated mana in her hands. The girl created a crystal heart, and said that she would give him this too. Jared looked at it in shock, thinking that it was the Spirit King's gem. The Lord flew in the sky in front of her. The queen calmly looked at him and said that this was a small gesture of sympathy that he could use to summon her and the soldiers once, in case of emergency. Touching her chest, the protagonist clarified whether this was really a small gesture. The boy took the stone and said that he was very grateful. He looked at the smiling girl, asking if he was betting too much on it, to which she replied that if he thought so, then maybe he was. Wendy smiled and said that she simply hoped that he, the greatest mage from the mortal realm, who freely mastered the winds, would represent them, the spirits. The protagonist looked at her happily, thinking that she was brave enough to throw herself into the new Jared coin. Imagining the silhouette of the girl, the Lord thought about how many deities are looking for worthy ones to whom they are ready to give their blessings, and the monarchs of the spirits do exactly the same. Jared looked at the green mana, thinking that if they focused all their attention and power on him, then he could become even stronger. His relationship with Wendy would be the starting point for this. The protagonist smiled and said that he was grateful to her, and as for her teachings today and the abilities she had given him, he would always remember them and keep them in his heart. The queen closed her eyes and replied that she would support him and root for him from where she could not be seen, wanting him to prove that she was not wrong about him. The guy closed his eyes. Bowing, he said that he wanted to thank her again from the bottom of his heart. The night sky was illuminated by the stars. Mia was sitting in the ears of corn and telling him that she felt like she had been given too good a gift, asking if it was her birthday present. Jared laughed and said that it seemed so now and asked if she had enjoyed the conversation with Lady Wendy. The girl stood in the field and said that she had enjoyed it. She was happy, but still a little sad. The Lord looked at her in surprise, hearing that when she returned, she would have a lot to talk about with her mother. Imagining the woman by the bed, the protagonist thought that her father, who left this world too early, turned out to be a spirit. The guy imagined a surprised Mary, thinking that of course, she now has a mountain of questions that she would not mind discussing with her mother. Mia looked up at the Lord and asked what about him, how he feels. The protagonist smiled. Standing in the middle of the field, he answered that he received an incredible gift, so good that she will start to envy him. Jared looked at the starry sky and said that he will show her on the way back. The Lord smiled, saying that now, it is necessary to return to the territory of Krivia. It is time to head back and consolidate what they learned today. The girl looked happily and agreed with him. The protagonist looked at the ears of corn and said that a light wind will rise, so it is necessary to return quickly. We are moving to the continent of Naz on the 31st of January, 1416 in the Kingdom of Cinders, where the sun was shining on the palace. Harvey held a piece of paper and informed his sister that they had received a letter from the territory of Krivia. Looking at the paper, he read that due to the poor preparations in the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice last summer, many people fell victim to the worst monsoon in centuries. The guy looked at the letter with information about the two kings mercilessly abandoned their people. A lot of money and effort was spent to control the refugees. These countries deliberately wanted to cause chaos in foreign territories, and their territory would raise its shields to protect the new settlers. Harvey glanced at the letter, reading that they would begin to advance forward, for the sake of justice, against two kingdoms that were ashamed to even call nations. Putting the paper on the table, he said that he knew it, Jared's goals the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. Sarah looked at him calmly, and replied that the Count had finally drawn his sword. Her brother stood in front of her, telling her that this incident with the refugees had indeed turned into an act of evil on their part. Most likely the majority would side with Krivia, as they did, of course. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what he would do then, should he remain silent. Looking away, the guy said that of course not, they needed to show how much they supported them. Harvey stood in the office and reported that, however, no matter how you looked at it, there was nothing to be done except to side with Krivia in this war. Let him just think about it. Looking at his sister, he said that they abandoned their people and called them refugees, asking how they could be called kings. Sarah calmly replied that of course they couldn't. Her brother looked at the letter on the table and said that from the moment they decided to close their eyes to the well-being of their dear citizens, the fates of these kingdoms were predetermined. The prince nodded. Drawing on the board, the boy said that Jared must have crossed the border by now. Harvey looked at the map of the states and said that the territory was quite large. He held the chalk. The boy looked thoughtfully. Having colored in some of the countries, the prince said that it seemed that their kingdom needed to prepare a statement. Harvey frowned and said that it was time to celebrate the rise of the new king with all their might. The plot moves us to the 1st of February, at midnight, where the horses ran. The main character rode next to the army and said that their first target was the coastal city of the Kingdom of Bonus, Liraka. Turning around, Liam agreed with him. The boy looked at the smoke in the forest. He looked carefully and thought that this was a signal of the discovery of scouts. A teleporter appeared in the sky. The protagonist walked through it. Looking at the man on the horse, Jared thought it was Bonus Scout. The warrior turned around in confusion. The Lord kicked him. Birds flew into the sky and the man begged for mercy. The protagonist stood on his opponent. Frowning, the guy asked if Admiral Heinrich had sent him. The scout writhed in pain and replied that it was him. The protagonist kicked him in the head. The man looked at his trembling hand and said that if he sent him back, he would tell him everything he ordered. Jared looked seriously and ordered him to freeze. Threads of mana bound the warrior's body and the Lord said that they needed to throw him in prison, but for now their preparation was over. Taking off into the sky, he said that he was returning. The protagonist smiled and said that the success of the Blitzkrieg depended on him. The end of the second season. The moon illuminated the trees. The guy was flying over the army in the forest. Ella was riding her horse fast. She looked at the light in surprise. The protagonist appeared next to her and called the guys. He was flying nearby, telling them that they had dealt with the scouts. The two of them should attack the fortress where Admiral Heinrich had gathered with his army. Turning around, the girl asked if he would go alone, if he would be okay. Jared looked at her calmly and answered that the number of wizards at the base had decreased, and most of them were 4th class, so he alone would be enough. Ella turned away and said that she knew, as planned, they would remove the troops from the outskirts, one by one. Liam glanced to the side, hearing that after the girl broke through the front, he should quickly go to the rear and break through. The Lord looked at him calmly, telling him that in this war, speed is life, delays from the rear are unacceptable. The man answered with a serious look that he will keep this in mind. All commanders are ready to move. The protagonist looked at the night sky and said that Ella will be entrusted with the Knights Templar and the Magic Division. He will entrust Liam with the command of the entire territorial army, so they will meet at the Liraki base. The guys looked calmly and answered that they understood him. The warriors rode horses. Turning around, the guy thought that Hayes was there. The girl happily waved to him. He looked at the crowd in the forest, thinking that Isabella and the Dressa shamans were there. The protagonist flew over the army, thinking that they still had 20,000 people from the lands of Krivia. Jared calmly looked down. The Lord closed his eyes. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that they would definitely win. The guy looked at the sky, thinking that he needed to go forward to the north. Meanwhile, at the marine base in the lands of Liraka, warriors stood outside the chamber. Heinrich clasped his hands and asked if they wanted to say that there had been no progress. The boy raised a finger and said that it was true. Until spring, many soldiers were focused on helping people prepare for the sowing. The warriors stood in a row and said that it was true. The admiral imagined Isabella in the pupil, clarifying what was said. Raising his hand, he asked if he was overreacting. The man looked at the letters, thinking that when the offer of recruits from Krivia had come, it had broken his heart. Heinrich touched his forehead and said that he had refused because he could not find a suitable reason to convince himself. According to intelligence, Krivia was strangely quiet. Looking out the window, the admiral said that, however, simple suspicions were not enough to strengthen the patrol and deploy troops. The military situation in Liraka was so bad. The guards stood outside and shouted that there was an unidentified wizard in the sky. The soldiers pulled arrows and announced to everyone to get ready. The man opened the curtain, asking what was going on. Many arrows were aiming upward. They were moving towards the magician. Heinrich looked up in shock. The protagonist smiled. The guy was hovering in front of a barrage of arrows. The projectiles changed direction downwards. Looking up at the sky, the admiral asked what kind of nonsense this was. The warrior stood in the crowd and ordered everyone to shoot. The protagonist flew in a barrier and said that no matter how many times they shot, the result would be the same. He happily picked up the space warp watch. The man, taken aback, said that it couldn't be, it was Jared. Heinrich turned around worriedly and asked where the wizard was. The soldier stood next to him and answered that he was on guard in the rear. Touching his lips, the admiral said that they would not be able to cope with enemies in the air. Ethan put his hand to his chest and said that they were there. The man pointed his finger to the sky and said that he had to stop this wizard. This was Count Jared of Krivia. Smiling, the guy said that he had long since gone crazy. No matter how fearless he was, it was a bad idea to go here alone. He tore himself off the ground and said that he would get rid of him now. The wizard looked at him in surprise and asked what was going on. Taken aback, Heinrich said that one could go crazy. The protagonist directed arrows of mana downwards. Ethan covered himself with his hand and ordered everyone to put up shields and hide quickly. The girl under the dome looked up in fear. Raising his hand, the guy said to protect the admiral. The wounded warriors screamed in pain. The protagonist stretched out his hand and listened as people asked him to freeze and help them. The wizard covered the man with his hand. Blood dripped onto the ground. Corpses covered the ground. The wounded warrior lay and cursed Jared. Ethan stretched out his hand and asked what they were all doing. Let them attack the enemy, he was alone. The guy ran in the crowd and said that he would capture him and show him what was what. He stepped on the ground. The wizards flew into the sky. The lord in the suit shot shields. The girl under the dome asked who the hell this guy was. Ethan stretched out his hand and said that he was annoying him. The protagonist smiled and greeted him. The wizard grinned and asked if he wanted to die. The protagonist imagined the army, thinking that a very important characteristic that was rare in Paradiso was the morale of the soldiers. Imagining a wounded and healthy warrior, he thought that if the indicator of this characteristic decreases, the mental and physical health of the soldiers will also fall. The guy remembered the leading men and thought that there is someone who has an incredible effect on the morale level, the leader. Jared imagined the man sitting on his knees, thinking that if he defeated their leader Ethan first, the morale of Henry's troops would drop below the baseboard. The Lord looked at the smiling guy, thinking that, however, there was one problem. He thought the same way. The wizard hovered in front of him and said that he came here to die. Raising his finger, the protagonist replied that he would put him to sleep forever. Ethan grinned and said that he was provoking. The guy released a stream of mana, saying that he was naive. The protagonist grabbed him by the collar. The wizard looked at him in shock. The guys were hovering in the sky. Jared created a teleport in his hand. Frowning, he thought that in front of him was a wonderful magician. He needed to take him to a more pleasant place. Ethan smirked and asked if he thought a great mage like him would fall for such a childish trap. Let him know who he was fighting. The Lord created a teleport behind him. The wizard spun a vortex of mana. Releasing a stream at the opponent, he said that this should be enough. The protagonist stood calmly in the dome. The protagonist yawned. Stretching out his arms, the guy said that he blocked the ice storm. No, it slowed down, probably all because of the artifact. Jared raised the flare in his hand and said that he should submit, because he cannot defeat him. Ethan clenched his fists furiously. Standing among the ice floes, the Lord said that now it was his turn. The wizard chopped the shards of ice and asked if he thought he was some kind of small fry. He created a vortex with a stick. Dodging, the opponent said that it would not work. The protagonist was taken aback and asked if this was induction. The protagonist turned to the whirlwind and said that it was too slow. The guy raised his hands, activating teleportation and ice will. Gritting his teeth, Jared thought that he was close. He fired magic arrows. The projectiles pierced his opponent. The Lord calmly looked at him in the distance. Ethan hovered in the sky, thinking that there was a big difference in the reaction to the first shot of ice will and just an unexpected attack. His reaction was completely different. Why is that? Grinning, he thought that it was time to run. The wizard smiled and said that everything was great. The protagonist shot barriers. The guys looked at the shots and discussed that it was enough to defend themselves. Fire magic was needed and hit this piece of iron. The protagonist flew into the sky, listening to how they could not catch up with him. Holding a magic wand, Ethan said that they were useless fools. Jared hovered in front of him and asked if he was worried about his army, if it was hopeless if he didn't stop him. The wizard created ice shards and ordered him to be quiet. The boy launched them forward. The Lord crossed his arms and said that he was useless. Ethan extended his hand to the magic circle and said that he would lose because of his pride. The protagonist was struck by the attack. He covered himself with his hand from the barrage. The wizard smirked and said that he had tricked him. The boy accumulated mana in his palm and said that he would see how fast he was if he were attacked up close. He created an energy spear. Ethan launched a sparking projectile forward. The wizard flew through the smoke. He smiled and said that it was amazing how quickly he gave up after a fight up close. The boy licked his lips and said that he didn't know where he stole this artifact, but now he would take good care of it. The protagonist appeared before him and asked if it was true. Ethan raised his knee, wondering how he was still alive. The wizard swung, asking how many more cards he had. He coughed up blood. Jared cut his body. The wounded boy looked at him and asked how he had predicted his movements. Turning around, the Lord replied that every time he teleported, he stuck his leg out in front. He must have been an excellent student at the academy. But the teacher clearly didn't tell him that bad habits kill. The protagonist extended his hand, activating the rising wind slashes. Blood was pouring from the sky. The mage was flying among the army and shouting that Ethan was hit. Looking away from the ring, the protagonist asked what that was. He took it and the system reported that the divine ring increases strength and doubles healing. The guy imagined a joyful haze and said that it seemed like it was made especially for her. She would like it if he gave it to her. Her birthday was coming soon. Jared looked down with interest. Heinrich stood on the ground in fear. Smiling, the Lord said that the Admiral looked bad. Now that his mage was dead, he wouldn't do anything to him. The protagonist created an ice flow in his hand and said that he would no longer feel sorry for him. Shooting many arrows down, the boy said that the more mercy he showed, the more blood of his allies would be spilled. The girl raised her weapon up. Looking to the side, the knight said that she should not be afraid, but just hold on, a squad of wizards enlisted her. Ethan would help them, to which he was told that she was too strong. Swinging his weapon, the man shouted that he was proud to be part of the army of the Kingdom of Bonus. Suddenly, his sword broke in half. A map appeared. It was said that the army was located on the outskirts of the Kingdom of Bonus, but they were proud to be soldiers. The blacksmith sharpened the sword. A thought appeared, that a well-forged and maintained weapon was their honor. The sword broke. It was said that this honor too. The handle of the sword appeared. The blade fell down. It fell to the ground. A thought appeared, that it was disappearing, leaving only scars. The man clenched his teeth in fear. He raised his head up. The man walked towards him. It was said that their honor had been trampled on the outskirts of Bonus, by an army that in their opinion was much weaker. Raising his sword up, the man shouted that their equipment was crap. Forward. The soldiers rushed forward sharply. The warriors fought. The thought appeared that the quality of armor and weapons is very important. The infantry that crosses their swords on the battlefield knows this like no one else. The man looked in surprise. It was said that it does not matter how well he looks after his things. His sword broke. The thought appeared that when he realizes that the enemy's weapon is better, it is too late. A stone appeared. The thought appeared that the new weapon of Krivia, a material that is better for a whole generation. The knights stood opposite each other. It was said that it was like beating a broom against a sword. The man looked in fear and said that their weapons are not comparable to theirs, to which he was asked that he was running. Let him go and fight. The thought appeared that those who were weak in spirit quickly ran away. A blow flew in front of the man. It was said that those who remained to fight were dying. The knight rushed forward. The thought appeared that the only way out was to run. The central barracks of Bonus's army appeared. It was heard that he was in place. Looking at the map, Richard asked that their army took the first round, to which the knight replied that everything was very bad. The figure fell on its side, and he asked again. Standing on one knee, the man said that the front was broken through. They could not recapture it. Many threw down their weapons and fled, to which the captain asked what they fled. for this is punishable by death. The infantryman raised his head and said that their infantry and cavalry cannot oppose anything to the enemy. They are advancing too quickly. Something is wrong. Rushing forward, the captain shouted that but the forces were equal. Looking straight ahead, he wondered why they were losing at such a moment. He rolled his eyes and added that maybe Ethan. Suddenly the man looked at him in surprise. Looking at the crowd, the captain shouted that the enemy was already here. He grabbed the knight and said that the enemy was right in front of them, but he was silent. What was the other captain doing? Why hadn't he been informed? The guy opened his eyes in fear and replied that the captain was dead. Everyone was dead. The girl swung her spear, and it sounded like she had killed everyone. The knight pointed his spear at her and shouted. Suddenly the girl jumped up. Holding the bow in his hands, Richard said that judging by her outfit, she was a guard, and that they needed to restore the morale of Bonus's army. He began to aim. Having fired, the man thought that he would kill their commander. The arrow was approaching the girl. She grabbed it abruptly. Ella turned around and greeted him. The captain looked at her in amazement. Suddenly the horse rushed forward. The foot soldiers began to attack. The girl swung her sword. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that there was little time, let him retreat, to which the captain asked again and answered that if he left, then Bonus did not have a chance. Suddenly the girl jumped up. Ella quickly ran forward. The man took out his weapon. Raising his sword up, he shouted that he was the captain of Bonus's army. For the fallen soldiers and his homeland Bonus, he would kill them. Swinging, Ella replied that great, so much enthusiasm, they would meet him with force. Suddenly, the man swung his sword and shouted. Time suddenly froze. Swinging, the girl used the sword or a skill. The infantrymen were lying on the ground. A bright beam appeared in the middle of the field. Grinning, Ella asked what happened, surrender or want to die. The men looked at her in fear. They exchanged glances. The knights were lying on the ground. It was heard that he was surrendering. Kneeling, the foot soldier said that he had a wife and children, asking, to which he was asked what that was. The soldier raised his weapon and said that judging by the fact that they were Yanchi's army, they must have thought that it would be easy to kill them, but they simply cut them down. Suddenly, someone touched him. Looking at him, the man said that it was enough, to which he asked again. Pointing at the foot soldier, the knight said that he was their enemy, to which Liam replied that he had become a citizen of Krivia, asked that he had forgotten about the order to show mercy to those who surrender. Pulling his sword forward, the man shouted that it was time. Suddenly, Liam struck him. There were traces of blood on the sword. It was heard that, of course, mercy was not applied to such, to which the knight responded approvingly. Raising his hand up, the man shouted that they had received a signal, to which Liam said, well, it was the Krivian army. Fireworks exploded in the sky. People were sitting on the ground. It was heard that it seemed that they had successfully suppressed the enemy forces. Turning his head, the man said that they should prepare the cavalry. The hero raised his hand up, and he added that they needed to help the Lord, who was fighting the enemy alone. Mountains appeared. A loud cry was heard. Sitting on his horse, the man turned to the girl and asked what he thought. Turning his head, he added that the Lord would handle it, right? Ella opened her eyes wide and asked what he thought. Liam looked at her in bewilderment, and said that well, how would he fight an army alone? Looking to the side, the girl turned. A crowd of knights appeared. It was heard that he should look at reality. When the army of Yanchi came here, they saw the heavy troops of Admiral Henry here. Sitting on a horse, the man answered that no, to which Ella asked that if the Lord had died, the Admiral would have stood still. Looking straight ahead, Liam exclaimed, and she laughed. Turning around, the girl said that it seemed that he believed in the Lord less than she did. Let him think about it, to which he responded approvingly. The horses stood still. Looking straight ahead, Ella asked what he thought. It was all over, they were late, to which the man replied that he alone had finished with. White flags appeared. People were kneeling. The man bowed his head to the ground. Turning around, the protagonist addressed them. He smiled broadly. Henry's old temporary barracks appeared. Ella and Liam stood still. Bowing, the man said that if his soldiers, those who surrendered to the Count and were guilty, it was only because he commanded them. Standing in front of him, Jared heard him ask. People were sitting on the ground. It was heard that let him calm his anger with his blood and have mercy on the soldiers. The hero looked at him silently. The man closed his eyes. He looked forward and froze. The admiral raised his head, hearing the appeal. Grinning, the protagonist asked that in order to be reborn into something new and strong, is he ready to become the commander-in-chief of the Krivia fleet? He extended his hand to him. The man stretched his hand to the side. It was said that simply by protecting the outskirts, with the help of his 40 years of experience, he built a navy on the only accessible sea route. The people pointed at him. The thought arose that but he had never been treated with such respect and attention. He was respected by the leader of the enemy. The admiral looked in surprise. The hero looked at his hand. A table appeared. It was heard that he would ask him again. Bowing, the protagonist said that from now on he asked to serve as his leader of their Krivieski. Raising his hands up, the admiral exclaimed, Standing in front of the tent, people heard that he asked to raise his head. It got dark outside, requests were heard. Pointing to the map, Jared said that Laraki is now part of their territory. The port of Laraki will become the base for their naval operation. Standing in front of the man, the hero said that he would make a long-term plan to make the port of Laraki and its fleet the best on the continent. Lowering his head, he added that they were constantly working to collect enough funds. Holding a coin in his hands, the protagonist said that for now they were ready to spend 500,000 gold on the fleet. Stretching his hand forward, the admiral exclaimed, it was heard that this was about $400 million in a past life. Surprised, widening his eyes, Heinrich asked that this was an astronomical amount. It was worth it, to which Jared replied that no problem. Lowering his gaze, he added that of course, this was a large sum of money, but there was a lot of space in their country. Locations appeared. It was heard that Krivia began to attack the dungeons. Warriors stood in the middle of the street. It was said that even after the start of infrastructure construction, most of the continent's hunters were already in their territories. The building appeared. It was heard that now they have many guild headquarters. The cultural, hotel and alcohol industries related to hunters are simply excellent. Smiling, the hero asked that this is enough, said that for the military, 500,000 gold can be freely allocated. The man looked surprised, hearing that they cannot ignore his 40 years of experience. He frowned when he heard that he wanted him to become the head of their fleet, to which he asked that he was sure of this decision. Standing in front of him, the protagonist answered that he was sure. In order to give hope to Laraki, the admiral created the strongest fleet. Jared opened his eyes wide and said that because of the king's recklessness and madness, many people were abandoned, and then he did it so that the innocent would not suffer. He looked down. Looking straight ahead, the man thought. His abilities arose. Looking at the admiral, the hero thought that he knew all the routes in the northern and western parts of the continent better than anyone else. Henry put his hand to his face, and he added that he asked to accept his offer. Closing his eyes, the man answered approvingly. Tears fell on the table. It was heard that yes, he agreed. The admiral, rubbing his eyes, said that if his abilities helped the lord. He stood up and added that he would do everything in his power. He swears allegiance to him with his life. Looking at him, the hero turned. Standing in front of him, the man said that she should be careful, thanked him. A dark sky appeared. It was said that this is how Henry submitted to Krivia. A map appeared. The thought appeared that the coastal city of Laraka became his. The people bowed. It was said that moreover, together with the admiral, all the naval forces of the kingdom of Bonus became theirs. The ship sailed forward. The thought appeared that when the sailors surrendered, not only the ships fell into his hands. A view of the city of Laraki opened up. Food was fried on a fire. It was heard that how much meat. The sailor grinned and said that the bread and meat were of excellent quality, so delicious. And the other added that he seemed to be getting stronger, they would be moving soon, so he needed to eat his fill. The protagonist lowered his head and said that it was nice to see the sailors enjoying their food, to which the man replied that he thanked him for that. Looking straight ahead, he added that they would soon attack the coastal city of Parasino of the Malice Kingdom, asking that maybe he should also rest. Looking at him, the admiral said that in Parasino the fleet was led by an admiral just like him. Admiral Luke had been his friend for the past 40 years. Jared's eyes widened in surprise, asking if that was true, to which he responded approvingly. Standing on the balcony, the man asked why he shouldn't trust him and send him to Parasino, saying that he could bring him to him. The hero's eyes widened, thinking that without blood. He closed his eyes and said that was fine, he would treat him the same as the admiral, no revenge or slaughter. Bowing, Heinrich said that yes, he would bring Luke, to which the protagonist replied that the sooner the better. Smiling broadly, he asked what or maybe he had ever flown. The border of Krivia appeared, the barracks. Jared was standing near the tent. He looked inside. The girls were sitting on the bed. Grinning, the hero said that it seemed like everyone was nervous. Suddenly, he looked at the title notice in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this title was received when he killed 10 wizards of the 4th class or higher. He swung his sword, it was heard, which meant that he was the 9th, and in this battle he fulfilled all the conditions to the end. Holding the sphere in his hands, Jared said that 500 magical power is very cool. There are also titles that he would not like to receive if possible. The man stood on the bones. It was heard that, for example, a killer, which is given for killing 100 people, or a butcher, for which you need to kill 1,000. The game's splash screen appeared. It was said that all useful titles of paradise are earned in a similar way. Rays flew around the people. A thought appeared that he really liked them. Among them there are many that require killing a special person. Sitting on a stone, the hero said that thinking about this before he was not particularly impressed. The sky appeared. It was heard that, but now it drives into thoughts. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that you need to check your characteristics using the status window. A notification with characteristics appeared. He looked surprised and said that 10,000 magical power, finally. Jared opened his eyes wide. Then he closed them. The hero suddenly woke up. It was heard that 2 years ago, on the day when he first opened his eyes, he looked at himself in the mirror. It was said that he was in a terrible and fat state. He remembers how much pain he was in, that his magic power is only 75. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that now he has become strong enough to defeat a 6th-class wizard. He closed his eyes and added that like everyone else, he worked hard to become stronger. A view of the house opened up. It was heard that although his characteristics are still not enough to fight her, a 6th-class mage assigned to the outskirts of the Malice Kingdom. The girl rushed forward. Her name was heard. A view of the sky opened up, and someone turned to the hero. Looking to the side, he exclaimed in surprise. Jared suddenly rushed forward. Standing in front of him, the warrior said that the AI had arrived. They had successfully escorted Admiral Heinrich, and the other added that he was home, to which the hero replied that good work, and next to them. The man raised his hand, hearing that he was addressed. Bowing, Luke said that he was glad to see him, to which the hero replied that he called him Lord. From such words it becomes easier. Smiling, he added that he should stand up. He had been waiting for him for a long time. Looking to the side, the man said that he thanked him and asked him to accept this. Extending a scroll, he added that it was the seal of the Admiral and a map with information about Parasino. Lowering his head, Luke said that just like with Heinrich, he asked for mercy for his people and subordinates, to which the protagonist replied that of course. Grinning, he added that he would personally announce this in front of everyone. He would never let this tragedy happen again. Taking the man's hands, Jared said that he swears to God. The map appeared. The idea came that it was necessary to keep friends close, as well as the enemies of his enemies. Thus part of the territory of the Kingdom of Malice was easily obtained. The men were patching the boat. It was said that the order was immediately given to repair the old ships. Coins fell down. The idea arose that in order for both cities to be able to integrate into Dianchi next year, a special decree was issued to reduce the tax by 50%. The camp appeared. It was heard that he did not think that they would have a better opportunity. They needed to hurry and capture the nearby cities. Looking straight, the girl said that they had already captured 2 cities in one day, asked what else he needed. A country that mined the new metal Caldium had nothing to fear. Liam put his hand to his face and said that he would agree. However, the preparation would take several days. Despite the sincerity of Luke and Henry, they still needed to keep an eye on them. Sitting at the table, the knight said that he would agree with Liam's words, and the girl added that they needed to be careful. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they had declared war and had already lost 2 cities. No matter how stupid the kings of the kingdoms were, they would not let this go unnoticed. With his eyes wide open, he thought that even if the king did not understand what was going on, the generals would not sit idle. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that they should be on guard. They would definitely advance on them. He would also sharpen his fangs and give them a surprise. The girl looked surprised. Hearing that, however, the main forces would remain in place. Hayes opened her eyes wide and asked why, to which she was told that because there were enemies on both sides of the border. Figures appeared. The thought appeared that the Kingdom of Malice and the Kingdom of Cinders shared a border, and they were enemies. Why then send a large army to the outskirts? The princess pulled out her sword. It was said that if they did so, the Cinders Kingdom might attack. Lines appeared. The thought arose that when the kings of Malice and Bonus had to make a decision, none of them could fight on 2 fronts. If they were confident in their decision and wanted to defend themselves, they would never go to their defense lines. A mine appeared. It was said that unless they wanted to run right into their mines. Opening the tent, the man said that he had something to report. Looking straight ahead, he added that the army of the Bonus Kingdom had called their troops and began to march. Frowning, the hero asked how many there were, to which he was told that there were 4,000. The knight saluted and said that several wizards and knights were also with them, but there were only 200 of them. The protagonist, wide-eyed, asked if the knight commander or the mage commander had personally taken any action, to which he was told no. The vice captain had sent his regards. Jared, putting his hand to his face, said that it was not the fact that they had been sent. After all, the Lord cared about numbers. Raising his finger, he added that in a real battle, the smarter one had the advantage, to which he was told that he had something to report. Standing in front of him, the knight said that only 3,000 soldiers of the Malice Kingdom had begun their march. By the way, they had gone north and were slowly turning east. The hero, wide-eyed, asked what that was, because that was where the Cinders Kingdom was. Looking straight ahead, the man replied that according to the information he had received, troops of the Cinders army had also appeared. The knights were riding their horses at a fast pace. The image of the prince appeared, and the thought appeared that he had decided to help him. The protagonist, wide-eyed, thought that their kingdoms had made their moves at the same time. Raising his hand, he said that he was ordering. Jared frowned and added that he would set up bases on the outskirts of the captured cities. He would set up a line of defense in the mountains. The land appeared. It was heard that he would plant mines on the main road. He ordered them to prepare a plan and carry it out. They would defend themselves. Closing her eyes, the girl sighed. The people, looking straight ahead, said that yes, in the name of the Lord. Lightning appeared in the air. Naomi's academy appeared. The man touched the book. Standing by the window, the girl sighed. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that nonsense, she only hinted once about the king's tyranny. Rats ran across the floor. It was heard that about his dark deeds, bribes, and conspiracies. She took a step forward and added that she had immediately lost her honor, pride, and all her wealth. Raising her head, the girl said that this kingdom was facing a dark future, and she could do nothing about it. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. She looked at him in surprise and asked what the magic circle alarm was. A circle appeared around the building, and a wizard with strong mana was heard approaching from the north. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what it was. Jared, great. She opened her eyes wide and thought that she just needed a punching bag to cheer herself up a little, and the most hated person in the world was perfect. It was raining heavily, and she thought that he would die here. The girl was flying in the air. Looking to the side, she thought, yeah? The hero was flying forward, and she thought that he was heading south and didn't even know she was here. The girl put her hand behind her back. A sphere appeared on her hand. Looking to the side, she said, let him die. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. He frowned and shouted that there was a magic alarm. Suddenly, Jared used a double transcendental shield. Standing in the dome, he said, what the hell? Smoke was clearing in the air. The hero gritted his teeth and said that he knew it. On rainy days, a water storm is 3 times stronger than usual. Spheres were flying in the air. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared. A blue flame arose. The charge rushed sharply upward. It was approaching the hero's shield. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said again, good. He angrily looked away and thought that because of the distance, he could not scan the characteristics and bend space. The blow hit the shield. The sphere quickly cut through the air. Jared squinted and said that, but Naomi too. A memory arose, and he thought that if Ethan's spell level is the 1st, then Naomi's is the 5th. She is not for nothing considered a candidate for the role of commander of the magic division. The sphere was approaching him, and the hero said, and here again. The blow hit the shield. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The shield fragments appeared. It was heard that it was so strong, it broke the shield of superiority. Looking straight ahead, Jared said that yes, they say that you can only become a real wizard after being promoted to the 6th grade. They will play hide and seek. Suddenly, green beams appeared. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. Looking straight ahead, he shouted about the cutting wind. The protagonist smiled and said that then. Rushing forward, he thought that it was time for a magical debut, and then said that even in the rain and wind, he could create a wind path. She would become his victim. A glow appeared on his hand. Jared used the wind path skill. He clenched his fist and grinned. The hero looked straight ahead. He carefully looked at his opponent. The beams flew near his hand. Grinning, the protagonist said that he would change the path. He extended his hand forward and added that he would use this chance to perform a double attack. Suddenly, Jared cast the wind spell. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he would show her what she was worth. The girl stood in front of him. Surprised, her eyes widened, she asked that he block the magic. No, he did not change the path of magic. Naomi gritted her teeth and added that how the hell is that possible? Looking at the glow, she shouted that moreover, he also has a cutting wind. Widening her eyes, the girl added that there was only one option left. Suddenly, an absolute shield appeared around her. The beam hit her shield and she said that it was great. Suddenly, Naomi looked in surprise. Cracks appeared on her barrier. She closed her eyes and shouted loudly. Green beams appeared. The thought appeared that if it broke, she would die. Gritting her teeth, the girl shouted that then. She looked up and said that if he was not an ally, then he was an enemy, she would kill him. The pendant lit up, and it was heard that he should show his abilities. A view of the house opened up. Lying in bed, the woman said that he should take it, to which Naomi responded approvingly. Holding out the necklace, she added that it was Eve's necklace. That was the name of this artifact. The girl looked at her in surprise, hearing that it could focus on any visible target, and immediately teleport it with its mysterious power. Looking at her, the woman said that in addition to magic, this artifact also had a unique ability, to which Naomi replied that it was suddenly, and she added that there was another important matter. The girl turned her head, hearing that the necklace could only be activated with the magical power hidden in it. Let her remember that. Putting her hand to her face, the woman said that it would take a month for it to fill with magic, so she should only use it as a last resort. Naomi's eyes widened and she shouted that she should stop talking and save her strength. Buildings appeared and she heard a voice telling her mother not to die. A glow appeared around the necklace. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that if he was not an ally, then he was an enemy, she would kill him. The necklace lit up and she heard a voice telling him to show her abilities. Green beams shot forward. Naomi was moving towards them. Suddenly, a pink light appeared around her. The girl suddenly disappeared. The hero's eyes widened and he asked why she had disappeared, saying that it didn't look like she was using a spell, it wasn't teleportation. He suddenly looked at her in surprise. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that it seemed to be Eve's necklace. He didn't think that it really existed. They froze in midair, the thought that he was caught, but it was nothing. Looking straight ahead, Jared thought that in such a situation, he would not be able to dodge with flickering or teleportation when he concentrated. The girl stretched her hand forward. Rays appeared. The thought arose that she would take advantage of the moment, during the release of magical energy. The hero was cut in half. The thought arose that he would be cut during teleportation. He was sucked into a hole, and he added that he would be sucked into a distorted space, and he would die again. The protagonist closed his eyes and grinned. Rings appeared on his hand, and he thought that it did not matter what spell Naomi used. Lightning appeared in the sky. The thought arose that he would sacrifice it without regret. Jared looked down. He clenched his teeth and screamed loudly. The girl stretched her hands forward and exclaimed. They used spells on each other. Naomi grinned and said that she had won. The hero smiled widely. Suddenly the girl looked at him in surprise. Standing in front of the hero, she thought that no, she had lost. The ring appeared. The thought appeared that she knew that there were mysterious artifacts with the ability to evade. Chains were flying around her, and Naomi thought that, but she thought it was just a rumor. Suddenly, she was tied up with chains. She began to fall down. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that paralysis. Her dress was fluttering in the wind, and she added that the pressure on her body and bones was too great. Naomi fell down, thinking that paralysis could bind her for 5 seconds or so, but this one had lasted for more than 10. Chains appeared, and she added that double paralysis. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked how he could use such magic. She opened her eyes wide and added that he did the same with the cutting wind. Jared's magic is 2 or 3 times stronger than usual. Green beams appeared. It was heard that it was much stronger than human. His magic is similar to dragon magic, which has no limits. Falling down, Naomi said that she was going to die anyway. She raised her hand up and said that this stupid king doesn't even know what kind of tiger is growing on his lawn. The girl's eyes widened and said that he wants it. Suddenly she looked at him in amazement. The hero grabbed her abruptly. Grinning, he asked if they could talk for a bit. The girl froze in surprise. They slowly went down. The protagonist raised his finger up. He waved his hand and said that the paralysis was turned off. Naomi clenched her teeth and exclaimed. Looking at her, Jared said that he didn't come here to kill her, he came to talk to her. Looking at him, the girl mumbled something. They hung in the air, and she said that it was a strange way. Frowning, the hero said that it was not this that was strange now, but that even having such an excellent wizard with him, the king did not understand her value. It was strange that the kingdom of Maglus was rotting. Looking at him, the girl asked what he wanted to tell her. Holding her in his arms, the protagonist answered that he came to win her heart. Naomi looked at him in surprise. She turned her head and said that he was not against her. Jared smirked when he heard this. Hanging in the air, he said that it was fine. First they would get out of the rain. Suddenly they evaporated. Drops were falling from the ceiling. A fire appeared. It was heard that he was casting paralysis on her without malicious intent. He just wanted to calm them both down a little, so that she could hear him. The hero was sitting by the fire. Leaning against the wall, Naomi said that if he wanted to kill her then he should do it without preludes, asked why he needed to know the opinion of the loser. Frowning, she added that either he wanted to gloat, let him do what he wanted, she did not expect anything good from him. The protagonist stood up when he heard this. He turned to face her. They looked at each other in silence. Jared looked away in confusion. He smiled widely. The girl looked at him in surprise. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the hero said that in the future he would increase the size of his territories, expand, not because he was a man who was delighted with war, he just wanted to create a world where everyone lived happily. Naomi's eyes widened. She turned her head and said that it sounded too idealistic. Grinning, the protagonist replied that yes, it was idealistic. Flames appeared. It was heard that, however, whether these ideals would come true, or he would have to face reality, he would not know until he tried. Crossing his arms, the girl asked what he thought. Was he different from the others in some way? To which Jared replied that he was different. Stretching his hand forward, he added that at least he was better than the king she served. Naomi closed her eyes and sighed. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he didn't want to spend money on solving natural disasters and only cared about his family. And he dismissed his own citizens as trash. And what's more, he created factions out of his sycophants. She likes a king who only keeps servants with him. The girl looked down silently. She clenched her fist tightly. Looking at her, the protagonist said that if things continued like this, the Malice Kingdom would collapse from within without him, and then the images of the kingdom leaders appeared. It was heard that the Lantis Empire and the Cinders Kingdom would not miss their chance. Light emitted from the fire. It was said that everything was so. Standing in front of the girl, Jared said that she was the target of unreasonable and senseless discrimination, and in order to hide their incompetence, the kingdom continued to move further and further down the wrong path. Looking away, he added that he wanted to end this. The hero lowered his head and said that he didn't care what would happen to the king of Malice and his entourage, however. The girl's eyes widened when she heard that he didn't want innocent people to suffer. Raising her eyebrows, she asked if he could prove that he was different from them. The protagonist nodded. Clenching his fist, he said that if he ever betrayed his people. Taking a step forward, Jared added that he would crush their dreams. The hero gritted his teeth and said that he would become a tyrant with useless policies. Looking at the girl, he added that she could easily kill him. He dreamed of peace for ordinary people. Naomi looked in amazement when she heard that a world built on ordinary people was ashamed to discuss such obvious things. They stood in front of each other in silence. The flames from the fire appeared. It was heard that but simple words were not enough. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what she wanted then, to which the girl replied that he should prove to her that he could be trusted. A memory from the battle arose. It was heard that it was obvious that he had the destructive power of a 7th grader, but this only applied to his abilities in magic. Lowering his head, Jared asked that she wanted him to prove his worth as a leader, right? Looking straight ahead, Naomi replied that yes, if he cannot make his ideals a reality, his words are worthless. The hero stretched out his arms to the sides and said that soon the kingdom's army will attack them. There are many more of them than them. To which the girl said that the kingdom is the kingdom, one should not underestimate its army. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked that then it is enough for him to simply win this war. Looking at him, the girl replied that he should show what he is capable of. She wants to know if he is capable of leading people. Looking straight ahead, she added that if she were to abandon the kingdom, it would only be for a worthy man, otherwise there was no point. Standing with his back to her, Jared said that was a wise answer. Naomi opened her eyes wide and said that until that moment she would not follow anyone. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that okay, he would show her that he was worthy, and then she would fulfill her part of the deal. Looking straight ahead, he thought that it seemed like he had crossed the line to achieve her. As he left, the protagonist added that she would be by his side. Mountains appeared, and it was heard that they should retreat, run and not look back. The knights ran forward, and someone shouted that the Krivian army was retreating, that they should catch up with them and bring him their heads. Blake raised his weapon and shouted that they should not miss the chance to take back their lands, make their kingdom great again. The boy looked away and said that there were too many enemies, to which the man replied that they were so strong, they needed to retreat. The knight turned his head and said that they were already near the Python Valley. If they followed them closely, they would not run into mines. He should not worry. Gritting his teeth, Blake shouted that they should crush them. At the exit from the valley there was a road that led straight to Liraki. A map appeared, and it was heard that the Python Valley was their last line of defense. The knights ran forward quickly, and the man said that if they overcame it, then capturing the city would not be difficult. The sky appeared, and it was heard that if no one attacked them when they rode along the center of the valley, then there was no ambush here. The knights ran forward, and someone shouted that they were behind them. The horses rushed straight. The man raised his spear and shouted. Frowning, he said that there was no ambush. They were advancing on the squad and shouting that they would kill them all. Blake gritted his teeth and said that they were bastards of the Krivia kingdom. A glow appeared behind him and he added that they were worthless. Suddenly, the man flew up and asked again. Looking to the side, he added that this was 5th class telekinesis. It would not work on him for long. Gritting his teeth, the deputy commander said that it was up to him to deal with him. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Looking to the side, the man asked what was not stopping. What kind of magic was this? He suddenly flew up. Blake grabbed the spear and exclaimed. He turned his head and asked what teleportation was. A magical field appeared in the sky. Suddenly, a fireball appeared in front of him. Gritting his teeth, Blake asked what kind of magic. He gritted his teeth and added that yes, he would tear them apart with his gloves. The man smiled and said that it was ordinary magic. A glow appeared around his hand and he added that it was easy to repel. Suddenly the knight looked at him in surprise and asked what the... His head caught fire, and he screamed loudly. The man looked away. He began to burn rapidly. Suddenly the warrior began to fall down. A glow appeared near him. Someone grabbed his hand. Holding the man's hands, the protagonist said that of course he should take the trophy. Grinning, he added that he could have just given them away. Kicking him with his foot, the protagonist said that now let him fall. He lowered his head down. The girl looked at the sky. She grinned. A thought about Isabel appeared. There were many people behind her, and he added that there were shamans. Raising his finger up, Jared said that it was well planned. Holding the gloves in his hands, he added that the equipment was the level of the deputy commander of the Knights of the Bonus Kingdom. As expected, Blake did not have enough knowledge of magic. The girl raised her hands up. It was heard that more than 10 magicians embodied with the help of a group breathing technique. The hand came out of the portal. It was said that the art of force summoning, so he could not react as expected. The hero flew forward rapidly. Lowering his head, he said that the enemy's attack point was broken. If so, the protagonist clenched his teeth and used voice amplification. Then he shouted loudly that they were attacking. Jared raised his hand up. A view opened up over the castle and the kingdom of Bonus. Holding a cup in his hands, the hero said that initially he was only going to defend himself. Grinning, he added that but he was too greedy. A view opened up of the Python Valley, and it was heard that they were retreating. The soldiers quickly ran forward, and someone shouted that they were being pressed by the Krivia army, retreating. Suddenly, stones fell in front of them. It was heard that the escape route was blocked. The army stopped. Shouts were heard that they were retreating to the remaining road. Retreating will not be spared. Mines lay near their feet. Suddenly, the indicator on the mine lit up. A devastating explosion thundered, and the man screamed. Putting the cup on the table, the protagonist said that they did not miss this chance and counterattacked, and killed even more than he thought. Running into the office, the girl shouted that the show was starting there. Grinning, Jared said that he heard that Valdez arrived at dawn, and immediately began preparing the show in the open air. Turning his head, he added that they were going together. Clenching her fists, Hayes replied that yes, they would go, Mr. Valdez prepared the show specifically to praise his achievements. Closing his eyes, the hero said what other achievements. Walking along the corridor, he thought that, to be honest, she had an excellent ability to capture the merits of the interlocutor. Hayes treated people. The thought came that and also in this war, thanks to her, many soldiers recovered faster. Grateful soldiers even called her an angel in white clothes. The girl grinned. It was said that because she did not spare him compliments, the soldiers trusted him and went into battle. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that she helped him a lot. A device appeared in the air. Stretching his arms to the sides, the man shouted that attention. This is what happy refugees look like who went to Krydia. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he thought that everyone would die, and then asked what, but he says that you can survive. Joyful people appeared. It was heard that they were happily living on the land blessed by Lord Jared. The guy closed his eyes and said that damn nobles, damned king, how can someone who is called king abandon his subjects? Standing in front of him, the man asked what he heard, said that the new ruler is having the base tax for 1 year, and will soften the rest of the taxes. The boy widened his eyes and said yes, he had heard. He was worried about how his family would live for the next month. The man smiled when he heard that if everything was left as it was unknown how everything would turn out. They also had rights. They would go to the Holy Land. Towers appeared. It was heard that he did not like the remnants of the kingdom that remained here, and maybe it would be better to wait for a happy future with a new king. Stretching his hand out to the side, the boy said that right now they were installing glowing magic stones there. Wasn't it a miracle? Now they would be able to safely walk the streets, even at night. Lanterns appeared. It was heard that he was thinking, the world will change. He was waiting for a lot. The crowd watched the show. Carriages drove forward. It was heard that they should clear the road. Looking at them, the girl asked again, to which she was told that an envoy had arrived. Flags appeared. It was heard that the kingdom had really decided to send another army. The people looked in surprise. They looked at each other, hearing that there was no need to complain. Smiling widely, the hero said that there would be no war. A messenger must have arrived with a request for a ceasefire. Standing in front of him, the girl asked again, to which he replied that they should not worry and go about their business. A room appeared. It was heard that it seemed that in the border area with the Cinder's kingdom, the number of soldiers had quadrupled. Sitting on the couch, the man said that the army of the Malice Kingdom, which attacked this territory, had stopped, to which the protagonist replied that it was like this. He put his hand to his face and asked what it meant. The Malice Kingdom believed that they could unite with the Cinder's kingdom and attack them, to which he was told that it was true, and he added that it was as expected. Turning his head, Liam said that it seemed like the blow dealt by the weapon made of Chaldean steel was quite powerful, asking that didn't the general say so. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist replied that they did. A map appeared. It was said that in fact he had no plans to continue the offensive, but his army was gradually moving north. A sword appeared. It was thought that judging by the current situation, he could put pressure on the two kingdoms. A knight appeared. It was said that due to the appearance of the divine weapon made of Chaldean and Blake's death, the likelihood of another battle was extremely small. The girl lowered her head. It was thought that he was known as a 5th-class mage, but even Naomi, a 6th-class mage, gave up after 2 blows. The man looked surprised when he heard that the envoy of the Kingdom of Bonus was asking for an audience. The envoy of the Kingdom of Malice was also asking for a meeting. Looking to the side, the hero said that they should both come in and discuss everything at once. Standing at the entrance, the guys greeted each other. The protagonist looked at them in surprise. The representatives grinned, and the thought occurred that if they looked closely. Ed looked to the side. Joe gritted his teeth, and the thought occurred that the envoys were the same gentlemen who had come to buy the potion earlier. Looking at them, the protagonist thought that although the kingdom was losing cities one by one in recent days, their expressions were so joyful. The guys looked at each other, and he added that it was sad. It seemed that both kingdoms had lost touch with reality. They sat opposite each other. Jared gritted his teeth and asked what they wanted to tell him. The guys looked at him silently. Raising his finger up, the hero said that he would count to 3. The guys suddenly mumbled something. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said 2. The representatives widened their eyes and said that he should stop. Jared closed his eyes and said that they could say what they wanted. They shuddered when they heard that if they didn't, it was all over. Ed put his hand to his chest and said that their king wanted to sign a ceasefire. Joe frowned and added that he wanted them he wanted to sign a peace treaty. The hero looked at them silently. The man gritted his teeth and said that this was now, when they were treating innocent people like rebels and abandoning them in foreign lands, the damn bastards. The protagonist grinned and looked at him. He leaned on the table and said that yes, a ceasefire. Jared stood up on the couch and added that a truce. Smiling widely, the hero said that it was all wonderful. Where had they seen people who liked war? Looking straight ahead, he added that he was right. The device was peeking out from behind the curtains. The guys lowered their heads down. Putting the envelope on the table, the guy said that this was a letter written by the king himself. It contained a draft of the peace agreement that they should conclude. The man looked at the letter. He waved it sharply and said that here is the draft of the Kingdom of Malice. The hero began to read the letter. It was written that the ruler Jared, the huge flow of refugees that happened for the first time was the most terrible waste of resources that he could not even imagine. He opened his eyes wide. The guys looked at him in surprise. Turning his head, the protagonist said that the letter from King Malice was slightly different. Holding the letter in his hands, he read that he should know very well that there is nothing good in waging an all-out war with each other if he comes to his senses right now and returns the army home. Closing his eyes, the hero grinned and said that as soon as they open their mouths, all sorts of nonsense will pour out. Then he tore the letter into 2 parts. The guys exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist took a step forward. The boys bowed when they heard that they should listen carefully. Jared gritted his teeth and said that their Krivia had a much more special connection to the Cinder's kingdom than any other country. Got it. Kneeling, the boys heard that besides, did they know that the Rentis Empire had sent a duke to them as an envoy? Intelligence was supposed to be the backbone of a kingdom, right? They bowed to him. The hero raised his leg up. A loud cry of pain was heard in the room. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he would draft an invitation and their kings would simply sign it quietly, like always. Standing on their toes, he added that they understood what he meant, to which they replied that they understood. Closing his eyes, Joe shouted that he would convey everything to His Majesty, so he asked to be released. Raising his leg up, Jared said no compromises. He frowned and added that they should simply put a seal on his agreement, or he would consider it a declaration of war. Liam drank tea. It was heard that they should feel the difference. A view of the Cinder's kingdom opened up. The girl looked in the mirror. Standing behind her, the guy asked her that she was going somewhere. Frowning, he added that she heard the news said that due to the fact that the number of surrendered admirals and troops was increasing, the kingdom of Krivia could now grow its own fleet. Sarah looked surprised, hearing that not only that, but they also captured a large number of warships and shipyards, to which she replied that but she heard that the admirals were very strong. Turning around, she added that they must have changed their minds because of the situation in the kingdom, to which the guy responded approvingly. Harvey lowered his head and said that they were saying that Naomi had become Jared's vassal. Mages appeared. It was heard that he also entrusted her with a group of mages. The girl widened her eyes and asked what she could do. King Jared offered a unilateral treaty, to which he replied that it seemed like the king had immediately put a seal out of fear. Closing his eyes, the prince asked if the king was too suspicious. He said that, however, this also applied to their kingdom. They could not ignore the Rentis Empire. The girl, looking at him, heard that King Jared had died, to which she asked that, okay, their kingdom, but the Rentis Empire was an enemy state, they could not use it. Looking away, the prince replied that in any case, it was impossible to know whether this was true or not. Even if you asked the Rentis Empire directly, they would not be able to give an answer that would dispel suspicions. Putting his hand to his chest, he added that if they said that there would be a war, he would believe it, and if not, he would still suspect that it would come, to which he was told that they had fallen, both the Bonus Kingdom and the Malice Kingdom. Harvey extended his hand forward and turned to the princess, and said that he needed to officially hand over the letter he had written, understand? Sarah grinned and said yes, and he added that the kingdom of Krivia should become their eternal ally. The guy lowered his head and said that she should remember, and be careful not to offend King Jared in any way. Closing her eyes, the girl said yes, she understood, and that he should not worry and trust her. Looking at her, Harvey replied that it was nice to see her smiling, and she said that it was like this. The room appeared. It was heard that just the thought of meeting Mr. Jared made her smile. She really still liked him. She would go. The prince looked out the window. He grinned and said that a new sun would rise in the north, and the north is the calmest part of the continent. The capital of the kingdom of Bonus appeared. Sitting on the throne, the man said that in order to create a friendly mood between the countries, in addition to paying tribute to the kingdom of Krivia, they are required to buy the remains of grain and other resources. Looking at the letter, he added that they must pay a fixed amount for them monthly. The capital of the kingdom of Malice appeared. The king, opening his eyes in surprise, said that Liraki, Parasino, Mylania, Arno. Looking at the letter, he added that the coastal cities of both kingdoms were captured, in accordance with the Treaty of Jared. The kings opened their eyes in fear and said that there was no other option but to adhere to the temporary treaty of truce and ceasefire. The leaders of the kingdoms appeared. It was heard that the Empire of Rentus and the Kingdom of Cinders were already targeting them. Looking at the letter, the man said that they should not make mistakes in the future. The king wrote on a piece of paper and said that the shortage caused by the payment of tribute would be squeezed out of the common people. A view of the building opened up. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he knew that the meeting was scheduled for 1800 hours, but Sir Vincent had sent him a letter, so he came early. Adjusting his glasses, the boy added that he had the same thing. The man raised his hand and said that first of all, sitting at the table, the people heard that he wanted to express his gratitude to those who decided to come early. Looking straight ahead, Vincent said that the old man had a reason for acting so insolently. Looking at him, Ella said that they had come to listen to him and were looking forward to it. Lowering his head, the man said that before the king came, they needed to gather all the opinions and come to a single conclusion. The man nodded. The girl looked at him in surprise. The boy lowered his head. The man held a map in his hands. Vincent spread it out on the wall. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he said that when they intervened in the civil war in the Cinders kingdom. Looking at them, the man said that their territory was small, but now they are at the level of a kingdom that he could not even dream of. Closing his eyes, Liam answered that yes, it is true. Stretching his arm out to the side, Vincent said that as the Sanar area, similar to a wasteland, was developed, the size of their kingdom also grew. A building appeared. It was heard that, in addition, when it became a holy land, the growth only increased for sure. Looking to the side, the guys heard that they all tried hard. Refugees appeared. It was heard that the amount of land corresponded to the number of people arriving. The guy lowered his head. It was heard that therefore there were no problems with recovery among the refugees. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the miracle had become a reality. The land of Sanar had been successfully populated by refugees, and the king's achievements were on everyone's lips. The people looked at him. Holding a pointer in his hands, Vincent said that in fact, they had grown so much that they could receive the name of a great kingdom, and after the last major victory, their size had increased even more. Pointing to the territory, he added, "Here, let them look at the map." Waving the pointer, the man said that if they looked, they would see that even the Kingdom of Cinders was inferior to them in size, if we talk about it. The guy looked surprised and asked that the next step was really declaring themselves a kingdom and an independent force. The man nodded his head and said that it was true. Looking straight ahead, he added that they should seize this chance and proclaim Jared as king, and the land as an independent one. The guy looked to the side and said that since His Majesty began actively governing the lands 2 years ago, they have changed a lot. A revolution would be appropriate for this. Crossing his arms, Liam said that he thought His Majesty would be appropriate for the status of a god. He is definitely a talented sovereign who came down from heaven. Items appeared. It was heard that he created mines that illuminated magic stones, a device for creating images, a master potion, a cure for disease. The list of his achievements is truly endless. Raising his hand up, Vincent asked that if such a person deserves the title of king, then who? The rulers of the kingdom of Bonus and Malice. The man smiled. It was heard that these unworthy serfs call themselves kings only because they were born into royal families. Clenching his fist, he added that it was meaningless. Raising their hands up, the people answered that it was true. Putting his hand to his face, Vincent said that His Majesty was ashamed to be called only a vassal of such lords. In his opinion, they should treat His Majesty as the only king, like them. A room appeared. It was heard that if someone thought he was wrong, then let them speak. Grinning, Liam replied that he completely agreed. Raising his hands up, the man said that for the sake of Krivia, for the sake of His Majesty Jared. Looking straight ahead, Vincent said that well, if so. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that they would make sure that they were thinking in the same direction before His Majesty came. In any expressions, let them not be shy to speak out. The hero and the girl walked down the street. Pointing ahead, he said that they would take a little rest, to which Hayes replied that it was good. The dark sky appeared. It was heard that he congratulated on his birthday. Holding out the box, the protagonist said it was not much, but he had prepared a gift. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what the gift was, saying she was not sure she could accept it. She widened her eyes when she heard that it was her gift, so let her open it. Holding the box in her hands, Hayes asked what chocolate was, to which the protagonist replied that he should try it. He looked at the girl carefully. Suddenly, Hayes exclaimed in amazement. She opened her mouth and said that he had put the ring in the chocolate, to which the protagonist replied that she was right. It was a ring with divine power. Looking away, the girl said that he had given her such delicious chocolate, and a ring. Putting it on her hand, she added that of course. Suddenly, a glow appeared around the girl. She opened her eyes wide and screamed that she felt her body instantly filled with divine power. How did he get this ring? Grinning, Jared replied that he had picked it up and thought that it would be a great gift. Looking away, he added that thank you for always being there. Thank you very much for taking care of Isabel, Chloe, Mia and Lena, whom he could not take care of. Looking at him in surprise, the girl asked what, thank you, said that she was a servant, that she would be with him all her life. It was just her job. Turning her head, she added that he should not take it so seriously, to which the hero asked what all her life. And she added that yes, once a servant, always a servant. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked what? But to want a title or to become a noblewoman, is that selfishness? A lantern appeared. It was heard that she could be frank, of course, or had she ever lied to him? Looking down, Hayes said that sometimes she imagines that. She took her hand and added that no, she was ashamed to say so. Sitting next to the hero, the girl said that in general, yes, she sometimes thinks that she wants to fall asleep and wake up with him. Looking at her, Jared asked why she suddenly said that. She wants to get married, right? The girl looked at him in amazement and said that well, if you throw away the unnecessary and say it straight. The view of the building opened up, and the hero said that let him forgive, but, grinning, he added that he was married to their state. They would leave everything as is, asked how she was. Looking at him, the girl answered that it was good, she liked everything now. Opening her eyes wide, she added that honestly, she would not be sad and upset, probably the reason was that they were always together. Waving her hand, Hayes said that no, she would cherish the ring he gave her today, and work hard every day. Looking at her, the protagonist turned. Grinning, he thanked her for everything. The guy swung his hand. The thought arose that he had never seen her cry sadly. They say that when the former Jared lost his temper and beat her, she often cried. A blow flew at the girl. She bowed to the ground. It was said that but personally never saw it. Hayes closed her eyes. The guy was leaving. A thought appeared that there are no people who are eternally happy and contented. There are only people who pretend. Suddenly the hero's eyes lit up. The girl looked straight ahead. Her parameters appeared. Sitting on the bench, the protagonist thought that in any case, there are no problems. The indicators of loyalty and support have grown. The holy sacrifice is something new. Hayes grinned, and he added that sooner or later she will receive a divine blessing. She is unusually talented. Once in 2 years she became a first-class healer. Grinning, Jared thanked her. Looking at him, the girl turned. Leaving, the hero said that he was going. Today is the day of the monthly meeting. The room appeared. It was heard that the news from the new territory is good. There are no problems, as he promised the generals. Holding the paper in his hands, the protagonist said that all tribute received from the kingdoms of Bonus and Manus would be invested in the fleet. Asked if there were any objections. Sitting at the table, the people answered that there were no objections. Raising the papers up, Jared said that the next item on the agenda was the visit of Pope 17 to Sanner. He asked the pontiff to consult with him on this matter. Turning his head, the guy said that yes, today they decided on the date, March 14th. The route and the number of members of the delegation are kept secret. Looking at him, the hero answered that it is clear. In this case the monthly meeting is over, and they turned to him. Getting up, the man said that he needs to tell him something. Looking straight, the protagonist replied that he should speak. Vincent raised his hand and said that this opinion was unanimously supported by all his vassals. Let him listen to his request. Standing in front of him, Jared said that the situation was sudden. Smirking, he asked that he would be scolded. They stood in front of each other in silence. The man, looking straight ahead, turned. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that they, the vassals and common people of Krivia, let him do them the honor of becoming a glorified king and the only sun that rises over these lands. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that a minute. The man stood up and said that they were asking him to ascend the throne and become a new wind on the continent. The guy raised his hand and added that he should listen to the will of the gods. They want him to become a great king. Looking straight ahead, Vincent shouted that they were begging him. Wide-eyed, the protagonist mumbled. A staff and a crown appeared. A thought arose that he always thought he wanted to become a king, because in paradise this honor was given only to select players. The image of the king appeared. The thought appeared that among the true heroes there are many cases when they were nominated for the role of kings or emperors. So even if he became a king, he would not be the first in this. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that he needed to think soberly. The king is not the end. Looking straight ahead, he added that of course he would receive everyone's attention, but he would also become the target of enemy kingdoms. But if he became a king, he would be able to give his vassals suitable statuses and honor. A room appeared. It was heard that they were asking him to listen to them. Let him not take this lightly. Let him think about it. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that in order to become a king, it is not necessary to follow the light. When he becomes a king, there will be those who will envy him, going over to the side of darkness. People looked at him in surprise, hearing that he will endure this darkness. Jared grinned and said that because becoming a king, he would be able to show support and mercy to the common people and vassals, to be called a king. Putting his hand on his chest, he added that he did not know if he was really fit for this. The hero raised his hand up and said that but he would try to do everything in his power to become an outstanding king, so that they would not be ashamed of him. Looking at him, the man said that his majesty was a great king, and the other added that he was the king of Krivia. A view of the building opened up, and it was heard that long live the great king. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and thought that it was a gold status. He smiled and added that long live the king. He was not living his current life in vain, and the appearance of a new status announced the beginning of the second act of his new life, which would become even brighter. There was a knock behind the door, and Jared said that they should come in. The princess grinned and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Standing in front of her, the hero replied that thank you for visiting their lands, let him sit down, to which she responded approvingly. Looking to the side, Sarah said that she had a letter written for him personally from His Majesty. She held out an envelope and added that the letter, which no one knew about, contained all his sincerity. Smiling, the protagonist said that the handwritten letter, just the thought of it makes his heart beat wildly. Looking at it, the princess replied that His Majesty had been tormented for several days and thought to write it. Holding the envelope in his hands, Jared asked if he could read it right now, to which she replied that it would take a long time. The hero began to read the letter. The girl looked at him carefully. The protagonist looked at the paper carefully. We see a notification that Jared is congratulated on his victory, and no one doubted him. His eyes widened, he no longer looks at the paper. The girl looks at him. Then she turns her head away. Smiling, the protagonist thinks it is unlikely that he is looking to the north and apparently worries about him. Reading the document again, it asks to announce the creation of a kingdom. Looking at the paper, he reads that if he is a king, he will help him move their relationship to a higher level. We see a large building and someone was ready. The map shows kingdoms, and with the Rentis Empire, bonus they are in hostile relations with them. Harvey writes a letter because their kingdom will be able to maintain friendly ties and help each other with the new kingdom created by Jared. He has a pen in his hands because he writes and offers to work together to confront the kingdom of magicians, where the Church of Darkness was worshipped. His face was calm and he writes that this is not an order from the king, but a request from a comrade. Holding the paper in his hands, they write to him that this is from Harvey. His eyes widened and Jared thought that he had no hesitation in sacrificing his self-respect and pride for the sake of the kingdom. Remembering smiling Harvey, he understands that he can proclaim himself king. Then he puts the piece of paper on the table. Sarah is sitting next to him, and she says that thanks to someone, their state received great help. Opening her mouth, she says that they learned in advance about the movements and rebel sentiments on the southern border with the Rentis Empire. Looking at her, he asks how they prepared. Putting her hand on her chest, Sarah says that their kingdom will not attack the Rentis Empire first, and therefore mind all the roads, except for the highways that lead to the Rentis Empire. Opening her mouth, the guy says that this is a reasonable choice. Getting up from the couch, Sarah says that thanks to the unhindered sales of the Master Potion, they were able to save many lives and helped avoid chaos. Leaning over, she says that it is thanks to the guy. Getting up from the couch, the protagonist says that this embarrasses her, and the girl was ashamed to extol a simple king. Smiling, Sarah hopes that in the future the Cinder's kingdom and some other people will become good neighbors. Looking at him, she says that the Majesty will be glad. Jared says that before they return to the kingdom, he will definitely write an answer. We see a wall, as well as a clock, and ask to take it. Opening her mouth, the girl says that she has news that she must tell. Looking at her, he says that everything is fine. The girl remembers the guy, because they found out the location of Jess's older brother and is in the Desmond Empire. Jared's eyes begin to enlarge. Leaving him, the guy asks if she knows who accompanied him. Opening her mouth, she says that Jess moved with a man and was a famous merchant. Pressing his lips, Jared understands that he is worse than another person. Remembering the monster, he says that the guy will avenge him. The protagonist opens his mouth and asks why he mentioned Akrit. We see the guy because he only appears in the updated version of Paradise, but after his body is possessed by the king, he dies. There is an eye in the image because now is the moment that happens 8 years after the demonic war, and history is very different, and this means that Akrit should be alive and capable enough to lead one of the churches. The protagonist remembers the guys in glasses and wonders why they created such a complicated system of connections. Squeezing his hand, he says that everything is clear. Folding her hands, Sarah says that the level of security needs to be increased. Opening her mouth, she says that he can return at any moment to pierce His Majesty's heart. Looking at her, Jared says that he is very worried and that it was he who intervened in the civil war and everything went wrong because of him. Taking hold of the door handle, she says that she understands what she is talking about. We see a chandelier on the ceiling, and they decide to rest in the estate. Hayes comes to them and interferes with his hand. Squeezing her hand, they tell her to have a good time. Smiling, she asks to follow her. Opening her mouth, Hayes says that she will do everything in her power. Sarah bares her teeth because they say that she is beautiful. Jared stands near them and smiles. Closing his mouth, he knew that Hayes would compliment her appearance. We see the object, which was Sonara's territory. People understand the hands and smile. The guys look down, watching the people. There are people on the ground, as well as Jared. They come to him with a crown. The boy holds it in his hands and thanks him. You can see calmness on the face of the protagonist. They lift the crown with their hands. The guy kneels down to put it on him. People raise their hands and greet the great king. Smiling, he holds a staff in his hands. A notification comes with a greeting from the king, and the boy saw all his achievements and was deeply impressed. Jared stands near the guy. Looking at the notifications, his mouth opens in surprise. We see Asos, who had scars on his face and was listed as the god of war. The protagonist's eyes widened and he will need time to make a jade royal seal. Raising his hand and waving to the people, he understands that one way or another, the coronation ceremony has come to an end and congratulations were heard from all sides, and Jared received the honor that he enjoyed alone. Leaves were flying in the air, and the guy was left to use the privileges. Leaves are flying in the air and everyone welcomes the new king. People come to the statue and pray for a bright future for the kingdom. Evening falls, we are near the objects, and the idleness lasted 3 days, including the day of the coronation in the lands of Sanar. Guards and carriages of the kingdom of Sindra sent them to a large delegation led by Sarah to celebrate Jared's accession to the throne. We see 2 people because they were sent as a protest. The carriages are driving along the road because congratulatory delegations have arrived from the neighboring kingdoms of Pauper and Artania. We see a blue flag because there was one with the Rentis Empire as well. People fold their hands and close their eyes. We see the sky because that is how 3 days of celebration have passed. 2 boys are walking down the street. Jared opens his mouth and is surprised because he is turning 18. Lewis looks at him and asks if he is handsome. Putting his hand to his lips, he answers in the affirmative. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that he cannot be more than 15. Smiling, he says that in the dark church there is a cursed follower, who looks like a boy. Turning his head towards him, Jared asks how he is, to which they answer that he has the body of a 16-year-old. We see a cup because it is a great blessing that in his lifetime he was able to find a shrine. Lewis begins to extend his hand. The protagonist opens his mouth slightly and is silent. Then he offers his hand to his. Standing like this on the street, he feels the divine power that trembles on his fingertips. With his mouth slightly open, the guy does not see the status of his dad with his spiritual eye, and this meant that the levels differed tenfold. It was night and the king was called. Smiling, Lewis says that the burden of fate that he bears must be great. Bowing his head, Jared says that when he became king, the burden of responsibility became greater than before. Standing next to him, Lewis denies because he does not want to hear a hackneyed phrase. Opening his mouth, he says that the king strives for radiance and a magnificent ending. Looking at him, Jared wants to say something. With his hands raised to his chest, he says that he needs a minimum amount of divine power. Taking his hands, he wants to share the power so that they use it more meaningfully. Everything around the hands begins to glow. They are still standing on the street. Jared widens his eyes in surprise. We see a notification that he receives the divine power of his dad and a special magic. Ode to Joy. The protagonist's eyes widen even more. He remembers how they pass him a cup. And also how he presented a sword to his throat. We see the evening on the street, because he built a holy land and this is undoubtedly the butterfly effect. In the picture, a white silhouette of a man is drawn, and Jared received special magic, which was not in the previous version. One person heals a comrade, because this magic can save a precious comrade. The man raises his hands because he was saved. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy asks to be careful, because the dark church is targeting him. He was wearing a cloak and Lewis says that he will select talented people and send them to him. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asks not to worry and carefully prepared. Widening his eyes, he asks to take care of himself. Bowing his torso, Jared says that he is already waiting for a meeting with him and will not forget the weight of the crown placed on him. Also bowing his head, Lewis says that glory will be with them. They bow to each other on the street. We see the city because we are in the Desmond Empire. There is a white building in the city itself. Liam looks at the guy and says that they are in the territory of the Desmond Empire. The protagonist opens his mouth and says that if he wants to lead the entire army of the kingdom, he must have the appropriate strength. The guy looks at him and is told that he lacks strength. Tilting his head, he says that he does not know where to look and lacks skills. The guy with glasses says that he was not going to discuss the advantages and disadvantages of his skills. Opening his mouth, Jared says that he knows how to improve his abilities. Then the protagonist looks back. A girl in a pink dress is walking and Chloe's makeup helps. We see a clay soldier, because her skills as a master of disguise are amazing. Chloe has a serious look under the mask. The guys look at each other, because there are a lot of people. There are skulls near the red flag, because the image of Desmond that the protagonist drew in his head is a cold abode of death. We see their backs and Jared says that he was wrong and there is nothing special. Different people walk down the street and their ideologies differ. Looking the other way, he says that it looks like that. Opening his mouth, Jared says that hunters can notice them and let him call them by another name. Walking down the street, he says that their identities should not be revealed. The legs stop and do not move. We remember the maid because it is the first time he hears that he is called, and it is a strange feeling. Looking up, he starts to be called. Turning to Jared, he asks where they are going. Smiling, he says that they are going to a certain place. Remembering the cave, the protagonist says that they are going to the Garden of the Dead. We see large gray objects. The guys are standing near the Garden of the Dead. They are looking at something. Turning his head, Liam says that the rest of the hunters are concentrated in the dungeons of the city center, and there is no one here. Opening his mouth, Jared says that this is a difficult dungeon with low pay and therefore it is advisable not to attack it. Someone is standing near them. Approaching the man, he says that they worked hard. He holds a gold coin in his hands. The old grandfather begins to reach for it. Taking it in his hands, he thanks the young hunters. Jared opens his mouth and says that if he was against it, he wanted to use the space before entering. Raising his finger, the grandfather asks if the road along the way was dirty. Standing next to him, the protagonist says that there was a lot of trash. The man widens his eyes and asks not to be shy and to come in. There is a notebook on the ground and he was supposed to write a name in it. Smiling, Jared agrees. The grandfather abruptly runs to the door and says that he will clean up. The protagonist kneels down. Ricky's looks at him and asks what he is going to do. Taking a stone in his hands, he says that he wants to strengthen the dungeon. Turning his head, the protagonist asks not to be scared, because he knows what he is doing. He begins to draw lines on the ground. His face becomes serious and concentrated. A circle and various symbols are drawn on the ground. A pentagram was drawn for summoning. We see a girl with black lips, because he summoned an evil god to the dungeon, who gave a blessing to the Red Queen and all the monsters will become followers of the Church of Darkness. Getting up from his knees, he says that the trick taken from his experience in paradise will help them get what they want. Smoke begins to form around the pentagram. A terrible spirit crawls out of it. Then something begins to form from the smoke. We see ash and a pink aura. After that, something begins to glow. A bright circle appears near the altar. The protagonist turns to him and asks to come in. Remembering the guy, Jared asks to fight the same way he fought in the demon camp in the past. Looking at him, he says that he will concentrate. The two of them begin to enter the portal. After that, they come out of it. Liam turns and sees that the portal has turned red. Turning to him, the protagonist says that a maximum of 2 can enter it, and now no one will enter from the outside. Opening his mouth, he begins to be surprised. There is a poisonous flower growing near his feet. Looking back, he asks Liam what he thinks. Putting his hand to his chin, he says that the flower is pink with a sweet scent. On the ground there is a plant that looks like grass that can be eaten with bread or pasta on a warm day. Kneeling down, Jared says that it is poisonous. Taking a piece of the flower in his hands, the guy says that if you eat it, you die within 5 minutes and there is no antidote for it anywhere in the world. Closing his eyes, he says that you should not touch it. The protagonist eats a leaf and Liam begins to scream. Licking his lips, he says that the taste disappeared as soon as he swallowed and there is a tingling sensation on the tip of his tongue. Liam begins to climb into his mouth with his hands. Holding his head, the guy says that his days are numbered. Sweat runs down Jared's face and he asks not to touch him, because there are still 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Starting to walk further, he asks not to come closer. Looking the other way, he realizes that it is impossible. Jared starts to get all worked up and he changes positions every time. Opening his mouth where there was foam, he screams that he needs help and activates a special method of detoxification. Green creatures appear near his hand and the option is activated. Closing his eyes, he does not think about anything, because he received a new title, immunity. Smiling, he says that he will not die from poison in this life. Liam looks at him and calls. Widening his eyes, he says that he should have told him in advance. Jared's face changes. Smiling, he says that he hasn't seen him angry for a long time. Coming up to him, Liam says that something could have happened to him. Opening his mouth, he says that he will not scare him like that anymore and let him forgive him. Then the two of them walk down the corridor and was surprised that he stopped breathing for a moment. Turning to him, the guy asks for forgiveness. A door with a face appears near them. A skeleton falls to the floor. The rest of the skeletons fly up from the explosion. The blows happen very quickly. Liam kills another skeleton. Jared claps his hands and says that he has grown up well. Smiling, he says that 2 years ago Liam was good with a sword, but now he has even mastered magical power. Kneeling down, they begin to tell him that they are praising him. Holding a stone in his hands, Jared asks if he wants to personally deal with everything. Then they remember how they were near the pentagram, because it is a regular reinforced dungeon and twice as powerful. Holding a sword in his hands, he says that thanks to the divine buffs that were applied, it was not difficult. Taking off the glove, the protagonist says that this is a series of spells that increase his combat power. Putting his hand on his chest, he says that without the buff he feels some kind of emptiness. Putting on the glove, Jared is told that next to him he feels 3 times stronger. We remember the monster holding the chain, and then other monsters that ran. The guy kills one, and his skills are observed. Standing next to each other, Liam says that except for the time for eating, sleeping and making love, he trained all the time until he lost his pulse. We see a face on the wall, and they decide to take a break. Liam sits down near the stone. The protagonist looks at the screen. Looking up, he writes that he has done half. Remembering the zones in the Garden of the Dead, he understands that he can fill this scale. Smiling, he thinks that if this were another dungeon, the scale would not have filled even by 1% and everything goes smoothly, because he received immunity to 10,000 poisons. Looking at Liam, he understands that if he grows one more step, he will be S rank. His eyes widened, and the guy copes with the position of the Minister of Defense without problems. The guy takes off the mask from his face. Smiling, he begins to talk about the cook. When suddenly, monsters appear near them. Jared raises his hand and says that they don't even let him rest, and there's a boss room ahead. Liam opens his mouth and asks if that's true. Looking at him, he shouts that his opponents are small fry. They start running at the monsters because in the magical kingdom, beasts that look like abominations are sometimes used in war. Looking down, they decide to join the fight. The protagonist raises his hand and creates a circle and everything was there except for the boss. The monsters are coming at them, and they needed an army of undead. Jared smiles and says that the army is needed to fill the damage meter. Raising his hand, the monsters rise. Smiling, Jared says that they only use it to get a large-scale cut. They hit one of the monsters. The next day, they stand near the corpses. Opening his mouth and looking at the screen, Jared realizes that he tried for this. Smiling, he thinks that if he kills the boss, he can get a large-scale cut. His eyes turn red because upon reaching level 150, the fourth ability of the spiritual eye is unlocked. The notification says that it displays information about the current state of physical, magical, and divine power in the form of a sphere. The guys look at each other. We see Liam's back because with it he can target the enemy that he needs to kill first on the battlefield. Looking the other way, he hears a voice. Holding the sword in his hands, Liam is surprised because he has killed so many monsters in 2 days. Presenting the sword to his face, he feels for the first time when he looks at the sword. Smiling, he says that his skills are growing before our eyes. Looking at him, Liam says that they are not enough. They look at the door because there is a monster boss left. Then someone climbs into the clothes. Picking up a flower, Jared decides to do some preparatory work. Liam begins to smile and sweat. Raising his hand, he asks not to look at him. Holding flowers in his hands, the protagonist says that if he gains immunity to poison, then in the future the risk of dying during a fight with various opponents will be less. Bringing his hand up, he decides to eat it. Taking a flower in his hands, he is told that Katara is a poisonous herb that contains dozens of poisons. Raising his finger up, the protagonist says that, therefore, after poisoning, it is necessary to detoxify in order to increase the body's resistance to various types of poisons. Opening his mouth, he says that he is ready. Closing his eyes, Jared asks if he wants to tell Mary that he loves her, to which he answers affirmatively. Folding his hands, he says that love is beautiful, but you need to eat it. Initially, he sniffs the flower. Then he puts it in his mouth. Then he begins to bite. 10 minutes later, screams begin in the room. Purple smoke appears in the room. A monster sits on the throne. The door opens and 2 guys walk in and say that it stinks like old worn-out military boots. The monster looks at them and calls them stupid people who don't even know that they are going to die. He looks at the black silhouettes because they were talking about poisons. Liam squeezes his hand and says that even after inhaling so much poisonous fumes, there is not a spot on his skin. Grinning his teeth, he realizes that they are fine even after inhaling poisonous fumes. We see purple poisonous smoke. Then different lines appear, or rather rain. Holding a weapon in his hands, he says that these 2 are immune to all poisons. Then he hits them because Jared is a mage. He closes his eyes and looks at the attack. Looking up, the monster says that he has already dodged his attacks dozens of times. After that, more attacks are created. Looking at them, he says that the jokes are over. Getting up from the throne, he says that he is the king of death, the commander of the army of the undead in this garden of the dead. Chuck looks at them because this body can freely use all the poisons in the world, and although its poison is neutralized, it has a special skill. The protagonist looks at him because the king of death has a unique skill that he has been honing in the world of the dead for 100 years. Liam also looks seriously. A sword of instant killing appears in the hands of the monster. Then he moves and creates a purple aura. Jared watches as the aura approaches him. After that, another bright light appears. The protagonist takes his glasses. Chuck looks and is surprised because the enemy blocked, and they are called people. We see a sword of instant killing, a kind of magical sword art in which magical and physical power are mixed. There is a purple aura near the man, and it breaks through the defense. Then the man's shield breaks. Lying on the floor, the monster looks at him. We see bones and skeletons because this blow causes instant death. Chuck raises his hands and remains silent. Jared opens his mouth and says that everyone can block it. He starts running and making blows. The monster looks and says that from the side it is a wall. Chuck approaches the wall. Then he falls to the ground because he was pushed away. His eyes widen, he understands that this is beyond human magic. The protagonist begins to smile. Remembering the girl, he says that he should simply not have enough magic for this, and apparently this is spirit magic. Holding a sword in his hands, he wonders where a person gets spirit magic from. He had gray hair, and he says that unless the spirit queen taught him personally. Then he looks at one guy. Liam stands with his mouth closed, and the monster says that the swordsman is simply surviving and apparently they are close comrades. His eyes are stern and fear was felt. Remembering the protagonist, he understands that for him it is like a game. Holding a sword in his hands, he decides to create chaos. Opening his mouth, Chuck starts screaming. Jared straightens his hand to him. Then they stand not far from each other. Looking at the sword, he initially thought that the guy was quite capable. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that if you look closely, he relies only on the wind magic received from the Queen of Spirits. Standing on the ground, he decides to get rid of it. Liam opens his mouth in shock. The protagonist also opens his mouth. Then one of them is cut. Liam has blood coming from his mouth, because this is the future, what will happen in a second. He is kneeling and blood is flowing out of him. Chuck starts smiling with his teeth. He holds a sword in his hands. His sword flies away abruptly. The monster's eyes widen sharply. Chains appear, or rather telekinesis of double superiority. The sword lies on the floor. Someone comes up to him. They take him to themselves with their hand. Liam begins to examine the object. Raising it up, he opens his mouth. Jared looks down at him. Smiling, he says that he knew everything. Chuck looks up and is told that even with his strategy, leaving a difficult opponent and moving on to easier prey, Liam's eyes begin to glow because strategy is decisive. His eyes widen because it is variable, which awakens suppressed ferocity and cruelty yet suppresses softness and compliance. Jared looks down because thanks to the sword he realized the essence of the oral blade. Opening his mouth, the guy shouts that now is Plan B. Liam looks and agrees. Squeezing his hand, we see different rings on it. Tanex appears from the guy's hand. Liam opens his mouth and starts screaming. Then he jumps up and decides to attack Chuck. Smiling, the protagonist says that the current Liam has completely lost his fear and increased his physical abilities to the maximum. Looking at the robot, he asks to close the view. The monster's eyes begin to glow because he understands everything. Then he begins to approach Chuck. Liam, also holding a sword in his hands, approaches. The monster raises his hand to his face. After that, an explosion occurs, or rather, a deadly poison. He holds a sword in his hands, which has a purple aura. His eyes begin to enlarge. Chuck looks at him and says that it does not work. After that, a line appears. The guy's eyes turn white. He begins to strike Chuck. Liam raises the sword, which becomes electrified. After that, he brings it to the monster's throat. The weapon is near Chuck's neck. A black aura appears near them. A green object appears in his hands. A circle is created from it. Raising his hands, Jared says that he has finished aiming. Suddenly, he pays attention to something. He looks at the enemy and Liam again. The guy also looks at him. He raises his hand. A ball appears near Chuck. Opening his mouth, he says that this is the core of the wind. The robot cannot move. Liam also stands and cannot do anything. Chuck opens his mouth and screams. A notification appears that the conditions for receiving the cut are met and the title is received. A ring begins to glow on his hand. Looking at him, he understands that this is a demon's game. We see the garden and Liam says that magic is a formidable force and in his hands it is truly great. Smiling, he says that he did not cope with him alone. Smiling, Jared says that if he had not tied up during the last fight, he would not have been able to strike an official blow. Widening his eyes, the guy begins to be surprised. Holding the sword in his hands, he decides to hand it over. Smiling, Jared says that it is not worth it. Running his finger along the blade, he says that the sword is self-aware and will not work in the hands of a person who does not know how to handle such a weapon. Opening his mouth, Liam begins to ask again. Standing next to each other, the protagonist says that he has a withdrawn character and therefore it can be difficult to communicate with him. Looking down, he asks if he knew about it. Opening his mouth, Jared says that he knew. We see the sword because he came here to get the sword and help him make his way into the newbie's kingdom and unlock the power of the oral blade. Grinning his teeth, Liam begins to speak. We see an open door. Smiling, he says that if he gets stronger, both his and the kingdom's strength will increase. Raising his finger, he wants to make him work harder. Liam looks at him. Kneeling down, he calls him. We see the sword, it was magical. Liam holds it because as soon as he took it, he felt the suppressed fighter's instinct awaken within him. Putting it to his chest, many years of experience and knowledge of the sword quickly took hold of him, and because of this, he achieved enlightenment. We see different magic because he realized the connection between magical power and Oro. Walking down the hallway, Liam says that 2 years ago he was a simple soldier on the northern outskirts of the feud. Standing and squeezing his hand, he realizes that he could not even dream of such a future. Bowing his head before Jared, he realizes that he dared to fulfill 2 dreams. Tears begin to fall from his face. Opening his mouth, he asks to accept his respect. In the destroyed room, someone's voices were heard and someone was asking someone about whether the magic sword had taught him enough. The man concentratedly held the weapon in front of him and said that it gave him great power, which he could not even imagine. The hero smiled and asked him to show him all the power, because he wanted to see it with his own eyes. The character confidently shouted to His Majesty. He began to cast a spell with fury and made sounds with it. Magic appeared in the room and the protagonist's hair rose up. The guy was scared and screamed, trying to dodge. The dark-haired man stopped and looked at the sword. He was very surprised by something. The man stood on the ground and hesitantly said that this was Oro's blade. His hands began to shake and he screamed in fear. Satisfied, Jared was glad that he was asked. Liam looked at someone worriedly, and someone was talking about what would happen to the future of the kingdom if something happened to him. The warrior agreed with the character sadly. The protagonist smiled and said that his friend should listen to him carefully. Because now he no longer belongs to himself, he will use all his abilities for the blonde and the kingdom. The man put his hand on his chest and confidently shouted his name. He stood in front of the hero and confidently continued to say that until his bones turn to dust, he will be faithful to His Majesty. At that moment the guy said that he should be taken care of. MC smiled contentedly, and someone said that this is a connection between two people with an age difference of 15 years, but for them it does not matter at all. The dark-haired smiled and someone said that between the ruler and the subject there was loyalty and nobility. A portal appeared in the room and someone said that someone should enter the portal first, because he needed to finish something. The man disappeared into the magic circle, and Jared followed him with his eyes. The guy looked at something with interest and said that for a start. He held a shard in his hand and said something about 10 superlative magic stones. The protagonist stood up and called the robot to him. He flew up to the smiling hero. The fair-haired man looked at him with a sly smile. He moved closer and asked if the creature needed magical artifacts. Chloe looked at the character's reflection with interest when he said that he would give them as material for his research, so she should prepare better. The girl looked silently and thoughtfully. She agreed and reached her hand to the green button. MC was glad when he saw the green light and said that it was a sign and that he had not checked his stats for a long time. Jared's body improved and he said that physical defense was 555 and a blow from a goblin or kobold would now feel like a blow from a child. The protagonist thought about it and said that it looked like wisdom would soon reach 800, which meant that his firepower would be almost 3 times higher than that of a mage of the same level, but with wisdom at 200. Light appeared from his ring and he said that he liked how the stats were growing. The guy thoughtfully put on the glove and said that this is not all, because he is still only a 5th-class mage. An image of a god appeared in space and someone thought that the 9th was still far away and he would like to meet Ignis as soon as possible. Jared exhaled nervously and said that he did not like him, but they had to meet. Smiling maliciously, the hero said that if the god is stupid, then he will have to suffer a lot. He turned around and headed towards the portal. Someone remembered Liam and thought that he would be able to develop even faster than Ella. The protagonist appeared from the magic circle and thought that the warrior would become his first S-class officer. We are transferred to Zilia, the Desmond Empire. That day there was night over the city and some sounds were heard from the house. The man was lying on the bed and stretching and someone said that he knew that age cannot be deceived. The fair-haired man stood near the bed and looked at his sleeping friend and laughed, and said that his eyes had not let him down. The hero smiled and said that he looked very tired because of the explosive awakening. Liam kept his mouth open and Jared looked at him. One of the buildings in the city stood between the trees, and smoke was coming out of the chimney. There were many people eating in the dining room, and a character stood near the doors and looked at them. He watched people doing their business and thought that there were a lot of people. People were enjoying their food and someone was thinking that he did not like the atmosphere here. The protagonist looked at the visitors and thought that they divided the hall in half. The man had a red bandage with a black rose on his shoulder. Another character had a cloth tied with a pattern of a lion. The guy walked in the middle and looking around asked where there was a free seat. He was standing on the first floor and someone told him to wait. On the second floor they also asked to wait because there were no seats. On the third floor it was the same as on the first and second. The fair-haired man went up the steps and then said seriously that only the 4th floor was left. He looked at the empty chairs and was surprised, but someone shouted that it was impossible. The man ran out in panic and said that he could not enter this floor because the entrance was only for VIP clients. Jared looked around in surprise and apologized, but suddenly someone said that it was his friend. The worker said with shame that then everything was fine and that he should go through, and someone asked if his ID was needed. The servant bowed and shouted that no, because they were acquainted, and apologized for not recognizing, and then said that the client should come in and he would prepare a place. The protagonist tensed up and thought about the fact that he had no acquaintances here except Liam. There was a dark-haired woman in the room and she was smiling, when someone thought that it was the Red Queen. The hero looked ahead with disbelief. Between them, a man was leaning over and the guy was thinking that under this disguise she could not recognize him. Natalie laughed and asked about the fact that they were meeting for the first time. And the fair-haired man seriously confirmed her words. The lady waved her finger and offered to follow her. She was smiling, and there were 2 serious guards around her, and she said that she had no bad intentions, because these are the first through third places where something can happen at any moment. You can only sit quietly on the fourth. Jared smiled slightly and apologized for disturbing. The girl, smiling, said that sometimes you need to do good things. The room was empty, and someone said that he could not use all the rooms alone. They walked along the corridor, and someone seriously said here. The hero looked at something in surprise. The long-haired man looked serious, and the character thought that the guards were not the same as last time. The short-haired man looked over his shoulder, and there were 2 dragons. A group of people looked somewhere seriously, and someone thought that at their last meeting in the kingdom's tavern, the abilities were not serious because of the very outstanding guards, but today everything was different. The snake looked angry, and someone thought about what men call animals. There were 2 shadows in the space, and someone said that they were originally called a 2-headed dragon, and each of them had a strange nickname, and the reason why I now call 2 dragons is simple. 2 balls were crossed, and someone said that they are always together, and use magical weapons with the image of dragons. On the guard's back there was a magical blade that emits a heavy aura, and it is quite difficult to lift it even with 2 hands. The weapon was engraved with an animal painted in gold and silver, so it was impossible not to recognize it. A group of people were heading somewhere, and the guy was thinking about how he knew that in the future they would become knights of the Empress of the Empire, Desma Natalie. Jared was serious and thinking about something. He tensed up and asked himself that the Red Queen was the crown princess of the Empire. The girl walked forward, otherwise both sides had high-class sword practitioners. She turned around dissatisfied and asked what he was doing and ordered him to go faster. The protagonist looked at her and agreed. There was a lot of food on the table, and the woman was drinking from a mug. The hero was sitting at another table and looking at her and the guards. She whispered something in the servant's ear. Then he stood up and began to walk away. The guy sat quietly and thought about how the queen gave him instructions to guard her, keeping his distance. 2 people were sitting at different tables and exchanging glances. Someone clutched his head, and someone thought about the fact that when they met last time, he felt some kind of feeling. A confident woman sat on a chair, and someone thought about how she looked at him through the crowd of the tavern, and he barely kept his mind sober. The girl looked tough and narcissistic. The hero thoughtfully drank a drink and thought about how today the feeling was different. Now she was polite and good-natured. Natalie opened a book with her hands, and someone said that she did not get drunk and did not swear. She carefully and calmly examined the collection in front of her, which she took with her. Taking a sip, Jared thought that she really was a good candidate for the role of the main character. The map depicted cities and the Empire of Desmond as the Empire of Rentis, one of the most powerful. The protagonist looked at something with disdain and thought that although she was the second candidate, but because of the plot of her story, the girl could become his enemy. The woman was in space, and someone called her the Princess of the Demon Empire, who received protection from evil spirits, and in the future she would certainly side with the Demon King. Suddenly, the lady was surprised by something. She abruptly slammed the diary shut, and the character looked at her with interest. The dark-haired girl smiled and introduced herself, and then asked about the name of her guest. MC was surprised that with such a sweet smile she was lying from the very beginning, and he assumed that this was some kind of deception. He thought that if she was hiding her identity, it meant that she was collecting the information she needed. The guy lied to her and gave a fake name. Natalie was surprised and asked that he was here for the first time. The fair-haired man tensed up when he realized that she could find out if he had been here before by name. The woman asked hesitantly about the protagonist's plans to clear the dungeon. He was surprised by what he heard. The hero went to the balcony and looked down. Someone's screams could be heard in the sky, saying that they all needed to be killed and that this was their territory. Some people were fighting with swords in anger. The girl looked angrily at the enemy and fought with him. She touched the enemy's hand and he screamed in pain. People were fighting each other, and someone screamed in pain. Jared looked around the street and thought that, of course, he knew that hunters from the south of the continent were rougher than hunters from the north. He stood on the carpet and said that in this area everyone was always arguing. The girl approached the guy and said that the feudal lord had given up and declared the zone free, and even if you kill, you will not be punished. MC smiled and asked about the zone and then thought about what she wanted to say, a lawless zone. Natalie walked away from the fair-haired man, telling him not to worry and offering him a beer while it was cool, and if it got hot, it would lose its taste. The guy silently sat down on a chair and thought that the woman was right. He took the drink in his hand and thought that he had not thought of leaving, because the VIP room was a safe place. Something strange began to happen in the space. A crowd of people entered the room and one of them shouted that they were guild hunters. Jared looked at him in surprise and asked what the hostility was for if he had no business with them. The man looked angrily at the character and shouted that this place was their land, and he warned him not to talk nonsense, and if he was not from here, then let him leave. The brute shouted menacingly that if the hero was a spy from the Kapoor Guild, then he would be in trouble. The protagonist was surprised and kept silent. The guy looked at him in surprise and suddenly someone laughed. Natalie walked towards the people who had come and asked them if they had paid for the entrance because the VIP room did not open its doors to people like them. The man turned around and shouted angrily. He turned his head and angrily asked about them being poor. The blond man became wary and concentrated. He looked at the guests and thought about the bald man being on the same level as Liam and the rest being weak. The hero became wary and decided that they were a bite to eat. The protagonist continued drinking his drink, saying that he did not think they were his equal and there were no spies here, so he just wanted to drink. The bully looked at him puzzled. He grinned and asked about Jared, pretending to be cool to look better in the eyes of the girl behind him. The heroine looked somewhere in surprise and angrily. Someone pulled out a weapon and someone asked about something. The man swung and pointed the sword angrily at the guy, shouting that he could be as cool when a blade flew at his head. The character calmly looked at something. A group of people stood to the side and laughed. The bald man smiled contentedly. He was heading towards the blond man with a weapon pointed forward. Suddenly it became dark. Suddenly the guests were surprised by something and looked with fear. The woman smiled contentedly and looked somewhere. Jared calmly stood behind the enemy and held the sword in his back. He pulled out the blade and blood was dripping from it. The hunter fell to the floor and stopped moving. Natalie looked away in surprise and wondered what the protagonist called himself. The hero was moving seriously and someone thought that he was able to quickly react with teleportation and that he was a 5th-class mage. The man flew at the enemy, but he managed to dodge. A group of people looked at the guy with confusion and anger and called him names. The girl watched with anger and thought that they had to go down quietly, otherwise they would die too. The angry man put his sword forward and someone shouted that they needed to attack MC. The two hunters were serious. The enemy tensed up and pointed his weapon in front of him, and someone shouted that the hero was alone. Natalie grinned and touched her forehead with her hand in disappointment. The opponents ran towards the protagonist shouting. He smiled and used magic. A magic circle appeared from his palm. Jared pointed his hand forward and a barrier called a wind curtain formed. The long-haired man smiled contentedly and headed towards the fair-haired man, saying that he thought the shield would help him. The man moved towards the magic wall and swung his sword. The hunters confidently approached the barrier. But suddenly the man stopped and knelt in front of the two people. Someone waved his hand and used force. The guests closed their eyes and some of them started running away screaming. The character was calmly casting a spell and someone was making some sounds. The green barrier was shining with a bright light. The visitors looked ahead with displeasure, and someone was indignant that it was a weak barrier. But why did it now look like a huge wall? The protagonist smiled contentedly and said that instead of fighting a large number of people one-on-one, he would rather deal with everyone at once. He used force and fire appeared from his finger. The hero smiled and directed his hand forward and tongues of flame flew towards the enemies. The flames burned the hunters, and they screamed in pain and horror. Clothes melted on their bodies and someone hopefully called for help. Natalie looked at Jared in surprise and remained silent. She watched in confusion and thought that his magical power was overwhelming, and it was not just a fiery sphere. People were crawling around the room, their bodies burning, and someone was thinking that MC couldn't kill and melt a person with a simple fireball. The character put his hand on his chest and calmly said that this was not all. At that moment the girl looked at him puzzled. He raised his palm and snapped his fingers. The fiery creatures in space were heading somewhere. Two figures stood at the end of the room, when the fire spread through it. The skeletons of people lay on the floor in blood. Jared looked at the bones with disappointment, and said that they asked for it themselves. The woman stood behind the hero and someone was thinking that the hunters were talented A-rank mercenaries. The dark-haired woman was surprised and wondered what a mage of such a level forgot here. She looked somewhere seriously and thought that there are many capable hunters, but everyone has clear boundaries. Natalie remembered when the guy cast a spell and thought that this fireball was similar to 8th grade magic and a fiery fiend, which is obtained by maximizing the level of fire magic, and melts everything in its path. There was something fiery in the space, and someone thought that even if someone is exceptionally good only in this magic. The girl angrily looked to the side and thought that he still possesses incredible destructive power, and suddenly someone asked her if she was okay. The protagonist turned around and said discontentedly that there were sparks everywhere. The dark-haired girl calmly stood and said that unexpectedly a little, but it seems no problems. The room was half black because of the fire, and someone said that it seemed that only the entrance was charred. Jared calmly said that he did not want to get involved, but their fists were itching and the woman wanted to say something. She lowered her head a little and said that it was okay, because it was a free zone. The hero hesitantly agreed with her. The bones were lying on the floor and someone was saying that everyone was free to fight and everyone was free to die here. The heroine turned around and calmly said that they simply died. The character looked down from the balcony at the smoke and was silent. He was upset that in order for this to never happen in his kingdom, it was necessary to create a unified legal system. People fought mercilessly with each other, and someone thought that it would be nice to create a governing body like a bureau. MC thought about it and decided that he would use today's experience to prevent such tragedies in his state. Several people looked somewhere with displeasure, and someone said that in emergency cases, hunters could be recruited as soldiers. There was a sheet of paper with a seal on the table, and someone said that they needed to sign a contract similar to a mercenary's contract. The bodies of people were lying on the floor and not moving, and someone said that the importance of minors is very high, and therefore they should not lose their lives in vain because of a stupid quarrel. There was a large building in the city, and someone said that especially if they came from a guild with a large number of branches in Krivia. The protagonist was surprised when he heard someone say that here are the drinks. The waiter walked and smiled, carrying a tray in his hands. He approached the woman's table and put down a glass, and someone thought about the fact that there were corpses and traces of burning at the entrance, and he behaved as if nothing had happened. The hero calmly said that he would drink and go. The girl drank from a mug and listened attentively to what the guy said about having things to do. The blonde man was seriously thinking that he had had enough fun during this short break, and it was time for him to return to his kingdom to prepare for the next stage of the plan. He was drinking when the heroine looked at him with interest. The character finished his drink and looked at the woman. He directed the glass to the table and said that he enjoyed the drink. Then the guy stood up and, smiling contentedly, said that fortunately everything had quieted downstairs, and apparently the situation had calmed down by itself. MC stood calmly and said that he was using this intermission. Natalie looked at him in surprise when he bent down and, smiling, said that he was collecting artifacts. He looked away and, with a smile on his face, said that they were dead and that they definitely didn't need the items. Suddenly, an explosion occurred after the protagonist said that there was no reason to leave them. The girl and the guy approached the railing and looked down at the smoke. Someone's figure appeared at the entrance to the building. There was some symbol on the shoulder of the stranger, and someone shouted that it was the master. People suddenly knelt down and worshipped the newcomer. The red-haired man walked seriously and looked around. The crowd of people looked in surprise. On the other side, people were heading somewhere and were surprised at something. The long-haired man looked away and tensed up. Jared looked down from the balcony in horror. He stood silently and nervously, and then realized that it was Barton. The menacing man was in a dark space, and someone was talking about how in the future he would take the side of the Demon King and arrange a battle among the followers of the Church of Radius. Several people were kneeling behind the cage, and someone said that he would build a colony for killing citizens, reminiscent of the Nazi concentration camp in World War II. There were chains and body parts on the floor, and someone was saying that 99% of those who got to the colony were brutally killed, and in the history of Paradise, a man killed about 2 million followers of the church. The hero said in surprise that who would have thought that he looked down at the man and nervously said that this is the one he should kill will appear right in front of him. Barton was dissatisfied with something and looked somewhere carefully. The protagonist watched and confidently thought that if he remained alive, then the preparation for the war would fail. A black rose was depicted on a red background, and someone was thinking that the hunters, employees and allies of his guild would join the Demon King. A dark shadow stood near a white figure from which liquid was flowing, and someone was thinking that everyone who would contribute to the unification of kingdoms and empires would be eliminated. Jared closed his eyes and, smiling, said that in such a scenario, everything would turn into a disaster. The guard looked back seriously, and someone thought that the problem was at Barton's level. The man turned around silently, and someone thought that compared to 2 dragons, the difference in levels was tens of years. The hero exhaled and concentrated. A flame appeared in his hand, and someone said that their destinies were intertwined. The character used force, and fire appeared from his palms, and he said that a battle was inevitable. Natalie looked seriously at the protagonist. The redhead stood with his back, and someone shouted that he killed his subordinates. Someone swung a weapon and shouted that he would deal with him right there. The man smiled contentedly and shouted that he would then cut the body and bones until the guy died. Smiling, Jared thought that, as before, he would take a pose without support at the slightest provocation. Examining Barton, the protagonist noted that this was all because his main weakness was his lower body. Looking at the guy, the protagonist noted that the guy was not good at protracted fights, and to compensate for his weaknesses, he had built up the strength of his upper body. Jared imagined Barton's blade and thought that this was not all. The guy had created a powerful concept of attacks using a sword that suited his physique. The protagonist imagined the guy's body and noted that as a result, the weaknesses were minimized and the strengths were maximized. A crest in the form of a rose appeared in his imagination, after which Jared told us that the reason Barton was able to become the master of the Slava Guild was because he used an attack similar to a fatal blow. Frowning, the protagonist noted that, in addition, he knew how to handle the Oro blade, and was practically invincible. Jared smirked and said that it wouldn't be easy, but he would focus on weaknesses. Standing on the balcony, the protagonist said that he would definitely kill him. Barton rushed into battle saying that he would do it first. The protagonist thought with a serious face that if he could unravel this tangled ball there, it would make his training easier in the future. Looking at the guys, Jared wondered what would happen if he failed. Looking at Barton flying, the protagonist came to the conclusion that in that case, he would die and there would be no other chance. They looked at each other while Jared reasoned that he didn't think he would die so easily. Suddenly, there was a bright flash. The girl was watching the fight closely. Standing between the guys, she thought that she had seen countless battles. She imagined various battles and noted that she had been on the battlefields of fierce battles, on the outskirts of criminal areas, in underground mines where the conditions were worse than hell. Frowning, she emphasized the fact that she had never seen a fight like today. Enraged, Barton asked why Jared always cowardly aimed at his legs. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, fired a magic projectile at him. Streams of energy began to move towards the warrior. Barton was shocked by what he saw. The guy screamed from the damage he received. Blood flowed from his mouth. Standing in front of him, Jared heard that he was not one to fight with his bare hands, and this battle between a mage and a swordsman was very tiring. Barton held the sword in his hands. Yellow particles flew around the protagonist's hand. He enveloped himself in mana, increasing his speed and strength. Jared jumped up from the ground. Taken aback, Barton noted that the protagonist was fast. The protagonist's face was smug. He was heading towards his opponent at great speed. The girl suddenly turned her gaze. She was looking at the guys who were discussing how Jared was not just strong, but also too maneuverable to be called a simple magician. Watching the fight, the man emphasized the fact that the protagonist seemed to predict Barton's movements. Turning around, the guy added that if something went wrong and he went there, he would have to save Mrs. Natalie and run away. Barton held a huge sword in front of him. Mana streams were moving towards Jared. The protagonist dodged the lightning. The pink mana continued to spread. The guy screamed in fear. The energy got to him. The wounded guy fell to the floor. The girl with a serious face said that this was strange. She remembered how Jared fought with the bandits, and said that the level of magic he was showing was much lower than what he used on those 5 hunters. She frowned and said it was a trick. Watching Jared kneel, the girl told him that he was deliberately hiding his strength and rigged the battle so that Barton would look down on him, giving him a sense of superiority. The man was flying towards the protagonist. The protagonist suddenly passed under him. Barton was taken aback by what he saw. Jared launched an attack at him. He extended his hand. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would use a Class 5 explosive projectile. The protagonist looked around the room. Jared extended his hand. Barton watched him and asked if the protagonist thought magic or tricks would work on him. He swung his huge sword. The enraged man used the maximum energy release of the sword. Jared watched him closely. The dumbfounded girl screamed that Barton would kill him. Looking at Barton's blade, she noticed that a Class 5 mage could not defeat him. The boys looked at each other. The protagonist fired multiple explosive projectiles. Their energy collided. The girl closed her eyes from the explosion, emphasizing the fact that he was really strong. She noted with a saddened look that she was sorry that Jared was destined to die. A powerful explosion was heard. The boys stood still. They talked about the explosion with a dumbfounded look. Blood began to flow like a stream. It flowed from Barton's mouth. He fell to the floor. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that even if this was a one-time trick, he had already thought about using the secret of salvation. Jared frowned. He imagined how an aura emanated from the person and read the message that the secret of salvation was a blessing created by a god who was kind to people. When stamina drops to 1 unit, a force field works for 10 seconds, invulnerable to all types of attacks. The protagonist stretched out his hand, thinking that it was some kind of insurance that could save his life. Jared added with a serious face that this is why he became more courageous and his attacks more brutal. The protagonist imagined how he releases streams of energy. Looking at his hand, the protagonist said that if it were a simple explosive projectile, he would naturally block it with his sword energy. It would not only split the sphere, but also cut off his head. Jared stood in front of the corpse. Lowering his head, the protagonist noted that this was his end. Opening his eyes, Barton, with his last breath, called the protagonist a coward. Jared took the blade out of his bosom. He swung it. The protagonist finished off the man. The guy's hand fell. The Duke calmly asked again about the coward. Squatting down, Jared said that in any case, one of 2 things happened, either victory or defeat, and what was in the process was unimportant. Looking at the man, the protagonist assumed that he was already on the verge of death. Jared grabbed his opponent by the cloak. He began to drag him. The protagonist flew out of the building with Barton in his hands. People were taken aback by what they saw. They began to run after them. Jared hovered above the warriors. He asked them to watch carefully with a serious expression. The protagonist waved his hand. The protagonist was serious. Looking at the skull on the cross, Jared read that the maximum damage was 15 times more. The protagonist hit the warrior. The girl washed from the ground. People were surprised. Barton's mouth opened. The protagonist threw him to the ground. Barton's henchmen were taken aback. Jared landed. He stood over the corpse. He began to take the man's artifacts. Looking at the people, the protagonist asked if they had any objections, noting that he acted like a man. It was a one-on-one fight. Holding a bag of artifacts in his hand, Jared noted that taking everything was the winner's right. The protagonist shifted his gaze. The girl ran to them and asked to listen. She asked with a serious look if they could meet again. Jared turned his attention to Natalie. A smile appeared on his face. Looking at her, the protagonist asked not to worry, because one day they would definitely meet again, but for today their meeting came to an end. Natalie put her hand on her chest. She repeated with a puzzled look that they would meet again. The dumbfounded girl thought that she was seeing him for the first time. He was a high-class magician, so she would not be able to read everything, but even fragments of his memories would help her a lot. They looked at each other in silence. Jared's face was calm. Closing her eyes, Natalie wondered if it was working. She examined the protagonist. She imagined a sad guy and wondered if Jared was the one she once saw in the Tavern of the Cinder's Kingdom. Natalie held a glass in her hands. Her face was interested. The girl presented the Duke's true face and emphasized the fact that he hid his true appearance. Jared suddenly disappeared. The moon shone brightly in the sky. Natalie approached Barton's corpse. The guys surrounded him. Her face was sad. We were transferred to the south of the Kingdom of Ciders, which stood under the cover of the night sky. A magic circle appeared on the ground. Liam met him and asked where Jared was. The protagonist answered with a satisfied look that he decided to get some fresh air and walked in the sky before going to bed. The puzzled man replied that the protagonist's magic was truly amazing. Looking at his subordinate, Jared asked what was so amazing about the fact that a mage uses magic. Standing nearby, Liam replied that this is unusual magic. No one talks about it openly, but everyone knows that no one can compare with him. Holding a bag in his hands, he said that he had a gift for Liam. Jared handed over the blade and asked to use the great sword of Machias from now on. The protagonist also gave him the armor. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked not to ask where he got it from. Smiling, Jared stated that for the sake of his kingdom, he hoped that Liam would take this timid pressure as a demand for even greater loyalty and effort. The protagonist presented the blade and asked to use the sword obtained in the Garden of the Dead, changing its scope of application. The dumbfounded man turned to him. Liam fell to his knees. The embarrassed protagonist asked to stop this. The plot takes us to the next night in the Kingdom of Krivia. Jared was sitting in his room. Holding his chin, the protagonist reasoned that Liam's characteristics in the Barton armor, one could now say that he was almost in the ranks of S-rank fighters. He imagined the battle and noted that in order to finally get the S-rank rank, he had not yet polished the oral blade enough. Sitting on the couch, Jared stated that this time the dungeon expedition was successful, and he met Barton and pulled out the roots of future worries. Extending his finger, the protagonist noted that the problem was in this message. Jared remembered his opponent and emphasized the fact that it came after Barton's death. Then he did not have time, so he checked only now. The protagonist looked at the many notifications, which said that Barton was dead. He received the title of the one who overcame the crisis twice. As a reward for receiving the title, he was given a piece of the map of Tristis Island. He was at the crossroads of fate. The forces maintaining balance and order were destroyed. A new balance and order would take its place. Intrigued, Jared said that he continues to receive pieces of the map of Tristis Island every time significant changes occur because of him. He presented the destroyed item and noted that in the end, it was about capturing the Great Labyrinth, and if you reach the end of the dungeon, you can meet a god on the last floor. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he was eliminating more and more creatures that would increase the Demon King's powers during the Holy War, and then asked if this would lead to positive changes. A drop of sweat ran down Jared's cheek as he asked what the last words meant. He imagined a brutal war and wondered what kind of new balance and order would come after it, and whether it would lead to a holy war faster in the future. Jared imagined many people and stated that his mere existence was gradually causing various cracks to appear. Books appeared in his imagination and he wondered if the same story was told in the countless novels and movies he had enjoyed so much in his past life, about someone from the present returning to the past and starting to change everything. The protagonist imagined himself standing with his back to his image from his past life, and added that this is why the time frame also starts to change. Clenching his hand into a fist, Jared noted that he needed to speed up. He imagined a large number of people, a crowd of people and a map of lands and noted that he needed all of this. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist said that he would spend each day as consciously and productively as possible. Sitting in front of the windows, he came to the conclusion that time was not on his side. The protagonist walked down the street. A frightened maid informed him that Lord Arkans was waiting for him in the palace dungeon. Turning around, Jared asked how long they had been waiting for him, to which he received the answer that Arkans had brought a bunch of materials there since yesterday and pasted them on the walls. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that everything was clear to him and that he needed to quickly go to him. Standing in front of the maid, Jared asked where Hayes was. While the girl was kneeling, the maid said that she was training in using divine powers. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he was going to the palace. Entering the room, the protagonist called Leslie. He saw a lot of papers. Leslie was hanging them on the wall. Holding his chin, Jared spoke about the state of the reserves, the current trends regarding Caracas petals, and then clarified whether he was studying the materials on the diet. Stunned, Leslie cried out that he did not notice that he was there. The protagonist stared at him. Examining the documents, he clarified whether Leslie had collected them and hung them up to study. Leslie exclaimed with delight that it was true. The happy guy exclaimed that he finally got the map of the continent. He stood in front of the protagonist, and noted that it was for the mass sale of Caracas petals. Jared looked at him in surprise. The protagonist imagined the statue and thought that the largest merchant of Arkans, he would not just grow to the title of the largest merchant of the eastern part of the continent. Looking at the records, the protagonist added that the countless materials that Leslie filled the basement with, the trends and demand of the largest customers of the continent of Nas. Leslie filled the document, while Jared reasoned that this was a detailed report on purchasing trends. Each of these papers was filled with useful data. Leslie hung the papers on the wall, and the protagonist emphasized the fact that no matter how many production secrets there are in each country of paradise, this guy will be able to use them. This is his specialty. Wiping the sweat from his face, Leslie said that he was very pleased with the work done. Jared stretched his arms out to him. He hugged the guy. The protagonist was taken aback by this. Leslie was embarrassed. The protagonist walked away from him. He turned around with a dumbfounded look. He saw bandages. Sitting in the room, Leslie said that in this world there are industries that are forbidden for women, and trade is not much different from the rest. Looking at her, Jared emphasized that he did not know about ordinary guild members, but for a woman to be the head of merchants is a rarity. Looking down, Leslie apologized. Smiling, the protagonist clarified what she was apologizing for, noting that he was sorry that he did not know about her efforts. It must have been hard for her. Sighing, Leslie said that she plans to continue working with men. In the world of merchants you need to be sharp and cold, like a sword, so the fact that men work there is really important. Sitting opposite, Jared replied that he understood. The protagonist remembered how they were in the bathhouse and asked if she had wrapped her body in a towel then. She cried out with an embarrassed look that she simply could not show herself to him. Leslie smiled and said that that was why she covered herself, and that it was really hard for her. Holding his face, Jared emphasized the fact that she had seen him naked and looked him over from head to toe. Looking away, Leslie replied that it was not on purpose. Closing his eyes, the protagonist emphasized the fact that in any case, everyone looks about the same and there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Jared raised his hand. Looking at the girl, he suggested that they leave everything that happened today a secret, but in private they will not need a disguise. Clenching her hand into a fist, Leslie addressed him. The protagonist was taken aback by the words that she had something she wanted to tell him. Looking around the room, Leslie replied that she did not want to say anything. She remembered smiling and telling him that she had researched various fashion trends and used those that had inadvertently drawn attention to the fact that she was a woman. She raised a finger, asking if he understood now. Jared introduced the people passing by and replied that mixing items of clothing was quite common among nobles. Looking at her, the protagonist apologized for underestimating her insight. A delighted Leslie replied that she was glad he recognized it. Surprised, Jared thought that she definitely smelled like a woman. He introduced various girls and assumed that he now understood why they all blushed around him. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what she would think if he gave her the title of Baron. Leslie, taken aback, cried out that she shouldn't do that. She was happy with the way things were. She looked at the candlestick and said that when she became the head of the largest guild that represents the kingdom, her dream had already come true. Jared closed one eye and asked her not to give up the title. She should think of it this way: since she is the head of the largest guild that represents the palace, she should have the highest noble title. The protagonist presented a coat of arms. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he knew that this was a stereotypical representation. Jared imagined silhouettes of people and noted that there were not such open people in the world. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that she should perceive the title as a weapon. Getting up from the table, the protagonist screamed for her to create a trade guild that would subjugate the entire continent in his name. She should be aggressive and brave. Inspired, Leslie began to scream that she would do everything she could for him. Closing his eyes, Jared emphasized that now she also resembled Liam. The happy girl shouted that she would start the briefing right now and prepare everything for the mass sale of Caracas flowers. Looking at the papers, Leslie said that if the protagonist allowed it, a real hurricane would sweep over the continent of Nas. Jared extended his fist and asked how long it would take. Their screams could be heard from the estate. Looking at the blue petals, Jared thought that the petals of Caracas on the continent of Nas began to attract attention since 1417. They became a ray of light for all people suffering from obesity. Looking at them, the protagonist noted that he remembered this hint when he first saw the petals of Caracas. Standing in the room, Jared asked if she had gathered the traders who would participate in the presentation. Raising her finger, Leslie replied that there were not many of them, so she even spent money on security. It would be a grand presentation. The protagonist extended his hand and replied that he would leave the presentation to her, as well as subsequent negotiations and sales. An enthusiastic Leslie asked her to rely on him. They gave each other a high five and Jared declared that everything was ready, and now they were going to the briefing, after which he thought that all that was left was to publicize the effects of the Caracas petals, so that merchants from all corners of the continent would know about it. People gathered in front of a special stage in the kingdom of Krivia. The guys looked at each other and discussed that this was an invitation from the Arkan's Trade Guild, where they would sell a diet product that could not be found anywhere else. The girl noted with an interested look that until now the only known method of dieting was physical exercise or the blessing of deprivation. She imagined the outline of a person and declared that the blessing of deprivation could only be begged from the high priest. Looking at the clots of energy, she added that it required great concentration and divine power, so the high priest could only create it for one person per day. Extending his finger, the old man intervened and said that naturally, the high priest was asking for his own price, which was at least 100 gold. Looking at the stage, he noted that he needed to reserve a place and wait another 6 months, because everyone hated sports. The man, looking upset, cried out that he wanted to eat and lose weight. The protagonist presented the bottle and emphasized the fact that it had previously been impossible to implement until the Arkan's Trade Guild presented their masterpiece. The guys were standing backstage. Looking at Marouin and Bella, the protagonist thought that they were siblings. They were caring for people in the hospital he built on the holy land of Sanera. Looking at Maroon, Jared assumed that he ate something wrong or that he was not getting enough exercise, but now the guy is twice as fat as he was a couple of months ago. Maroon was trying to catch his breath. Touching him, the protagonist asked if he was nervous. Standing next to Jared, he replied that it was the first time he would stand in front of so many people. He closed his eyes and said that he was really sorry. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he believed in him. Today he would get rid of his obesity and be able to become slim. Puzzled, Maroon said that in fact, he had bought diet pills before, but nothing worked. Standing in front of him, he asked if such drastic changes were really possible. Jared, with a satisfied look, said that initially, some time should pass after eating. There will be a moment when you will have to wait until the weight goes away. Stretching out his hand, Maroon clarified whether he was currently using a different method, to which he received a positive answer. The protagonist hugged the guy and said that he had a super fast diet cheat that no one else could use. Jared imagined a watch and thought that it was a paradise bug. In fact, it was too loud to call it a bug, it only slightly accelerated time without threatening the system. He imagined a monster corpse and said that if monsters suddenly died because of the acceleration bug, it would be a problem. But the cheat only worked on food and drinks. Looking at the food on the table, the protagonist noted that the cheat only slightly accelerated the effect of medicines and food, just an unusual trifle. Jared imagined various medicines and thought that this also applies to diet-related products. The bug allows you to change your appearance in a second with the help of a medicine from the store, not such a big problem. A picture of a settlement appeared in his imagination and he emphasized the fact that this is another world, there you can show in front of a bunch of people how drastic changes in appearance occur. He looked closely at the guy and noted that there was one condition: to use this bug, you would need 20,000 units of mana. Holding a clot of energy in his hand, the protagonist added that therefore only he could use it. Jared took his hand and called him. He led Marouin, saying that they would make this day the most dramatic and meaningful in the world. The curtain opened and the protagonist cried out that this was an unprecedented case in the history of the continent of Naz. It was time to begin the presentation of the new product of their kingdom. The man said with a satisfied look that in his 50 years, this was the first time he saw a king who personally spoke to merchants to distribute his goods. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl clarified whether this would damage his reputation, although he was in charge of the trading guild. Jared raised his hand. The man was taken aback by the words that since he was seeing this for the first time in his entire life, it meant that it was wasted, and it seemed that the owners of small shops were invited there. The man was furious at what he heard. He was taken aback by the man who was telling him this. There were stately people sitting in front of him. The stranger suggested that the man was jealous of Arkans, who became the head of the merchants, and the plot introduced us to the largest merchant in the western part of Naz, to which the man replied that it was not that he despised him as a merchant, it was just that the king should be responsible for the combat readiness of the kingdom. Smirking, the second guy noted that it could be said that Jared is the king who is most open to new things on the continent, after which we were introduced to the largest merchant in the southern part of Naz. He presented a book and told that he had recently read the biography of the main character, and was very impressed. The king's strength comes not from himself, but from the people around him and the whole world. The man was embarrassed by the words that, judging by what he was saying about how this would affect his reputation, he should learn to think deeper. The guys suddenly left there. Watching Jared, the merchant said that they should watch his presentation, since Arkans was a second-generation merchant. They began to applaud in respect. Holding the vial in his hands, the protagonist cried out that the Arkans Merchant Guild was presenting this new miracle cure that would completely replace the diet. People raised their hands and asked if they would really be able to see instant changes. Standing next to Maroon, Jared asked not to ask for too much. Standing behind the boy, The protagonist asked him to drink the potion, noting that it was made from processed petals so that it could be easily drunk. Jared took the vial in his hands. He began to drink the potion. Standing next to him, the protagonist asked him to drink more. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist thought that he would show them instant changes by adding an acceleration bug to the medicine. He touched Maroon's back. The boy frowned. Jared looked at him and said that everything was fine, he should trust him and calm down. The protagonist released energy into Maroon and emphasized the fact that he would show how fast results could be achieved and would use mana to speed up. Gritting his teeth, Maroon agreed. The protagonist patted him on the back and asked if it was very hard, to which he replied no. The guy squeezed his eyes tightly shut and asked him to tell him if he felt strange. Jared leaned over him and asked how it was now. The friend was filling with mana and said that he felt waves of energy oscillating throughout his body. The Lord looked at him seriously and told him that it meant everything was going well, using more mana. He pressed his hand to his back. An alarmed Maroon was dripping with sweat. The guy was standing in a puddle. He frowned. Standing next to his sweaty friend, the protagonist said that everything was fine, let him concentrate. A bright stream of mana appeared. People in the audience were taken aback and shouted enthusiastically. The protagonist stood with him on the stage. Suddenly, Maroon lost weight and thought that it worked. Looking at the milord, he reported that he felt a coolness throughout his body. The protagonist held out a bottle and said that it meant that the effect of the drug had ended. Let him drink a second one right away. Hayes smiled at her friend, listening to how the process would now have to be repeated again. Stretching his hand out in front of the girls, Jared said that they had prepared a healer for an emergency, so the audience could not worry. He looked seriously at his friend and told him to begin. A bright light emanated from the building. The audience sat in the hall and discussed that this was nonsense. Could the potion cause such changes? Was it really a bluff? Looking ahead, the old man said that first the cure for Ranala, and now this. Such unknown methods appear in the kingdom of Krivia. He looked at the puddle under the guy's feet and said that the difference was only 1 hour. He thought that such a thing was only possible in books. Maroon stood on the stage, confused, listening to the man say that he had become half his size. He should stop at this. If he loses more weight, the skin will hang down. People looked at the stage and discussed that they should buy this. Were they secretly meeting with the head of the trading guild Arkans? Maybe they should give a bribe. They should bypass other sellers in order to sell it more profitably later. Hayes carried a mirror. The dumbfounded guy looked into it and admired it. He was taken aback. Grabbing his face, Maroon shouted to His Majesty that he could not believe it. Smiling, the protagonist replied that initially this was supposed to be a surprise. The girl raised her hand to her mouth and happily replied that it was great, a very dramatic performance. The guys stood in front of her with smiles. Turning around, the protagonist asked his friend if she was ready. Raising her fists, Leslie replied that they had prepared many negotiation windows, depending on the level of the seller. A responsible person would be appointed. Jared spread his hands on the stage and said that then, from now on, he leaves everything to him. His time has come, let him turn up the heat. The girl with glowing eyes looked at him and said that she could rely on him. She would establish the best connections and channels. Lowering his head, the Lord agreed with him. He happily raised his hand and shouted that they were selling everything. If anyone was interested in buying a miracle cure for a diet, let them head to the windows of the Arkans Trading Guild. The guy looked at the counter. The worried girl raised her hands to her face and said that since only the first 100 buyers, they need to take it. The man raised a bag of gold and shouted that everyone should get out of the way. Their guild was first. He had a ton of money. Leslie held a bottle behind the counter and said that the first 100 people should line up. The plot moves us 2 days forward, to the kingdom of Krivia, where the sunset was coming. The main character stood over his sleeping girlfriend and asked her to get some sleep. Smiling, the protagonist said that she hadn't slept for 2 days. The girl flew into his office and called him. Raising a sheet of paper, Leslie said that this was the final report on who and how the contract was signed. The tired girlfriend stood there, confused. She collapsed on the floor in front of the gentleman. The guy looked at the sleeping girl and said that she fell asleep. He sat on the couch and said that while she was sleeping, he should take a look at Barton's rubber boots, because he hadn't seen them. Looking at the shoes, Jared said that it was an artifact that gave a bonus to water damage in exchange for speed and charm. The Lord looked closely at the boots and said that he was very lucky. This bonus was given only for the first hit. Putting on the boot, the protagonist thought that Barton did not know about this option. If he knew, his first attack would be stronger. The protagonist remembered how the man swung his sword, thinking that his attacks were rather constrained, so, naturally, he was able to dodge, and they can increase damage by almost 100%. Taking the boots out of the ring, the guy said that the wings of Gapoji, which he wore before, would be nice to give to Naomi or Ella. He looked at the map of the states and said that if you think about it, the history of paradise began to change slowly, but now it is necessary to speed up a little. Raising his hand, Jared said that it would be nice to unite all the kingdoms and empires, but this method is not suitable. The Lord introduced the crossed-up man and said that the Rentis Empire is a haven for demons and war fans. Frowning, the protagonist said that the kingdoms of Manus and Bonus are fine, although they both have a good base. The protagonist imagined Harvey on a chess piece and said that they cooperate with the Kingdom of Cinders, and the rest are either useless or too stubborn, they need to be conquered. Having circled the territories on the map, he said that these three kingdoms are tainted by the incompetence and corruption of the king, they should be abolished. The guy broke the chalk in his hand and said that for now he will quietly sharpen his sword. We see a forge from which noise was coming. Looking at the pieces of iron, the man said that everyone was great. Alex swung his hammer and offered to make more weapons from Chaldea to improve their quality. He watched the guys work in the forge and said that it was for Krivia. Looking at the weapons, they responded with agreement. Leslie joyfully clenched her fists and shouted that it was very cool. The presentation they held together with Maroon made a splash. The protagonist drank tea in front of her and said that she should not go crazy like that, speak more calmly, they have enough time to talk. The girl looked away and said that she would think about it. The protagonist created a dome of absolute silence around them. Putting down the cup, he said that now no one would be able to eavesdrop on them. The guy looked away and asked how she was. The girlfriend sat down in a chair and asked if he knew Mr. Duke and Patton. Jared, imagining the calm men, replied that there were not many. They were great traders of the western and southern parts of the continent of Nas. Leslie sat in front of him and told him that they had come this time, had refused the invitation, but had come secretly. Touching his chin, the Lord asked if they were really quite significant figures, thinking that the world of traders was a cold and cruel place. The girl smiled and said that it seemed like they were going to take control of the newcomers' hopes. The protagonist drank tea and said that it must be difficult with them. The girlfriend brought the cup to her lips and replied that in any case, they had the right to supply this medicine. Imagining flying petals, the protagonist said that firstly, little is known about the flowers of the Caracas. He imagined the man planting plants and asking if she knew that the petals from which the medicine was made were a species cultivated by Mr. Vincent. Remembering the flowers wilting in the field, the guy said that it would be difficult to grow this variety anywhere other than the northern part of the continent of Nas. It would grow poorly in a mild climate. Leslie clenched her fists and replied that over time the composition would be analyzed and the presence of Caracas petals would be determined. She sat calmly in front of him and said that only two people knew about the composition, His Majesty and she. The girl with a serious look said that naturally, she would keep her mouth shut. Laughing, Jared asked what she would order him to do. His friend looked at the bed and said that at least this year and next they would have the right to exclusive supplies. Similar products would probably appear in 2 years. Until that moment they needed to settle down and establish a monopoly on the market. Looking away, the Lord asked what was required of him, to which she replied that nothing. The protagonist extended his hand and said that the distribution routes, methods, everything, he gave her all the rights, let her do as she wanted. Leslie smiled and said that she already had a couple of options in mind, so she would give him a report as soon as possible. The protagonist clenched her fists happily and said that she was brimming with passion and fighting spirit. He clenched his fingers and asked shyly about the results of the contracts. The girl picked up the sheet and replied that they had received 500,000 gold just as a deposit. Presenting a mountain of gold, she said that this was the best result in history. The guy was taken aback and asked if it really was 500,000 gold, thinking that in other words, it was 500 billion won. Jared smiled and said that this meant that a real dietary madness would begin. Leslie put her hand to her neck and said that it would really be an interesting spectacle, let him rely on her. She clenched her fingers with a smile and said that thanks to his help, she had come this far, so she was going to become the woman he needed. The Lord's mouth fell open in shock. Taken aback, the protagonist asked what woman meant. Didn't they usually say human? The girl scratched her head in embarrassment and replied that it just slipped out. Smiling, the protagonist asked to take care of him. Leslie extended her hand and said that she would start right now. Sunset was approaching over the estate and the guy was wondering if it seemed to him, or if she had intentionally used the word woman. Whatever the case, the presentation of the diet potion ended extremely successfully. As Leslie said, it was the best result, which was expressed in monetary terms. The plot moves us to the dawn of the next day, when Jared was flying over the sea. Frowning, he thought about the fact that he could not put it off any longer. He needed to complete the task. The Lord watched attentively and thought about the 6th grade quest. Imagining Ignis closing his eyes, the protagonist decided that he needed to meet the god of the spirits of flame. Remembering Wendy in the Ears of Grain, the protagonist thought about the queen of the wind spirits settling on the Animos plateau. He imagined an erupting crater and thought that Ignis lived in the famous active volcano Posha. The guy confidently flew forward and said that there was no other way to complete his quest except to descend into this flaming hell. Flying over the ocean with fish, Jared said that Ignis had a bad reputation. His character completely corresponds to the character of the king of the fire spirits. The Lord imagined swirling flames and reported that he was extremely chauvinistic towards outsiders, especially humans. Imagining the guys at the computer, the protagonist thought about this reason why the players in Paradise were not very eager to meet him. The protagonist remembered the computer mouse and thought that instead of receiving a quest from Ignis, most players simply gave up and refused the reward. He looked ahead confidently and thought about Easter eggs, bugs and cheats. Presenting a book on the game, the guy thought that he had knowledge that would help reduce the load and the necessary efforts. Not for nothing he is called a bug user player. Jared frowned and said that Ignis is no exception. He is called the King of Spirits who looks down on all people. Looking at the gem in his hand, the Lord said that he had a way to get to his Achilles heel. The protagonist squeezed the crystal and said that soon Ignis will meet his one and only love. Let him just wait. Smiling, the protagonist said that there will always be someone better. He stood in front of the gate. Looking ahead, the guy said that from the very entrance there was a very strong heat. Jared stood calmly on the ground. Sitting down on the stones, the Lord said that he had come a long way. He should check everything before entering, for starters Liam's stats. The protagonist pressed the screen. A window with the warrior's characteristics appeared. Touching his chin, the protagonist thought that, compared to the sword master Kal-Lad, his stats were not high enough yet. He imagined a calm Liam and thought that in any case, he had already risen to the S-rank masters. Standing in front of the screen, the guy asked if he cared too much about him. Jared remembered Lena holding out a shield and saying that soon he would have to get another artifact so that she would not be offended. He wondered if she was training hard now. The Lord imagined a smiling girl and said that he had not seen her for a long time. Of course, she is always with Ella, so there is no need to worry about her. Looking at the buildings in the distance, the protagonist said that he has not finished training yet, they still have a lot to grow. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that appointing Liam as the head of public order in this life was the best decision, and he was grateful to him once again. A mana projectile rushed forward. The guy created a barrier around himself. The blow changed direction. Stretching out his hand, Jared said that since this is the world of Ignis, there are many traps. He looked to the side. The Lord stood in front of the bridge. The protagonist created an arrow in his hand. The protagonist stood on the cliff. Smiling, the guy said that he knew it. Jared stood on the broken bridge and said that it would be nice to fly inside in comfort. Flying past the clouds, he asked Alya to maintain an altitude of 20 meters. The guy frowned, thinking that from this moment on, unprecedented trials of Ignis would begin. Looking at the portal, Jared thought that by passing through it, he would get to the world of Ignis. The Lord remembered smiling Wendy, thinking that she was interested in him, so she called him to her. The protagonist with a serious look said that now he would challenge again and again. Hovering above the island, the protagonist said that this would happen until the closed door opened. He walked out of the portal. Raising his hand to his face, the guy said that the Thanex was heavily smoked. Jared remembered how he flew past the fire and reported that he had been hit 7 times with fatal blows. The Lord imagined how he dodged the flames and said that there were 5 magma emissions. Smiling, the protagonist said that if he had missed even one blow, he would already be dead. The protagonist entered the corridor, saying that on the other side of the portal there was another world, different from the volcano. He looked at the building in the distance, and said that this was the world of Ignis, although he had already prepared himself for thousands of attempts to go through that hell. The guy smiled and closed his eyes and said that who knew it would be like this, maybe the cruel Ignis was actually a good man. Jared stood in front of the fiery tunnel, saying that he knew it, there was fire. Looking at the glow, the Lord said that it was luxurious and shining. Suddenly, a bright stream appeared next to him. The flame tried to touch the guy. The fire came from the ground. Smoke remained on the broken concrete. Bowing his head, the protagonist said that this was Ignis's assistant. The fiery gatekeeper stood in front of him and said that this was Melancholy. He stood on the ground. The fire looked at him and asked if the guy had come to meet Lord Ignis. The guard was in front of him and said that he smelled of vile slavery. The protagonist's eye turned red and he thought that it was fireproof. Imagining waves and ice flows, Jared thought that in order to kill him, he needed to use reverse force, like ice water or water magic. He stood in front of the gatekeeper and thought that the characteristics of water magic were falling. The guy looked at him seriously, deciding that there was no point in dragging it out. He would finish the fight with one blow. The Lord walked closer with a smile and asked if he should come closer or if he would do it. Frowning, the guard said that he was a vile person. He swirled into a whirlwind. The flames grew larger. The protagonist stood in front of a fiery tornado. The protagonist looked up in surprise and thought that he was strong. Gathering mana in his hand, the guy thought that if it were an ordinary magician in his place, he would have turned gray, not knowing what to do. Energy swirled in his palm. The gatekeeper looked at him furiously and said that he would feel the suffering of a fiery hell. Jared silently watched the flames. The Lord stood in front of a burning whirlwind. Frowning, the protagonist thought that when one magic clashes with the opposite at the closest possible distance, the maximum effect can be achieved. The protagonist stood in front of the moving flames, thinking that there was only 1 second left before the collision. He put a magic circle in front of him. A water shield appeared in front of him. The liquid absorbed the flames. Many stones flew to the sides. The guy covered himself with his hand from the fragments. The gatekeeper screamed from the squall of water. Jared directed mana from the dome. Burning stones lay on the ground. The Lord sighed, grinning. We see a palace on a volcano. Touching his cheek, Ignis said that among the people who came to the volcano Phosha in search of him, there were quite a few interesting guys. He recalled how the flame attacked a man. Imagining a fallen stranger, the god said that, ironically, they died one after another, using the powers of Mother Nature. The protagonist looked at the bones and said that he entered the world of Ignis. Looking at the gatekeeper, the protagonist said that he would dispel the myth of his invincibility. The man sat on the throne and said that if he took his breath, he would become coal, but survived, although he was faithful in the victory of fire, but water prevailed. The god stood surrounded by fire, and said that it was interesting. He looked away. On the throne lay mountains of ash. Ignis smiled. The man dissolved in flames. The fire flared up in the room. Taking off his suit, the guy said that all was good. Jared looked up at the clots of mana. Frowning, the Lord said that this is a spirit that shines brighter than others. The protagonist looked at the ripples in the sky, saying that earlier in Paradise, it was extremely difficult to see Ignis's face, then he was not so strong. The protagonist looked up carefully, and said that remembering his past life, he thinks that he has become much stronger. Imagining a crowd of people, he thought about the fact that the privilege of meeting him was granted only to high-ranking players. The guy remembered sitting at the computer and thinking that although he was an experienced player, he was never able to rise to such heights. Imagining Ignis in the sky, Jared thought that this is why he saw his face only after he was cut up by many nerfs. The Lord imagined the guys at the computers, thinking that even then he was magnificent and cool, and yet the players mockingly called him Hogunis. Having put up a magic circle, the protagonist thought that now everything is different. This is the original Ignis, in the prime of his life. Standing in front of the deity, the protagonist thought that this world is reality. The man sank to the ground. The guy stood in front of him silently, thinking that this is the king of the fire spirits. Sweat trickled down his cheek and he thought that this is a creature that is also called the god of fire. Ignis extended his hand and said that he was pleased to meet him, asking his name. Jared said his name with a serious look. The man smiled and replied that it was not an uncommon name. The Lord looked at him tensely and said that, unlike his yes. The king smiled. Putting his hand to his stomach, the god asked why he had called him, adding that he hated people. Many had come here in search of his power, but none had achieved his goal. The protagonist stood calmly in front of him, answering that he wanted to pass his test and learn the essence of the flame. The protagonist held out his hand with the precious stone. Standing in the flame, Ignis asked if he was really asking to open the test room, if he wanted to die. He raised his hands and said that he would then show the uninvited guest his world. The god twisted his palms. The guy picked up the stone and decided it was time to act. The crystal began to glow. The Fire King jumped back, asking what was happening. Covering himself with his hand, he asked what he was doing. A whirlwind was spinning out of the stone. Smiling, Jared said that although it was inappropriate, let him ask a question, clarifying whether he had a loved one. Ignis frowned and answered in agreement. The Lord looked at him happily and said that it was the queen of the wind spirits, Wendy. Taken aback, the man asked how he knew. The protagonist raised his hand with a stream of wind, saying that he came to meet him. Of course, he could not help but find out. The god looked at the green mana and wondered how he got her heart, because it was impossible for a simple person to summon it. Frowning, Ignis shouted that without the magic stone of the king of spirits, there was no point in even trying. The protagonist smiled and answered that it was true. Opening his empty palm, he said that he received the magic stone from Lady Wendy as a gift. The king looked at him furiously and asked how a man dared to take the heart of the Lord of Spirits, what he did with it. Standing in the middle of the whirlwind, the guy said that she probably gave into his charm, because he felt it too. That's why he opened a portal to his world for him. The man grinned angrily. Ignis grabbed Jared by the shoulder. The Lord looked at him in fear. Bursting into tears, the god thanked him. The protagonist smiled in confusion. The king roared and said that he thought he would never see her again. The wind mana filled the space. The protagonist stood in front of him in surprise and asked what about the test. Frowning, the man said that it didn't matter now. He stretched his hand out to the side. Taken aback, the guy thought about the fact that he had failed the quest. A notification popped up saying that he had successfully passed the test. Although he had not learned the essence of the flame, all the necessary conditions had been met, and he was moving on to the next point. Smiling, Jared decided that he was lucky. The system informed him that he should ask Ignis for advice on a second adventure, as a mage who dreamed of the power of flame. A notification appeared that the god, Asos, was amazed by his ingenuity and was telling a funny story about him to the god of wind, Animastas. The Lord stood in front of the screens in surprise. Smiling, the protagonist thought that maybe he should take advantage of this. The protagonist stood in front of the glow, and the game reported that the god, Asos, was applauding, saying that he did not regret the blessing given to him. The horse galloped in the flow of mana. Silhouettes appeared from the wind energy. Wendy rose in the air. Ignis looked at the crowd of spirits and called out to his beloved. The girl looked at him in shock. The guy watched as the man reached out to her and thought about how the flame met the wind, the couple that in the world of paradise was like Bodes and Vega, the couple nicknamed the Unfortunate, finally reunited. The god stood in the flame. He looked up in surprise. Wendy looked at him confused and asked how it happened. Taking his hand, she said that she couldn't believe they met, even though she thought she would never see him again. Pointing a finger at the boy, Ignis asked if she had asked him. Jared happily crossed his arms. Wendy looked down in alarm and thanked him. Bowing, the protagonist said that he had specifically called her to her lover, whom she had missed so much. The protagonist looked up and said that in truth, he was going to ask him for something. He scratched his head in embarrassment, thinking that he didn't care about Ignis, although he was embarrassed in front of her. Looking at the sunset, the boy thought that he should be honest. The two spirit kings had been in love with each other from the very beginning. Jared imagined the girl in the field, thinking that each of them had become rulers in their own world. Imagining the god of fire turned away, the Lord thought that they could no longer meet. The protagonist remembered the dark flow of mana and thought about how the rule that had been passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years prevented them from seeing each other as they wished. Imagining the chains, the protagonist thought that the prohibition was due to a curse that could be activated even by the desire for reunion. He imagined a throne in the hall, thinking that this was a prerequisite for ascending to the throne. The guy watched as the gods held hands, thinking that this time everything was different, because the meeting did not happen by the will of these two. Wendy calmly looked up. The subjects were sitting on the clouds. The guys suddenly evaporated. Smiling, the queen asked what the guy wanted. She can fulfill any request. Jared answered with a serious look that in order to advance to the 6th grade of knowledge, he needs the advice of Mr. Ignis. Frowning, the man thought about why he was now calling him Lord, and asked what advice he wanted from him. A notification appeared that he needed to ask Ignis for advice on the primordial flame and listen to an amazing story about fire. The Lord stood in front of the screens. The protagonist looked at the notification carefully. Looking down, the protagonist said that he wanted to listen to the story about the primordial flame. Ignis furiously lowered his eyebrows and asked why him. Wendy raised her hand to her chest and said that the guy was very knowledgeable about magic. She looked at her joyful lover and said that if he told her, she would never regret it. The king frowned and thought that he himself was already convinced that he was an unusual guy. Smiling, the man said that first, let him show him the power of his fire magic. The girl looked at him happily, listening to how since Wendy, who was more level-headed than him, would be nearby, he wouldn't be able to use tricks. Taking his hand, the queen said that he should just watch. He would be very surprised, since he had already received her blessing. Ignis looked away in surprise and asked if she was talking about the blessing of the wind. He held out his hand and asked her to show him, since he wanted to prove that he was worthy of a story about the primordial flame. The protagonist smiled. The protagonist created a stream of fire. The guys watched as he held the fire in his hands. Raising his finger, the guy activated an explosion of flame. Fire entities flew out of the stream. Ignis pulled his hand back from the attack. The man closed his fingers. Frowning, he thought about what he had heard, that the gods give blessings to creatures, among whom the most worthy are people, but he personally had never encountered anything like this. Wendy looked at her lover and asked how he was, would she teach him? God looked at the smiling guy and said that this magician had won her heart, a strange feeling, it seemed like he was jealous. The girl stood in his arms and said that what she felt for him and for Jared were different feelings, because love and interest were not the same thing. Grinning, Ignis asked if he was interested in the primordial flame, adding that he should listen carefully. He was not going to repeat it. The protagonist happily raised his fist and agreed. The king of fire stood in front of him and said that they were the spirits who first descended into the primordial world. Looking at the sunset, the protagonist reflected on the fact that this is how Ignis's story began. Wendy also listened attentively to this story. This was the beginning of an interesting story necessary to obtain the enlightenment of the 6th grade. A notification comes that the special quest is completed. Then the next notification comes that he receives a reward for achieving the 6th grade. Jared is standing near the guys. They look at him and smile. They are also standing near each other. As they begin to hug, we realize that they missed each other. The orb appears and was not opened by their will, so they could always use it as a door to meet. Ignis opens his mouth and says that they need to leave. Squeezing his hand, he says that he will build her a throne so that they can sit together. Wendy looks at him. We see the red sky, as well as the room itself, because today they are parting and cannot teach them anymore. They sit on the throne, and Jared leans over. Wendy looks at the guy and asks him to tell. Squeezing his hand, he is told that if the attribute of wind is harmony and adaptation, then the attribute of fire is clash and hatred. Smiling, she asks to tell more. Pointing at him, Ignis says that fire should be treated roughly and let him use the rebellious temperament inherent in the attribute of flame. Opening her mouth, the girl asks, "How is that?" Getting up from his chair, he says that he was going to leave half, but the protagonist needs it more. Raising his hand, he decides to give him blessings. Looking down in surprise, the guy asks again. Getting up from his chair, Wendy asks if he wants to give his blessing to another, to which he answers positively. Holding his chin, he says that there was a guy who got along well with fire, and Jared is similar. Squeezing his hand, Wendy asks who he is talking about. Closing his eyes, he says that this can have an unexpected butterfly effect. We see that there is a fire burning near the end of the edge, and it would also be dishonest to tell about it without his knowledge. Putting his hand to his chin, Jared thinks about who has already come. Widening his eyes, he thinks about who this candidate was. Remembering the guy and the girl, he realizes that they are far from the fire. Silently standing and looking into the distance, the protagonist reflects that there are not many magicians on the continent who are well versed in the nature of fire, and there is nothing to regret. Standing next to them, he understands that they still need to prepare for war. Raising his finger, Ignis decides to give him a blessing. Then he points his finger at the main character and a fire bird appears. Jared widens his eyes and thinks that this will be the highest class a mage can achieve. Opening his mouth, he says that he has transferred special magic. A notification comes that if sparks remain within a radius of 10 meters, they will unite for a secondary explosion. Spreading his hand, Ignis asks to try. Silhouettes of people who are burning appear near them. Closing his eyes, the guy decides to concentrate. He touches his hands to each other. Then he squeezes them in gloves. Standing next to the silhouettes, he sees that magic is happening. Fire goes over their heads. Then, on the other side, fire also goes over their heads. Jared stands and watches because a flash appears. Opening his mouth, he understands that this is the level of the 8th class of firepower, explosion class. The guys come up to him and asks, "Do you like it?" Holding his side, the protagonist says that there is nothing better for a mage than to gain new knowledge. Putting her hand on her chest, Wendy asks to become the best mage and not to disappoint. Opening his mouth, Jared says that he will not forget about the instructions, as well as the blessing. Folding his hands, he asks not to go out of his way, and when he dies, he will return to him. Wendy turns to the guy and asks not to be so indifferent. We see the doors, because yesterday's meeting with Ignis, known for his bad temper, ended well and spent several days there, but they were useful and saved several years. Night falls, we see a white building, and we are in the kingdom of Krivia. The protagonist sits at the table and understands that it is no longer possible to postpone, and the problem is in Chloe's teacher, the talent needed by their kingdom. He remembers an old man named Formido. Chloe looks down because if she hires him, she will grow 2 heads. At the table, the guys say that the Item Empire suddenly attacked the Listes kingdom and captured it. The guy drinks from a mug and says that even if it is an empire, how can it capture the entire territory of the kingdom? He eats a sausage and says that the Item Empire provoked an internal rebellion and attacked both from the outside and from the inside. Sitting at the table, they say that the king was captured by the rebels and beheaded in the central square. The protagonist drinks and thinks that the world lives and breathes. We see a map of empires because this is an era of civil strife. When each state has independent power, there are no vassals or suzerains. Eating chicken, Jared says that he wants to prevent the impending famine and war so that no one in his kingdom goes hungry. While eating, he says he needs to talk to someone about improving rice varieties. The guy holds a potion in his hands and says it's a weight loss medicine, and he bought it today, and it's made in Krivia. The guys sit at the table and say that the king of Krivia personally demonstrated the effect. The man drinks from a mug and says he's very excited and personally saw the king of Krivia demonstrate it. Holding a bottle in his hands, he says he wouldn't have believed it otherwise. Smiling, Jared starts laughing. Carts are traveling along the road, and in accordance with Leslie's aggressive sales tactics, the product is sold all over the world. We see money falling because soon the money will flow like a river, and this is just a prelude to the golden stream. Evening comes and we are near the red building. The guy sits at the table. Opening his mouth, he says that on January 1st of next year, the agreement with the kingdoms of Malice and Bonus expires, namely the end of the alliance. There are kingdoms drawn on the map. There is a fire in the fireplace, and he says that if they are not fools, they know who will be the next target. Chloe comes up to him, and Jared is scared. Opening his mouth, he asks why he did not notice her coming, to which they answer that she trained a lot. Opening his mouth, he understood everything. In his pants there is a watch that distorted space. They are standing next to each other, and Jared realizes that even with the watch he could not find her. Looking at her, he asks if she recently went to the demon den? Opening her mouth, Chloe answers that she was with girls and now her breath is like a blade. People are standing and spreading their arms. Leaning towards him, she asks where it is. The guy's eyes widened, because it is awkward when they call her that. Looking at her, he asks to speak normally and address her as before. Tilting her head, she asks if she should call him Prince. Smiling, Jared asks to call him by his name. Smiling, she calls him by his usual name. Looking at her, the protagonist asks if everything is ready. Getting up from his chair, he decides to go now. Taking her by the shoulders, Jared says that in any case, he has finished with urgent matters for today. Holding her shoulders, a circle begins to form and they go to the north of the Item Empire. Lines begin to appear near the circle, and Jared asks to hold on tightly. We see their silhouettes, and he says that he is going to find her a teacher, and then a double multi-teleport is triggered. Then the portal in the room disappears. We see mountains, because we are on a ridge. They both hold hands. Landing on the ground, Chloe asks if this is a ridge, to which she receives an affirmative answer. Taking her hand away from him, she asks for forgiveness. Then they look up, because they see red smoke. Her eyes sharpened, because it is the smell of blood. The girl takes out her swords and looks. Jared looks at her. Holding the swords in her hands, Chloe asks why he is doing this for her, and did not want to bother him. Smiling, he says that he promised and was going to keep his promise from the very beginning. Turning her head towards him, the girl says that she feels danger and needs to look around. We see dead people and a sign says not to enter. Then we see another sign asking to leave. Holding swords in her hands, she says that there are only corpses here. The guy looks at her and says that he will keep his promise in any case, because he promised not only her, but also all the Grey Elves, to which she belonged. Standing on the road, Jared says that there can be traps on the ground and they need to move through the air. A robot, or rather flight magic, appears near them. Chloe looks at him, because the golem could move through the air. It was evening and tells the robot to turn on the air maneuvering mode. 30 minutes later, they flew to the building. A man is sitting on the bed. Opening his mouth, he says that 2 uninvited guests have arrived. We see a dangerous fence, because there are many traps. Next are the stakes and Formido says they didn't hit any of them. Holding the swords, he says he warned us not to come here and he won't risk his life. We see his back because he became an assassin at age 7 and is 63. There were 100 of them in the training center, and he's the only one left. His eyes were white and Formido asks if they look down on him. In the sky is a robot, and Jared because they entered a forbidden area where they should never go. When he goes outside, he thinks he'll risk his life. They stand on the ground and Jared greets him. Formido opens his mouth and asks if they are lovers and if they read the warnings along the way. Holding the sword, Chloe asks if we should retreat. There are bodies on the ground. He looks at Chloe and says it's okay and to trust him. She looks at him when he tells her he came to have a fight with real swords. The 3 of them are standing not far from each other. Opening his mouth, he asks what his business is. Smiling, Jared says that he will get the rest of his life. Widening his eyes, he asks if the guy is crazy. Smiling with all his teeth, he understands that he is hunting for characters and wants to recruit them, and any means are good. The 3 of them look at each other. The main character's eye turned red. Formido looks down, and his LVL was 619 and everything was SSS rank. Opening his mouth, Jared thinks that he did not think that having lived his whole life as an assassin, he would be weak. We see Chloe and her yellow eyes, because it is a perfect match. Standing next to each other, he thinks that she should definitely follow Formido. It was evening and we are leading Christmas trees. The man puts a sword in front of him and offers to get to the point, and probably they know what happens to those who enter his territory, ignoring warnings. The protagonist looks and remains silent. Then he opens his clothes. There were knives and various objects in them. Formido opens his mouth and is surprised. Putting his hand on his chest, he heard that he would have to put his life on the line. Smiling, the man says that it is right. Putting the sword in front of him, he praises it. Smiling, he says that he is putting all his artifacts on the line. Bowing his head, Formido asks, in exchange for wishes? Smiling, Jared says that it does not matter how many wishes he makes. Putting the sword down, he says his will. Raising his finger up, the protagonist says that if he wins, he will be his girlfriend's teacher for the rest of his life. Chloe stands silently and watches. The man looks at them. Seeing her ears, he realizes that she does not look human. Standing near them, he asks if he wants to make a deal with her. Smiling, Jared asks if he is one of those who finds fault with the terms of the deal. Looking at him, he agrees. His eye looks at something. Chloe stands with a calm look, and he understands that it will be interesting if he starts teaching her. Raising his second finger up, Jared says that he will stay with him as an assistant for the rest of his life. Holding swords in his hands, the man asks who he is to ask him to be an assistant. Bowing his head, he says that it has been 20 years since he cares about what happens in the world. Raising his hand, he says that he is the king of the kingdom of Krivia. Opening his mouth, he begins to laugh. Looking at him, he asks, so the man decided to find him at the cost of his life and is still a king? Smiling, Jared says that he can ignore etiquette. Chloe holds a knife in her hands, and the main character says that there is no need for this when there are so many kings and emperors. Closing his eyes, he says that suddenly, after living with him for some time, the man will decide to open his heart. We see the sky and where they ask if he will accept the offer. Standing with his back to us, Formido says that even if he dies, The elf is interesting to him and therefore will teach him something. Jared looks at him and agrees, the deal is done. Chloe looks at the king and asks him to refuse. Smiling, he says that since they have sorted this out, then let her believe in him. Turning his head to her, Jared asks to watch every movement, and for her it will be an excellent training tool. The girl tilts her head down. Having taken a pose, the man decides to move forward. The protagonist's eyes are red and he feels the thirst for murder, and also makes himself the skill of the third eye, a look through. Looking at it, he understands that he has ensured himself in advance if the endurance drops to 1. We see different balls, and thanks to the divine blessing, a force field will appear that will protect him, and if he does not die instantly from the first blow, then there will be a chance for 1 counterattack. Pentagrams are created near Jared. It was an excellent dimension door. They begin to connect with lines. This is a route check. Formido holds swords in his hands. Looking at the circle, he understands that the artifact is a concealment detection. The protagonist moves because the enemy is fast. A wind barrier comes out of his hand. Having created it near himself, we see a black silhouette. Formido is not far from him and says that he is surprised by it, because most magicians stop breathing after the first attack. Smiling, Jared says that it was not for nothing that he received the title of Master Assassin, and his skills are not fit to hold a candle to him. Many men appear. It was a cloning technique. The protagonist teleports because he decides to increase the distance. He creates a circle from his hand and uses the skill of the superior flame arrow. Straightening his hand, he says that he wants to target the door of change. Magic begins to appear from the pentagram. Formido looks at them. Then the clones begin to run. Suddenly, he is alone. After that, they are created again. Looking seriously, Jared cannot be sure. Raising his hand, he creates a series of lightning. We see a bright lightning. All the clones begin to look up. The protagonist flies up and there is lightning below. Near the clones there are lightnings. Then they disappear from there. Formido crosses swords and makes a perception attack. The protagonist widens his eyes and thinks that he is using the assassin's sense of perception to dodge. Everything around the sword is electrified, and the guy thinks that he needs a short break. Squeezing his hand, Jared understands that he needs to limit his speed. Then something begins to appear from his hand. Straightening his hand, he releases particles into the pentagram. Formido is still crossing swords. Particles come into the pentagram. The man looks there and understands that this is nonsense. The main character's face is serious and decides to do something now. Something starts to appear near Formido, or rather Jared teleports a short distance. The guy's face is still serious. Formido looks up and is silent. Then they grab him by the clothes. Looking at him seriously, one of them makes a perception and the image becomes gray. Formido begins to remove his hand. The main character opens his mouth in surprise. Then he moves and creates a mirage. Formido has an object in his hands. Then he throws it at the main character. The clone starts bleeding from his mouth. Jared jumps near him. We see 2 sparks in the forest. Chloe looks there and understands that her eyes cannot keep up with the movements. The guys are at a height near the pentagrams. Formido dodges the flash. Holding swords in his hands, he understands that things are bad. Looking up, he sees Jared creating a dimensional door. Lightning appears near the pentagrams, and the man says that he used the dimensional door in such chaos. Chloe looks at them and realizes that he flies into the dimensional door, blocking the attack. Formido dodges and his movements are so fast that there are no drawbacks. The man wounds the protagonist. Black blood begins to flow from his hand. Jared begins to smile at him. Chloe opens her mouth and thinks that he seems to enjoy the chaos that is happening. Then sounds are heard in the forest. An attack rushes near the girl. The girl opens her mouth in shock and remains silent. Turning her head, she wonders if it was a trick. Something begins to appear in the attack. Then a small explosion occurs. The guy holds his hand. Formido holds swords in his hands. After that, his eyes widen. Then the man is hit by an attack. A large explosion occurs in the forest. The robot flies towards them. Then he raises his hand. Jared is standing in a suit and says that his mission is complete. The robot takes Formido and flies with him. The protagonist's face is serious. Ice appears in the pentagram. Then the man begins to be attacked. Blood begins to flow from his mouth. The protagonist is still holding him. Then he throws him and uses telekinesis. A fiery arrow begins to occur in the pentagram. After that, Formido falls. Chloe looks at this seriously. The guy in the helmet also looks. An explosion occurs in the pentagram. The girl opens her mouth in shock. Formido falls down on his back. A teleport appears near him. Jared flies above and looks at him. Particles begin to appear near his hand. The guy's face becomes serious. Straightening his arm, he creates a rocket at the man. Formido opens his mouth and they shoot at him. Chloe opens her mouth and says that it is difficult to estimate by what level the magician is. Her eyes were yellow and asks what the protagonist's maximum will be. Birds fly over him. Formido falls to the ground. Blood flows from his mouth, and he also makes sounds. Jared starts flying towards him. He decides to use force, squeezing his hand. Then he hits him in the stomach with his hand. He closes his eyes and smiles. Then we see blood. Formido is bleeding from his mouth. The protagonist lands on the ground and they run up to him. Chloe is standing next to him and says that he inflicted a mortal wound on him, although he himself almost fainted. The guy bends down and says that he had insurance. Standing next to her, he says that these are curses and it's a pity that he is not so hardy. Smoke begins to appear around them, and Jared is a tireless fighter. He closes his eye and says that because everything went a little crooked, many times 10 precious seconds of defense were wasted. Blood comes out of his hand. We see a forest and the man says that he lost. Sitting on the ground, Jared tells him that he was just lucky. Holding his stomach, he calls it as if he won. The boy closes his eyes and says that he has found a good teacher for Chloe and a talent that the kingdom needs. Smiling, he says that he has never encountered such a mage. We remember Jared punching him in the stomach. Then we see him punch him in the air because he put his heart into it. Chloe stands next to the king. Formido smiles at them and closes his eyes. Standing next to them, he says that he will become her teacher and spend the rest of his life in his kingdom. A lantern glows near the road and the man says that he will become a citizen of his kingdom and will serve as a worthy example. Standing next to them, he offers to build a new relationship. Jared begins to smile at him. Then he extends his hand and creates a purification. The man stands next to them and the blood begins to cleanse himself. Leaning over, he says that he will not forget about his gift. Formido opens his mouth and says that he has lived here for more than 20 years. We see the inside of the room and the house is nothing more than a log. Chloe holds out her hand and says her name. The man opens his mouth and asks for what she has learned. Chloe puts her hand on her chest and remains silent. We see the sky and Jared likes that he got straight to the point. They are on the trail and say that if they go further, they can use the multi-teleporter. We see the legs of horses and someone shouts for them to move forward. The guys are standing on a cliff and looking down. There are people on the horses. This was the first squad of the Item Empire. Jared looks down seriously and remains silent. They had a red flag and an army that mobilized only during wars of conquest, which is their highest priority. His eyes widen, he realizes that they are moving east, to the kingdom of Sazantan, a country he never attached importance to. They look down where the horses are running. We see a bloody floor, because before the rebirth, the Item Empire destroyed the kingdom of Listes. Standing on a rock, he realizes that before the blood from the previous war cools, they will start a new battle. Looking serious, Jared decides to focus on internal matters. Opening his mouth, he asks to hurry. We see the training men. One of them was broken, and Formido says that her secret techniques are too crude and their advantage is that you can aim at the target, but they are also easier to detect and react to. Holding a knife in her hands, she is told that there is no need to adjust her posture much. Something is written on the knife, and he says that the signs of her presence are greatly reduced. We see a tree. Formido says that in this state you need to aim at the root of the tree. There are blows near her eyes. Then she breaks the tree. After that, she kneels down. Starting to clap, the man says that she is very capable. Jared also claps, because in 5 minutes the man taught her a great lesson. Clutching his head, he realizes that Formido has analyzed her weaknesses and taken her secret techniques to a new level. Opening her mouth, she says that her stealth has improved. Squeezing her hand, the girl says that she has never experienced such a change. Standing next to them, the man says that she has a talent for stealth and is a natural genius. Smiling, the boy asks if he really thinks so. Closing his eyes, he says that it has been 30 years since he had a student, and his heart has not beat like this in a long time. Chloe bends down and asks to take care of her. We see the sky and they say that her teacher is very old. Formido laughs and the guy hopes that he will live a long life. Smiling, Jared thinks that he would be glad if he was around when the demon war starts. Looking at the king, they ask him what is on his face. Closing his eyes, he says that he just thought that they were having a good time together. Opening them, he becomes silent. The girl and the teacher are standing next to each other, and Jared does not know if the disease caused his death. We see training people and you can check his health from time to time. People carry boards and build a palace. Jared watches them from the window and is glad that the palace is being built step by step. Looking down, he understands that safety is above all and let them build slowly. Liam comes to him and says that they quietly invested in the Krivia fleet, and off we go. Opening his mouth, he asks, did they win? Smiling and remembering the men, he says that the admirals routed the Ernadu pirates and captured the island of Sicily. Standing next to him, Jared says that they have finished clearing the coastal area and are fully engaged in capturing the nearby cities. Looking down, Liam says that in the past they were admirals of the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. He treated them like paper tigers. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that they have grown stronger and become hellish animals, because he gave them power. Luke holds the wheel, because thanks to the wisdom of His Majesty, the two admirals were able to demonstrate their abilities in full glory. Heinrich raises his hand, and their talent blossomed. They move the ship along the sheet with their hand. We see a map, because the Krivian fleet has subdued a fifth of the islands. Standing next to each other, he says that the cities have also been subdued. Opening his mouth, Jared sees that the Admiral's loyalty has increased significantly. Liam raises his hand and says he doesn't have to worry, supplies are good and production will be increased by 50% next week. The guys are doing something with sledgehammers and the entire production process is under his control. Liam squeezes his hand and says that construction will be finished next week and this is the power of mass production. We see his hand and Jared thinks that Liam can't control his emotions. He smiles and thinks that the time spent settling internal affairs was not in vain. We see a bottle because the biggest success was the business of selling dietary Caracas flower tea, which he ran with Leslie. The coins are falling because thanks to him the kingdom's treasury was overflowing with gold coins and despite this, they were not careless. The guy writes something in a book because not a single coin was wasted. Standing next to Liam, he asks if everything is okay with the installation of lanterns with magic stones, and they answer in the affirmative. We see people, as well as lanterns, because the film business is doing well and the people have every right to a decent cultural life. Raising his finger, Liam says that the merchants have smelled money and therefore, one after another, they are rushing into the film industry. We see lamps on the wall. The guy closes his eyes, and Jared looks at him. Opening his mouth, he asks when he will have a life partner. Smiling, the guy understands that he has already come to this. We see a fireplace and books, and Jared says that he is in his early 20s, and this is not the age at which he should think about marriage. Closing his eyes, he understands that he took the norm from his past life. We see a man in a different life, because here the most suitable age to get married is 20 years old. Smiling, he understands that he is a king. We see his friends because it is natural for subjects who want to strengthen the royal family to talk about the queen. Liam opens his mouth and says that the queen's place cannot be left empty. Smiling, the guy agrees to this. Covering his mouth with his hand, he asks to tell him about it later because he is tired. Closing his eyes, he says that he is embarrassed. Standing next to each other, Jared asks not to worry and this is an important topic. Leaning over, he says that he will go. Opening his mouth, Jared says that it would be nice if he calls the captain when leaving. Then he closes the door and leaves. The protagonist looks at her and is silent. Standing near the window, he understands that he should seriously think about the meaning of this word. He remembers Mary because she is ideal for marriage. Shaking hands, Jared understands that a marriage of convenience can create a strong relationship with the kingdom of cinders. Looking down, Jared thinks that marriage to an unloved person is like hell and therefore there is no point in discussing it. We see a table because many of the vassals around it are women. We see Leslie because she turned out to be a girl. Then we see Isabel in a red fur coat. Also Hayes and Chloe, who are smiling. Raising his finger up, he counts how many girls he has. Holding his head, Jared understands that it is better to live as a bachelor. Naomi comes to him and asks if she can come in. Closing his eyes, Jared says that they have not met alone for a long time. Bowing his head, she is allowed to pass. We see a flag because several months have passed since she joined the kingdom, and under her command the forces of the magical squad have greatly increased. Widening their eyes, they begin to say something to him. Looking at him, she wants to tell him something. Opening her mouth, Naomi says that the agreement with the kingdoms of Malice and Bonus ends on January 1st next year. We see a paper where it is written about the tribute. Looking at him, she asks if she is going to attack. Jared's face suddenly changed to serious. We see an object near the water, because even the conquest of the islands by the fleet, as well as the training and preparation of the army, are focused on the future conquest of these two kingdoms. We see Harvey, because they have increased the number of troops in the border zone, and also suppressed their ties with the kingdom of Cinders. Standing not far from her, the protagonist says that before the war begins, he hopes that the two kingdoms will be destroyed from within. Raising his finger up, he says that the first long-awaited project, which is scheduled for next year, is the capture of these two kingdoms. Bowing his head, Naomi hopes that the glory of Krivia will cover these damned lands with their heads. Looking at her, he says that if he sets foot on his native lands, then an academy will be built in her honor and not at all like the previous one. We see books, and Jared asks to think a little more, because the future of Dimios' squad completely depends on her. Smiling, he asks to see each other more often and let her come whenever she wants. A blush appears on her face and Naomi says that she will come more often. The girl begins to run away from him. We see Naomi and she is ashamed that in the first and last fight he won with her without using his hands. Night falls and the protagonist thinks about the combination of 5 relics. Looking seriously, he understands that in paradise even one relic has an incredible effect. We see how the guy is given a cup and this is an example. People are sitting near the jugs, because the mere presence of the platinum grail in the depths of the lake made its waters healing. We see the Ascension Stone, because the other relics have special powers. Also a book of pure Bible. The Staff of Justice, which had wings. And also an ordinary stone of blessing and 4 holy relics remain. Flying along it, He understands that initially he did not want to collect them one by one, but now he cannot hesitate. He begins to squeeze his fingers, because he still has the effect of blessing. A notification comes that after reaching the peak, the effect slowly decreases to the original level over 3 months. Jared, widening his eyes, says that it is time to collect all 5 relics to get the maximum synergy effect. He flies to the eastern quarry. Steam hangs in the air because it is still cold. We remember Fat Jared, because he thought he was going to die here. Opening his mouth, the guy is going to throw away thoughts of those times and find the Ascension Stone. Looking at the stones, he realizes that the stone should look like a figure of a person. His eyes widen because he found it. He sees the Ascension Stone. Taking it in his hands, Jared thinks that he can finally begin the project to turn the kingdom into holy. He begins to fly away, because also glorified and blessed lands, having collected all 5 relics together. We see the High Temple of Sanar. People are standing and someone calls the guy. Ben opens his mouth and asks, "Did the king really say that he would get all the remaining relics?" Niad looks at him and says yes. We see this guy and asks him how he knows the location of the relics that their church has been unable to find for decades. The man looks at him and asks if he knows the power of the relic, to which he is told that only from stories. Standing near the stairs, Ben says that when all the relics are collected, this land will become holy territory where it is easier to breathe. We see a well and he says it will be a land of milk and honey and diseases will recede. We see a guide because the Pope will take a different look at the holy lands of Sanaria. Niad starts screaming and the man says he will try to change the current state of affairs here. We see fire because the land has a history but no miracles or mysteries. Ben looks at him and asks which one is more appropriate. We see a map and the kingdom of Olin has a dot on it because in reality the Holy Empire of Transilia, which the Church of Radius belonged to, did not have very good relations. The guy looks down because due to Emperor Rator's attempts to use the Pope for political purposes, he even forced him to make a false statement about supporting the current policy of the Emperor. Jared just stands there because he did not put political pressure on the church or ask for a position. He closes his eyes and says that His Holiness sent him here because of the growing unrest. We see the balls because all the relics were here and this is equivalent to the will of the Radius living in the sky. Niad opens his mouth and tries to say something. Standing next to each other, the man asks to think about it because the king of Krivia can be sent by God. We see the sky and he received a divine revelation to just find the relics. This is both amazing and scary. The guy stands next to the bookseller and buys a blank Bible. Then he goes to the statue and he has a staff of justice in his hands. He looks at his hand. We are on the island of Chios, where the mountains were. Jared kneels down and finds the blessed land. One of the rings on his hand begins to be attracted to the stone. Smiling, the guy realizes that he is happy and if he takes this relic and puts it in the Sanar sanctuary. We see the city in the dark because his kingdom will receive a booster for another year. The main character looks at the screen. It says that combined information about the kingdom of Krivia. Smiling, he thinks that when he remembers what Krivia was like before, he understands that he has come an incredibly long way. It was night and we see the city, because it has now become a city with maximum stats. Then he begins to fly away, because now they are number 1 among the vast majority of kingdoms and wonders. What if we had the effect of relics and a title with 100% synergy? Smiling, he thinks that then within a year they will have a golden age, which no kingdom has ever thrown out. Jared flies and worries, because success will always have enemies. Opening his mouth, he understands that he needs to get an artifact. We see a map, because if you figure out the problem, then at any cost go to the Lost Island to get an artifact of the 10-star level. Jared flies among the trees and regrets that you can't teleport to the Holy Land using divine or magical powers. Opening his mouth, they start calling him. Hayes is in the bushes and says that she is here. Landing on the ground, Jared asks what she is doing here, and the girl replies that it is perfect camouflage. A blush appears on her face. Standing up and holding her chest, she is told to learn the art of camouflage from Chloe. Looking at her, he says that he needs her divine power and that they must give a true blessing to the holy lands of Sanera. Relics appear from his rings. Opening his mouth, Hayes asks if he really needs help and she was just not told. Kneeling and laying out the relics, he is told that the Church of Radius was not so interested in this and could not find the relics. Looking down, the girl says that even the holiness said he could not get them. Opening his mouth, he says that he found them. We see a golden mask, because his special advantage, if he cannot use it, then he was not resurrected in this world by some god. Having understood the hand, she is told to put on the Tanex. Having put it on, Hayes says to rely on her. Looking at her, he decides to go with her. Then the two of them begin to fly away to the Holy Lands. Having landed on the ground, they were in the Valley of Sanar. Hayes picks up something from the ground. Then he puts the stone back on the ground. There is nothing on the ground. As suddenly, grass and paths begin to appear. Opening their mouths, Hayes says that this is a miracle relic. In his hands is a staff, and they are on Mount Sanar. We see the mountain on which the earth was. Then we see the area itself. The guys go into the dungeon of the Temple of Sanar. Having put the book in the safe, Jared says that no one will touch it for now and it will help the clergy cultivate endless divine powers. We see a statue of a man on the lands of Sanar. In his hands is a book, and the Ascension Stone along with the Grail had the ability to heal. In the future, the statue of Radius will become a mystery, capable of performing miracles and healing others. The guys are holding a cup in their hands. Hayes removes his hand and they successfully collected all 5 relics in one territory. Notifications come that they used the titles and the blessing covers the lands for 1 year. Closing his eyes, the protagonist is glad that he finally reached the maximum indicators. Hayes looks up and is surprised because there are particles everywhere. A notification comes that the internal affairs indicator has been reached. Standing next to each other, Jared understands that their kingdom is protected from adversity and will prosper. People looked around in admiration. The view of the kingdom opened up. The hero grinned, seeing the new title. Suddenly, he looked in surprise at the notification, which said about the god who was monitoring his actions. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise and thought that he had made contact with a god for the first time. Monsters appeared. It was said that Radius was not an absolute god who united all the gods, but in the world of paradise, he corresponded to a deity of the highest level, the god of transcendence. The fact that the gods of the highest order began to pay attention to him means that the influence he has on this world is growing. Perhaps Radius recognized that this is an important step in preparing for the Holy War. Jared closed his eyes and said that the responsibility is great. Walking towards him, the man turned. Looking straight ahead, Niaud asked what was happening here, why sacred energy suddenly began to flow throughout the sacred land. Scratching his head, the protagonist replied that they had found all the sacred artifacts in the Order of Radius and released their power throughout the sacred land. The man opened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, he fell to the ground and said that it was true. A glow was radiating from his hand. Hayes was healing the man. Ben lowered his head and said that he would not ask how His Majesty was able to find the artifacts. It was an order from His Holiness, and he did not intend to violate his will, to which the protagonist replied that he thanked him for understanding. Looking away, he added that now that His Majesty had found the lost relics, the entire continent of Nars would only talk about this. But there was something he wanted to discuss confidentially. Jared looked at him and said that yes, let him talk. The man opened his mouth and said that it was about the innermost thoughts of His Holiness, about the holy place of Sanar, to which he asked again, and then thought that he was thinking about moving the city-state here. A map appeared. It was said that the city-state was an independent religious state located inside their lands. A temple appeared. The thought arose that it would take a lot of time and investment to equip places like a residence for the Pope. A view of the building opened up, and the hero thought that he accepted Ben's secret offer. Joyful exclamations were heard in the central square of the holy place. The protagonist smiled and thought that in a world where faith in God is absolute. He looked at the notification and added that he, who returned the shrines, became the living embodiment of a miracle. Smiling widely, Jared thought that he was like watching a domino effect that was lining up into a beautiful picture. When moving the city-state, the support of the residents of the holy place would be extremely useful. He raised his head and thought about what Radius's favorite meant. Standing in front of the crowd, the hero listened to the joyful exclamations. The man tightly clutched the piece of paper. He gritted his teeth and said that damn, Jared found all the relics. The guy turned around, hearing that he was addressed. Jess asked again in surprise, hearing that all the preparations were complete. He could fulfill his cherished wish whenever he wanted. Stretching his hand forward, Alfred said that he would give him one of the elite units of their cult, and part of his dark power. The image of the hero appeared. It was heard that Jared was now in one of the remote palaces, and despite the increased security, there were probably weak points there. Let him definitely kill him. The guy closed his eyes, hearing that, and let him finish the work of their cult to the end, to which he replied that he could rely on him. He smiled widely. The Tower of the Mages appeared. It was heard that he felt more confident with him. Grinning, the hero said that they should not neglect training and let him know if they needed support. The crowd, standing in front of him, responded approvingly. The girl looked at the mages. A thought appeared that when he was just creating this squad, Isabel, like him, was a newbie in managing such a group. Looking down, the protagonist added that but now the management structure is clearly established. Flame emanated from the girl's hand. It was said that she recently received the title of 5th level mage, and now she increasingly conducts group training. The man was thrown up. A thought arose that this was preparation for war. Magic would be aimed at pinpointing the destruction of key enemy figures. During the demonstration of group magic in 80% of cases it was possible to accurately identify Liam, proving the effectiveness of the method. Looking straight ahead, Jared thought that the time had come to reveal the full power of their squad of sorcerers. A view of the tower opened up. The hero and the girl were walking down the street. She looked to the side and turned to him. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that she really had trouble with addresses, and that she could call him by name in private. The girl became embarrassed, and he added that it was an order, let her speak. Isabel smirked slightly. Raising her head, she turned to him. Jared closed his eyes and said that was better. Walking straight, he asked how she had been doing lately, to which the girl replied that managing a squad of mages took so much energy that it seemed like 10 bodies wouldn't be enough, to which he added that, frankly, he was amazed. He didn't expect that someone would be able to make an elite squad out of a bunch of mages in such a short time, and she said that she herself was shocked. Who would have thought that her advice would help anyone? Smiling, Isabel said that he shouldn't be fooled, she didn't do it for him at all. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that that's exactly it, that's in her spirit. The girl looked down. Her eyes lit up. She looked at the protagonist. The demon raised her head up. Jared was carrying her on his back. They were talking on the street. The girl looked away. She smirked. She and the hero were fighting. The hero was smiling, looking at her. The protagonist looked away, hearing his name. The girl suddenly stopped. Smiling, she said that she loved him, but it was time to let go. Jared opened his eyes in surprise. He looked at her. Smirking, the hero asked that she no longer loved him. Wiping tears from her eyes, the girl answered that not really, she just wanted to be a reliable support that would help him strive for higher goals. Standing in front of the hero, she added that not in a romantic sense, but as a loyal subject. With her arms outstretched to the sides, Isabel said that he was not just an ordinary person. Let him think about how much had changed in these 2 years. He had become a 6th-level mage, became a king, took possession of vast lands and the greatest shrine on the continent, and more. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment. Turning around, the girl said that he had also given her a new life in a new body, so she did not want to shackle him. It would be better to be the light of the star that would always show him the right path. Looking straight ahead, Jared said the light of the star, and then thought how much thought and tears this choice had cost her. If he began a long farewell speech, it would be disrespectful to her. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that thank you, he would never disappoint her. Grinning, she replied that she, too, would try her best not to tarnish the honor of the kingdom. They shook hands. Looking at each other, they said that they hoped for each other's support. Walking down the street, Isabel said that she had also found the family of the girl whose body she had borrowed, to which the hero asked if it was true that she now had a family, and she replied that strictly speaking, it was not a real family, to which the protagonist said that he would greet them with all honors. A magic camp appeared. The magicians were training. It was said that he had stopped in a separate building and was supervising the squads training together with Isabel. The night flew up. A thought occurred to him that, like the last time they eliminated Blake, they were practicing tactics that allowed them to select and destroy key fighters or magicians of the enemy on the battlefield. Training dummies appeared. The hero flew up. He closed his eyes and thought that indeed, their mood was completely different. Before he had always wondered why the leaders personally inspected the places. The man looked at the soldiers. Grinning, the protagonist thought he understood now. Notifications about the magic squad had appeared. The blue sky appeared. The girl sat down on the bench and sighed. Handing over a towel, Jared said that he was a good boy. Here, let him dry himself. Grinning, Isabel replied that he was so thoughtful, thank you, but she had her own handkerchief, so it would be fine. Sitting next to her, the hero said that she was too cold, to which she added that he should not worry. She was doing just fine on her own. An awkward silence arose between them. Suddenly, a glow appeared. The pendant rose up. Looking at it, the protagonist said that someone had broken in, to which the girl replied that there seemed to be about 30 of them. Frowning, he added that since the magic alarm had not worked, it meant that they had provided protection against detection magic. The device appeared in the bushes. The pendant lit up brightly, and the girl said that they were clearly lagging behind in witchcraft research. Jared looked away and thought that, as expected, a magical squad was necessary. You can't rely only on your own strength, and Isabel said that he should stop. Dark magicians appeared. He heard who the witch network had detected magical energy. These were the followers of the Dark Order. The guy raised his sword up, and the hero said that they had finally arrived. Otherwise, after Kyla, it was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Looking away, the girl said that she would prepare everything. Stretching his hand to the side, the protagonist replied that he should leave it to him, and she would wait for the moment to attack, to which she responded approvingly. Smiling, Jared thought that well, now it's his turn. Fires appeared on the inner path. The hero closed his eyes. He ran forward and thought that he was playing the role with full dedication. Suddenly something whistled in the bushes. Something flew into his neck. The protagonist was holding a dart in his hands. He rolled his eyes and said about the poisoned dart. Falling to the ground, Jared said that he was dying. He lay silently on the ground. Suddenly, a magician appeared next to him. He grabbed the weapon tightly. The man raised the knife above himself. Suddenly, his hand rushed forward. The hero grabbed the magician by the throat. Smiling, he asked that they really believed him. Flames appeared around the magician's head. He fell to the ground. Standing still, the protagonist said that it was good that he managed to conquer the Garden of the Dead and prepare everyone's defense against all poisons. Suddenly, a devastating explosion thundered. Purple smoke appeared. Looking to the side, Jared said that now they need to be finished off once and for all, right? The members of the Dark Order silently looked at him. Frowning, the hero thought that they resembled a weak copy of Chloe, but they had quite decent fighting skills. Smoke was flying around his feet. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He scratched his head and said, "Really?" The guy gritted his teeth when he heard his name, to which he replied that he was a bastard. Jess raised his hand up and said that he would pay for everything today. The people raised the stones up. They hit the ground with them. Purple crystals appeared. The guy stood in front of the hero. A dome appeared on the castle grounds. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the barrier, it seems they are trying to cut them off from the outside world. The girl was standing around the corner, and he added that but Isabel and the cult members were already inside. Jared looked at the notification in surprise and thought that it was time to assess the situation. Putting his hand to his face, he added that the blessing of God, but it can still be scanned. It looks like this is the Cacus cult, and their leader Agrak is behind them. What? Gritting his teeth, the hero thought, what is this? Car rental? What the hell are blessings being handed out left and right? Pulling his weapon forward, Jess said that today he will die. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he made the worst choice, the prince of the kingdom of cinders, who chose the path of the Dark Order. Gritting his teeth, the guy shouted that he should shut his mouth. Because of his machinations he lost the chance to become king, and was banished to the cold wasteland. Closing his eyes, Jared replied that yes, he would be a shitty ruler, so he should say thank you, but his brother could lay claim to him. The guy looked at him furiously and shouted that he was a bastard, to which the hero thought, he is now the king, let them forgive him. Looking straight, he added that but he must show what happens to those who dare to attempt on the life of the king, here and now he will destroy everyone. The protagonist stood in front of his rivals. Smiling, he asked what he was standing for, whether he would attack or not, said that they could all at once, or he wanted a duel. Taking a step forward, Jess replied that he would end his miserable life with his own hands. Crossing his arms, Jared said that he was flattered, so be it, he would give in the first move. Swinging, the guy shouted that he was looking at him, and his blood boiled. The hero deftly dodged his blow. Stretching his hand forward, he thought that the battle with the cultists who owned the berserker was excellent data for analysis. The protagonist parried the blow, using the cover of wind. He looked at the swing in surprise. The guy dealt him many blows. Jared slid along the ground. Looking up, he thought that so this is what the berserker's power is. When he is in a state of rage, he almost resembles Formido from the previous battle. Jess smiled widely and said that he only had time to defend himself from his attacks. Looking away, the hero replied that no matter how cowardly he was, at least he didn't abandon the kingdom and run away. Veins appeared on the guy's forehead. He rushed forward and shouted loudly. Suddenly, Jess struck. Holding the weapon in his hands, the magician thought that they were also entering the fight. Red particles appeared on the ground. The man looked away in surprise. Isabel stretched her hand out in front of her. Standing in front of her, the magician thought that they were within the spell's range. Frowning, he added that damn it. Stretching his hand out, the hero said that he would kill him. Come on, make him try harder. The guy clenched his teeth tightly and shouted. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that, as expected, Jared's magic was impressive. Particles were flying around the girl. A thought appeared that yes, Naomi from the magic squad is also good, but Jared's magic feels completely different. The guy fell to one knee. The hero looked at him. A thought appeared that he was still superior to the enemy who attacks with such incredible speed. Turning her head, Isabel thought that however. A glow appeared around the guy. He clenched his teeth and wheezed. Veins jumped out on his hands. Jess opened his eyes furiously. Smiling, he asked, so what, the second round? Looking straight, Irina said that he had already changed his body 5 times. Did he really not care about his body? To which the girl replied that he wanted to kill the emperor. He did not care about his own life. The guy swung his sword, and she added that however, His Majesty manages to respond to all rapid attacks. Let him not try to understand the emperor's strength within the framework of their understanding. Wide-eyed, Irina answered that yes, she was right. Sword swings were heard. The hero gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he used the fireball skill. Rushing forward, Jess shouted that he would destroy him. He pulled the sword forward. The protagonist gritted his teeth and shouted that the hell. The guy rushed towards him. He smiled widely. Opening his mouth, Jess laughed loudly. Jared looked at him in amazement. The mage frowned and thought, what now? The squad rushed forward on command. The mages flew forward rapidly. It was heard that they should kill Jared. Looking straight ahead, the girl turned to Isabel. She opened her mouth in amazement. The hero smiled widely. Suddenly, the girl shouted for everyone to build a protective barrier. The fire suddenly flared up. The flames began to spread everywhere. The man looked away in amazement. Grinning, the protagonist said that we got caught, welcome to hell. The man opened his eyes wide. A barrier appeared inside. A flame appeared in the middle of it. Suddenly the flame flared up. Black smoke was pouring out of the fortress. The man's hand was cut off. There were traces of blood on the ground. Jess held the sword in his hands. A thought appeared. What? The magicians were lying on the ground. They were trying to get up. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought about what happened. The hero grinned. It was said that according to Jess's understanding, Jared's magical level did not exceed the 5th stage, but Jared's magic, which he saw with his own eyes, was far beyond what he imagined. Particles were emitted from the hand. A thought appeared, and Alfred's assumption that Jess would be able to cope with Jared turned out to be completely wrong. The protagonist flew up. It was said that he was an impregnable fortress. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Jared turned to the squad. Looking down, he said that let them finish off all the survivors. The magicians began to attack. The cultists were hit. Jess frowned and said that this damned bastard. Looking at him, the hero said that he should stop talking, let him attack. He was alive and had one more hand, let him not hesitate. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared around the guy. He frowned and shouted that he would kill him, no matter what it cost him. Smoke was billowing in the middle of the fortress. The mage's hand caught fire. A blow flew at the dark mage. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he should admit that visualization really helps. He watched the mages and added that with the help of the spiritual eye, you can see the health and mana of the target, which makes planning combat actions much easier. Rushing forward, the guy shouted his name. Particles appeared around the protagonist. Jared parried his blow. Jess gritted his teeth and wheezed. Suddenly, the hero used the skill Transcendence magic projectile. The guy looked up in surprise. The mages looked around. Suddenly, blows flew at them. Looking away, the guy shouted that everyone should be careful with his magic. A sphere appeared near the hero's hand. Looking at it, Jess shouted that he should not dare to ignore it. Suddenly a blue glow appeared around the guys. Smiling, the magician shouted that his majesty was with them, let them not be afraid. Looking down, the hero thought that the voice gave the allies the effect of inspiration, and on the contrary, suppressed the enemies. The squad was fighting more and more fiercely. The cultists were already on the verge of flight. A glow appeared around the guy, and he added that only. The guy angrily clenched his teeth and changed his body. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that changing the body, taking half of the remaining life, his desire to take revenge on him deserved respect. The prince grinned. It was said that it could be called karma. For him, intervention in the civil war was good. Jess clenched his teeth. A thought appeared that for him it was evil. Suddenly he jumped up. Rushing forward, the guy shouted that he would die, but he would take him with him. Smiling, Jared thought how fast. Suddenly he parried the opponent's blow. The hero slid along the ground. He thought, wide-eyed, that he understood. He was trying to make him go down and bring the fight to close combat. The rings on his hands appeared. The thought arose that he was unlikely to be able to compete with him under all these berserker enhancements. He did not think that he would have to use his trump card on him. The guy swung his sword and shouted. Suddenly he looked in surprise. Green particles appeared. The protagonist was holding an ancient magic grimoire in his hands. A notification about the damage received appeared. A book appeared. It was said that one of the 5 magic grimoires received after defeating the tyrant Mahart. He would like to save it for later, but it seems there is no choice. A swing of a sword appeared. It was heard that let him die. Red rays appeared in front of the hero. Looking straight ahead, Jess shouted about death. The mana indicator appeared. The thought appeared that he had enough mana, but because of the substitution technique, its consumption was too high. Smiling, the hero thought that it was time to end the fight. Suddenly, he used the spatial rift skill. The guy lowered his head down. The magic level appeared. A glow appeared around Jess. The mana began to fall. Suddenly, the protagonist used transcendental telekinesis. The mana dropped to 0. The guy flew up and exclaimed. He began to be sucked into the portal. A blue glow appeared around him. Jess clenched his teeth tightly. Stretching his hand forward, Jared thought that now. Then he sharply clenched his fist. The man walked towards the portal. The thought appeared that the spatial rift had an entrance, which meant there was an exit. The man was cut in half. It was said that, but what would happen if the rift was closed without finishing the move? The guy hunched over and screamed. The magicians looked up in surprise. The cultist looked in fear. Isabel looked up. Jess had fallen to the ground. The hero landed next to him. He turned his head to the side. The protagonist said, his eyes wide, that he would do the same to everyone. There was a fire burning on the ground. The guards stood near the cultists, and it was heard that they should take everyone away, not remove the bonds and gag them, and that they would hold a public execution in the main square tomorrow. Jared looked to the side and said that he should check for any hidden enemies using the ritual circle, to which the girl responded approvingly. Black smoke appeared. The guy was lying on the ground. The hero turned to him, standing in front of him. Looking down, he said that he would send him to a place where he could atone for his sins. Jess gritted his teeth and said that if he became a ghost, he would definitely kill him. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist asked if there was anything to say before he died. Frowning, the guy replied that he, like a real demon, would probably swallow up their kingdom later, wouldn't he? Raising his weapon up, Jared said he saw no point in answering. A splash of blood appeared, and it was heard that he would see everything from the other world. Looking at the sword, the hero said that it was a 4-star artifact with a relief effect. It would be useful to Lena to combine with the shield technique. Purple particles appeared. The protagonist looked away in surprise. Particles were flying out from Jess's body. Suddenly, a purple sphere appeared in the sky. A notification appeared that it was impossible to use the spiritual eye on the target. Gritting his teeth, Jared thought that the spiritual eye did not work. It could not be. Suddenly, a spirit appeared in front of him. Frowning, the hero called its name. A glow emitted from the hand. It was said that this was the god who followed Alfred, temporarily moved to Jess. People prayed to the god. The thought appeared that usually gods do not seek to appear before people. The spirit hung over the skulls. It was said that but evil gods are different. They actively interfere with the human world and often show theirs. Smiling, the demon said that the battle was very exciting. He impressed him. Now he understands why everyone is interested in him. Frowning, the protagonist said that thanks for the compliment, but he does not want to have anything to do with evil gods, asked why he came. Standing in front of him, the spirit replied that he is impudent. Approaching, he added that he likes it, to which Jared thought that this is not his true form. The demon's hand reached out to him. The thought arose that he only materialized in the form of smoke, so he does not pose a threat. Looking straight, the spirit said that he is not an ordinary person. A strong aura emanates from him. He flew forward and added that he would like to move into him, that he will say, he is ready to accept him, he will give him all his abilities. With them conquering the world of people will be easy. The ground around them was burning. Looking straight ahead, the demon heard that wasn't he already standing behind Alfred, to which he replied that yes, he knew a lot. Looking to the side, the hero said that in any case, he was not going to cooperate with some evil god. Looking up, he heard that he would regret rejecting his offer. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist replied that he should go, he would deal with him later. Standing still, he thought that evil gods always interfered in the affairs of people. An image of a girl appeared. A thought arose that Natalie probably also went through a connection with him. Although during the second meeting she was quite adequate, they do not know the whole story yet. The prince and princess mourned. A thought arose that in the end, Jess's body was sent to the kingdom of cinders. People were impaled on spikes. It was said that all the members of the cult were executed in the main square. The people looked at him angrily. A cry was heard that how dare they attempt on his majesty. The curse of the servant of the Dark Order. The thought appeared that the people were furious to learn that members of the Dark Cult tried to kill the emperor. Among the crowd of people, cries were heard that he thought that there was only the cult of Umbra. But it turns out that there is also a dark cult called Cacus. They say they are from the south of the continent of Nars. But why did they come here? It seems that these dark cults have become active because His Majesty is conducting his affairs as he should. Lena and Mantis looked at them silently. The girl raised her eyebrows. The man hit the table. It was said that at the council at the court they discussed the failed assassination attempt in the tower, and proposed to speed up the construction of the palace. The tower appeared. The thought appeared that usually he would say that there is no need to rush, but this time he agreed with the opinion of the advisors. The demon appeared. It was said that although they managed to cope with the situation without losses, it is impossible to guarantee that next time they will be so lucky. The north of the kingdom appeared, Sabio's laboratory. Waving his hand, the elf asked that he had already eaten. Grinning, the hero replied that he should call him as before, he is not his emperor. Holding a test tube in his hands, he asked what he wanted to try. It was a drink that he had recently invented, to which the protagonist said that he quickly switched to a new address. Looking at the potion, Jared thought that he was serving it to him in such a strange vessel. He began to drink the potion. Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes wide. A glow appeared near him. A thought appeared that this fizzy taste was carbonated water. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist asked that he would be able to establish mass production of this drink, to which Sabio replied that for now. He lowered his head and added that he would increase his budget, so let him think about how to create a production process. He would need to add a lot of sugar, and don't forget the flavors, lime or citrus would work. Smiling, Jared said that it was just a gold mine, to which the elf asked why he was so sure, said that well, if the budget was higher, he was all for it. Frowning, the hero shouted that they would call it Coca-Cola, to which he was told that he could see from his face that using such a name was absolutely forbidden. The test tubes were on the counter. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said okay, let him look at it for now. It was badly damaged, to which the elf replied that it was not surprising that there was too much data. Probably that was why he was groaning so much. The robot stood still. It was heard that he checked everything. Naturally, he was already waking up and the first thing he did was study it. The device was working on the robot. A question was heard, what will be improved today? Holding out the scroll, the elf said that he was so impatient, for starters, this one. Taking it in his hands, the hero asked what it was, to which he was told that it was a personal message from the Lord. The protagonist looked surprised and asked that it was the Lord of the Dark Elves. Sabio grinned and asked what and who else could be his lord. An image of an elf appeared. The thought arose that the Lord of the Dark Elves had sent him a letter personally. The Lord looked away. It was said that during this time he had sent him about 3 letters. It was based on sympathy. But he never received an answer, probably due to their strong dislike for humans, and he resigned himself to it. Holding the scroll in his hands, Jared thought that but for him to answer like this. Stretching his hand forward, the elf said that the Lord did not send personal letters to just anyone. He hoped he understood the importance of this gesture. The hero grinned and replied that he would read it with due respect, thank you. He looked surprised to hear that there was no reason. He hadn't tried very hard. But his head of the trading guild, Arkans, seemed to have made a lot of effort. Leslie frowned. It seemed that yes, he had bowed low more than 10 times, begging for a meeting with the Lord on Tatara Island, and despite threats from influential elves, he continued to stand his ground. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that as always, he claimed that he was acting for the sake of cooperation, but in fact, he was doing his own thing. The elf threw his hands behind his head and said that, whatever the case, he really did have good subordinates. Jared grinned when he heard this. Holding the scroll in his hands, he said that of course. The hero flew up. A notification about his equipment appeared. Looking at his hands, he said that now you can do without regularly charging magical energy and use magic crystals, and moreover, you can save up to 15,000 units of magic. The equipment appeared. The thought appeared that if you add here a prayer and a reserve of magic ignore gauntlets, it will allow you to use more than 40,000 units of magic at a time. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he thought, great, the preparation is complete. Looking straight ahead, he thought that the northern edge of this world is the Island of the Lost. It's time to go there. The map appeared. It was said that the Island of the Lost is the northernmost island, located north of the island of Tatara, which is the home of the Dark Elves. The book appeared. The thought appeared that the place where he was heading was a dungeon on that island, but the players called it the Island of the Lost. A squad appeared. It was said that the maximum number of participants was 5, as when clearing the pages, each participant is given an individual 8-star artifact. Grinning, Jared thought that this was an ideal opportunity for his allies to grow. It's time to assemble a team. Looking to the side, the girl said that unfortunately, they have large-scale combined ones planned. Turning around, the man and the girl replied that they were also swamped with work, so they couldn't for now. Entering the room, Isabel said that she would be training in solitude in the dungeon of the Dres Tower, so don't bother her. The hero closed his eyes and thought that well, it happens when everyone is busy, the future of the kingdom of Krivia is really bright. The girls looked straight ahead. It was said that in the end a team of 5 people was formed, he, Hayes, Lena, Mia and Chloe. Smiling, the protagonist thought that it was an excellent combination, 1 tank, 1 healer, 2 damage dealers and 1 support. In Paradise they called it an aristocratic team. The ship quickly sailed through the water. The man looked at the map. The thought occurred to him that Admiral Heinrich helped a lot with navigation, with his knowledge of the maritime geography of the northern coast of the continent of Nars. Finding a safe route to the Island of the Lost turned out to be a trifle for him. The girl looked to the side in surprise. She pointed to the island. The hero grinned, looking straight ahead. The ship dropped the boat. Holding the staff in her hands, Mia used the gust of wind skill. The squad sailed away on the boat. The general watched them. The protagonist grinned and nodded his head. The ship sailed away. The thought occurred to him that it was his first time here, so he used transport to get there, but they would be able to return using group teleportation. The water floated to the shore. The boat stopped on the sand. Looking straight ahead, Chloe thought that they had arrived. The squad moved forward, and she added that here it was, the Island of the Lost. Looking to the side, Hayes asked if he was sure that there really was a dungeon here, to which Jared replied that yes, he remembered how they went to clear pages. Closing her eyes, the girl said that they had passed dozens of halls in one go, choosing a completely unexpected route. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he remembered well, it would be similar here. This dead wasteland was very different from what awaited them inside. Chloe looked away. Looking at her, Hayes thought that she was somehow wary. Closing her eyes, she added that her eyes were always cold, but after the new teacher appeared, they became even colder. Stone ruins appeared. A view of dry branches opened up. A lost island appeared. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought. Installations appeared. A thought arose that the path to the dungeon of the Island of the Lost is extremely difficult. In order to open the tightly closed gates of the dimension, it is necessary to go through complex processes, activate many mechanisms and even condense energy. Grinning, the protagonist said that he found it. A stone appeared. It was heard that here it is. Looking at it, the girl asked that there was something here, and Mia said that she did not feel anything. A blue glow appeared around the hand. The girl exclaimed in surprise. Particles flew to the stone. It was heard that mana was being sucked in. Stretching his hand to the side, Jared thought that good, you just need to direct a large amount of mana to a specific point. Suddenly a portal opened in the air. A thought appeared that mechanisms are good, but a shortcut is always better. Turning around, the hero said that here it is, Everyone inside, this is a shorter path than usual, so let them hurry. The squad looked at him in surprise. A thought appeared that now nothing would surprise them. The man entered the portal. Suddenly the portal disappeared. An empty valley appeared. A statue appeared. A notification appeared that before the entrance, the artifact of the Mouth of Truth requires an offering of 3 stars or higher. Looking at it, the hero said that he was so greedy. He was holding Kyle's necklace in his hands. Images of people appeared. The thought arose that the gift that Kyle from the Umber cult gave to the second prince of the Kingdom of Cinders to subjugate his mind, he could not find a use for it, so he threw it into the subspace. Putting down the amulet, the protagonist said, well, let him keep it. Suddenly, a flame appeared on the statue. Gray smoke appeared. It was heard that death, exhausting to the bone, and abundance that overflows, are just 2 sides of the same coin. Frowning, Jared thought that a real mess was about to begin. Looking straight ahead, the girls heard that forward. The thought arose that this was the first entry into the primordial dungeon, where no one had ever reached. There were candles on the windowsill. A cobweb hung on the ceiling. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that the movement was going smoothly. The robot stretched out his hand in front of them, and he added that since he had sent him ahead in advance. The people looked down in fear. The thought that the trap set to deter the invaders had been easily bypassed. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was good that the robot was with them. Suddenly, they looked at the corpse in surprise. Jared's eyes widened and he asked, what was that? The skeleton was lying on the ground. A notification appeared with a description of a white robe. Holding it in his hands, the hero thought that one of the 5 parts of the set was here. He picked up the diary and added that and more. Looking at the skeleton, the protagonist thought, what does it mean, Gracious died here, if so? The image of the hero appeared. The thought appeared that those artifacts of Gracious that he was unable to collect in his past life could be here. Looking down, Jared said that they would take a short break. The battle would begin soon. Let them check if everything was in order with their weapons, to which the people responded approvingly. A view of the fire opened up. The girls were sitting near it. Looking at the diary, the hero thought. An image of a man appeared. It was said that Gracious, a saint who was known to have spent his entire life in religious service in paradise, and one day disappeared without a trace. The man wrote in a diary. It was said that while reading the words and teachings of Saint Radius, and also investigating the power of light, he noticed one oddity. The stronger the influence of light became, the more the influence of darkness increased. As if in a mirror image, when a saint appeared, a supreme demon would inevitably appear, who could be called the villain of the era. It seemed that the balance between the forces of good and evil was maintained as a competition, and in the process of these studies, he accidentally stumbled upon a hint and something unexpected. Suddenly, the hero looked in surprise. A creature appeared. The thought arose that it was the king of demons. Frowning, he added that Gracious may have come to the realization of the demon king himself. An arrow was stuck in the skeleton. A thought appeared that if he were alive, it would be possible to talk to him about many things. This arrow must have been the work of Reckless. Looking down, the protagonist thought that the ghost archer Reckless was an intermediate boss in this dungeon, who not only uses arrows but also bow magic, which is an improved form of traditional archery. It is a pity that the mirror armor cannot stop bow magic. Smiling, he added that but he has a way around it, and the girls thought that His Majesty was smirking with his cunning expression again. A scorched mark appeared on the floor. Looking to the side, Jared asked, well, are you ready? Looking at him, the girls heard that they were using buffs and entering. He put his hand on the wall. Looking away, the hero thought that today's team composition is a key force for the future campaign in the Great Labyrinth of Nars. But there is one thing that worries him a little. Chloe turned her head. A thought appeared that will she remain next to him by that time, or will she return to the arms of the Grey Elves? Holding the flame in his hands, the protagonist said that well, that's the problem of the future Jared. The skeletons looked at him. Suddenly, Jared struck them. The shock wave abruptly demolished the opponents. Frowning, the hero shouted that forward, let them not let anyone through. The girls rushed forward and responded approvingly. Blows flew at the skeletons. Chloe swung her sword. She looked to the side. Flying up, the protagonist said that he should rest inside the robot, after which he would switch with Mia and vice versa, to which she replied that she understood. Arrows suddenly rushed forward. They flew at the girls. Suddenly, someone cut off the head of the skeleton. Looking down, Chloe thought that they were fighting well so far. The bones were lying on the floor. Someone had crushed them. Flying up, the girl added that there were too many enemies. Suddenly, a small flame flared up. The girl looked at the glow in surprise. Opening her eyes wide, she thought that it was His Majesty's magic. A fire sphere appeared above the hero. Chloe, looking straight ahead, thought that the world was full of people who could not be trusted. The hero grinned, and she added that when she first met Jared in the Krivia estate, she was somewhat biased towards him. The girl frowned. A thought appeared that it was difficult for her to accept his goodwill as is, so for the first 2 months, she secretly guarded the bedroom at night. She looked down and added that over time. The elf stood among the crowd. It was said that a lot had happened. The hero raised his hand up. The thought appeared that she saw how he carried a huge burden of responsibility on his shoulders. He grabbed the man, it was said that, and how he risked his life for her. The man bowed. The thought appeared that then she understood that only the strongest of people are ready to make such sacrifices. Putting his hands behind his back, the man said that the magic of His Majesty is so powerful that it is hardly possible to find a suitable description for it. Even Formido was defeated, to which the girl replied that she studied magic a lot, but the power of His Majesty is on a completely different level. Closing his eyes, he added that the study is truly endless. He is an incredible person. The thought appeared that if he gets a chance to fight side by side with His Majesty, let him carefully watch him and learn. Chloe opened her eyes in amazement. A fiery sphere appeared above the hero. He frowned angrily. The flame rushed towards the skeletons. A flame appeared in front of the robot. Looking straight ahead, the girl wondered if people were trustworthy. The hero turned around in amazement. He extended 2 fingers forward, wondering if the gray elves should unite with them. Gray smoke was flying in the room. There were magic stones on the floor. Hayes closed her eyes and said that there were so many magic crystals, they would collect them all. The girls grinned and responded approvingly. Chloe held the crystal in her hands. The protagonist raised his hand and addressed her. Closing his eyes, he said that he should drink this. It would help improve stealth abilities. Raising his hands up, Jared said that this was the essence of invisibility. The chance of dropping depends on the purity of the monster's energy. Looking at the potion, Chloe thought that the person who was trying for her sake. She grinned and added that, as expected, he was trustworthy. Standing in front of her, the hero shouted that he hadn't seen a smile on Chloe's face for a long time, and Lena asked why she smiled, to which she replied that there was no such thing. The elf stood in front of the girls. She smiled widely. Notifications appeared in the air. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about how much passive income he had already received at the first stage. A glow appeared around the people. The thought arose that the teacher-student system enhances his growth at the expense of the group members. Only in this fight his magic power increased by 500. A squad appeared. It was said that in the higher dungeons rare monsters spawn quite often. Each participant probably improved their stats by more than 10%. Jared smiled and thought that with the expansion of the student system, the percentage increased to 11 and the growth of magic power accelerated. The goal is 100,000 units of magic power. Flames appeared above the monsters. The thought appeared that with such a reserve he would be able to use the 9th class magic meteor shower through 10-fold superiority. This is a destructive spell of a catastrophe scale, but it is vital for him. A sacred magic battle is not a child's play. Standing in front of the entrance, the hero asked that everyone was ready, to which he was answered approvingly. Looking to the side, he added that good, they are acting according to plan. The girls frowned, hearing that this is a difficult operation, but he believes that they can handle it. The protagonist used invisibility and said that then. He put his hands on the doors. The girls went forward, hearing that they would begin. Lena looked to the side. A glow suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was heard that they had come to visit. Hayes suddenly looked surprised. Chloe frowned and turned to her. Suddenly, a blow flew near her. Gritting her teeth, Lena asked what the hell, is she okay? Wax was dripping from the candles. A fire was burning in the corner of the room. Someone unknown was standing in front of the girls. The archer grinned and said how cute they were, they had come to meet him. The girls looked at him and thought that this guy was the same intermediate boss. They froze and added that, but what was that strange manner of speech? The arrow shot forward. Lena reflected it and shouted that they should not leave her. Standing in front of the girl, the archer asked why she managed to reflect his arrow. Was she playing hard to get? The girl frowned. The thought occurred to her that despite his perverted manner of speech, the power of his shots was simply amazing. Frowning, Reckless said that then. He pulled the bowstring and added that he should try to reflect it. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and thought that it was a powerful shot. The archer looked forward angrily. Then he looked up. The girl swung her sword sharply. She gritted her teeth angrily. Suddenly, he interrupted her spell. Gritting her teeth, Chloe thought that great, everything was going according to plan. Looking at her, the archer said that damn. Suddenly, Reckless flew away sharply. Mia opened her eyes in surprise. Lena frowned. Chloe looked away. Standing in the smoke, the elf said that he thought they were just cute nymphs. His eyes lit up and he added that, but apparently, he will have to show his true power. Lowering her head, the girl thought that Reckless was a gray elf who betrayed his relatives and joined the Demon King. Raising his finger up, the protagonist said that he uses the enhanced shot technique, putting magical power into his shots. Even defense cannot stop them. Looking away, Lena asked what they should do, and Hayes said that there is nothing to be afraid of when His Majesty is with them. The protagonist grinned and said that they would have to fight the first battle without him, to which she asked again. The girl looked at him in fear and asked who he was leaving them with. Lena frowned and asked that he had already come up with a plan. Looking at her, Jared replied that he was right and would explain it now. The archer fired a shot abruptly. Mia looked at him in surprise. Lena pulled out a shield in front of her, and the thought occurred to her that they would use Mia's magic to create a storm to disrupt the trajectory of the arrows. Suddenly, they jumped up. The girl gritted her teeth, and the thought occurred to her that Lena would stop the rest with her defensive magic. She frowned and heard that it was great. Using an enhanced shot, the archer asked if it was too early for them to rejoice. Holding the weapon in her hands, Chloe thought that if the arrows didn't work, he would try to use an enhanced shot, but it would take time to activate, and then she would strike to disrupt the cast. Suddenly she struck him. The archer clenched his teeth and said, "Damn bugs!" He swung his hand sharply. A bloody splash appeared. Suddenly, a blow flew at the archer. Chloe looked away. She opened her eyes in surprise. The girl clasped her hands. She closed her eyes. A notification about the Divine Four appeared, healing at a distance. Lena frowned and thought that His Majesty hid because he believed in them. They had to prove to him that they were worthy of his trust. Suddenly, a blow flew across the ground. The girl parried the attack with her shield. Frowning, she said that it was a curse, and then thought that the attacks were getting stronger. Smirking, the archer asked that they were already tired, said that it was too early, he was just warming up. A thought appeared. Where did such power come from ordinary shots? Stretching her hand forward, Hayes asked if she was okay, to which Lena thanked her. Stretching his weapon in front of him, Reckless asked that they were trying to regain strength, said that he would not allow it. Suddenly, a shot flew at the girl. It was heard that the devil. Gray smoke appeared. The girl stood among it. The elf grinned and asked how they were doing. Suddenly the girl jumped up. She quickly jumped away from the wall. Chloe swung her sword and thought that she needed to buy time for the girls to recover. Suddenly he blocked her sword. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Looking at her, the archer asked why he was worried about his friends, said that it was predictable. Chloe opened her eyes wide. Suddenly the archer swung his hand. The girl flew to the side. She suddenly hit the wall. Chloe opened her mouth and wheezed. Looking at her, Hayes screamed. Standing in the smoke, the elf said that she had taken a direct hit, so she would not be able to move for a while. Aiming his bow, he added that finally no one would bother him. Smiling widely, the archer said that they would see each other in the afterlife. Frowning, Lena screamed for everyone to follow her. A protective barrier appeared around them. The elf released the bowstring. He fired sharply. A bright light appeared in front of them. The girl froze, holding the shield in front of her. The barrier began to crack. The girls looked around. The thought appeared that if she retreated, she would endanger everyone. An image of the girl appeared. The thought appeared that no, she would not allow it. She would never allow something like this again. Frowning, Lena screamed loudly. Closing her eyes, the girl thought that from the moment His Majesty saved her from the mine, she had been thinking all the time. Opening her eyes wide, she added that she wanted to become strong. Suddenly, Lena looked in surprise and thought that she was so strong that she could protect everyone dear to her. The girl stretched out her hand in front of her, and she added that she no longer wanted to experience what happened then. Gritting her teeth, Lena thought that she would never give up. Smoke flew in the room. All the walls were cracked. The girls looked ahead. Lena looked to the side and thought that she had succeeded. No, he had missed. Standing in the smoke, she added that, but why? The girl raised her head, hearing that excellent work. Then she grinned. The hero attacked the archer. It was heard that His Majesty Jared. Reckless raised his head up and wheezed. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked what was going on. Grinning, Jared said that it was time to arrange an execution. Now he could calmly smear this bastard. The man was lying on the ground. It was said about sleep. A glow appeared around him. A thought about paralysis arose. The man froze. It was said about submission. Stretching his hand to the side, the hero thought that the three main spells that he used on Reckless, each of these spells separately is almost useless against a boss of Reckless's level. The archer clenched his teeth tightly, and he added that but if you combine them at the right moment, during the imposition process, an immobilization effect occurs, which gives a real paralyzing effect. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that but he was a mage in his previous life, specializing in Reckless. 34 years of life were definitely not lived in vain. Stretching his hand forward, Jared thought that endless paralysis. Now he will know what hell is. Glowing spheres appeared in the air. Looking straight ahead, the girls heard that he limited his movements. All that remains is to beware of blind arrows. Chloe angrily clenched her teeth. The archer was affected by the spell. It was heard that everyone should concentrate on the attack. Suddenly they rushed forward. Chloe struck a sharp blow. Gritting his teeth, the archer shouted that the hell. He rolled his eyes, being under the spell. Frowning, Lena shouted that that's not all. She struck the elf. Mia extended her staff in front of her. The archer was hit. Reckless raised his head and screamed. He froze and thought, what the hell, what's going on, he can't move. Looking at him, the hero thought. The girls were striking, and he thought that he was focused on the development of Hayes and Chloe. But it was Lena and Mia who had the most noticeable growth. The girl struck. The thought appeared that by defeating this boss, Lena would reach the level of a novice sword master. Mia extended her staff to the side. The thought appeared that Mia, in turn, would be able to rise to the 5th class and win magic. Grinning, the hero said that excellent. Chloe swung her hand sharply. She grabbed the knife tightly. Suddenly, she struck the finishing blow. Raising his head up, the elf screamed. His skull cracked. The thought appeared that they did a great job. The bow was lying on the floor. The girls looked at him in surprise and said that it seemed that their vision had become much better, to which the protagonist replied that this was a permanent buff that could be obtained by defeating Reckless. The same as when defeating another boss, a notification about the buff appeared. Looking at it, Jared thought that this was a special buff that was received by the one who made the greatest contribution to the battle. With this buff, the probability of hitting allies was reduced. Flasks with potions appeared. The thought arose that in addition, after Reckless's death, 10 essences of fire fell out. A message with its description appeared. The hero opened the flask with liquid. He began to drink, saying that there is no point in saving them. A glow appeared around him. A notification about an additional enhancement of the fire attribute appeared. The man stood in the middle of the flames. It was said that since arriving on the Lost Island he had absorbed 20 essences. Fire magic that had reached EX level had power equal to magic that was 2 classes higher. The hero looked at the flames and thought that, in other words, his 6th class fire magic actually had the power of an 8th class. He sighed, rolling his eyes. The elf raised his finger, and the protagonist said that he would definitely be delighted. Looking at the crystals, Hayes said that they had collected all the trophies except for the magic stone. Reckless only had a bow. Turning around, Jared noted that if you think about it, they did not have a single physical range fighter. He imagined the outline of the man and emphasized the fact that, speaking of famous archers, the hunter Ashur was still active in the great labyrinth of Narsa. He would use Reckless's bow better than anyone. The protagonist crossed his arms and noted that they had no points of intersection, so it would be difficult, but the great labyrinth of Nars would have to be confronted sooner or later. Looking at the ring, Jared mentally asked Ashur to wait for him, because his thirst for talents knew no bounds. Smoke rose from the corpses. Smiling, the protagonist thought that the monsters there were similar in level to the demons they encountered during the cleansing of Capages. He remembered how he ran from the monsters and emphasized the fact that he controlled most of the demons back then, while the team dealt with the rest. Looking at his comrades, Jared added that now their skills allow them to easily deal with even elite demons. Looking at the suit, the protagonist reasoned that tired members of the squad could always use Tanex to restore strength. The robot released powerful lasers. The guys stood in front of the corpses of the monsters. Jared put his hands on his hips and concluded that the composition of the dungeons was now sufficient for the A level. The protagonist imagined a pyramid and began to reason that in Paradise, dungeons were classified by difficulty of clearing from F to X. The current dungeon, Lost Island, was an A level, while the Great Labyrinth of Narsa in the west of the continent was a typical EX level. A picture of various locations appeared in his mind, and Jared noted that there were no more dungeons to clear in the north of the continent. Shifting his gaze, Jared said that it was time to turn his gaze elsewhere. Since they did not have enough strength for the Great Labyrinth of NASA yet, it would be better to focus on the east of the continent. The guys slept around the fire on the second night of clearing. The protagonist shaved his beard. Raising a finger, the old man said that now that Jared was the king of an entire country, grooming himself was not a choice, but a duty. Holding the blade in front of his face, the protagonist thought that Hayes would have liked him even with a beard. Lena stood behind the protagonist. Holding her head, the girl said that for 2 days in a row they had done nothing but clear the dungeon, without even having time to really talk. She began to laugh. The protagonist calmly said that he wanted to ask her about something. Looking at the puzzled Lena, Jared wondered how she now felt about the Demon King and the Dark Order. Looking at the lantern, he asked what she thought about the Dark Order and the magical state that supported it. Looking at the protagonist, Lena asked if she could be frank, to which she received the answer that it was true, because he wanted to hear the truth. The stunned girl began to say that it was the Dark Order. Enraged, Lena suddenly screamed that they were the worst of the worst. It was impossible to exist under the same sky with them. They believed that in order to achieve their goals, it was acceptable to sacrifice their own people. Pathetic scum. The girl's emotions changed very sharply while she was saying that she considered Jared's kingdom to be the best. On the contrary, Balas and Bonus are countries where people are not taken care of. These are the worst kingdoms. Smiling, the protagonist thanked the girl for such words. Lena took the protagonist's hand and turned to him. Frowning, the girl said that she knew that due to her age and lack of experience, it was difficult for her to earn trust, to which Jared replied that this was not so, and he did not think so. Looking up, Lena turned to His Majesty. The surprised protagonist heard a request to allow her to participate in real battles. She wanted to become a reliable shield for His Majesty and help the kingdom. Lena's hands began to tremble, and she said that it was better to be a blade of grass growing in storms than a flower in a greenhouse. Smiling, the protagonist thought that everything was clear to him. He imagined various images of girls and emphasized the fact that her future was already shining with a bright light. Jared stroked the girl's head and replied that he understood everything. Sitting in front of her, he noted that it would be so. Looking at the lantern, Lena cried out that he could rely on her. The protagonist introduced the monster and told that the boss of the Lost Island dungeon is Kebenum. His height reaches 3 meters. Examining Kebenum, Jared said that his body is completely covered with 2 layers of armor. The protagonist imagined how the monster fights and emphasized the fact that its huge size provides incredible power of physical attacks. The protagonist imagined how Kebenum heals and noted that this is added to the unique features of the monster that complicate the fight, for example the ability, Great Recovery, after which a notification popped up which said that Great Recovery allows Kebenum to restore all lost life force every time its level drops by 10%, while his body is modified, increasing the power of attacks. Jared pointed to the board and stated that of course, this cycle is not infinite. If you restore health from a certain level once, it will not activate again at the same level of losses. Adjusting his glasses, the protagonist clarified if there were any questions. Raising her hand, Hayes said that the protagonist told about attack patterns and unique skills, but did not reveal the main thing, tactics, and then asked if he had an unusual strategy, like in the case of Gapages. Confused, Jared said that this was a sophisticated question. Taking off his glasses, the protagonist said that there was a tactic, but it would not be as easy as in Gapages. He pointed his finger at Hayes and said that she would play the main role in this strategy. The girl was shocked by what she heard. Stunned, Hayes asked again. Sighing, Jared said that the key tactic in the fight with Kebenum is death treatment. He introduced the nun and told that death cure, or the official name, dark healing. This technique is not owned by magicians, it is only available to healers. This is how a healer uses death cure. Jared imagined the nun casting the spell and said that death cure is applied first, then normal healing is applied, and then converted to damage. In his imagination, a picture appeared of warriors standing in front of the monster and asked if this is the same way to use death cure on Kebenum. The monster was struck by red energy, after which Jared said that the technique is called death cure accumulation. This is the only method applicable to Kebenum. In his imagination, knights appeared and he noted that as he said before, at each HP threshold that is a multiple of 10%, the ability works once, so after activating death cure, it is important to ensure stable defense and attack duration in order to regularly provoke the effect of full recovery. The monster began to restore health and Jared explained that every time the restoration was activated, 20% of health would be converted into accumulated damage. The protagonist presented 3 tablets and finished the story by saying that in this way they would accumulate damage each phase until it became lethal, and once they reached this limit, they would activate the ability and instantly kill the boss. A health bar appeared in Jared's imagination and he noted that therefore they needed to lower his health below 40% to accumulate 42% damage. He imagined the girl stretching out her hand and noted that then, when Death Cure was activated, the monster died and Jared emphasized the fact that 42% of Kebenum's health would instantly turn into damage, and the result would be instant death. Turning around, the protagonist thought that this was far from an ideal tactic. Firstly, after receiving damage from Death Cure, bosses like Kebenum instantly gain immunity. In other words, if Hayes activates Death Cure in the wrong phase, there will be no second chance. The girl was scared. Looking at the robot, Jared said that therefore, after activating Death Cure, Hayes should move to Tanex and start attacking with magic charges. The protagonist introduced the rest of his comrades and said that secondly, for this reason, none of the team will be able to receive healing. Clenching his hand into a fist, Jared noted that therefore even his first-class healing spell will be unavailable, because Death Cure reacts equally to any healing spells. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that from the very beginning of the battle, Death Cure should be activated and healing spells are completely prohibited until further notice. All she needs to do is get on Tanex and use magic projectiles. Jared turned around and asked to get into the stupid robot. Hayes was suddenly surprised. Smiling, the protagonist said that her dark healing would be the key to their success. The delighted girl cried out that she understood everything. Jared presented the ring of Kebenum. Standing in front of his comrades, he declared that it would definitely be his. Standing in front of the gate, the protagonist said that Kebenum was behind them. The guys entered the room. A monster appeared in front of them. Surprised, Lena clarified if it was him. Jared with a serious face asked Hayes to use Death Cure. The girl began to use the spell. She released the sphere into the toad. The monster opened its eyes. Looking at the protagonist, Kebenum said that it was amazing. He smirked and noted that uninvited guests had appeared in the lands abandoned by a god. The monster suddenly jumped up. He asked with a satisfied look who would dare to attack first. Lena stood in front of Jared, who said that she should distract the monster when it tried to approach him. If it concentrated attacks on one of them, it would be dangerous, so it was necessary to constantly keep aggro on herself. Lena reflected Kebenum's attack. Holding the shield in front of herself, Lena thought that for a boss, his attacks were too primitive. Kebenum attacked Jared. The monster jumped back. Chloe attacked from behind. Turning around, the monster cried out that it irritated him. A magic projectile flew into his face. Mia created a magic circle in front of herself. Grinning, Hayes cried out that she would hit him right in the crown. The cheerful protagonist said that the girl could do whatever she wanted, but she shouldn't take off her gear. Enraged, Kebenham said that he was irritated by Jared's calmness and that he should prepare to die. Frowning, Lena said that it was her turn. She collided with the toad. The protagonist glanced at the health bar above the monster and noted that being able to see its health made things much easier, as they wouldn't miss the right phase. He gathered his mana into a clot in front of him and asked the toad if anyone wanted to try French cuisine. Jared released a powerful stream of flame. Lena, surprised, noted that it was hot. The toad's body was visible through the clouds of smoke. He smirked and said that it was useless. Kebenham began to heal. Jared looked back and said that it was great. Looking at Hayes, the protagonist thought that the main thing now was whether she had been able to accumulate damage from the death cure. There was a smile on the girl's face. Examining the monster, Jared reasoned that 20% of health had been restored, which meant that 4% of damage had accumulated, so it was like a time bomb. The protagonist stepped forward, saying that it was his turn now. Kebenham looked at him and asked if he was the leader, noting that he would kill him and turn his entire retinue into his slaves. Lightning began to sparkle above Jared's head. The toad watched him with a satisfied look. He covered his chest with his hands. Electricity struck him. Lena covered herself with a shield. The protagonist, with a serious face, thought that this psycho had taken all the damage from the chain lightning. Kebenham frowned in pain. Veins appeared on Jared's face and he emphasized the fact that the monster should not be given a break and that the pressure must be maintained. He and Mia were preparing to perform magical attacks. A powerful beam shot out at Kebenham. Blood began to spurt from the monster. His face was furious. Chloe rushed at him. She threw the blade at him. Kebenham was injured. He fell to the floor and raised a cloud of dust. His eyes were shining brightly. The monster began to heal, saying that it was quite a painful blow. Clenching his hand into a fist, he noted that it was not enough to kill him. Enraged, Kebenham said that the fun was just beginning. Taken aback, Jared wondered if he had activated the Great Recovery pattern twice in a row, noting that this meant he had jumped over 70 and 60% at the same time. Standing in front of him, the protagonist thought that this was great. Everything was going smoothly. All that was left was to safely overcome the 50 and 40% health limit. Kebenham was furious. He grew additional arms. Mia was scared by what she saw. Chloe, with a displeased look, called him a vile creature. Holding the staff on his shoulder, the protagonist asked everyone to be on guard, noting that he would now begin to attack from behind. Even if they attacked from above, they should not relax. Watching Kebenham, Jared thought that they were now in the most dangerous stage of the battle with the boss. Looking at his hands, the protagonist emphasized that the moment had come when the monster underwent radical changes. It had reached its final form, which meant that they would have to fight in defense from now on. The monster rushed into battle screaming that this place would become their grave. Jared was taken aback by this. The monster instantly appeared in front of him. The protagonist looked at his hands in fear. Kebenham dealt him a powerful blow. Jared flew to the side. Frowning, he thought that this was a stupid monster that relied only on strength. They could only hold on. The battlefield was destroyed. The beams holding the ceiling began to crack. Lena stood in a cloud of dust. The guys were dumbfounded. The girl looked away when the protagonist screamed that Kebenham was attacking from behind again. Lena managed to block the attack with her shield. The girl stood in front of the monster while Jared thought that he was ignoring him and focused on her. Looking at the health bar, the protagonist emphasized the fact that there were 5% left until the last great recovery. Watching Lena, Jared thought that she was doing a good job of protecting herself, but they would not last long like this. They would have to resort to extreme measures. His ring began to glow, after which a message popped up that the ability, Devil's Fun, absorbs the blood of a living creature and restores health. If you use the ability more than 5 times, the transformation into a vampire will begin. The protagonist developed fangs and emphasized the fact that one bite will not do anything. He rushed into battle. Heading towards the monster, he reasoned that the remaining magical energy was about 4,000 units, enough to use a 4th-class spell using Transcendence, but using it from a distance would be ineffective. Lena was taken aback by what she saw. Surprised, Chloe asked what Jared was doing. The monster grabbed the protagonist. Hayes was scared. Kebenham held him above his head and said that he was a fool who threw himself into his clutches. Jared began to tremble. The surprised girls listened to the words that, as expected, human magicians are so fragile. Blood flew out of the protagonist's mouth from the strong compression. He suddenly grinned. The monster was taken aback by this. The protagonist sank his fangs into the toad's hand. Touching Kebenham's paw, a message popped up about the Ring of Absolute Weakening, which reduces all defense of the selected enemy to 0 for 10 seconds. He released Jared from his hands. The monster's body began to flow. The protagonist created a magic circle. Jared directed a wall of fire at the monster. Kneeling, he said that this was an incredibly effective, but at the same time extremely dangerous tactic. The protagonist seriously noted that now all the conditions were met, it remained to wait for the perfect moment for the great healing. The burning Kebanim cried out that they were fools who did not understand that his useless attempts at resistance were completely in vain. Flames spread across the battlefield. The toad began to heal. Jared paid attention to the sign, which said that this was the 6th healing. He thought with a dumbfounded look that now he needed to find the perfect timing to activate the deadly healing, wait for the moment before recovery, and then cried out that Hayes must act. The girl seriously cried out that the demon that hurt his majesty would now lose his life. He released a clot of red mana at the toad. Kebanim was taken aback by what he saw. The monster parried the attack with his hand and said that it was only ticklish. He was suddenly taken aback. His body was covered in blisters. The guys stood behind Jared. There were splashes of blood on the ground. Surprised, Lena asked if they had won. Joyful Mia began to scream loudly. The protagonist looked at his comrades and said that everyone had tried hard. Hayes threw herself into his arms. Standing in front of him, the girl began to heal him. She noted with a frightened look that it was good that the protagonist was safe. Jared turned to her with a smile. They suddenly raised their heads. A ring of divine power enhancement appeared on Hayes' finger. Lena and Mia also received artifacts. Chloe noticed an earring in her ear. Ecstatic Hayes cried out that she did not know that was possible. She imagined bright flashes and said that there were 5 divine circles. Jared stated with a satisfied look that Hayes had managed to obtain the 5th circle in just 2.5 years, and even Saint Medina would be shocked. The girl looked at him and asked what reward he had received. Holding the ring in his hand, Jared assumed that it was his. Examining the decoration, the protagonist read that its options included great healing, foresight, fanatical submission, and night activity. Putting it on his finger, Jared emphasized the fact that he had finally obtained a 10-star artifact. He presented his new capabilities and noted that although great healing does not heal internal damage, it is still extremely useful. Foresight is a one-time effect, but allows you to easily find the desired artifact. Fanatical submission spends almost all your health, which is extremely risky, but next to Hayes its value increases several times, and night activity is an incredibly useful skill in battle, because battles can break out at any moment before dawn. Confused, Hayes declared that there was something behind the throne. She was looking at the chest. Jared opened it. His mouth dropped open in surprise. The chest contained gracious glasses, gracious necklace, and gracious belt. The protagonist presented the various items and noted that the 5-piece gracious set was inferior to other artifacts and characteristics, but it was one of the few sets that could significantly attract the attention of the gods. Holding the glasses in his hand, Jared suggested that this was a way to honor Gracious, who had dedicated his entire life to religious service. Looking at the notifications, the protagonist read that 3 gods had granted him a blessing. Sighing, he noted that each blessing gave 500 units of magic power, which was not enough. Jared read that one of the gods wanted to revoke his blessing, but could no longer do so. Folding his hands, the protagonist stated that they were too quick to take offense, because he was joking and even 10 units of magic were priceless to him. He suddenly turned around. The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. A notification appeared that the goddess Justia was glad to see him, and wanted to grant him the blessing of justice, since he had inherited the will of Gracious. The protagonist imagined a girl's rock painting and thought that it was the goddess of justice, who hated and rejected all evil gods. The protagonist raised his fist to his face. He said with a smug look, "How could this be? She came here. He was called the Apostle of Justice. Her support, or rather, her blessing was always welcome." The guy stood on one leg, confused. The system reported that he had received the blessing of justice, and the eyes that pierced the truth. Smiling, Jared thought that the detector of evil gods was quite a useful thing. A scroll appeared in front of the surprised king. The protagonist looked at the notification that the one who collected the full set of Gracia would receive this prophecy and thought about what it predicted. Opening the scroll, the protagonist thought that December 31st, 1422, that is approximately 6 years and 6 months from now. He carefully read the text that there is no predetermined future, the confrontation between good and evil continues in each world without stopping. Imagining mountains on the scales, the guy read that the pendulum that holds the balance of this world gradually deviates from the starting point. Each time a turning point appears on the line of fate of this universe, the approaching catastrophe accelerates. Jared imagined the man writing on the paper, reading that he could not guarantee that his prophecy would come true in full, but it contained the essence of the matter, based on solid arguments. Remembering the old man sitting at the table, the king read that the date indicated was the day that a catastrophe would befall this world, the incarnation of the demon king that the evil gods dreamed of bringing to this world. The protagonist stared at the scroll seriously, reading that this day was inevitable and could not be avoided, thinking that the date of the holy war that he knew had shifted more than a year forward. The protagonist recalled important moments in life, wondering that he had used his knowledge of the future and prepared carefully. But why then was the catastrophe approaching earlier? He stood with the prophecy in his hand, thinking that perhaps it was because of his rapid growth. The wheels of fate spun faster, accelerating their movement. Looking at the scroll, the boy thought that before he appeared in this world, time was probably moving along the predetermined path to the Holy War. The prophecy of Gracia recorded the changes and pointed out obvious deviations from history. Jared imagined his joyful friends, thinking that those who could have lived an ordinary life or a completely different fate, following the canon of paradise, their fates were completely changed because of him. Clutching his head, the king thought about what this meant, as if he should also reconsider the strategy for the planned war that was supposed to happen 5 years from the moment he appeared in this world. The protagonist frowned and said that his head was starting to hurt. The girl was sitting with a crystal in her hand. Chloe was happily looking at the stone. The happy protagonist stood among the bags and said that Kebenham generously gifts magical stones. He turned around, hearing how he was asked to look. The boy looked at the glowing balls in the air. Spreading her arms out to the sides, Hayes said it was very beautiful, like snow falling from the sky. Mia looked up in admiration and told her sister that it was simply incredibly beautiful. He felt like his strength was overflowing. Reaching out to the balls, Lena asked if this was really the healing magic of the Divine Five, to which her friend replied that she would now be able to heal many people at once right on the battlefield. Jared looked away with a smile, thinking that Hayes was right. One healer could save 1,000 warriors. In addition, thanks to the artifacts, his divine power had increased by 1,000 units, so his transcendent healing was now on a completely different level. The king was suddenly surprised. The protagonist looked worriedly and wondered what this strange feeling was. Hayes clenched her fists joyfully. Chloe stood calmly nearby. The protagonist looked at the motionless girls. Looking around, he asked what was happening. Had time really stopped? The clots of mana twisted into one. A man appeared in front of him. Looking at the hovering man, the guy asked if he was Lord Gracious. The prophet smiled and replied that he had collected all of his relics and thus summoned him. It must have been difficult for him. Jared looked at him happily and said that it really was him. The man flew in front of him, telling him that he had gone to Kebenham's domain to conduct research, and everything was going well, but he was never able to find the way back, which is why he died here. Extending his hand, Gracious said that on the contrary, he was glad that he had managed to defeat Kebenham. The king looked at him in confusion, hearing him ask if he knew something. The prophet imagined many eyes behind the guy and said that many gods were watching him. Looking at the confident king, he said that then he would not have to explain for long. The man pointed his hand to the portal and said that he was inviting him to the garden of the gods. The protagonist nervously swallowed his saliva. Gracious smiled and said that he need not worry, only the deities who were favorable to him were waiting for him. Pointing his hand at the girls, the protagonist asked what would happen to his companions. He could not leave them like this. Gracious stood in front of the gate and said that he need not worry. As soon as he returned, time would go on as usual again, as if nothing had happened. The prophet looked at the portal and said that there was something else. He said with a serious look that the scroll he left would give him advice every time he faced a difficult choice. Let him always listen to it. Looking at the frozen girls, the guy replied that he would remember. Jared smiled and said that then, he was leaving. He walked towards the glow. The man watched as the guy stood in front of the gate, and thought that maybe he would be the one to save this world, and maybe not, because fate is not predetermined. Standing behind the protagonist, the prophet decided that he still wanted to believe that he would be the one to save it. The portal was gradually closing. The plot moves us to the year 1416, the 30th of June, when the moon illuminated the night sky. We see the mansion of the protagonist. The protagonist stood in front of the window, thinking that the 1st of July was already close. This would be the third invasion that he would encounter in this life. Imagining the furious monsters, he thought that the preparation was complete. As always, he set a trap with portals so that the monsters could not escape from the endless cycle. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that so much had happened during this time. Smiling, Jared thought about having received several unexpected trophies. The king remembered how he walked through space, thinking that in the divine garden where Gracious led him, the gods themselves did not descend to him. The protagonist imagined how he looked at the glow and thought that he definitely felt how they were watching him. The protagonist looked at the screen in surprise. He looked at the notice that the gods were interested in him, thinking that he had tried his best to demonstrate his abilities to them. His demonstration had been successful, and among the gods who had decided to watch him, there were many higher beings. Introducing a chess piece, the guy said that it was a pity that there were no transcendental level gods among them, but the more attention the gods gave the better. Jared imagined a knight and a monster fighting, thinking that a holy war is, at its core, a battle between humans and a demon lord, but also a confrontation between light and dark gods, a kind of war between higher powers that find it difficult to interfere in the human world. Looking away, the king thought with a smile that since he had decided to prepare for this war, he should collect all the blessings he could. even if it was help from an unknown god. The protagonist looked at his watch and said that when midnight struck, it would be exactly 2.5 years since he woke up in this world. He hadn't checked his stats for a long time. It was time to take a look at them. A window with information about him appeared. The protagonist pressed the screen and said that the effect of the grace set gives 5,000 to magic, also increased divine power, physical and magical defense by 1,000. Now he can enhance second-class magic to the level of 10-fold transcendental amplification. Imagining a man surrounded by flames, he thought that in other words, he is able to use a whopping 20,000 units of magic in an instant. Comparing current powers with what he had in his past life in paradise no longer makes sense. The guy imagined various objects, thinking that in the world of paradise even the strongest had a hard time dealing with 100 enemies. But here he has knowledge in advance, which gives him a significant advantage. He monopolized the most important artifacts and is rapidly developing. Jared held a sparkling ball, thinking that now he can easily deal with even 1,000 soldiers, perhaps even 10,000. Clenching his fist, the king thought that it wasn't the battle with tens or even hundreds of thousands of fools that bothered him, because they simply didn't have the strength or ability to stand up to him. The protagonist frowned, thinking that he was worried about the appearance of truly dangerous enemies. Imagining the man holding a weapon, the protagonist thought that, for example, Duke Galadin. He reached out for the scroll, thinking that this is why he needed to become even stronger. The boy unrolled the prophecy. Jared looked at the date of the beginning of the Holy War, thinking that even if he did everything in his power to prevent it, in any case, it would begin in 6 years and 6 months. Imagining a crowd of monsters, the king thought that countless portals would open across the continent of Nars, and the Lord of Demons himself would appear among the hordes of monsters. The protagonist imagined himself spreading his arms in front of the army, and thought that if this were in the past, he would see only hopelessness in it. The protagonist created flames in his hands, thinking that now he could allow himself to imagine the future with hope. He ran through the crowd of monsters. An explosion occurred in the middle of the army. The guy imagined the Demon King in his pupil, thinking that it was mental training. Jared imagined swinging the flame and thought that he was getting better at it, therefore, he was really progressing. Closing his eyes, the king confidently said that he would continue to move forward without hesitation, as he had done so far, no distractions. The clock hand was approaching 12. The protagonist watched as the clock struck midnight, and said that it had begun. We see rocks in the night. The protagonist stood under the dome in the clearing. Red sparks appeared in front of him. The bright gates became larger. Fierce orcs were coming out of the portal. The guy twirled the flame in his hand. The monsters rushed forward. Jared released fire at them. The monsters burned in the flames. The explosion scattered the orcs. The king yawned calmly, thinking that everything was like last year, another genocide with one spell, boring. He looked at the screen happily, deciding that perhaps he should check the fifth ability of the inner eye, which had just opened. The system showed an eye and reported that biosignal detection allows one to see the physical state of the target and color visualization. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was even more useful than he expected. It would really come in handy. Introducing happy old men, he said that, especially since there were many of his close associates who were already over 70. Maybe it was selfishness, but he wanted them to live as long as possible. The orc's hand lay in a pool of blood. The guy walked away from the corpses of monsters and said that it looked like everything was coming to an end. Coming out of the portal, Alfred said that with such an arrangement, they were simply doomed to defeat. He stood behind the guy and reported that it was a smart move. Smiling, the man said that he didn't think he would be able to see the king of Krivia so close. Alfred laughed, saying that it was an honor for him. Jared created a spear of wind above himself. The projectile rushed towards the enemy. The man cut the mana. The king raised an eyebrow in surprise. The opponent threw the weapon over his shoulder. Behind him, subordinates were coming out of the portal. He looked at the sparkling dome and said that he did not even know what to call it, fate or a curse. Raising the bloody saber, Alfred said that he had been wondering who this person was, constantly interfering with his fun. The man pulled out the blade and said that it turned out to be the king of Krivia himself. It seemed that today the grace of the gods was on his side. The main character raised his finger with the ring. Waving his staff, the protagonist replied that he had long known that this was his doing and asked if he was having fun too boldly. Alfred smiled and asked if he really knew his name. It was a great honor, then maybe he knew who they were. The guy threw his staff over his shoulder and asked if he really came here to play riddles. Jared introduced the evil man to the crowd and said that he was the head of the Dark Order of Cacus, and these people were his lackeys. They were the ones who sent Jess and his henchmen to him. Frowning, the man said that he spoke as if he knew everything. The king held out his staff, saying that the only important information he needed to know was that he was a coward who would never stick his nose into hell himself. Alfred stood in front of the portal and answered that their king seemed to think too highly of himself, even resorting to provocations. Grinning, he said that Jess was originally a bargaining chip. Like these Cacus cultists who went with him in the order, they were more trouble than they were worth. Jared smiled and said that as he said, for him they were like dust in the wind. Grinning, the man called him a stupid upstart. Alfred watched his subordinates running and said that they would see if he was as good at what he did as he said. The guys surrounded the guy. The stranger dealt many blows. He grinned and asked if that was all. Lightning struck the warriors. Turning around, the surprised man said that he had definitely hit him. The protagonist raised the magic circle, answering that he had not. The protagonist released a huge flame. The guy was flying at him from above, shouting that he had had enough. He cut through the enemy's illusion. Dumbfounded, the stranger asked if it was really a fake again. Jared grabbed him by the shoulder with a smile. Lightning filled the space. Alfred stood behind him enthusiastically and said that he had gathered the mirror images into one point, making them tangible. It was amazing. Putting his hand on his waist, the king replied that it was enough toadying. It was time to get down to business, asking if he had really started to get nervous when he was left without his henchmen. Holding out the saber, the man thought about how this was a 5th-tier power. An entire group of assassins who could fight equally with a 5th-tier mage had been slaughtered. The purple spirit flew up to him and said that he had told him that this was no ordinary man. He had ignored the words of God and was now paying for it. Gripping the hilt, Alfred thought that everything had gone wrong, but it was not too late. Even if it would damage his reputation, he should retreat. The protagonist smiled and asked if he was going to fight. Had his true nature finally shown? Gritting his teeth, the man asked again if he was scared. Quarazio was flying behind him and saying that if he killed him, then as always, half of his powers would go to him. Alfred grinned, answering that if that was true, then he would show him his true power. The protagonist held out the staff. He created a glowing ball. The opponent confidently ran forward. The guy frowned, thinking that the bloody art of speed is an evasion technique based on the decomposition and re-restoration of the body. Jared watched as the blows passed through the enemy, thinking that this is the ability of the demonic blade blood sword, which is strengthened by feeding on the blood of the dead, did not think that he possessed this ability. The king's eye began to glow, and he decided that something was wrong. Looking at the screen in front of the man, the protagonist thought that this guy under the blessing of the evil god Quarazio should be invulnerable to the analysis of his spiritual eye. But why does he see his characteristics? The protagonist remembered his happy friends and thought that Lloyd and Natalie were completely protected from analysis. But the protection does not work on Alfred. He imagined the chain from the stranger to the evil man, thinking that he did not receive the blessing directly, like with Jess, but someone passed it on to him through an intermediary. The boy dodged the blow in fear. The opponent stretched out his hand to him and said that in front of him was an enemy using the bloody art of speed, and he dared to be in the clouds. Did he really have a spare life? Jared anxiously bit his lip, thinking that he needed Volt. Imagining various experiments with water, the king thought that the magic of evaporating moisture was called Volt. The basic principle of the bloody art of speed was the temporary liquidation of the body, and Volt would be the perfect countermove, drying the blood. One can instantly kill the one who uses this technique. The protagonist swung his sword and thought that, however, Volt is a 7th-tier spell, and he only has the 6th, he will have to use Plan B. Imagining temporary illusions, the protagonist thought that the bloody art of speed has almost no weaknesses, but at the moment of decomposition and restoration, it inevitably remains. He accumulated flames in his hand, thinking that if he catches the moment but misses, Alfred will never make such a mistake again, so he only has one chance, all or nothing. Looking at the flamethrower, the guy decided that it was time to become a master of pyrokinesis. Jared pulled out a magic circle, thinking that while Alfred uses bloody speed art, the best way to attract his attention is destruction magic. Use fire magic to create a vulnerability. A stream of flame rushed forward. A powerful explosion occurred. Fiery flashes occurred in the middle of the field. The wounded man was sitting on his knee. Smiling, the king told him to get up. The main character waved his staff and said that the battle was just beginning. Alfred looked at the flames and said that it was not bad, even very good. Sitting on the fiery ground, he told him that, frankly speaking, he surprised him. He was not just a magician, or rather, he could rather be called a mutant. The man smiled and said that it was really curious. A provincial lord who in the blink of an eye became the king of an entire state and possessed incredible magical power, the nature of which was impossible to determine. The protagonist yawned and asked if maybe he should continue, since he had already caught his breath. Stop wasting time and chatting, he had been waiting for too long. Gritting his teeth, Alfred asked how he dared to ignore him. He swung his sword in front of the guy. Jared turned around seriously. The king held back the attack with his staff. The protagonist put up a magic circle. An explosion occurred in front of him. The opponent dodged the flames. The protagonist extended his hand before the blows. The man jumped back. Looking at the calm enemy, the guy thought about how he was accelerating his attacks. Each of his blows had crushing power. Jared frowned, thinking that now it would all come down to a test of endurance. If he continued to use fire magic, he would make a mistake sooner or later. He only needed one miss to end it. The magical barrier sparked. The man swung his saber. The king raised his hand with mana. The flames swirled into a vortex. Watching the guy release attacks, Alfred thought that he only had fire magic. He dodged the flames, wondering if he really didn't have anything else, although, against the blood art of speed, fire was really effective. Drawing out his sword, the man thought that it was surprising that he hadn't hit him yet. Moreover, he was deliberately on the defensive, trying to drag out the fight in order to wear him down first. But it was useless. His strength was replenished due to the blood energy of the blood sword. However, the wounds did not heal so quickly, but this was not a problem. Blood covered the tip of the blade. Alfred smirked and decided that if he wanted to drag out the fight, then he would simply crush him. The protagonist released a bright flame. A wall of fire appeared in front of the opponent. The man jumped over it and said that it was naive. Flying over the flame, he asked the guy if he thought that such a wall of fire could stop him. Alfred jumped over the wall. The man smiled and shouted that he would easily cross it. An ice flow pierced the body of the surprised enemy. He coughed up blood. Dumbfounded, Alfred wondered what was happening. The opponent held onto the block, wondering if it was an ice spear. Where did it come from? The protagonist looked at the pierced opponent, asking if he expected this. The man watched as the guy created ice and flame, thinking that it was a double spell. He examined the fire staff. Looking at the ice mana, Alfred wondered how he could cast two spells at the same time. The man held onto the ice flow, thinking that mages could only cast one spell at a time. He didn't cast them with a delay, but cast them simultaneously. Grinning, Alfred shouted that it was impossible. Jared held out his hand with ice, thinking that it was 6th class magic, an ice spear. The king smiled, thinking that it was a spell that not only pierced everything in its path, but also instantly froze everything it touched. Flying up to the man, Quarazio said that he thought that at least he was worthy of attention, but he lost so ineptly. He was pathetic. Alfred grinned furiously, thinking that at this rate he would die here. He needed to run. He broke the ice flow, deciding that his plan had completely failed. Jumping to the ground, the man thought that he had gotten into this adventure in vain. Alfred ran away with the sword, thinking that he first needed to return to the lab. As soon as he got there, he would heal these wounds in the blink of an eye. He quickly ran into the portal. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he knew when it was time to retreat, but this was even better. The protagonist ran into the portal, deciding that now was an excellent chance to destroy his lair. The plot moves us to a magical state, to the Desmond Empire, where night has fallen. Birds were flying over the imperial palace. A voice came from the tower, saying that, as expected, Alfred was useless. A sad Isaac sat in a chair and said that it did not matter what he had done, the main thing was that he allowed the enemy to penetrate his own fortress. The figures were on the chessboard. Frowning, Digron asked what happened to Alfred. Standing near the table, the man said not to worry. He gave him a palantir, he would contact them soon. He put his hand under his cloak and said that he asked to forgive him. The man held a magic sphere in his hands. Suddenly, a voice came from it saying let him help. Jared was chasing him. Gritting his teeth, Isaac said that if he was dying, then let him be kind enough to die with dignity, and the man turned to him. Lowering his head, he responded, to which Digron said let him blow up Alfred's shelter and wipe everything to the ground. He was no longer of value. Holding a chess piece in his hands, he heard what he would order to do with the order. The man knocked down the pawn and replied that it did not matter, they could always create a new one. Grinning, Isaac said that he was absolutely right, he would immediately begin the liquidation. Lightning suddenly appeared around the sphere. Suddenly it broke. Turning his head, the man said that there would be nothing left of the shelter, to which Digron replied that he should go there and make sure that Alfred was dead and find Jared's body. Closing his eyes, Isaac responded approvingly. Looking at the chess, the man said that it looked like Jared would be their main obstacle. He put his hand to his face and added that there was still time before the Demon King was reincarnated. A view of the cliffs opened up. Suddenly, a glow appeared in the air. A devastating explosion thundered. Flames flared up. The man looked at it. Hanging above the flames, the hero sighed. He clenched his teeth and thought that he almost died. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that the explosion was great. The mages looked in surprise, hearing an alarm, an intruder. Turning around, the man shouted for them to stop him quickly. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind him. He began to run away quickly. The man stopped and said that they needed to quickly ask Mr. Isaac for help. Looking at the sphere, he said that he should help. Jared was chasing him. Extending his staff towards him, the hero said that he had caught him. Grinning, he added that the game of hide and seek was over. Alfred turned around and said that this was tenacity. But it was too late. Soon someone would appear here with whom he would not be able to cope. The protagonist, his eyes wide open, wondered what the someone with whom he would not be able to cope was. Lightning was flying inside the sphere. Looking at it, the man asked what was happening, the connection. Jared, his eyes wide open in surprise, thought that damn, this was clearly an explosive trap. Looking at the sphere, the man said that it couldn't be. The hero flew up. It was heard that Isaac was a bastard. He abruptly flew out of the dungeon. Suddenly, a flame flared up from there. The earth shook from the explosion. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he really was luring him into a trap, although, if you think about it, Alfred himself looked confused, and at the end he called someone Isaac, I think. He looked down, and added that it was strange. This name did not mean anything to him. A book appeared. It was said that if even he, a veteran of paradise, did not remember him, then this person either died before the start of the main story, or never played an important role in the plot. A hand reached out to the man. A thought appeared that this man sacrificed Alfred and his cult without hesitation, which meant that he was just a screen for the Cactus cult, and the real puppeteer was in the shadows. Hanging in the air, Jared thought that first they need to find out who Isaac is, although cultists often use pseudonyms, so this may not be his real name. Suddenly a monster passed under him, and he said that it was the god of carnage and parasites, the evil god Queratio. Looking to the side, the hero said that this time he would finally face not another puppet like Alfred, but a true master, and then he heard that attention. The protagonist looked down, hearing that many unknown creatures were detected, approaching from the front. Sitting on a tree, he asked what they were coming here, said that it was better to hide. Suddenly Jared used invisibility. He looked up. Imperial mages were flying in the sky. Looking at them, the hero thought that they had arrived to check the site of the explosion, apparently looking for his body. The man pointed to the side, and he added that he saw a mage who seemed to be leading the operation. Isaac frowned. A thought appeared. Could this really be it? The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. The man looked down, and he thought, here he is. So the name Alfred shouted before his death was not a pseudonym. A notification with his characteristics appeared. Stretching his hand to the side, the magician shouted for them to find traces of Jared and Alfred. All evidence burned without a trace. Looking at them, the hero thought that a person capable of commanding magicians of the 5th and 6th ranks is not often met. In the Empire it can only be the Lord of the Magic Tower. Frowning, he added that the Mage Tower was the center of dark mages and a symbol for all mages of the state. If Isaac really held this post, it meant that he was a mage of the 9th rank or higher. The man raised his hand. A thought arose that if he was late even for a moment, everything could end in disaster. He would be knocked unconscious, and then captured by Isaac and his magical legion. The knight held the flag in his hands. A thought arose that he had been focusing only on the Dark Order for too long, but he was far from the only threat. On the day of the Holy War, not only the Dark Order but also the magical state would side with the Demon King's army. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that the curse, he needed more power, and then said that he must become more powerful. Suddenly, he looked to the side. The mage was casting spells. A question was heard, that they were destroying evidence. Suddenly, a crushing explosion appeared in front of them. Walking straight, Jared said that first they need to get out of here, to which the robot replied that moving through the air will increase the probability of detection, recommends moving on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that today will be a lesson for him. He will remember this. A view of the building opened up. A question was heard, what happened here? Surprised, opening his eyes, the protagonist asked what he was doing while he was gone, how his level increased so sharply. Lying on the pillow, Terry answered that since he did not pay attention to him, he just ran after Hayes. His statistics appeared. Looking at him, Jared asked that he was chasing Hayes and grew in level so much. It's strange. To which the cat replied that Hayes loves dungeons, so he went with her through the dungeons. He stretched. A thought appeared that level 100 for a pet is like 30 years for a person. He managed to grow during this time, and even. A notification appeared above his head. A thought arose that he had acquired effects. He, Hayes, Chloe, Isabel, Liam are the chosen guardians. Grinning, the hero thought that this effect increases physical abilities at least 3 times, maximum 6 times. Now he will be able not only to help, but also calmly deal with ordinary enemies. Looking down, he said that he was doing great. Let him continue to protect Hayes, to which the cat asked again. Looking at him, Terry said that he was a bad owner. He woke him up. But another person takes care of him. His cat life is full of suffering, to which the protagonist replied that he should not chat and quickly go to Hayes. The cat jumped up from the couch and said that he was an irresponsible owner, a rude person, to which Jared replied that he should come to him to play when he got bored. Putting his hands on his hips, he thought that, frankly, he would like to take Terry with him so that he could grow up with him. But while the kingdom was full of unresolved problems, traveling with him was simply impossible. The clock appeared. The thought arose that at least from July of next year the problem of the breakthrough would be solved, and he would have a break. A glow appeared around the mages. The thought arose that but Alfred's death destroyed the portal he used, and due to the explosion, it was impossible to understand its exact structure. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that but he was directly connected to the Nightmare Forest from another dimension. This gave him an idea, even if the Dark Order was still in its infancy. Lightning appeared near the man's hands, and he added that it meant that they or their patrons could already use the power of the underworld. Looking out the window, the protagonist said that it looked like he would have to speed up his plans. The blacksmith threw his hammer over his shoulder. a thought appeared that in fact, even before he began his own development, he had planned to do something really important for their kingdom, to enlist the support of a blacksmith named Mark. The man was sharpening a magic stone. It was said that he belonged to the same class as Alex, also a blacksmith. But in creating and cutting artifacts he had outstanding abilities. To put it simply, Mark easily surpassed Alex in skill. Jewels appeared. A thought appeared that now he felt that it was time to attract him to their side. The problem was that it would require an astronomical amount. Crossing his arms, the hero thought that the way to get it was in the Eastern Sea. A map appeared, and he added that the Great Rift was hidden there. It connected several dimensions, and one of them. A mark on the map appeared. It was said that this was the Hall of Endless Training. The protagonist flew rapidly over the water. Hayes closed her eyes and said that he tried to escape again without her knowledge. As a servant, she was disappointed in him, to which he replied that he should forgive and not be angry. With wide eyes, the girl said that when she saw that he was injured, she was in terrible pain, he could have died. She turned her head and added that she was probably going to get involved in a dangerous business again. At such moments she should be next to him. She knows why she trained so hard for so long. To which Jared replied that of course, he was glad that she was with him. A characteristic of the girl arose. She looked away. Looking at the hero, Hayes thought that he always smiled, as if nothing had happened, but she saw how he carried all this weight alone. The hero looked straight, and she added that if the servant dared to have feelings for him, would it be a crime? She knew that he cared about her. Sitting on it, the girl thought that the palace was full of noble ladies claiming the throne of the queen, but she could not bear the thought that some stranger would be his wife. The protagonist kissed her. A thought appeared that if she was truly dear to him, then how much space she occupied in his heart. Closing her eyes, Hayes thought that she should not think about it. She flew up and thought that only one thing was important to her, not to be ashamed of herself. Divine 5, this cannot stop, everything is just beginning. Clenching her fists, the girl added that if she was always near His Majesty, he will someday understand her feelings. And Jared said that now he needs to move himself and track the coordinates. From here she will accompany him in a suit. Flying forward, he asked what she was listening to him, what she was thinking about, to which Hayes replied that he was a fool. They flew forward together. Grinning, the hero said that he found it. The girl's eyes widened and she exclaimed. They froze, and the protagonist thought that here it was, the Great Rift. Hanging in the air, Jared said that they were going to go inside, to which she asked if he was serious. Looking down, Hayes asked what he even imagined, what kind of place it was and why it appeared. The hero crossed his arms and answered that, simply put, even the god Radius sometimes makes mistakes. A god cannot be perfect, and this crack is proof of that, to which she asked what she thought. Yes, she is not sure. The protagonist closed his eyes. The ship was sailing on the water. A thought appeared that, in fact, the Great Rift is a bug in the system, connected with a reserve area created by the developers in the open ocean. The players found it by accident when they were sailing on the sea. The ship fell into the crack. It was said that of course, everyone who went inside out of curiosity died on the spot. Since this is a distorted space, anyone who entered could not withstand the unknown damage. Grinning, the hero thought that he always knew about this place, but could not enter because of the deadly storm inside. But now he has a ring. This is the minimum condition for passing. The man was inside the crack. The thought appeared that with his 6th rank spell Flawless Shield, it consumes 160 magic per second. To pass safely, he needs to hold out for at least 150 seconds. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that all this is on his own magic, without external sources, those who sacrifice themselves, developing a strategy for passing, respect. Taking the girl by the hand, he said that she should hold on tighter and turn off the robot, to which the girl asked again. Jared grinned and said that they wouldn't be able to control their movements inside the Great Rift. He hugged the girl. Hayes smiled sheepishly. Raising his head up, the hero said forward. A flawless shield appeared around them. The sphere rushed straight into the abyss. It was rapidly falling down. The girl looked at him in surprise and said that it was the first time she saw such an amazing place. Different locations appeared. It was heard that she felt like a goddess watching over countless fragments of the world. Pointing to the side, Hayes said that these were probably the houses of people living on the eastern continent. That building over there, let him look, it was so unusual. To which the protagonist replied that he understood. She was excited, but it was better to calm down a little. The girl looked at him in amazement. She turned her head and asked what it was. Looking straight ahead, Jared replied that she shouldn't worry, it would be better to count the numbers in multiples of 2. He remembered, he showed her, to which Hayes asked what right now, and he added that while she was counting, they would already be there. Grinning, the hero thought that sometimes, in order to drive away fear, you just need to switch your attention. Suddenly, they stepped on the surface. With her eyes wide open, the girl said that it seemed like this passage was endless, but it still had a bottom. Yes, this place was simply gigantic, to which the protagonist replied that although they went down faster than he thought. Walking straight ahead, she added that yes, such a space is truly amazing, and Jared said that in the end, This place is like the domain of the gods themselves. With her eyes wide open in surprise, the girl said that even the floor and these cubes around show some places, just like the landscapes they saw through the cracks on the way down. Grinning, the hero asked what she meant by the system that allows you to move to the desired location, said that it was just a different form, but the essence was most likely the same. The cubes were flying in the air, and he added that well, they will go, to which she replied that he should wait for her. Pointing to the cube, the protagonist said that here it is, right here, to which Hayes asked what kind of place this was. Taking her hand, Jared said that he would find out now, he would see everything with his own eyes. The girl closed her eyes. Suddenly, she opened them wide. Hayes froze in amazement. The monster was holding a bat in his hands. He angrily clenched his teeth. The goblin stood in front of them. Looking at him, the girl asked again. Looking to the side, she added that he wanted to find this particular goblin, to which the hero replied that yes. But he should not rush to be surprised, all the most interesting things are just beginning. Suddenly, he moved behind the monster. The protagonist stretched his hand forward. He grabbed the goblin abruptly. Jared tied him up and pinned him to the ground. Looking at him in surprise, Hayes asked what to do with catching the goblin alive. Standing next to him, the hero replied that it was good, now they would just tie him up, ready, he definitely wouldn't get out in this position, to which the girl said that she still didn't understand what he was going to do. Holding a coin in his hands, the protagonist said that he would see now, takes 1 gold coin. The girl looked at him in fear, hearing that he was shoving it right into the goblin's mouth. Stretching his hand out in front of him, Jared said that as soon as the goblin swallowed the coin, they would destroy him. Hayes exclaimed in fear, and he added that they had gotten the desired result. The goblin was burning in flames. It was heard that there were now 2 goblins in the wall of fire. The girl asked him, her eyes wide, what he wanted to achieve from the very beginning. Since there were 2 goblins, it meant that there were also twice as many gold coins, to which the hero replied that it was true. Standing in front of the cube, the protagonist thought that due to a fatal bug that allowed him to infinitely dupe money, this thematic scene was removed and thrown into the deep rift, the Hall of Endless Training. The goblins were burning. An idea appeared that in a normal situation the battle ends when the target runs out of health. But here, if a goblin swallowed a gold coin, it enters a bug state and begins to divide infinitely when attacking. It completely copies all the data of the original, including the coin inside itself. Gold coins appeared. An idea appeared that this was an abandoned and unfinished place, so the division limit was 21 times. But this was enough. The goblins here have almost no magical protection, so the firewall is the best option, the damage is good, and the mana consumption is minimal. Jared grinned and asked her what she remembered. What is 2 to the 21st power? To which the girl replied that it was 2,097,152. Hayes' eyes widened in surprise, wondering if he had really asked her to count powers of 2 on purpose. The hero held his hand out in front of him and said that the goblins would split exactly 21 times, and if they stopped the attack right after the last split, all the goblins would turn into gold coins. The girl looked at the mountain of gold in surprise, and the thought occurred to her that if the calculations were correct, they would get 2,097,152 gold coins, which was almost 2 trillion won at the prices of her past life, and she said that it was simply unthinkable. The protagonist grinned and thought that for that amount of money he could build not 1, but 2 super forges for Mark. In Paradise a player would be banned forever for using bugs, but here, who would stop him? He closed his eyes and asked if she wanted to train and use all her skills at the same time, to which the girl replied that she would be happy to. She would arrange a real death healing without restrictions. The goblins were burning in flames, and Jared said that it was time to throw out the accumulated stress. She had been pretty tense working under him, hadn't she? To which Hayes replied that yes, there was a lot of stress, let him forgive her. The hero froze and said that she was so straightforward. A fire was blazing in the middle of the training field. Monsters were burning in flames. The hero looked at them. In front of him was a huge pile of ash. With her eyes wide open, the girl asked what all this was. The corpses of the goblins appeared. Suddenly, a bright light appeared near them. The coins suddenly flew up. The girl looked up in amazement. The protagonist grinned, looking at the coins. Standing in front of a mountain of gold, he asked if it was impressive, to which Hayes replied that it was, as if it was raining gold from the sky. She grinned and added that no one had ever seen such a miracle. Looking away, Jared said that it was, I suppose. A picturesque sunset appeared. The girl was picking up coins from the floor. She exclaimed in surprise when he told her to move a little further away. Looking at her, the hero said that he would save them time and move everything to the subspace, to which Hayes replied that it was okay. She understood. She would pick up the coins that had rolled away for now. The protagonist raised one finger. The gold flew to his hand. The girl smiled, and a thought occurred to her that thanks to one piece of knowledge from Paradise, he had obtained untold wealth. He had received a mountain of gold coins worth 2 trillion won. Looking up, Jared thought that all these treasures would become a solid foundation for his kingdom. The girl stretched out her hand and said that here was the last coin. The coin fell down, and the thought came to her that Mark should wait, he would come for him soon.